Lin Yu traversed into a parallel universe, becoming a member of the affluent second generation. Countless creditors besieged his door, demanding repayment. Fortunately, at a critical moment, he awakened the omnipotent clone system, acquiring 1,000 clones right at the outset, which allowed him to amass millions in loans. As the number of his clones proliferated, Lin Yu's influence began to extend throughout the metropolis. He infiltrated electronics factories, various industries, the entire city, and even ventured into international markets. Chapter 1. The initial step to urban domination with 1,000 clones. Smack. That was swift that I won't even glance. You cannot penetrate my defenses. Next, I shall demonstrate a complete series of lightning-fast strikes. Lin Yu vaguely remembered watching a man in his 60s perform traditional martial arts in the park. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the old man, and its impact reverberated towards him as well. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in this parallel world. After assimilating the memories in his mind, Lin Yu discerned two key pieces of information. The good news was that in this world, he was indeed a wealthy heir. His father, Lin Hai, owned a manufacturing plant specializing in various mechanical components, generating daily profits in the tens of thousands. Thanks to this factory, the Lin family's savings had amassed to a staggering sum of millions. Lin Yu enjoyed a life of leisure, indulging in food, entertainment, and carefree living. Who would dare to make him work overtime? Nonsense. He could easily confront his boss and resign, returning home to inherit a fortune. However, there was also a grave piece of news. The factory was on the verge of collapse. He had transformed from a privileged heir into a burdened scion. This factory was not solely owned by Lin Hai, it had another partner, his uncle Lin Xiong. The two brothers managed the business together, one handling external affairs while the other oversaw production and recruitment. Initially, life was relatively comfortable. But as Lin Xiong's wealth grew, so did his arrogance, leading him to indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle. He not only kept a mistress behind his wife's back, but also fell into the abyss of gambling. Bit by bit, their considerable fortune was squandered, leaving behind a mountain of debts. Despite Lin Hai's desperate pleas, he once bailed his brother out, settling over 5 million in gambling debts. Yet, a gambler remains a gambler, irredeemable. Before long, Lin Xiong accrued an additional 8 million in debt, and this time, no one could assist him. Desperation drove him to madness. He began secretly sabotaging the factory. He falsely reported the production capacity, securing numerous large orders, then absconded with nearly 10 million in deposits. These substantial orders were beyond the factory's production capabilities, making it impossible to fulfill within the contracted deadlines. Even if they temporarily hired additional workers, financial constraints loomed large. Materials, labor, equipment all required substantial funding. With the deposits gone, Lin Hai's remaining few million in savings would be of no help. Now, the deadline for delivery had arrived. Lin Hai tirelessly worked day and night to barely fulfill 3 substantial orders. However, for the remaining 9 orders, he not only had to return the deposits but also compensate for additional breach of contract penalties. The total compensation amounted to a staggering 15 million. Damn. I thought I could traverse to this world and become a wealthy second-generation heir, enjoying life. Instead, I've become a negative second generation. Lin Xiong, that scoundrel. Having inherited such a chaotic mess upon his arrival, Lin Yu could hardly contain his frustration. What do you want me to do? Detecting a traveler, the all-purpose clone system awakens. Just as Lin Yu wallowed in despair, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Is this the system? As an avid reader for over a decade, he was no stranger to systems. They were practically a requisite for every traveler. Almost forgot about this. Eagerly, Lin Yu opened the system panel. Name, Lin Yu. Funds, 146,000 total assets of the host and clones. Skills, none. System level, LV.1 upgrade requires 10 million in funds. Current clones, ordinary. Clones 100. Special mall, not yet opened requires 1 million in funds. Beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Please sign for it. He opened it. Lin Yu chanted softly. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill. Damage transfer. When the host suffers malicious harm, it will be prioritized for transfer and evenly distributed among each clone. Congratulations, host has acquired the item. System space. Backpack, capacity, Infinite. Congratulations, host has acquired ordinary clones 900. Level 2 enhanced clones 10. Ordinary clones. Possess 100 of the host's physical attributes, random appearance, default male, hold legitimate identities, indistinguishable from normal individuals, the sole distinction being their absolute obedience to the host's commands. Level 2 enhanced clones. Based on ordinary clones, able to choose one LV.2 skill, such as computer technology, business management, martial arts, etc. Tip 1. Clones possess normal identities upon summoning. An identity information database is automatically established. Tip 2. When the host summons clones, they can control their arrival at any location. Alternatively, the system can manage the summoning, automatically selecting a suitable position to appear within the host's vicinity, remaining undetected. With 1,000 ordinary clones, 10 level 2 enhanced clones, and 146,000 in his pocket, this constituted all of Lin Ye's current assets. This doesn't seem to resolve much. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before suddenly having a revelation. Clones with so many at his disposal, how could he possibly struggle to acquire funds? He could simply take out a loan. However, legitimate lending platforms typically required bank statements, employment verification, and similar documentation, making it unlikely that his clones would secure a loan. Thus, the most viable option was illegal lending. There were always unscrupulous individuals operating on the fringes of the law, specializing in predatory loans that ensnared the unsuspecting. Either the interest rates were exorbitantly high, borrowing 10,000 for a week would require repayment of 20,000, or they resorted to aggressive collections, tarnishing one's reputation and standing. For the average individual, resorting to such illicit loans is akin to a sheep entering a den of wolves, an endeavor to be utterly avoided. However, for Lin Yu at this moment, it represents a readily available cash dispenser. It is merely a doppelganger, it is not his true self. The debts incurred by this doppelganger bear no consequence for him. You may pursue collections or expose the matter at will, it is of no concern to him. Proceed. Chapter 2. The creditors at the door. Lin Yu steps forward, a series of urgent knocks resounded, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. Upon opening the door, he was met by none other than his mother, He Wenjing. Her face was etched with anxiety as she seized his hand, pulling him outside. Xiao Yu, we must leave at once. Your father has already purchased a plane ticket for you. You need to get away and lay low for a while. This crisis may prove insurmountable. The creditors are growing desperate, and who knows what reckless actions they might take. Your safety is at stake. There's 300,000 yuan in your account. Withdraw it immediately, or it will be frozen in a few days. Your father and I can no longer look after you. Please, take care of yourself. As she spoke, He Wenjing thrust a bank card into Lin Yu's hand, as if preparing for the worst. Yet, Lin Yu remained rooted to the spot, unmoved. Xiao Yu, we must go. There are already people blocking the door, demanding their money. We need to leave quickly while it's still manageable. Delay, and it may be too late. He Wenjing urged, her anxiety palpable. Lin Yu, however, shook his head with calm resolve. Mother, there's no need. It's just over 10 million. I have a plan to resolve it. He Wenjing paused, taken aback by his confident assertion. You have a solution? You, a fresh graduate, what could you possibly do? This isn't the time for bravado, Xiao Yu. In the past, when you made mistakes, the family could support you, but now that's no longer an option. We must leave, she insisted, pulling him towards the exit. Yet, the commotion outside brought her to a halt. It's too late. The creditors have completely blocked the door. Outside, a chorus of impatient voices clamored. Old Lin, I trusted you with this order, and now you haven't fulfilled it. Surely, you can return the deposit so I can seek another factory to produce it. Over the years, I've never lost out in business with you. If you deceive me now, that's unacceptable. Enough talk. Just give me the money. I have commitments to meet. If you delay my project, you won't get off lightly. Mark my words. Hurry or I will be forced to sue you, and then you'll be facing jail time. Faced with the relentless pressure from numerous creditors, Lin Hai wore a look of helplessness. He raised his hands in a futile gesture for silence, but no one heeded him. All right, everyone, please listen. He raised his voice. We have collaborated as friends for many years, and I sincerely regret the current predicament. However, I too am a victim in this situation. That scoundrel Lin Xiong took orders without my knowledge and absconded with the deposits, leading us to this crisis. Grant me some time to recover, and I promise to repay every single yuan to the last cent. Will you consider this? Lin Hai's plea aimed to ease the tension, but the atmosphere remained fraught with urgency. Yet, there was not a hint of leniency among the crowd. Time for you? Who grants us time? You have devoured our deposit, left our order unfulfilled, and consequently, our project lies in abeyance. How will you account for the losses incurred? Lin Xiong's deceit is a matter for your household. It bears no relation to us. We demand the return of our funds. I warn you, if the money is not forthcoming within 3 days, this project will collapse, resulting in losses amounting to millions. At that point, do not expect to escape unscathed. Prepare for imprisonment. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the quarrel intensified. Lin Hai's face reflected despair. It seemed that this time, it was truly over. Creak. The door behind suddenly swung open, and Lin Yu emerged. Upon seeing this, Lin Hai's eyes widened. Xiao Yu, why have you come out? Were you not instructed to stay hidden? Quickly retreat inside. Lin Hai understood that if his creditors failed to receive their money, they would unleash their wrath upon them. At that moment, he could disregard his own safety, but he could not overlook Lin Yu's well-being. These creditors seemed to recognize the vulnerability of striking at one's weakest point. Lin Yu was Lin Hai's Achilles heel. As long as Lin Yu remained present, Lin Hai would not dare to flee. With this thought, the crowd immediately blocked the doorway, severing Lin Yu's escape route, even intending to physically detain him. However, just a second before they could act, several towering figures suddenly appeared, standing protectively before Lin Yu. Enhanced clones, combat skills, LV. 2. The clones, clad in black suits and sporting sunglasses, each stood an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, their physiques remarkably robust. 5 enhanced clones surrounded Lin Yu like bodyguards. Step back. One commanded, his voice resonating with authority and intimidation. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Where did these bodyguards come from? Lin Hai wore a puzzled expression. When did his son acquire bodyguards? Yet, considering his preoccupation with the factory's operations, he had seldom paid attention to Lin Yu's whereabouts. Consequently, he was not well versed in his son's external experiences. Even if bodyguards had indeed been hired, he remained unaware. With the bodyguard's imposing presence, the crowd hesitated to act recklessly. Though they numbered over 10, enjoying a significant numerical advantage, they were all businessmen, many of whom sported substantial beer bellies, chronic ailments, and regularly took medication. Their physical prowess paled in comparison to that of the bodyguards. Even if a confrontation ensued, they would certainly not hold the upper hand. Lin Yu stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Hai, unwittingly assuming command of the situation. He surveyed the crowd and spoke calmly. Before 6 o'clock this evening, you shall all receive your money. For now, simply await in peace. As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, the scene erupted into chaos once more. What trouble is this young lad stirring? Do you have the funds to back your claims? Humph. It's clearly a deliberate attempt to buy time. Perhaps he's plotting an escape. Old Lin, employing his own son as a human shield. What a disgrace. Behind him, Lin Hai let out a sigh and spoke softly. Xiao Yu, I understand your desire to assist me, but such grand statements must not be uttered lightly. Do not speak of 15 million. Our family is barely able to muster 1.5 million. Lin Hai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yu. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of the circumstances, I accept the consequences. I will not flee. However, my son bears no connection to this matter, and I implore you not to impose upon him. As he spoke, Lin Hai gestured for Lin Yu to step back. Yet, Lin Yu remained steadfast, standing silently with a sense of resolve. Father, there is no need for concern. Just wait and see. I will find a solution. Lin Hai gazed at Lin Yu, exhaling deeply. You? This? Alas, our Lin family is destined for ruin. Chapter 3. The dark side of deceit. In a secluded alley of Yang City, a shadow materialized seemingly out of thin air. It then nonchalantly strolled out, seamlessly blending into the throngs of people, exhibiting no signs of unusual behavior. Not far from the alley, within a public restroom, another figure appeared and similarly departed without a hint of concern. Such occurrences transpired in various locations throughout Yang City on this particular day. Certain streets, typically deserted, were now bustling with an unprecedented influx of individuals. Their presence was both ordinary and peculiar. They were not leisurely shopping but rather scouring for personal loan advertisements plastered on utility poles. Oddly enough, one might ponder whether an event was taking place in Yang City today, leading to such a crowd. Could it be that a certain celebrity was holding a concert? In the eastern suburbs of Yang City, within what appeared to be an unremarkable residential home, dozens of figures congregated, enveloped in a haze of smoke. A closer inspection revealed that most bore tattoos, and their demeanor suggested they were not of virtuous character. Brother, the lending business has been dismal lately. Took us 3 days just to issue 1,000,000 yuan. At this rate, we'll soon find ourselves unable to afford meals, one lamented. Indeed, the recent crackdown is severe. The number of borrowers has dwindled, and the meager interest is hardly sufficient for sustenance. Perhaps we should consider a change in career, apply for a position in property management or even as city inspectors. Seated at an ornate imitation mahogany table was a bald man, reclining in his chair, legs propped upon the table, a cigar clutched between his fingers. His true name remained a mystery, but he was widely known by the formidable moniker, Scar. Scar had become embroiled in the underworld before completing elementary school, bearing numerous scars from knife wounds, blunt force trauma, and burns upon his head, hence his epithet. Upon hearing the grievances of his subordinates, Scar took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling slowly, his face etched with impatience. As the foremost private loan shark in Yang City, he was responsible for the livelihood of over 100 men. Based on average lending returns, one could expect to recoup a profit of 500 yuan from every 10,000 yuan lent, not annually but monthly. In a span of a month, 10,000 would transform into 11,500 yuan. In previous years, nearly 100 individuals would flock daily to borrow money, with loans amounting to 2 to 3 million yuan disbursed each day. Monthly, lending would exceed 100 million, with net profits soaring into the tens of millions. Yet now, the disbursement had dwindled to a mere million over 3 days, translating to less than 10 million in loans per month, yielding a paltry profit of only 1.5 million yuan. This was the more favorable scenario. For his subordinates, accustomed to a life of luxury and extravagant spending, such profits were woefully inadequate. Scar's ability to maintain control over his crew stemmed solely from past successes. Once those reserves were depleted, it was likely his enterprise would crumble, a prospect that weighed heavily upon him. Brother Scar, there is an individual outside wishing to engage in business, yet he has not provided any financial statements. Should we proceed? Just as the crowd was enveloped in concern, a young subordinate rushed in. Brother Scar waved his hand dismissively. Disperse some funds. Every transaction is vital at this juncture. If we can accommodate, let us do so, but do not exceed 30,000. In the realm of private lending, as long as someone dares to ask, they will lend. As for whether the individual can repay, they possess ample means. You lend 30,000, and if it is not repaid on time by year-end, they can compel you to recover 100,000 or even more. It is not the inability to repay that concerns us, but the fear of not daring to lend. Brother Scar, another 5 have arrived. If their identities check out, lend to them. Understood. Moments later, Brother Scar, over a dozen more have come. Upon hearing this, Brother Scar raised an eyebrow. More have arrived. Today seems to be quite fortuitous. Lend to them all. Just ensure proper documentation. A few moments passed. Brother Scar. Now 30 more have shown up. Over the course of 2 hours, they attended to over 200 individuals, disbursing nearly 10 million in loans. Furthermore, the influx of people continued unceasingly. Brother Scar, today feels rather peculiar. Could there be an underlying issue? Another young subordinate frowned. What issues could arise? I have scrutinized their identification documents, and there were no discrepancies. Besides, even if someone defaults, we possess methods to extract repayments. Who would dare to seek their own demise? Brother Scar flicked the ash from his cigar. As long as the identity information is accurate and there are no prior offenses, there is little to fear. Such situations are not unprecedented. Hearing their leader's confidence, the crowd's apprehensions began to dissipate. Indeed, instances of hundreds or even thousands seeking loans had occurred previously, often triggered by a company's owner absconding, leaving workers without pay, or by a large-scale epidemic necessitating loans to cover exorbitant hospital expenses. All right, let us proceed. Beyond Brother Scar's establishment, several other private lending venues in Yang City also experienced a surge in borrowing activity. Borrow $30,000 with a 1-month term. Repay $30,500. Just $500 in interest, a fair deal, wouldn't you agree? A stack of cash was slammed onto the table. The man counted briefly, puzzled. Why is there only $25,000? $25,000 is correct. We do not charge a fee for lending. If you decide to abscond midway, we must bear the risk. The total fees and insurance amount to $5,000. Spare me the chatter. Repay $30,500 in a month, or, he smirked, do not forget, your identification photocopy remains with me. The man said nothing, accepted the cash, and departed. Upon reaching the city center, he haphazardly hailed a taxi to Building 3 Huilong Garden. The taxi driver, perplexed, pondered as he drove, strange, why does everyone wish to go to Huilong Garden today? Just moments ago, a group of drivers congregated, awaiting business. The afternoon, typically a time of minimal activity, often yielded no more than a single fare in an hour. To their astonishment, however, an influx of requests materialized, each directing them to Building 3 of the Huilong Garden. This piqued their curiosity. Yet, as it was a matter of the customer's privacy, the driver refrained from inquiring further. As the taxi sped along, departing from the narrow lanes to the main road, the driver was suddenly taken aback. The entire road was nearly filled with taxis, with private vehicles being a rare sight. A glance revealed that almost every taxi in Yangqing had converged here. After passing several intersections, he noticed that nearly all the taxis were following the same route, with few deviations. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he ventured, forgive my boldness, but is there an event at Huilong Garden that has drawn you all there? The man in the back seat paused before responding. It's nothing, just a directive from the boss. The driver's breath caught in his throat at the mention of the boss. How intriguing it would be to witness the caliber of individual capable of orchestrating such a spectacle. Chapter 4. 1,000 gathered. Is this a gang transaction site? Alas, I find myself waiting for a taxi, yet not a single one seems to be in sight. In such a vast city, how can it be that not a single taxi can be found? Ah, behold, there is one, no, a multitude. Quick, wave them down and signal for them to stop. Many individuals are waiting by the roadside, yet the taxis was passed, disregarding them entirely. At the taxi dispatch center, the computer screen displays a myriad of red dots, each symbolizing the location of a taxi. The young lady in charge of monitoring the dispatch rubs her eyes vigorously, her expression one of disbelief. Could the system be malfunctioning? How is it possible for so many vehicles to congregate in one place? Surely, not everyone is headed to the same destination. Who possesses such audacity? She powers down the computer and restarts it, opening the dispatch software once more. The same scene greets her. It appears to be broken. She picks up the phone on her desk and dials her boss's number. All right, I have notified the technical staff. They will arrive shortly. Outside Building 3 of the Huilong Garden community, what is referred to as a community is, in reality, more akin to a villa district, comprising primarily of single-family homes. Adjacent lies an abandoned soccer field, providing ample space for activities. It is already 5 in the afternoon. Where is your money? It seems you are merely stalling and have no intention of repaying. Humph. Young man, you explicitly stated that the debt would be settled by 6 o'clock. I have it recorded. Should you fail to comply, prepare for a lawsuit. The creditors are increasingly irritable. Lin Yu raises his hand, and several bodyguards step forward, forming an imposing line of robust figures that instill a sense of intimidation. The atmosphere grows silent. Despite their justified claims, no one dares confront Lin Yu directly. To fail to collect the debt and endure a beating would be an unwise trade. I assure you, the debt will be settled before 6 o'clock. Please remain patient. Lin Yu declares with an air of composure, as though he possesses everything under control. However, He Wenjing and Lin Hai stand by, trembling with anxiety. Time is slipping away. What shall they do? If Lin Yu can successfully depart Yangqing ahead of time, their worries would dissipate. As long as Lin Yu remains unharmed, they would be indifferent to the outcome. Yet, with Lin Yu unable to leave, these creditors will certainly not allow him to escape easily. Once a lawsuit is initiated, their family's assets would be frozen, and imprisonment would follow. In such a case, the debts would inevitably fall upon Lin Yu, burdening him for a lifetime. Alas,
Lin Hai Sai in Wali.
Foolish, little you should not have revealed yourself. Yet, the situation has escalated to this extent, leaving no room for redemption. As time ticks away, it draws ever closer to 6 o'clock. The crowd becomes increasingly restless. Just as they prepare to urge him once more, a taxi finally emerges within their line of sight. Immediately the 2nd, 3rd, up to the 20th, and even the 100th taxi arrived, filling the surrounding area. The scene was grand and imposing. What could possibly account for the sudden influx of taxis? The doors swung open, and a series of imposing figures disembarked, towering and robust. Though they did not quite measure up to Lin Yu's bodyguards, they were undoubtedly more formidable than the average person. A group of them strode toward their location, each clutching a stack of cash. 10 individuals, 30 individuals, 100 individuals, 200 individuals. One by one they arrived, each bearing cash. Those present, apart from Lin Yu, were utterly bewildered, their minds racing with a singular question. What are these people here for, and who summoned them? Lin Hai gazed at the crowd in a state of profound anxiety. The scene increasingly resembled a cinematic depiction of a gang transaction. This was untenable. Caution was imperative. If danger were to arise, he must swiftly escort Xiao Yu away from this place. Meanwhile, the creditors stood in silence. Organizing such a multitude was indicative of a formidable force behind it. Yet the crucial question remained. Who were they here for? Did the Suhui Long Garden community house some influential figure? As the crowd approached, the creditors hastily made way, fearful of obstructing their path and incurring their ire. They were merely businessmen and dared not engage with such individuals. However, in the next moment, they realized their efforts were in vain, for the group had no intention of passing through. Instead, they halted beside Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, come over here, Lin Hai called out. Yet Lin Yu remained still. He Wenjing, intending to pull him away, suddenly witnessed the group tossing cash onto the ground, landing right before Lin Yu. Simultaneously, Lin Yu spoke. Mom, there's no need to worry. These are all my people. At these words, the crowd froze in shock. Your people? How could a seemingly 20-something lad summon such a throng? Does he have connections with gangsters? Lin Hai was equally astonished, sharing the same thoughts as the others. When had his son become entangled with the underworld? The attendees were all burly men, each exuding an air of coldness. To him, what other force could muster such a display? He Wenjing tugged at Lin Yu's arm, whispering, Xiao Yu, are you certain these are your people? How do you know them? Lin Yu chuckled softly. Mom, just leave it be. They are certainly not gangsters. They are merely friends I made during my university years. Given the sensitive nature of the situation, Lin Yu fabricated a quick explanation. Stacks of cash were discarded onto the ground, accumulating into mountainous heaps. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. This must amount to at least 10 million. More than that, considering the sheer number of people. As time passed, the cash continued to pile higher. Lin Yu accessed the system panel. Name: Lin Yu, funds, 23, 746, 000, total assets of the host and avatars, skill, damage transfer system level, LV, 1, upgrade requires 1, 000, 000 funds, current avatars, ordinary avatars 1000, level 2 enhanced avatars 10 special mall, not yet opened, requires 1, 000, 000 funds to unlock. The funds were acquired through multiple private lending avenues, each with varying loan amounts. There are nearly 30, 000 from one source and over 10, 000 from another. Subtracting his own 146, 000 and the 300, 000 sent by his mother, the total from loans amounts to 23, 300, 000. He Wenjing and Lin Hai gazed at their son's figure, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had assumed Lin Yu's earlier claims were merely a delaying tactic, yet it turned out to be true. All along, they believed Lin Yu was just an ordinary university student, leading a mundane life and pursuing a simple career. Little did they know that, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had cultivated such an expansive organization. In just half a day, he had summoned so many people and amassed such a substantial fortune. Lin Hai was enveloped by a myriad of emotions, feeling both a tinge of shame and a sense of pride. The shame stemmed from the realization that he had left a mess for his son to clean up, while the pride arose from witnessing Lin Yu surpass him in capability. Sighing, Lin Hai and He Wenjing reflected on their situation. They had never imagined they would be able to weather this crisis. What seemed an inevitable disaster had been averted solely through Lin Yu's efforts. Initially, he had contemplated teaching Lin Yu the ropes of managing a factory, hoping to gradually pass on his legacy and secure his son's future. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had quietly forged his own path, achieving remarkable success. With a mere gesture, he could gather thousands and receive tens of millions in funds, an accomplishment that Lin Hai himself had not achieved throughout his lifetime. As a father, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Chapter 5. Unlocking the System Mall, a Frenzied Harvest. Lin Hai perused the ledger, meticulously calculating and verifying the accounts with the others. After determining each individual's debts and counting the corresponding cash, 2 hours passed before they successfully settled all obligations. Curiously, however, the individuals who received their payments did not depart. Instead, they lingered at the scene. A balding middle-aged man approached Lin Yu, his face adorned with a broad grin, a stark contrast to his previous aggressive demeanor when demanding payment. Now, he exuded an air of obsequiousness and humility. Ahem, dear brother, we had no choice but to block your door for the debts today. After all, we all need money to survive, right? Please do not hold a grudge against us. The others followed suit, approaching with utmost respect. Yes, we were compelled to act this way. We hope you can show some leniency and not take it to heart. They cautiously observed Lin Yu, apprehensive of inciting any displeasure. It was no jest. Summoning over 1,000 individuals and handling tens of millions in cash was no small feat. Who would dare to claim they possessed no influence behind the scenes? Which criminal organization would brazenly acknowledge its true nature? They now regretted their previous conduct, fearing that if Lin Yu held a grudge, their small enterprises could not withstand such formidable power. At this juncture, the matter was no longer merely about collecting debts. It had transformed into a question of their safe egress from the premises. Do you think we wish to stay? One lamented, gesturing to the throng of sharply dressed individuals, sunglasses shielding their eyes, standing with arms crossed, effectively blocking all exits. The scene resembled that of a notorious mob boss making an appearance, enough to induce a chill in anyone who bore witness. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, seemingly cognizant of the predicament. Indeed, the spectacle was enough to instill fear in anyone. He waved his hand, and those nearby promptly parted to create a passage. Let us go. The group nodded fervently and hastened to leave. Thank you. Once all matters were concluded, Lin Yu gazed at the 1,000 avatars before him and suddenly found himself in a quandary. While he could dispatch these avatars, he could not summon them back. Managing the needs of so many individuals would pose a significant challenge. It appeared necessary to find them some employment. With such a multitude laboring for him, he would only need to oversee the collection of funds. A delightful prospect. However, seeking employment could wait until tomorrow, for it was already 8 in the evening, far too late. First, he would treat them to a meal. Within Lin Yu's system interface, he could ascertain the status of each avatar. Li Jiu, hunger level 70, Zhang Wei, hunger level 95. Having summoned these avatars 7 or 8 hours prior, Lin Yu himself was feeling the pangs of hunger. The Huilong Garden community was situated on the outskirts, devoid of substantial dining establishments or food streets. To cater to over 1,000 individuals, a trip to the city was essential. With this in mind, Lin Yu casually retrieved a business card bearing a taxi driver's number and made the call. Yes, please summon as many as you can. I require 336 vehicles. The sooner, the better. Once accomplished, I shall reward you with 2,000 yuan for your efforts. As Lin Yu finished speaking, It was evident that the exhilarated shouts of the taxi driver could be heard from the other end of the line. Merely assisting in hailing a cab could yield a reward of 2,000 yuan. Collaborating with the boss truly brought satisfaction. At the taxi dispatch center, the technician scratched his head. Is it repaired? It should be fine. Everything appears normal on the display. In truth, he had not detected any anomalies in the system software. It had simply resolved itself during the repair process. You've worked hard. Take a break, said the dispatch lady as she rushed to the lobby to fetch him a glass of water. However, upon her return, a glance at the computer screen rendered her momentarily frozen in place. What on earth? How did so many taxi locations suddenly converge? Brother, it seems the system is malfunctioning again. The technician, having barely sipped any water, hurried over to investigate. He was bewildered. There had seemingly been no irregularities. Alas, this is frustrating. It appears I will be working overtime tonight. In the taxi, Lin Yu opened the system panel. Name: Lin Yu. Funds: 5,746,000. Total assets of the host and his avatars: Skill: Damage Transfer System Level LV 1. Requires 10 million funds to upgrade. Current avatars: Ordinary avatars 1,000. Level 2 Enhanced avatars 10. Special Mall. Not yet opened. Requires 1 million funds to unlock. The total debts amounted to 3 million. After settling the debts, Lin Yu was left with 74 million. Considering there were no funds left to continue operating the factory, he allocated 3 million to Lin Hai, leaving him with 74 million. However, this was sufficient for his current stage. Consume 1 million funds to unlock the special mall. From the system's inventory, over 5 million in cash was deducted, leaving just over 4 million. Upon opening the special mall, a variety of items unfolded before him. Special Mall contains 35 items available for purchase with funds. Discounts appear randomly and at irregular intervals. All items refresh automatically at midnight. The host may also spend 1 million funds to refresh once, with a daily limit of 3 refreshes. 1. Level 2 Enhanced Avatar 1. Choose 1 LV. 2 Skill to learn. Price 300,000 funds. 2. Skill. Inquiry allows the host to view any individual's information, including their past experiences. Price: 1 million funds. 3. Fund Luck Chest, which grants a certain amount of funds upon opening, ranging from 100,000 to 10 million. Price: 500,000 funds. Today at a limited time 20 discount. Price after discount: 400,000 funds. Daily purchase limit: 10. 4. LV. 2 Skill Learning Card, allowing the host to choose 1 LV. 2 Skill to learn. Price: 1. 5 million funds. 5. Currently no items available for sale. The Level 2 Enhanced Avatars had been generously gifted with 10 from the beginner's package. Lin Yu has currently summoned 5 entities and acquired LV. 2 Combat Skills. The remaining 5 serve no immediate purpose and remain in a state of suspension. Acquiring more would yield the same result. Thus, he decisively passes on the first item. The second item, a skill for probing which allows him to view others' information, proves to be rather enticing. He purchases it. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill. Probing Lin Yu activates the skill and gazes at the taxi driver. Li Yang, male, 42 years old. A series of images flash before him, akin to slides in a presentation, revealing the entirety of Li Yang's life experiences. As he observes the unfolding scenes, a shiver runs down his spine. This individual is gay. Quite the eyesore. The third item, a fortune box. Gambling on luck. How delightful. Lin Yu initially buys 3, eager to test his fortune. Opened a fortune box. Received random funds. 160,000. Notice: funds have been automatically deposited into your bank account. Indeed, ventures of chance typically lean towards loss. Opened a fortune box. Received random funds. 430,000. This time, a modest gain. Opened a fortune box. Received random funds. 1,080,000. Lin Yu Having spent 2 million on 3 boxes and yielded 67 million, he profits 470,000, a satisfactory outcome. Tempted by success, Lin Yu proceeds to exhaust the remaining 7 purchase opportunities. Opened a fortune box, received random funds, 660,000, opened a fortune box, received random funds, 330,000, opened a fortune box, received random funds, 1,880,000, opened a fortune box, received random funds, 660,000 with all 7 boxes opened. He ultimately accrues 12,200,000 in funds. His total assets now reach 14,616,000, with all but a portion of cash automatically deposited into his bank account. His bank card, previously utilized by Lin Hai for procurement payments, is a special bank-approved card with a high storage limit of 300 million. The over 10 million in funds falls far short of this threshold. These fortune boxes are quite remarkable, netting him over 9 million in profit. Regrettably, there is a daily purchase limit of 10. After opening the boxes, Lin Yu shifts his attention to the third item. LV. 2 skill learning card. Select 1 LV. 2 skill for learning. Price 5 million funds. He promptly purchases 1. Opening it, the page presented a myriad of options. LV. 2 combat skills. LV. 2 corporate management. LV. 2 skiing techniques. LV. 2 programming skills. Note: skills are classified into 5 levels, ranging from LV 1 to LV 5. Level annotations. LV 1. The standard level achievable by an average individual within the industry. LV 2. A higher level attainable by an average individual within the industry. LV 3. The pinnacle level achievable by an average individual within the industry. LV 4. The utmost level attainable by Blue Star in the next century within the industry. LV 5. The ultimate level achievable by Blue Star in the next millennium within the industry. Lin Yu's eyelids fluttered as he glanced at the descriptions of LV 4 and LV 5. This implied the direct acquisition of future technology? Remarkable. However, Lin Yu recognized that he currently lacked access to higher-level skills, rendering such considerations premature. After considerable deliberation, Lin Yu opted for LV 2 combat skills. Firstly, all of them are avatars of the protagonist, entirely loyal to him, requiring no management. Secondly, even if management were necessary, the protagonist possesses enhanced avatars, capable of learning management autonomously, thus negating the need for his direct involvement. Thirdly, there will be many more skill cards in the future. This is not the only one. The priority is simply on learning combat skills at this moment. Fourthly, had one taken a moment to read the subsequent lines, the explanation would have been evident. A little patience is warranted. Many hastily rushed to the review section to leave negative feedback without even glancing at the following clarification. I do not wish to append a PS to unnecessarily consume space, as it significantly detracts from the reading experience. However, it is indeed unavoidable. Without inserting this explanation here, many would remain oblivious. I appreciate your understanding. Although there exists a skill for damage transfer, which mitigates life-threatening situations in times of trouble, it solely offers invincibility in defense while lacking in offensive capabilities. Merely enduring attacks without retaliation would render him cowardly. Furthermore, a bodyguard is merely an external force and cannot be present at all times, such as during sleep or bathing. There will inevitably be moments when the bodyguard is absent. Therefore, upon comprehensive consideration, possessing his own strength remains the most prudent course of action. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning LV 2 combat skills. The moment the system announced success, Lin Yu felt an influx of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind. These pieces of information were swiftly assimilated. Lin Yu perceived himself as a seasoned fighter with years of practice. Each move and technique was vividly clear in his mind, perfectly executed. The clamor outside the vehicle gradually intensified as the taxi came to a gentle halt. The driver respectfully announced, "Boss, we have arrived." Chapter 6. Women? Picking up a second-hand treasure, You are quite beautiful. The bustling food street in the city center of Yang City is not only permitted but also vigorously supported. As night falls, the night market is ablaze with lights and thronged with people. The arrival of Lin Yu and his companions further invigorates the lively atmosphere. "Boss, over 100 customers just arrived outside," exclaimed a waiter from the barbecue shop anxiously. Upon hearing this, the boss's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. "Quickly, please let them in. Inform the kitchen to expedite preparations, and do not slack off." In addition to the barbecue shop, the nearby hot pot restaurant, seafood establishment, and various stalls quickly filled with a large influx of patrons. Lin Yu chose a spot at the entrance of the barbecue stall, enjoying the cool and spacious setting. With a small table to himself, he felt quite at ease. After placing his order, he opened his phone and navigated to a chat interface saved under the name Chu Wei. The last exchange between them had been 3 days prior. "Chu Wei, it's Labor Day today, and you Haven Tea even sent me a red envelope or bought me flowers. Is this how you celebrate a holiday?" Lin Yu, transferring 52000. Chu Wei, transfer received. "Chu Wei, is this all? Are you sending me off like a beggar? A girl can easily spend over 500 on cosmetics nowadays. Chu Wei, can you even present a 520 red envelope? Chu Wei, I don't care. If you truly love me, at least send a 5,200 red envelope." "Lin Yu, Xiao Wei, don't be upset. You know my family business has been struggling lately, and we're facing some financial issues. I need to cut back on expenses." "Chu Wei, already making excuses? I just want you to show some sincerity. I'm not actually after your money. Chu Wei, if you can't even muster this little sincerity, let us break up." After that came Lin Yu's desperate pleas, pitifully resembling a sycophant. No, it would be more accurate to say he was indeed a sycophant. Lin Yu smacked his lips. The original owner was truly a fool, utterly ensnared by a woman. Children's Day, Labor Day, Christmas. This woman never missed a single holiday. Each celebration required expenditures of at least 8 to 10,000, making it impossible to get by without such lavish spending. In their 2.5 years together, he had squandered no less than 300,000 on various festive occasions, not to mention the costs for clothing, cosmetics, and bags. Altogether, it likely amounted to several 100,000. The original owner was nothing more than a willing victim. Apart from having a bit of family wealth, he was utterly lacking in other merits. As Lin Yu scrolled through the chat history, he sighed deeply. "Alas, perhaps even heaven could no longer bear to watch and thus allowed me to traverse time and take your place." As the skewers were served, Lin Yu took a hearty gulp of beer, feeling a wave of refreshing delight wash over him. Perfect match for the summer. While relishing the barbecue, Lin Yu casually glanced around, taking in the enchanting sights of the Yang City night market. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He is his good buddy, Sun Xiaoho. The two have been desk mates from middle school to high school, and they attended the same university. Their relationship is quite remarkable. Sun Xiaoho stands a short distance away, scanning the crowd with his gaze, seemingly searching for someone. At a certain moment, their eyes meet. Sun Xiaoho recognizes him and excitedly rushes over. "Yugu, what brings you here?" Lin Yu smiles and replies, "Just passing the time, enjoying some barbecue." "What about you?" Sun Xiaoho naturally pulls over a chair and sits down, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Ahem, I have a date with an online friend here." Lin Yu ponders for a moment and says, "A girl, right? You're meeting her in person, am I correct?" Sun Xiaoho chuckles while resting his forehead in acknowledgement, clearly confirming Lin Yu's guess. Don't mention it. I've been waiting for a whole hour and still haven't seen her. I messaged her and received no reply. I suppose I've been stood up. Sigh, I'm just not good-looking enough to have a romantic fate. Unlike you, Yugu, so handsome, tall and wealthy, effortlessly winning over our university's belle." He pauses. "By the way, I send tea your sister-in-law with you?" Lin Yu shakes his head and hands him the menu from the table. "What sister-in-law? Don't say such things. Order something. Today it's on me." "Well then, I one tea hold back." Although he claims not to be polite, Sun Xiaoho only orders a few extra skewers and a couple of beers. The total expenditure is less than 50 yuan. Lin Yu recalls the pile of red envelopes the original owner sent to Chu Wei, feeling a twinge of sentiment. 520. 1314, 5200. With that money, wouldn't it be better to treat your brother to a meal? Spending 50 yuan on a brother could earn you respect. Instead, he squandered hundreds of thousands on that woman, becoming a fool. Cheers. They clinked glasses and down a few gulps of beer. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupts. Oh, isn't that Lin Yu? They turn towards the sound and see 4 or 5 young figures approaching. It's Li Tian and his friends. Sun Xiaoho exclaims in surprise. Li Tian, a suitor of Chu Wei, is, in a sense, Lin Yu's rival. His family is also in business, but on a smaller scale compared to Lin Yu's. During their university days, he pursued Chu Wei, but ultimately, she chose Lin Yu. The original owner believed that Chu Wei had a genuine affection for him, but it now seems it was merely due to his greater wealth compared to Li Tian. Your family's factory is on the verge of collapse, yet you still have the leisure to enjoy barbecue? You're quite bold. Among business people, there exists a certain circle, and once something occurs, news travels throughout Yang City within a couple of days. Thus, it's no surprise that Li Tian is aware of this situation. Yugu, your family. Sun Xiaoho looks astonished. His own family is modest. Both parents are ordinary workers, and he rarely encounters matters within the business realm. Furthermore, bankruptcy is not a topic of pride, and Lin Yu has not made a spectacle of it. Thus, Sun Xiaoho remained oblivious to the situation. Upon suddenly learning the truth, a wave of concern for Lin Yu washed over him. Li Tian, with his hands stuffed in his pockets and his head tilted to one side, exuded an air of youthful arrogance. Humph! Chu Wei has already informed me that you two have broken up. Now my opportunity has arrived. Who would have thought that I would emerge as the ultimate victor? Sun Xiaoho fell silent once more. It turned out that Brother Yu's family had encountered such a significant upheaval, leading even his sister-in-law to part ways with him. Ugh! Sister-in-law? I shouldn't have mentioned that. No wonder Brother Yu was so evasive about the topic. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to enjoy his skewers, his demeanor largely unchanged. Having experienced much before his journey through time, his state of mind was on a different plane than that of Li Tian and his companions. You plan to pursue Chu Wei? Congratulations. Her skills in bed are quite impressive. I've already trained her for you, saving you quite a bit of trouble. Upon hearing these words, Li Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched in anger. The people behind him exchanged glances, unable to contain their surprise. Although Lin Yu did not explicitly state it, the underlying mockery was evident. You have picked up a woman I grew tired of, and yet you bask in self-satisfaction, utterly devoid of shame. Lin Yu, you. Li Tian's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to recollect something and quickly suppressed his fury. Humph, what does it matter if you have a momentary advantage? Your family is on the brink of bankruptcy. I wonder how long you can maintain your facade. With that, Li Tian and his entourage moved to a nearby table. Seething with pent-up frustration, he slammed the table, his chest heaving with agitation. Initially in high spirits, his appetite vanished in an instant due to Lin Yu's provocation. Damn it, bastard! The diligent waitress, having noticed their arrival, promptly presented the menu. However, she was met with Li Tian's furious outburst. Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm angry? What are you doing here? Get lost. The waitress, a young girl likely working a summer job, had never encountered such a scene. Terrified by his shouting, she recoiled.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She repeatedly apologized, her voice tinged with distress. Nevertheless, Li Tian remained unrelenting, fixing a fierce gaze upon her. What are you doing? Put the menu down. I'm here to eat, and you've taken the menu away. What am I supposed to do now? The girl, with her head bowed in distress, stammered. But, you just said you weren't eating. Li Tian slammed the table again, his voice booming. I said I'm not eating now, but I'll order later. Can't you understand? If you can't even do your job as a waitress properly, what can you do? Just put it down. With her lips pressed together, the girl, though feeling wronged, dared not speak further. Carefully, she placed the menu on their table, tears brimming in her eyes as she retreated. Having vented his frustrations, Li Tian's mood lifted considerably. Not far away, Lin Yu quietly observed the scene, a faint smile of reflection gracing his lips. Those who can only flaunt their might in front of the weak are indeed well matched with Chu Wei. A scoundrel, a gold digger. Chapter 7. Disruption. Have you ordered the kidneys, my dear second brother? Rest assured, brother, I would never overlook your instructions. By the way, there's a fresh batch at the New World Entertainment Plaza. All just turned 18. Shall we make a trip there shortly? I've already made the necessary arrangements.
Ah, splendide.
You certainly know how to handle matters. At the barbecue stall, an eclectic mix of patrons gathered. A family of 3 relished their dinner, a group of friends celebrated together, and a young couple shared a tender moment. Yet, the most striking presence was a group of bare-chested men, their backs adorned with tattoos. The leader, known as Brother Xie, was a bald man with a rugged visage, perched atop a beer crate. A large gold chain and a diamond-studded watch lay on the table, alongside the keys to an extravagant car. With a cigarette in one hand and a drink in the other, his tattoos were prominently displayed. As they settled in, passers-by instinctively steered clear of them. The young woman responsible for taking orders was too intimidated to approach, ultimately prompting the barbecue shop owner to muster the courage to attend to them. Make sure to handle their orders with utmost care. Do not ruin anything. If we offend them, we cannot bear the consequences. The owner personally cautioned the kitchen staff to avoid any mishaps. Among the kitchen crew was a new barbecue chef, recently arrived from another city and still unfamiliar with the local dynamics. Hearing the owner's warning, he was filled with confusion. Boss, what is the status of those individuals? The owner contemplated for a moment, then sighed heavily. Can you not discern? They are a gang of local bullies, and not just any bullies but wealthy and powerful ones. Typical street thugs engage in petty theft, keeping a low profile. However, this group is brazen, often abusing their influence. Just the other day, that bald man attempted to obtain a girl's phone number. When she refused, they resorted to violence, sending her to the hospital. Her boyfriend ended up in the emergency room as well. A few good Samaritans who tried to intervene were also caught in the fray. One suffered a broken leg, another was left disfigured. Your sister-in-law nearly rushed to help, but I managed to restrain her. Otherwise, she too would be lying in a hospital bed, and my establishment would be closed. Listening to the owner's explanation, the barbecue chef felt a chill run down his spine, instantly becoming vigilant. But, boss, with their audacity, is there no one to intervene? The owner shook his head with a touch of resignation. Of course, there are authorities. After such incidents, the police are alerted immediately. However, when 3 or more individuals are involved in a confrontation, it's classified as mutual combat. That group, along with the bystanders who tried to help, were all detained. But being detained is not the same as being sentenced. They are usually released within 10 days to 2 weeks. For them, a stint in detention is merely a routine occurrence. It is unfortunate for the well-meaning bystanders. They acted out of goodwill, yet. Never mind. In any case, just avoid provoking them. Moments later, the owner personally delivered the skewers to the table. Brother Xie, a young subordinate, chose the most appealing skewers of kidney and handed them to the bald man. As he took a bite, a satisfied smile emerged upon his face, though it appeared more menacing than when he was expressionless. The bald man picked up a bottle of beer and bit down on the cap. With a crack, the cap flew off. Upon hearing this, several others nearby eagerly grabbed their own bottles. At the drinking table, the one who finishes a bottle first is regarded as the more formidable and stylish individual. This has become a customary ritual for the bald man whenever he drinks. He can showcase an entire bottle of beer in a mere 6 seconds, sometimes even less than 5. Naturally, each time he finishes, he is met with a chorus of praise from his subordinates. He revels in this feeling, basking in the pride it brings him. However, today, for reasons unknown, as he swallowed a couple of gulps, he suddenly felt an irritating tickle in his throat. Instinctively, he recognized it was likely due to the cumin or pepper grains from the skewers. He coughed violently, spraying beer all over the table, ruining the freshly grilled meat. A surge of anger welled up within him, for in his eyes, spraying beer during the drinking contest was a disgrace, especially in front of so many subordinates. What kind of skewers are these? Why so much cumin? It's choking me, he exclaimed. Where's the owner? Come out. In the establishment, the owner, witnessing the scene, felt a shiver of apprehension. Despite taking great care, how had they managed to provoke such ire? Reluctantly, he approached the bald man, who was still coughing, struggling to recover. A perceptive subordinate seized the moment, questioning, "What kind of skewers are these? You put so much cumin that you've choked my boss. What are you going to do about it?" The owner, understanding the gravity of the situation, realized they were in for a rough day. "I sincerely apologize. This was an oversight on our part. How about this? Today's meal is on the house. Consider it my treat. Please, calm down." Seeing the owner's humble demeanor, the bald man felt a sense of pride. He waved dismissively, pretending to be magnanimous. "All right, your sincerity is noted. Have another round grilled up." Returning to the kitchen, the owner refrained from reprimanding the grill master, merely advising him to use less cumin in the future. After all, it was unreasonable to blame the chef for a mishap caused by cumin grains. It was merely bad luck. In less than 10 minutes, the newly grilled skewers arrived at the table. The bald man sought to redeem himself and raised his bottle once more. However, misfortune struck again. This time, it wasn't the cumin grains that caused the issue, but the remnants of beer still lodged in his throat from the earlier coughing fit. Once again, he found himself choking and sputtering. With a crash, he smashed the beer bottle in frustration. The embarrassment of 2 consecutive coughing fits was too much for him to bear, and he erupted in anger. "Owner, get out here." The surrounding patrons, sensing the escalating tension, either moved their tables away or hastily settled their bills and departed. The meaning is quite evident. One is reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Remaining here might inadvertently draw someone into the fray, thus it would be wiser to withdraw sooner rather than later. Before long, the once crowded establishment saw its patrons dwindle from dozens to fewer than 10. Among those remaining, most were mere reflections of Linyu. Li Tian and his companions, observing the situation, contemplated their departure. Although he often displayed arrogance, it was only in the presence of those he believed he could provoke. He dared not challenge a figure of this stature, nor did he wish to incite any trouble. However, just as he rose, he noticed Linyu still seated, utterly unmoved. A sudden hesitation washed over him. Having been rivals for affection for so long, striving to surpass Linyu and earn Chu Wei's favor, he constantly measured himself against Linyu. Yet, in terms of both appearance and wealth, he always fell short. Now, if he were to falter in courage as well, it would be decidedly embarrassing. If Linyu dared to remain, why should he not? With this thought, Li Tian settled back into his seat, forcibly beckoning those around him to join him. The others, being followers of Li Tian, naturally refrained from dissent, awkwardly returning to their places. Meanwhile, Linyu nonchalantly indulged in skewered delicacies. However, Sun Xiaoho felt a twinge of unease. "Brother Yu, perhaps we should also leave. If a conflict arises, we might be caught in the crossfire. Besides, let me treat you this time, considering your family's business is not flourishing at the moment." Sun Xiaoho proactively offered to settle the bill. Linyu felt a flicker of gratitude. Such gestures define true friendship, not one that distances itself at the first sign of hardship. There's no need to change venues. This place is perfectly safe. Furthermore, I insist on treating. Save your contributions for another occasion. As the two conversed, it appeared that the bald man and the barbecue shop owner had reached an impasse. "Another free meal? Do you think I'm in need of your petty cash? Do you take me for a beggar?" Crash. The bald man abruptly overturned a table, sending beer bottles and plates crashing to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. "Damn it, you look down on me. Destroy his establishment." Crash. Another table was upended, though the patrons at that table had already departed. A group of individuals brazenly wreaked havoc at the stall. Seeing them approach, Li Tian, unwilling to linger any longer, hastily retreated, yielding his table. As anticipated, his table too was toppled, with no regard for whether anyone was seated there. Subsequently, the assailant turned and headed towards Lin Yu's direction. "You two brats, what on earth are you still eating? Get lost." Chapter 8. Outnumbered? You think you have more people than me? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. As one individual advanced towards Linyu, he remained rooted to the spot. Unyielding, Li Tian felt a surge of joy within. "Humph, are you so frightened that you cannot move? A good beating will surely alleviate my frustrations." Observing this, Sun Xiaoho grasped Lin Yu's arm, attempting to pull him away. "Brother Yu, let's go quickly. We cannot provoke them. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed. No need. The aggressor, incensed by Lin Yu's defiance, felt rage boiling within. In Yang City, how dare someone disregard them? These two little brats have some audacity. Are they courting death? Bystanders witnessing the scene sighed in resignation. Hurry and leave. You are inviting trouble you cannot handle. The youth are so impulsive. Do they not realize the magnitude of the trouble they are courting? They speculated about the unfortunate youth, foreseeing Lin Yu's dismal fate. On the scene, the man charged forward with ferocity. His fist descended towards Lin Yu's forehead. Many closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending clash. However, in the next moment, bang! Lin Yu's movement was so swift it blurred. Before the opponent's punch could land, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's waist. The assailant was sent hurtling through the air, rolling 4 to 5 meters along the ground. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. What just transpired? What happened? This young man. Is he truly that formidable? My word. I could scarcely catch his movements. He simply kicked the man away. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. The anticipated scene of Lin Yu being battered to a pulp had not unfolded. Instead, it was the aggressor who had been launched away. This was entirely unexpected. Physically, Lin Yu, although not lacking in height, appeared relatively slender, weighing at most 150 pounds. In contrast, his opponent was not only taller but also robust, likely weighing around 200 pounds. Given such a stark difference in physique, it was astonishing that Lin Yu could send the other man flying several meters. This truly shattered the audience's preconceived notions. Sun Xiaoho, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twinge of relief amidst his initial panic, replaced by sheer astonishment. Brother Yu is this powerful? He had prepared himself for a desperate struggle, ready to fight back if necessary. As long as he survived, it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, it now appeared that his concerns were unfounded. Lin Yu was not merely posturing. He was genuinely in control. With this realization, Sun Xiaoho's gaze toward Lin Yu grew increasingly respectful. Conversely, Li Tian and his companions exhibited an entirely different reaction. What on earth is happening? How does he possess such strength? Damn it, I wanted to see him get beaten. As Lin Yu remained unscathed, Li Tian's frustration bubbled within him. You scoundrel, competing with me for women and humiliating me. Why don't you just disappear? He panted heavily, his gaze toward Lin Yu brimming with disdain. However, within mere moments, his expression shifted dramatically. Once again, a smile crept across his face, exuding a sense of schadenfreude. Lin Yu, this predicament is of your own making. At the scene, the bald man's group, initially engaged in their own chaotic destruction of the barbecue stalls, now converged towards Lin Yu upon witnessing one of their own being sent flying by his kick. How dare you strike someone like me? In Yang City, no one has the audacity to be this brazen with me. 7 or 8 burly men, their tattoos prominently displayed, encircled Lin Yu. The owner of the barbecue shop, observing this unfolding drama, wore a conflicted expression. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters, yet his conscience compelled him to speak up. Don't just stand there. Run. Are you waiting to be beaten? However, no sooner had he spoken than the bald man shot him a glare. Who do you think you are to speak here? Do you wish to meet your demise as well? The owner, taken aback, fell silent. The destruction of his barbecue shop was already a significant distress. Should he find himself in trouble too, it would be utterly catastrophic. At that moment, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Lin Yu, yet none dared to intervene. On one hand, the bald man was notorious for his brutish arrogance in Yang City, instilling fear in anyone who dared to provoke him. To step in now would surely invite retaliation. On the other hand, memories lingered of a similar incident where those who attempted to mediate were labeled as instigators and subsequently detained. Those who tried to help ended up facing dire consequences. Thus, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped the crowd. No one dared to invite trouble upon themselves. The most they could do was quietly call the authorities. It is indeed challenging to be a good Samaritan. In the blink of an eye, the bald man's crew had completely encircled Lin Yu. You little brat, you think you're tough? You kicked my brother away. Let me make it clear. Either you pay 30,000 as compensation, or I'll break your legs. Choose wisely. Lin Yu stood there, his expression calm and unruffled, displaying no signs of panic. Outnumbered? In comparison to me, you are not worthy of such a numerical advantage. Chapter 9. 1,000 people summoned just like that. Are you a gangster? Inside the hot pot restaurant, the proprietor beamed with delight as he surveyed the bustling crowd of patrons. Typically, his establishment accommodated around 20 tables, and during peak seasons, it could reach 50. Yet today, it was brimming with a staggering 80 tables, equivalent to 4 days' worth of revenue. It was a sheer delight. However, he couldn't help but notice that all these individuals were clad in suits. Surely, they must be employees from some large corporation gathering for a meal. Couldn't possibly be a gang, could it? The more he pondered, the happier he became. He turned towards his lounge, uncorked a bottle of exquisite red wine, and intended to indulge in a modest sip. However, upon returning to the front desk, he was taken aback to find the place utterly deserted. What on earth happened? He turned to one of the waitstaff, demanding an explanation. The waiter appeared to be in a state of shock, panic etched across his face. Boss? I don't know. They were eating, and then suddenly, they sprinted out like it was a 100-meter dash. The same bewildering scenario unfolded in various large dining establishments in the vicinity. At the barbecue joint, a throng of onlookers formed layers upon layers. Hey, what's the rush? Can't you see how many people are in front of you? Even if you push. A young man at the outer edge remarked as he felt someone pressing in behind him. Yet, when he turned around, he was frozen in disbelief. Tall figures draped in suits were marching towards them with a menacing air, reminiscent of a cinematic gang gathering, an impending storm. The young man stood paralyzed, unable to move. At the barbecue stand, a figure clad in a suit emerged into view, soon followed by an increasing multitude. 10, 100, 500, 1,000. Over 1,000 figures converged, surrounding the scene, leaving no room for escape. Passers-by, struck with fear, began to retreat. Could it be? They had so many enforcers. This was sheer intimidation. 8 against 2 was already an advantage, and now they had summoned this many. No wonder these ruffians could act so brazenly in Yang City. Who could possibly stand against them? Alas, these 2 young men had stumbled into a grave predicament. With so many individuals, they would surely be incapacitated. The owner of the barbecue stall felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It was over. His barbecue stand was doomed. With such a multitude, it would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Sun Xiaoho gazed at the swarm of suited figures, a wave of despair washing over him. If only he had forcibly dragged Lin Yu away earlier. The crowd collectively assumed these individuals were the henchmen of the bald man, casting sympathetic glances towards Lin Yu. However, the bald man, overhearing their discussions, was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? These were not my people at all. A few of his subordinates were equally terrified, overwhelmed by the spectacle unfolding before them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, spoke nonchalantly, "Take them down." As his words echoed, 1,000 suited figures surged forward, encircling the bald man and his companions. Smack! The bald man was kicked, his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, subsequently restrained by several individuals who held his arms firmly, rendering him utterly immobile. The other henchmen found themselves in a similar predicament. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily stupefied, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Were they not comrades? How could this be? Surely not. Could it be that these individuals were summoned by that young man? It seemed there was only this singular possibility. Goodness, who is this fellow? No, this esteemed figure. Who could command such a multitude? Surely he cannot be affiliated with the underworld. Li Tian, concealed in a corner, observed the spectacle with an expression of sheer disbelief. Lin Yu's men? This was preposterous. Where did he procure such a formidable entourage? Even if he had sought to hire them, his family's factory was on the brink of bankruptcy. He could hardly afford such a legion. Sun Xiaoho glanced at the array of suited figures before him and then at Lin Yu. Recalling Lin Yu's earlier composure, he gradually came to a realization. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "You brother Yu, are they all your men?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the revelation of Lin Yu's response confirmed the suspicions harbored by the onlookers, who collectively inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, The bald man and his companions were gripped by terror. They had undoubtedly provoked a formidable individual. Although they typically acted with impunity, in truth, they were akin to mere street thugs, possessing little more than a semblance of wealth. Before ordinary people, they could flaunt their bravado. However, before a true gang lord, they were utterly inconsequential. At this moment, the bald man was filled with regret. Having navigated the underbelly of society for some time, he had heard his fair share of chilling tales. Which affluent heir had not been humbled after disrespecting a gang leader in a KTV, only to find himself abducted that very night, limbs severed? Or the few ruffians who, after a drunken brawl, met their demise at the hands of a mob? He feared that this fate might soon befall him as well. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine, causing his voice to tremble. "Big brother, I never intended to provoke you. Please, show mercy and spare me." His mind was a blank slate, leaving him at a loss for words. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, only to choke on his own saliva. He forced himself to suppress a cough, terrified of inciting Lin Yu's displeasure. At that moment, Lin Yu chuckled lightly, reflecting, "What era are we in? Still resorting to the tactics of numbers and intimidation? We live in a society governed by law, do you understand? It would be wise to act with civility and refrain from resorting to violence." Though the bald man internally scoffed at these words, he dared not utter a single retort. Lin Yu continued, "You were just about to strike me. That startled me. What shall we do about it?" The bald man, trembling, began to slap himself in a frenzy. "It was my fault. I will punish myself. How shall I make amends for damaging your barbecue establishment? I will compensate. I will compensate. So many customers have been frightened away by you. How shall we address this?"
I apologize. I shall compensate.
Lin Yu bent down, withdrawing a hand from his pocket to caress his bald head, as if commending him. "This is correct. One must adhere to reason, and when one errs, one must accept the consequences. I did not coerce you, did I? No, absolutely not. It was entirely my own volition." Lin Yu patted his head, revealing a look of satisfaction. "Boss, please assess the damages. We shall have him compensate shortly." The owner of the barbecue shop stared blankly at this scene, still reeling from the shock of recent events. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, he jolted. "Very well, I shall do so immediately." In that moment, the thoughts of the gathered crowd were a whirlwind. Although Lin Yu's demeanor suggested he was not a benevolent figure, for some inexplicable reason, everyone felt a peculiar sense of relief. Make way, make way. Do you not realize you are obstructing the road? Let's see who is causing a ruckus. Do they wish to be fined?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. A few individuals clad in urban management uniforms, exuding an unyielding presence, pushed through the onlookers. However, upon encountering the sight of thousands of suits fixedly observing them, they felt a collective chill run down their spines, instinctively swallowing hard. Without uttering a word, they turned silently and retreated. "We cannot afford to provoke this." Approximately 2 minutes later, the barbecue shop owner had calculated the total losses incurred: tables, chairs, plates, and ingredients. Additionally, due to the destruction of the tables, the inability to operate and serve customers for the next few days resulted in lost revenue, alongside the cost of perishable items that would spoil during the downtime. The total amounted to 120,000. "Hand over the money." The bald man, daunted, remained silent, retrieving his phone to prepare for payment. Just then, a siren blared from outside. "The police have arrived." Upon seeing a dozen officers enter the scene, the bald man appeared as though he had found salvation, instantly adopting a different demeanor. I report them. I report them. They are part of the mafia." Chapter 10. The lifelong prison package has arrived. Please collect it promptly. I report. They are the mafia, shouted the bald man, his eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. "Humph, we now live in a society governed by law. No matter how powerful you are, do you dare to confront the police?" As the officers arrived, order gradually returned to the scene. "Speak up, what transpired here?" Half an hour later, after interviewing several witnesses, the situation became crystal clear. The bald man continued to clamor. "They are the mafia. Hurry and arrest them." However, Lin Yu nonchalantly shrugged and replied, "This has nothing to do with me. They vandalized a barbecue restaurant and intended to harm others. My friend acted out of kindness to prevent a tragedy. How does that make him part of the mafia? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the crowd erupted in jeers. A dozen policemen regarded Lin Yu with suspicion, their minds racing with thoughts. Friend, you seem to have quite a few. Must be around 1,000. The bald man scoffed. Are you joking? So many friends. Who could possibly have that many? Humph, clearly a mafia. Stop pretending. I demand you arrest them at once. The police officer shot a glance at the bald man, choosing to disregard him. Although they sensed something amiss, law enforcement requires concrete evidence. One cannot simply arrest individuals based on conjecture. Hello, please present your identification. We need to verify your identity, as well as that of your companions. Lin Yu smiled, of course, feel free to check. The officer took Lin Yu's ID and placed it on the verification device. Soon, his profile information appeared. Attending high school at a certain school, graduated from a certain university, employed at a certain company, with no familial criminal history or record of legal infractions. Everything appeared normal. There were no indications or traces of mafia involvement or criminal behavior. Next, the police proceeded to verify the identification of the remaining individuals one by one. Orphan from the South City Orphanage. Child of a revolutionary martyr. Proof of being a trafficked child. No familial criminal history. No record of legal infractions. The officers completed their checks for all present. Yet, regardless of how thoroughly they investigated, each individual's identity was entirely unblemished. There was no trace of the mafia whatsoever. Are you certain? These are all your friends? The police remained somewhat incredulous. To casually invite so many people for a meal seems quite unusual. Clearly, they must be hired thugs. However, Lin Yu's response remained unwavering. Indeed, they are all my friends, and we share a close bond. If you have doubts, feel free to inquire. I am well acquainted with each person's name and family background. In friendship, the essence lies in knowing each other intimately. The police officer pondered for a moment before casually pointing to an individual and inquiring, "What is his name?"
Li Hong.
24 years old, from Baiguan City, came the reply. The officer once again examined Li Hong's identification card, confirming that it entirely matched the information provided by Lin Yu. And him? Lu Qi, 22 years old, from Shanqing. He is a classmate of mine. After questioning dozens of individuals, Lin Yu provided remarkably accurate answers each time. The onlookers were left in awe. How extraordinary this man was, to know so many acquaintances and possess such an impeccable memory, recalling where each person resided with such clarity. Moments ago, I had suspected him to be associated with a gang, but it now seemed I had misjudged him. The saying at home, one relies on their parents. Outside, on friends rings undeniably true. The officer was equally astonished. Each of these individuals possessed legitimate identity records. While it might be plausible for two people to resemble one another and conceal their identities using each other's identification, it was inconceivable that 1,000 individuals could do the same. Not to mention, Lin Yu could call each person by name, demonstrating their undeniable familiarity. All investigations confirmed that Lin Yu and his friends posed no threat. There was no question of gang affiliation. At most, he merely had an abundance of friends. May I inquire if our identities are in order? Yes, there are no issues. And my friends' identities are also clear. Indeed, the bald man, upon hearing this conclusion, exhibited a profound shock in his gaze. No issues? How can there be no issues? This certainly resembles a gang's operation. They are merely friends. What utter nonsense. Well, the situation is now clear. The officer pointed at the bald man. You lot have engaged in malicious disturbances, causing significant disruption. Please accompany us for further questioning. Additionally, we require you to provide statements. Is that agreeable? Ultimately, Lin Yu dispatched several doppelgangers, alongside the barbecue shop owner, to the police station for their statements. The scene gradually returned to tranquility. Yet, Lin Yu had no intention of ceasing his efforts. He had utilized his investigative skills to examine the bald man's information and past conduct. His myriad of covert manipulations, threats to personal safety, and despicable tactics had oppressed many, who, out of fear of retaliation, chose silence. After all, even if they reported him, His crimes were not severe enough to warrant a death sentence. He would eventually be released, leaving them in a precarious position. However, should someone unveil all of his misdeeds, the cumulative weight of his transgressions would be insurmountable. Undoubtedly, the bald man would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Others may fear him, but I do not. After all, this is but a trivial matter. Allow me to offer you a lifetime package. At the police station, the crowd initially perceived this as a mere case of public disorder, paying little heed to it. However, upon receiving countless reports from the public, the officers' expressions grew increasingly grave. Personal threats, covert extortion, bullying through intimidation, and multiple assaults. What a notorious gang this is. How dare they falsely accuse others of being part of a criminal syndicate? I perceive them as the very embodiment of such nefariousness. An investigation is imperative. All these reports must be thoroughly examined. Reporting such matters is no trivial affair. Anyone who disseminates false information shall bear legal consequences. No one would be foolish enough to toy with the police. Thus, the public takes these reports with utmost seriousness, sparing no effort in their diligence. Have the personnel been dispatched? They have. That is reassuring. Outside the police station, Lin Yu, employing a vantage point from a different perspective, observed police vehicles departing, and his spirits lifted considerably. Ah, the prison is filled with exceptional individuals, and their eloquence is remarkable. Do remember to express your gratitude to me when the time comes. Chapter 11. The Premier Personal Assistant, please accept. Ahem, well? Lin Yu, no, brother Yu, I was merely jesting about Chu Wei. You mustn't take it to heart. At the barbecue stall, Li Tianyi wore an unusually broad smile as he gazed at Lin Yu, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. What was there to boast about? Even the most notorious thug in Yangqing had fallen to Lin Yu. What was the point of competing? At this moment, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that Lin Yu's background was anything but ordinary. Even if it did not involve underworld forces, he was not someone to be trifled with. Surely, no one truly believed that the 1,000 individuals surrounding him were merely his friends? While others might be oblivious, he was not. Both were enrolled in the same university and were rivals in love, so he naturally kept a keen eye on Lin Yu. Though he did not possess complete knowledge of Lin Yu's whereabouts, he had a general sense of his activities. With the frequency that Lin Yu and Chu Wei were seen together, one could hardly claim he had the time to make friends. Lin Yu's hidden strength far surpassed his imagination. A factory going bankrupt? Nonsense. Who knew which fool had spread such rumors? If bankruptcy were truly imminent, would Lin Yu still be leisurely drinking and enjoying skewers? At this moment, Li Tianyi felt immense pride in his decision. Unlike the foolish and mindless villains in novels who would provoke someone clearly on the rise, he understood the need for caution. As for Chu Wei, no matter how much he admired her, he could not jeopardize his future. Given Lin Yu's current demeanor, his family's modest enterprises could hardly withstand the pressure. A mere flick of Lin Yu's hand could spell disaster for them. One must know when to be humble. Across from him, Lin Yu listened impassively, his expression unchanged. Li Tianyi, a cowardly scoundrel who preyed on the weak while fawning over the strong, was adept at navigating the winds of fortune. Such individuals were best kept at a distance. Otherwise, one might find oneself caught in the storm. Lin Yu did not respond, nor did he even glance at him, simply continuing to savor his skewers. Li Tianyi, sensing the discomfort, wore an awkward expression but dared not speak further. He could only leave in a dejected manner. In the eastern suburbs of Yangqing, Scar, that brat Xie Sherdong, is in trouble again. Upon hearing this, old Scar grinned with interest and asked, "Oh? Which girl has he caused trouble for this time?" The younger brother waved his hand. Not quite clear on the specifics, but it seems to involve a young man in his early 20s. He was about to make a move at the barbecue stall when someone called the police, and he was detained for provoking trouble. Listening to his subordinate's words, old Scar's grin widened. That good-for-nothing Xie Sherdong, after so many years in this world, has let himself be outsmarted by a mere 20-something. Pathetic. I had warned him long ago to keep a low profile, but that old bald head refused to listen. Humph. Now he's got the entire Yangqing police investigating him. If his dirty laundry comes out, he may as well resign himself to a lifetime of disgrace. Nearby, the younger brother raised his thumb in admiration Scar, your foresight is unparalleled. You always advise us to act discreetly. Years have passed, and yet naught has transpired. Indeed, aligning oneself with Scar brother is the wisest choice one could make. Scar listened to his subordinates showering him with flattery, a look of indulgent pleasure on his face. Enough of the idle chatter. Yesterday we disbursed over 10 million, and today silence reigns. It is time to place some advertisements and attract more individuals to borrow. Listen closely. From this moment forward, whoever brings in a borrower shall receive half of the profits. Do you comprehend? This declaration sent a wave of exhilaration through the subordinates. Half of the profits. What a concept! The average loan amount for those who come to borrow hovers around 50,000. Borrowing 50,000 yields 40,000 net, with a repayment of 52,000 due in a month. This equates to a profit of 12,000 per individual loan, netting them 6,000. Not to mention the exorbitant interest and penalties for overdue payments. By bringing in just one borrower, they stand to gain 6,000. Such a business opportunity is rare indeed. Fear not, Scar brother. We shall endeavor with all our might and ensure you are never disappointed. In a luxurious hotel in Yang City, Lin Yu enjoyed a restful night's slumber. His other avatars also spent the night in various nearby grand hotels, occupying several establishments. The total expenditure for the night, including meals and accommodations, approached 300,000. Alas, with so many to support, the burden is heavy. It would be prudent to have them enter the factory soon. He opened the system panel. Name: Linyu Funds, 13, 276, 000. Total assets of the host and avatars. Skills: Damage Transfer, Exploration, System Level. LV. 1. Requires 10 million funds for upgrade. Upgrade reward: 2,000 ordinary avatars. Current avatars: Ordinary avatars 1,000. Level 2 Enhanced avatars 10, Special Mall. Click to enter. Lin Yu's current funds were more than sufficient for a system upgrade. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Upgrading now would merely increase his avatars by 2,000, and with their needs for sustenance and care, the costs would escalate. It is better to postpone the upgrade until it becomes necessary. He then accessed the System Mall page, where the merchandise had refreshed. 1. Level 2 Enhanced Avatar 1. With the option to learn any one LV. 2 Skill. Price: 300. 000 funds. 2. Ordinary Avatar 1. Price: 50. 000 funds. 3. Fund Luck Chest, which grants a certain amount of funds upon opening, ranging from 100,000 to 10 million. Price: 500. 000 funds. Today's limited time discount: 20. Discounted price: 400. 000 funds. Daily purchase limit: 010. 4 LV. 1 skill learning card, allowing the host to choose 1 LV. 1 skill for learning. Price: 300. 000 funds. Today's limited time discount: 10. Discounted price: 270. 000 funds. 5. Alas, there are currently no products available. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Lin Yu promptly purchased 10 fund luck chests. Upon opening them, he garnered 8 million funds, netting a profit of 8 million. As for the other items, they seemed somewhat superfluous. A refresh was in order. Beep. Having expended 500,000 funds to refresh the marketplace, the remaining refresh attempts for today stand at 2. 1. Level 2 Clone Enhancement 1. Allowing the selection of 1 Level 2 skill for learning. Price: 300,000 funds. Currently available at a limited time discount of 10. Discounted price: 270,000 funds. 2. Ordinary Clone 1. Price: 50,000 funds. 3. Level 1 Skill Learning Card, enabling the host to choose 1 Level 1 skill for learning. Price: 300,000 funds. Currently available at a limited time discount of 10. Discounted price: 270,000 funds. 4. Premium Personal Assistant 1. Gender: female with perfect beauty, physique and family background. Capable of managing all aspects of the host's daily life and trivial matters, with extensive capabilities. Price: 30,000,000 funds, currently available at a limited time discount of 90. Discounted price, 30,000,000 funds. Purchase limit for today, 015. Alas, no products are currently available. The first 3 items are rather mundane, yet the fourth stands apart. The Premium Personal Assistant. Now available at an extraordinary 90 discount. Upon reading the description, Lin Yu felt an immediate surge of desire. Purchase. Expenditure of 30,000,000 funds. Successful acquisition of Premium Personal Assistant 1. Manual for the Premium Personal Secretary. The host is requested to visit the Shanghua Grand Hotel at noon today, where the assistant shall appear at an opportune time and setting. Chapter 12. Chu Wei's confidence. Lin, you will undoubtedly seek to placate me. The Shanghua Hotel, renowned as the most luxurious establishment in Yangcheng, boasts an average expenditure exceeding 1,500 per guest. Countless dignitaries and affluent patrons choose to host their esteemed guests here, where the clientele is exclusively wealthy and influential. At this very moment, within the confines of room 302, a group of youthful figures is gathered together, surrounded by cheerful decorations proclaiming happy birthday, accompanied by a sumptuous cake. Happy birthday, Chu Wei. One by one, guests arrive to celebrate her special day, each presenting their gifts. The offerings include an array of lipsticks worth thousands, exquisite handbags, and high-end perfumes. Chu Wei surveys her surroundings, her spirits lifted. My friends truly are the best. Unlike those insufferable men, who are all so selfish, they wouldn't even part with a few thousand for a red envelope. Suddenly, a woman beside her speaks up. Haha. On Labor Day, my boyfriend sent me a red envelope of 1888, and I had to coax him into it. You're absolutely right. Men can be so stingy. By the way, dear sister, where's your boyfriend? He should have brought you a grand gift for your birthday. Upon hearing this, Chu Wei's smile wanes slightly, replaced by a hint of displeasure. Are you referring to Lin Yu? Just a few days ago, on Labor Day, I asked him for a red envelope, and he sent me a mere 520. He must think I'm a beggar. So I ignored him for 3 days. He is likely regretting it now. Today is my birthday, and I expect him to seize this opportunity to win me back. However, I am no longer a child. A few sweet words won't suffice. Unless he presents me with a red envelope of at least 10,000, he should not even hope for my forgiveness. With a sense of self-assured pride, Chu Wei's demeanor radiates arrogance. The other women around her nod in agreement. Exactly. These men are all so miserly. If we don't show them our worth, they'll think we're begging for scraps. Sister, you've been too kind, only neglecting him for 3 days. At this rate, he'll never learn. When he arrives, make him kneel with chopsticks for an hour to demonstrate his sincerity. Kneeling with chopsticks is too lenient. Let him kneel on broken plates instead. Sharp shards. Let him feel the pain and see if he dares to be so stingy again. As Chu Wei listens to the conspiratorial suggestions of her friends, a smirk involuntarily graces her lips. In truth, I am not overly concerned with Lin Yu's sincerity. After all, there are plenty of suitors vying for my attention. If his forthcoming behavior does not meet my expectations, I might just pursue a relationship with Li Tian. Lin Yu, he can await his regrets. With that thought, Chu Wei opens her messaging app and scrolls down to the very bottom of her chat history, locating Lin Yu's conversation. As she gazes at the various desperate messages he has sent over the past 3 days, her expression grows increasingly disdainful. You brought this upon yourself with your lack of sincerity. She then clicks on the text box and sends a message. Today marks my birthday. You haven't forgotten, have you? Room 302 of the Shanghua Hotel. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must show some sincerity. At the entrance of the Shanghua Hotel, Lin Yu alighted from the taxi, accompanied only by a few enhanced avatars, while the others remained at the hotel. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Chu Wei? Birthday? Room 302 of the Shanghua Hotel? Quite a coincidence. Humph. Sincerity. What a pleasant way to put it. It merely translates to a demand for money. Apologies, but the previous version of myself, the sycophant, is no more. The current me harbors no interest in a woman of your ilk. Lin Yu swiftly proceeded to delete and block her. Good day, sir. Which room do you have a reservation for? Upon entering the hotel, a welcoming staff member approached with enthusiasm. Lin Yu shook his head. I do not have a reservation. The staff member paused momentarily. I apologize, sir, but all our private rooms are fully booked. If you do not have a reservation, we may not be able to assist you. Perhaps you might consider dining at another restaurant? Despite the refusal, the staff member's warmth remained undiminished. After all, he understood that those who could freely dine here were either affluent or of high status. Any single patron was beyond his capacity to offend. Moreover, Lin Yu was accompanied by several bodyguards, indicating his exceptional standing. It's fine. I'm waiting for someone. Is it acceptable for me to sit in the lobby for a while? The hotel lobby featured sofas for patrons to rest briefly. Of course, that is perfectly fine. We also offer complimentary beverages. Feel free to ask if you require anything. Lin Yu settled down, glancing at the time 11:30. There were still 30 minutes until noon. He decided to wait. Inside room 302, while Chu Wei engaged in conversation with others, she occasionally checked her phone. After a few minutes without a response from Lin Yu, her mood soured. Typically, when she messaged him, he would reply almost instantaneously. Even if he were to take a moment, it would only be a matter of seconds. Yet today, 3 minutes had passed without a word. Just as she was about to open the chat interface, another figure suddenly entered the room. It was another close friend of hers. Apologies for being late. There was traffic. Chu Wei, happy birthday. Here's a gift for you. An imported limited edition lipstick. By the way, when I entered, I noticed someone in the lobby who looked remarkably familiar. I think it was your boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Chu Wei raised her eyebrows, glancing at the other women, her expression brimming with pride. Did you see that? I sent him a message just 3 minutes ago, and he's already here. Chu Wei remained seated, awaiting Lin Yu's arrival to demonstrate his sincerity. However, 10 full minutes elapsed without a sight of him. Chu Wei, why hasn't he, your boyfriend, come up yet? Before she could respond, the others grew restless. Could it be that the gift is too cumbersome to display in the room? Perhaps he bought an entire truckload of flowers. Perhaps it is a heart fashioned from flowers in the lobby, awaiting your descent. Wow, Chu Wei, your boyfriend truly demonstrates remarkable sincerity. Shall we descend? The crowd's speculations filled Chu Wei with delight, as she felt immensely proud in the presence of her friends and acquaintances. Yet, she maintained an expression of indifference. Humph, what good are flowers if the monetary gift is insufficient? I shall remain aloof regardless. With that, she rose and made her way outside, followed closely by the others. Chapter 13. The Awkwardness of Chu Wei. A case of unrequited affection descending from the 3rd floor, Chu Wei began to survey the hall even before her arrival on the ground. Yet, the scene she had envisioned did not materialize. There were no flowers, nor any elaborate displays shaped with affection. Everything appeared rather mundane. As she descended further, she spotted several figures on the sofa. Men clad in black suits, robust in stature, alongside Lin Yu, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of repose. Upon entering the hall, Chu Wei deliberately cast a glance outside, only to find no extravagant arrangements of flowers awaiting her. Her expression grew somewhat frosty. With arms crossed defiantly, she approached Lin Yu. Hey! At the sound of her voice, Lin Yu opened his eyes, yet his countenance exhibited no warmth. Instead, it was marked by an air of indifference. Chu Wei felt a deeper discomfort brew within her. Are you really giving me the cold shoulder? Where is your gift? Let me tell you, if you do not show some sincerity today, we shall part ways, she proclaimed, her demeanor haughty. However, Lin Yu remained unmoved on the sofa, casting her a similarly disdainful glance. Witnessing this exchange, the women behind Chu Wei grew agitated. Humph, I told you ignoring him for 3 days would yield no results. Chu Wei, you are far too lenient with him. Hey, are you even a man? Can't you see Chu Wei is about to lose her temper? You need to appease her. If you do not present some sincerity soon, Chu Wei will indeed break up with you. Think wisely. Hurry, produce a birthday gift. A mere $10,000 red envelope will suffice. The barrage of admonishments left Lin Yu feeling somewhat vexed. Rising to his feet, he towered over Chu Wei and the others. Haven't we already broken up? You're asking the wrong person for a gift. As his words echoed through the hall, a profound silence ensued. Chu Wei's expression froze instantly. She could hardly fathom that Lin Yu would utter such a statement. In the past, whenever she was upset, he would nearly beg for her forgiveness, allowing her to demand various gifts and red envelopes with ease. Yet today, his reaction was entirely contrary, as though he had transformed into a different person. In the hall, aside from Lin Yu and Chu Wei, others were also curiously observing the unfolding drama. The doorman, the waitstaff, the receptionist, and even the hotel lobby manager. Although they were unaware of the intricacies involved, they grasped the general outline of the situation. It was simply a matter of discord between the couple. The woman had neglected the man for 3 days. Now, on her birthday, she sought a gift from her boyfriend, hoping that a display of generosity would mend their rift. Yet, the man had declared that they were already separated, questioning the need for a gift. TSK. This woman is rather brazen to demand gifts with such fervor. This is emotional coercion. No, it is a form of love-based extortion. A waiter quietly remarked, yet the female server beside him was displeased. What a farce. It is evident that the man lacked sincerity, provoking his girlfriend into a fit of anger. What is wrong with purchasing a few gifts to appease her? Another waitress chimed in, affirming, indeed, it is her birthday. What harm is there in buying a few presents? How miserly! The male server found himself on the receiving end of their ire, yet he refused to back down. How shameless! To beg so brazenly, do you not feel embarrassed? He had also ignored her for 3 days, resorting to the tactics of cold wars and threats of breakup. The altercation among the three escalated uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's sudden shift in demeanor left her feeling disoriented. Chu Wei glared at Lin Yu, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. They remained locked in a stalemate for a moment. At that instant, a figure hurriedly entered the hall. None other than Li Tian, whom Lin Yu had encountered at the barbecue stall the previous night. Clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers, Li Tian stepped into the hall, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. What is happening here? Why is Chu Wei here and Lin Yu too? Oh right, today is Chu Wei's birthday. But what a coincidence! They are at Shanghua Hotel as well. After returning from the barbecue stall last night, he had decisively abandoned his pursuit of Chu Wei. On one hand, Lin Yu's words had awakened him to the reality that a woman who had been dismissed countless times was not worth such fervent pursuit. On the other hand, he had witnessed Lin Yu's capabilities firsthand. Even with 1,000 boldness, he dared not provoke him again. Thus, despite knowing it was Chu Wei's birthday, he had no intention of celebrating or even inquiring about the location of her birthday festivities. The flowers he brought were merely a gesture for his uncle, who had just been discharged from the hospital, as they were hosting a welcome dinner at Shanghua Hotel. His father was preoccupied with business and could not attend, hence the request for his presence. This had nothing to do with Chu Wei. Consequently, upon witnessing the unfolding drama, he was thoroughly astonished. Li Tian glanced around before directing his gaze at Lin Yu, slightly bowing. Lin? No, you go. I actually came here today too. Just as Li Tian began to explain, Chu Wei abruptly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his. At the same time, she seized the flowers from his grasp. Li Tian, let us be together, she declared, casting a triumphant look at Lin Yu. Humph! Lin Yu, did you not wish to break up with me? Then let me grant you that. I, Chu Wei, have no shortage of admirers. I am not solely reliant on you. However, before Chu Wei could revel in her victory for long, she felt a sudden force on her arm. Li Tian forcefully extricated himself from her grasp. I am sorry, Chu Wei, but I cannot accept your proposal. Chu Wei and the women behind her were left in shock.
Li Tian, rejected her.
They often gathered together and were well aware of how ardently Li Tian had pursued Chu Wei. In their eyes, if Chu Wei were to confess her feelings, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. The reality, however, was entirely unexpected. Li Tian, why did you refuse me? Chu Wei asked, her expression one of disbelief. Li Tian cleared his throat twice and shook his head. I apologize, but I no longer wish to pursue you. I have come today solely to visit my uncle. Without hesitation, Li Tian snatched the flowers from Chu Wei's hands. These flowers are intended for my uncle, not for you. My apologies. The atmosphere gradually descended into awkwardness, with faint sounds of snickering and hushed discussions echoing around them. Chu Wei felt increasingly embarrassed. She glanced at her group of friends behind her, silently signaling them to come forth and alleviate the tension. However, the friends who had been strategizing on her behalf moments ago now seemed mute, offering no words of comfort. Some even discreetly stepped back, wishing to distance themselves from her, unwilling to share in her humiliation. With no other option, Chu Wei turned back to Lin Yu and scoffed. Humph! Lin Yu, let me tell you, Chu Wei, have no shortage of admirers. I do not need you. But you, so miserly, I cannot believe any woman would desire you. You will surely regret breaking up with me today. Prepare to be single for a lifetime. After making her statement, she intended to walk away. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hotel. Cars lined the entrance, the sounds of doors opening and closing resonating in quick succession. One need not look to know that a person of significant status had arrived. The crowd in the lobby could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. Who could command such an entrance? Lin Yu too found himself drawn to the door. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Your top-tier personal assistant has arrived. Name, Luo Qingxue, Chapter 14. The closed secretary, Luo Qingxue. The grand entrance of the hotel swung open, revealing a cadre of bodyguards who formed an orderly procession, reminiscent of a wealthy heir embarking on an extravagant outing. Following them, a striking figure emerged before the gathered crowd. The young woman donned a white mini-skirt, its hemline gracefully grazing her knees, exposing her flawlessly smooth calves, which attracted considerable attention. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly into a simple ponytail at the back of her head, with brows like willow leaves and ears akin to the radiant moon. Her exquisite features emanated an aura of purity and vivacity that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Yet, it was not merely her beauty that captivated the crowd. What truly astonished everyone was the emblem emblazoned on the back of the bodyguards' uniforms. Shanghua Commercial Group, the largest commercial conglomerate in Yang City, having been publicly listed for several years with a market capitalization exceeding 30 billion. They essentially orchestrated the entirety of the real estate sector in Yang City. The Shanghua Hotel was indeed one of their esteemed establishments. Ah, Shanghua Group. No wonder the hotel permits them to drive right up to the entrance, murmured the crowd. I was curious about such grandeur. It turns out to be the little princess of Shanghua Group. Is there a significant event at the Shanghua Hotel today? It seems quite ceremonious. Perhaps they are hosting an important guest. As the discussion circulated, the hotel manager swiftly began directing the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, please step back and clear a path. Thank you for your cooperation. Li Tian and Chu Wei, along with others, fell silent and prudently retreated. After all, they were not in a position to challenge such power. Their occasional visits to the Shanghua Hotel required considerable financial commitment, whereas for the young lady, the entire hotel was merely an extension of her home. Sir, would you kindly step back a bit? Thank you for your cooperation. The hotel manager politely urged Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. Sir, please comply. The manager pressed again. Nearby, Chu Wei, noticing Lin Yu's obstinacy, let out a derisive huff. Lin Yu, you truly lack self-awareness. Do you have any idea of your own standing? With your family's modest assets at most worth millions, what gives you the audacity? Chu Wei, still harboring resentment from Lin Yu's earlier demeanor, seized this opportunity for mockery, eager to reclaim her lost dignity. Inside the lobby, as the girl approached, now merely 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Yu, the hotel manager grew increasingly anxious. He prepared to forcibly move Lin Yu aside, understanding that displeasing his employer could lead to immediate dismissal. Yet, just as he made his move, several imposing figures suddenly appeared, positioning themselves in front of him. They were none other than Lin Yu's 5 enhanced bodyguard doubles. The hotel manager found himself unexpectedly pushed aside. What is happening? Aren't those the hotel security guards? Why are they aiding Lin Yu? Chu Wei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Initially, she had assumed the individuals seated on the sofa were merely hotel security. Now it became apparent that they were Lin Yu's allies. Beside them, Li Tian appeared unfazed. Not merely 5, he has encountered 1,000. Lin Yu's background is beyond your imagination, yet He dares to confront the heiress of Shanghua Group. Even if you have 1,000 people, it's of no consequence. Li Tian was aware of Lin Yu's connections, but he could not fathom that they could surpass the entirety of Shanghua Group. TSK. Lin Yu, it seems misfortune awaits you. In the grand hall, a young girl strode in briskly, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. The hotel manager attempted to maintain his composure, yet his physical prowess was no match for an enhanced presence. Just as he was about to articulate an explanation, the girl spoke first. Brother Lin Yu. The hotel manager was taken aback. Lin Yu? Could it be this young man before him? The nearby waitstaff exchanged bewildered glances, equally confounded. Yet, the most astonished of all were Chu Wei and her companions. Do they know each other? How could Lin Yu possibly be acquainted with someone from Shanghua Group? No wonder he appeared so self-assured. It turns out. Chu Wei's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. The heiress of Shanghua Group addressed Lin Yu as brother. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of disappointment surged within her. She could not help but recall her earlier words. I refuse to believe any woman would find you appealing. You will surely regret breaking up with me today. Prepare to remain single for a lifetime. These words echoed incessantly in her mind, refusing to dissipate. A wave of humiliation washed over her, as she realized she had been the one with misplaced confidence. Wait. Something feels amiss. With Lin Yu's status, how could he gain the recognition of someone like her? Humph, he must have ingratiated himself, merely a kept man. What is there to be proud of? In the future, he will be treated like a servant, and I wonder how he will feel then. Chu Wei consoled herself with these thoughts. However, reality delivered yet another stinging blow. The girl not only refrained from treating Lin Yu like a servant, but instead clung to his arm with remarkable affection. Brother Lin Yu, I finally found you. This time, you mustn't cast me aside. As the person in question, Lin Yu found her words perplexing. Skill. Probe. The skill activated, revealing Luo Qingshue's life experiences in his mind. Hiss. Memory manipulation. Could this be the work of the system? In Luo Qingshue's memories, Lin Yu's figure appeared repeatedly. They had been in an online relationship for years and had met in person a few times. In those brief encounters, Luo Qingxue had developed profound feelings for Lin Yu. However, ever since Lin Yu successfully confessed to Chu Wei, they had lost contact. Until today, when they met once more. Luo Qingxue clung tightly to his arm, feeling aggrieved, as if afraid he might vanish again. Lin Yu exhaled. So this is what they call a personal assistant? Meanwhile, the hotel manager and the crowd stood in stunned silence. Lin Yu. Had he truly rejected her? Alas, how oblivious one can be to the blessings they possess. To cast aside such fortune? Countless individuals would yearn for what you have, yet you dismiss it so carelessly. Li Tian stood there, utterly astounded. How foolish I was, relentlessly pursuing Chu Wei, while she has already entangled herself with the heir of the Shanghua Group. Truly, the disparity between people can be disheartening. Upon delving into Luo Qingshue's memories, Lin Yu could not help but feel the weight of her grievances. He instinctively enveloped her delicate form in a tight embrace. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Chu Wei, observing this scene, felt her teeth nearly shatter from frustration. Lin Yu had once been utterly devoted to her, yet now he held another woman in his arms, one who belonged to the esteemed Shanghua family. This realization filled her with a sense of indignation, leaving her helpless. At this moment, she and Lin Yu existed on entirely different planes. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Chu Wei smashed a vase from a nearby decorative table, shattering it to pieces, and stormed toward the hotel exit. But just as she was about to step through the doors, the hotel manager intercepted her. Madam, the vase you have broken is a 19th century antique, valued at 180,000. You will need to compensate for it before leaving. Chu Wei's expression shifted dramatically, panic evident in her eyes. 100,000. It's just a vase. You must be joking. The manager, unperturbed, patiently explained, Madam, every item here is accompanied by a verified certificate. Moreover, with the financial resources of Shanghua Group, we are not in the business of deception. If necessary, I can present the certification for your confirmation. At that moment, Realization dawned on Chu Wei. She had indeed landed herself in a predicament. Her voice trembled as she replied, 18,000. I don't have that much. Her family's financial situation had always been modest. The lavish lifestyle she had enjoyed over the years was largely due to Lin Yu's support. Now, without him, she could barely muster 3,000 in savings. She glanced towards her friends, who had gathered to celebrate her birthday, but they all turned away, avoiding her gaze. Desperate, she looked at Lin Yu, hoping he would assist her out of old affection. Yet, Lin Yu was no philanthropist. He chose to ignore her plea. To him, 180,000 was not a significant sum, but why should he bear the burden? Their relationship had long since ended, and during their 2 years together, he had endured her exploitation, losing a considerable amount of money. Now she expected him to be her benefactor? How absurd. Do you think I am? Lin Yu took Luo Qingshua's hand and walked past Chu Wei, exiting the hotel without a backward glance. Li Tian quietly ascended the stairs, leaving Chu Wei alone. Despite her profound regret, she was forced to confront the consequences of her impulsive actions. Chapter 15. Why should one repay what is borrowed through merit? Consumed 10 million funds. System upgrade successful. Reward. 2,000 ordinary avatars. Name. Lin Yu. Funds. 6,076,000. Total assets of host and avatars. Skills. Damage transfer. Detection, system level. LV. 2. Upgrade requires 50 million funds. Reward 7,000 ordinary avatars. Current avatars. Ordinary avatars 3,000. Level 2 enhanced avatars 10, special mall. LV. 2 level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels yield a greater probability of high-tier items. Inside a smoothly gliding luxury vehicle, Lin Yu sat in the back seat. Luo Qingshui remained quietly beside him, behaving like a diligent assistant on standby. Lin Yu summoned all 2,000 newly acquired avatars in one breath. Across the hidden nooks and crannies of Yang City, countless figures stealthily emerged, following Lin Yu's lead as they made their way toward the outskirts. Continue borrowing. One must seize every opportunity. Why not take advantage of what is readily available? Beep. System upgrade detected. Triggering a temporary mission. The host must join any electronics factory and work for 3 days. Mission reward. 100 million funds. Lin Yu. A system upgrade can also trigger missions? Working at the electronics factory for 3 days rewards a staggering 100 million. This incentive is exceedingly valuable. Coincidentally, he already had plans for his avatars to work at the electronics factory, making this task particularly fitting. Qingshui. Turn around and head to the electronics factory in the southern part of Yang City. Understood. Luo Qingshui promptly commanded the driver to change direction, executing her tasks with remarkable efficiency. Lin Yu felt immense satisfaction with this little assistant. Brother Lin Yu, I'm feeling a bit tired. Suddenly, Luo Qingshui pouted, leaning against Lin Yu's chest. A wave of fragrance, imbued with the unique scent of youth, enveloped him. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Personal assistant, dedicated to managing all mundane aspects of life, including daily routines, meals, attire, and travel. Activity level of personal assistant, 45. Activity level diminishes over time, decreasing by 2 each hour. Activity level influences the assistant's work efficiency. Above 60, perfect efficiency. 30-60, rapid efficiency. 0-30, slow efficiency. Current activity level is low. Please replenish promptly. How to increase activity level. 1. Eating. Increases by 5. Eating together with the host increases by 10, maximum 3 times daily. 2. Providing affection and gentle encouragement. Each increases by 1, maximum 10 times daily. 3. Sleep. Increases by 15. Sleeping together with the host increases by 30, maximum 1 time daily. After reading the prompt, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding of the term personal. Dining together, affection, shared slumber. Each action embodies intimacy. Lin Yu extended his hand, gently wrapping it around Luo Qingshui's shoulder. With his other hand, he softly caressed her cheek, the touch tender and cool. Affection completed once, activity level 1. Current activity level 46. Affection completed once. Activity level 1. Current activity level 47. Affection completed once. Activity level 1. Current activity level 50. Affection completed once. Activity level 1. Current activity level 55. Affection limit for today, reached. Affection limit for today, reached. Affection limit for today, reached. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. Why do you keep reminding me? Once the limit is reached, can't I continue? At that moment, Luo Qingxue suddenly turned her head, gazing shyly at Lin Yu. Brother Lin, your hand is so cold. Would you like me to warm it up? As she spoke, Luo Qingxue unzipped her top, revealing a glimpse of alluring beauty. Seizing the moment while Lin Yu was momentarily lost in thought, she pulled his hand inside. In Yang City, on the outskirts, Scar Brother remarked, I suspect that the economy in Yang City has been sluggish lately. The number of borrowers has suddenly surged. Today, the figures have at least doubled compared to yesterday. It seems our business is about to flourish again. Lao Ba sat comfortably in his chair, a cigar in hand, and observed the day's lending performance with great satisfaction. Well done. He now possessed over 80 million in funds. In just 2 days, nearly 50 million had been disbursed. In a month, that 50 million could yield a minimum profit of 20, transforming it into 60 million. The prospect was exhilarating. Brothers, let us celebrate today. He laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Yu watched the figures on the system panel fluctuate, feeling a wave of exhilaration. Funds, 46,007,000, 46 million. This is no small sum, primarily derived from ruthless collections and high-interest loans. Rather than allowing those unscrupulous loan sharks to continue exploiting others, it is far better to keep it in his own hands. At least he would not engage in morally reprehensible acts. In the realm of lending, he believed in the principle of fair borrowing and repayment when dealing with decent individuals. However, when faced with those unscrupulous moneylenders, Lin Yu adhered to a singular doctrine. I borrowed based on my own merit, so why should I repay? Chapter 16. The infiltration of the electronics factory. The show begins in the southern part of Yang City, an industrial hub teeming with factories, particularly electronics manufacturers, thrives. As a medium-sized metropolis with a population of 5 million, Yang City epitomizes the optimal location to capitalize on demographic dividends. At this moment, on a certain street, a steady stream of young individuals seeks employment. However, the exceedingly stringent hiring criteria and meager compensation deter the majority. $12 an hour? Am I to be treated like a slave? A 12-hour work shift, and on top of that, a rotating schedule? For heaven's sake, they truly do not regard us as human beings. Hey, brother, would you accept such terms? What choice do I have? With dependents above and below. If I don't work, my entire family might starve. Sigh, fortunately, I'm not married yet, so I bear no pressure. Otherwise, I would be crushed by these scoundrels. How about we stage a collective strike? If we all refuse to work, they will have no choice but to raise wages. Let it go. It sounds easy, but the reality is far more complex. You may not feel the pressure now, but if someone abstains today, they could face starvation tomorrow. Some have family members in the hospital, desperately needing medical funds. Others have children in school requiring tuition. Some are ensnared by usurious loans, and failing to repay could result in disgrace. With such immense economic strain, who dares to strike? Who would dare to cause a commotion? Hence, the notion of a collective strike is merely a fantasy, utterly unattainable. If you choose not to work, there will be 2 or even more individuals ready to take your place, and then you will be left merely to watch. A few sighed, their expressions revealing unspoken sorrow and helplessness. On either side of the street, the recruitment officers dispatched by the factories listened to the grievances with indifference, whistling nonchalantly. Yang City currently lacks nothing but manpower. If you refuse to work, there are plenty who will. Thus, factories are never concerned about a shortage of labor, let alone the possibility of a strike. Do you dare to rally for a strike? 1 minute later, you're fired. A swift reprimand ensures that no one else would dare follow suit. As long as there are people, there will be pressure. With pressure, unity becomes impossible. A collective strike? Dream on. Excuse me, are you still hiring? A young man in his 20s paused at the roadside to inquire. Yes, we are indeed hiring. A meal is provided at noon. The wage is $12 per hour with an 8-hour workday. However, overtime will be required, compensated at $15 an hour. If you can accept this, come on board. Working the entire month without rest counts as full attendance, earning an additional $600. Taking a day off is counted as full attendance, earning $300. Overall, the salary exceeds $5,000. Without hesitation, the young man agreed, "All right, I'll take it." Nearby, someone stared in disbelief. "Brother, have you lost your mind? You would accept this. $12 an hour, 8 hours a day, and even with full attendance. That amounts to only $3,460. An overall salary exceeding $5,000 indicates at least 4 hours of overtime each day. Working 12 hours a day for a single meal, only a fool would choose such a path." The young man gazed at him with a smile, expressing gratitude for his brotherly concern. However, he lamented his urgent need for money, leaving him with no choice. Upon hearing this, the bystanders ceased their persuasion, merely sighing in response. The recruitment officer, beaming with delight, took the young man's identification card to assist with his registration. Just as the registration concluded, a few more individuals arrived. "Hello, I wish to join as well." "Me too." "And I." What had initially been a street bustling with a few hundred people suddenly swelled to at least 2,000, with more continuously pouring in. The recruitment officers at each factory were overjoyed. People. An abundance of people. Name: Linyu. Phone: 138. Position: General Production Worker. Registration complete. Throughout the afternoon, Linyu followed the throng as they completed the registration, medical examinations, and contract signing processes. Out of 3,000 ordinary recruits, approximately 2,500 successfully integrated into various electronics factories. Qixiong Electronics welcomed 140, Baiyun Electronics 173, Hongyun Electronics 192, and Bentong Electronics a staggering 613. Linyu was among those who joined Bentong Electronics, the largest factory in the vicinity, boasting a permanent staff of 500. The reason for hiring over 600 individuals in one go was the peak season for orders. The demand had surged dramatically, ensuring a steady flow of work. The only concern lay in the ability to maintain production speed. Hence, the more employees, the better. When the off-season arrived, the factory would seek ways to let go of surplus staff, retaining only the essential personnel. However, this so-called layoff would not be a voluntary termination on the factory's part, as that would necessitate additional severance pay. Instead, the factory would compel employees to resign willingly, often by assigning them arduous tasks until they could no longer endure, prompting them to leave of their own accord. This strategy effectively saved the factory from compensatory expenses. Inside an office at Bentong Electronics, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly reviewed the day's recruitment list. His name was Wang Sen, the supervisor of the factory, orchestrating the production tasks with authority just beneath the factory owner. Upon seeing the recruitment list on his computer, Wang San patted his belly in satisfaction. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a balding man in a suit entered. Su Wu, the owner of Bentong Electronics. "Wang San, did you just say you recruited 600 people in one go?" "Yes, and all are robust young individuals." "Look here, boss." Wang San displayed the recruitment list to Su Wu, who widened his eyes in astonishment. "Excellent, excellent. This is splendid news. With this, our Bentong is bound for success." Su Wu promptly took out his phone and began contacting various parties, decisively securing several large orders without hesitation, fearing that these opportunities might slip away. "Wang San, ensure that you keep a close watch on them and urge them to work overtime to complete the tasks. These orders are substantial and cannot be delayed. If 12 hours are insufficient, then work for 13. In any case, they must be completed on time. If this batch of orders is executed successfully, the factory stands to earn at least 10 million. Rest assured, your commission will be plentiful." Upon hearing this, Wang San sprang to his feet, invigorated as if infused with enthusiasm. "Don't worry, boss. I will guarantee the completion of the task." Chapter 17. Seeking trouble? Granting your wish at the Bounty Electronics Factory. On the inaugural day of operations, Linyu was assigned to a production line for quality inspection. The items under scrutiny were humanoid cartoon dolls, those palm-sized trinkets that one might hang in a vehicle or place upon a desk. With a 7-part hairstyle and clad in suspenders, the doll held a basketball, its pose reminiscent of both playing basketball and dancing. Lin Yu's task was to press the button on the back of the doll and ascertain whether it could emit its voice smoothly. As he picked up one of the dolls, Lin Yu pressed the button. Almost immediately, an electronic rap blared. Before he could finish one, the next doll was already in his hands. The pace of the assembly line was relentless, offering Lin Yu no respite whatsoever. Meanwhile, the other workers were engaged in varied tasks, some transporting materials, others monitoring machines, and still others assembling components. Regardless of the role, every worker was inundated with responsibilities, leaving no room for idle moments. This epitomized the nature of factory work, a monotonous cycle of mechanical repetition, day in and day out, utterly tedious. Suddenly, a figure clad in a supervisor's vest entered, the sound of his slippers echoing through the room. His gait was lethargic, reminiscent of a streetwise hoodlum. Today, with many newcomers, I feel compelled to reiterate the rules, he announced. Every day, no tardiness, no early departures. Violations incur a fine of 200. During work hours, restroom breaks require permission, 1 minute for minor needs, 4 for major ones. Exceeding this will result in a penalty of 10 for every additional minute. Furthermore, phones are strictly prohibited. If I catch you, the fine is 500. A fresh recruit, a mere bystander, bristled at these words. Earning only 96 for a full day's work, yet facing fines in the hundreds. How are we supposed to survive? The supervisor glanced at him, his expression indifferent. Dissatisfied? Then feel free to leave. The young man opened his mouth to protest but ultimately swallowed his words, knowing his family was facing medical expenses. In the bustling city of Yangqing, securing any job was no small feat, and the thought of searching for another was daunting. He resolved to endure. Noticing the youth's silence, the supervisor smirked, his demeanor growing increasingly arrogant, reveling in his fleeting authority. Since you are here, adhere to the rules, understood? Are my words falling on deaf ears? Do you comprehend? The young man, begrudgingly acknowledging the situation, nodded and murmured, understood. That's more like it. You fetch me a glass of water. The supervisor happened to be standing beside Lin Yu and patted him on the shoulder. However, Lin Yu merely cast him a frosty glance and retorted without hesitation. Get lost. I am here to work, and fetching water does not fall within my job description. The moment those words left his lips, an uncanny silence enveloped the room. No one expected such a response from Lin Yu, decisive, assertive, and utterly unrestrained. It had been a long time since anyone exhibited such fortitude. Many of the older employees marveled silently, thinking, the youth are indeed fierce. At their age, they had long since shed the arrogance of their youth, or more accurately, they had learned to suppress it. Each individual had a family to support, a heavy burden to bear, and none dared to stir the waters. The supervisor wielded the power of fines and reprimands. Who would dare confront him? A moment of defiance could lead to petty retaliation, resulting in fines that would erase a month's wages, rendering their labor futile. A bold move today could mean unemployment tomorrow, and hunger for their families the day after. However, the absence of action did not equate to a lack of spirit. Thus, witnessing Lin Yu's demeanor allowed the pent-up frustration within many to dissipate. The glances cast toward him now brimmed with newfound respect. Meanwhile, the supervisor was taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity. His mouth agape in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. After a brief pause, anger surged within him. You want me to leave? How dare you? Typically, no one would dare speak to him in such a manner. As the overseer, with authority over fines and reprimands, every employee regarded him with trepidation. Yet Lin Yu's demeanor left him utterly flummoxed. Kid, are you looking to get fired? Lin Yu continued his tasks, seemingly indifferent to the supervisor's presence. Did I say I wanted you to leave? Are your ears merely ornamental? The supervisor found himself at a loss for words, incensed by the encounter. He cursed the absence of regulations that penalized verbal disputes. Very well, I shall remember this. I've changed my mind. You'll remain here to continue working. Just wait. I'll find a way to penalize you. When your month is up and it's time for your wages, I'll deduct every penny. The supervisor seethed, grinding his teeth as he turned to leave. However, Before he could exit, 3 figures obstructed his path, none other than Lin Yu's 3 avatars. Still fuming and accustomed to his usual arrogance, the supervisor bellowed without a second thought, "What do you want? Leaving your post without permission? Do you wish to be fined?" No sooner had he spoken than a fist loomed large in his vision. Bang! One avatar struck him squarely on the nose, blood gushing forth. "This is my first day on the job and I haven't even earned a dime, and you dare mention fines? You must be out of your mind. This menial assembly line work isn't worth my time. I just want to teach you a lesson." The avatars surrounded the supervisor, overpowering him effortlessly. Lin Yu and the others watched with great amusement. Though violence is typically deemed irrational, in that moment no one felt it inappropriate. Instead, there was a sense of secret satisfaction. He deserved to be struck. The new arrivals are indeed quite formidable. They fight well. It seems that a little authority has emboldened them, leading them to strut about as if they were someone significant. I find myself envying these young souls, unburdened by pressures, quick to engage in conflict. If only I were a decade younger and unmarried, I would certainly confront them myself. The supervisor was pinned to the ground, hands clasped over his head, his body curled in a most pitiable manner. "You. Just wait," he managed to utter. "Call the police. Call the police." The commotion drew the attention of other supervisors from different workshops. Before long, several figures clad in supervisor vests entered the scene. One among them, brandishing a phone, warned the crowd, "I caution you, I have already alerted the authorities. Cease this at once." Yet, his admonition fell on deaf ears, as the assailants continued their assault. The other supervisors, fearful of repercussions, dared not intervene. Approximately 10 minutes later, the police arrived. The assailants, too, halted their actions. The supervisor struggled to rise from the ground, seething with rage. "You shall pay for this, mark my words." After several hours of investigation, the supervisor was deemed to have sustained minor injuries, as the wounds were primarily on the periphery and did not threaten vital areas. Ultimately, 3 of the assailants were taken away, detained for 14 days. Lin Yu remained unfazed by the outcome. With so many duplicates, losing a few was inconsequential. Upon returning from the police station and changing his attire, the supervisor limped back to the workshop. Despite his battered appearance, he retained an air of defiance. Pointing at the workers, he warned, "To those of you working here, I advise you to behave yourselves. How dare you lay hands on me? Do you see what happens?" The supervisor, emboldened by recent events, felt more assertive than ever. After all, with a precedent now set, he believed no one would dare to challenge him again, unless they wished to face detention themselves. However, reality unfolded quite differently than he anticipated. No sooner had he finished speaking than several figures approached once more. Yet again, they were Lin Yu's duplicates. "Looking for a fight? Allow us to oblige." Chapter 18. Is there an issue with leaving on time? "Captain, there's been another report of a brawl." Where?" "At the Pentium Electronics factory again." "Is it that supervisor who has been assaulted once more?" "Yes. This marks the 4th incident. Will it ever cease?" Throughout the day, the police had responded to 4 calls, all concerning the same supervisor being attacked. At the Pentium Electronics factory, the police arrived for the 4th time, escorting away 3 assailants. Witnesses at the scene expressed their approval, internally cheering, "Serves him right. Let him be arrogant. After being beaten 4 times in a day, let us see if he learns his lesson." The supervisor, now crouched on the ground, appeared utterly disheveled. Upon rising, all remnants of his previous arrogance had vanished. He was truly frightened. He understood that uttering even a single inappropriate word would surely prompt more individuals from the crowd to assault him. "Please, gentlemen, spare me. I realize my mistakes." With his hands clasped together, he continuously implored those around him, yet no one paid him any heed. Nearby, other supervisors watched this scene in silent horror. I think the fines might be a bit excessive. After all, they earn so little for a day's work." "Indeed, I concur. I'll mention it to the manager and propose a revision." I just remembered. A colleague in my workshop is in urgent need of money, and I deducted 500 from him yesterday. That was truly uncalled for. I shall return it to him shortly. I believe I have a similar situation. The voices of several supervisors were notably subdued, and their postures more restrained, wary of facing a similar fate. Goodness, they'd rather face detention than endure yet another beating. And this one was the fourth. Had he not pleaded for mercy, a fifth would have been inevitable. Who can withstand such treatment? In the ensuing hours, the atmosphere within the Pentium Electronics factory was unusually harmonious. At 5 o'clock, the designated end of the workday arrived. The 8-hour work schedule dictated that morning hours ran from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., and afternoon hours from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Upon reaching 5 o'clock, it was expected to conclude the day's labor. Lin Yu stretched, feeling utterly fatigued. Tonight, I must have my assistant provide a thorough massage. A group of individuals began to leave their posts, ready to clock out. However, upon reaching the door, they were obstructed by a portly middle-aged man. Wang San, the factory supervisor. Where do you think you're going? We're leaving on time. Is there a problem? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Wang San casually grasped the door handle beside him, shutting the door, and positioned his corpulent frame in the doorway with an air of authority, as if to say, "None shall pass. Not so fast. Everyone should work overtime. The factory has been under heavy demands lately." His words were primarily directed at the new employees, as the veterans were well aware that overtime was customary. A day without 3 or 4 additional hours was hardly sufficient for one to leave. The overseer, at best, possessed the authority to impose fines, yet Wang San wielded the genuine power to dismiss an individual at a moment's notice. Who would dare abandon their post? The following day, they would find themselves terminated. Thus, no one dared defy Wang San's commands. However, Lin Yu paid him no heed, brusquely brushing aside his hand, twisting the doorknob, and stepping outside while declaring, "The heavy workload at the factory is a concern for the boss, not for an employee like me. I have no desire to work overtime. Those who wish to do so may proceed, but do not involve me." Upon hearing this, the seasoned employees gathered nearby erupted in chatter. "This brother. I truly admire him. He is so bold. He dares to confront the supervisor. Impressive. He has done what I have long wished to do but lacked the courage." Of course, not everyone concurred with Lin Yu's approach. This fool must be out of his mind. He has antagonized the overseer. At worst, he may face subtle sabotage. But to incite the supervisor? How can he hope to survive in the factory? Doesn't he realize he is here to earn a living? A little restraint wouldn't hurt. With such behavior, what money will he earn? He clearly doesn't grasp his position. The supervisor is in charge, while he is merely an employee. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Do they not understand this principle? If he wishes to avoid overtime, a little gift to the supervisor would suffice. To show open disdain is sheer foolishness. This young man knows nothing of social niceties. He lacks the finesse required to achieve greatness. The veteran employees seemed to naturally divide into 2 factions. One group found Lin Yu's actions refreshing, voicing their own sentiments. The other deemed him foolish for his lack of diplomacy. Naturally, Lin Yu overheard their discussions and paused, chuckling softly. Diplomacy? Social niceties? You grovel beneath others, submissive as a dog, wagging your tail for scraps, and you call this social finesse? Are you brainwashed or simply dim-witted, using so-called social niceties as an excuse for your lack of backbone? And what has your so-called finesse brought you? Are you not merely an ordinary employee in an electronics factory? To say, "I will never achieve greatness," what do you even mean by greatness? To be like you, at the mercy of others? If it were a matter of necessity due to genuine family hardship, it would be understandable. But you lot have knelt so long that you can no longer stand. It is precisely people like you who foster discord and embolden unscrupulous bosses. You may remain kneeling. I am off work. The group seemed struck at their very core, rendered speechless by Lin Yu's words, their inner fury boiling yet lacking rational rebuttal. In the end, they could only retort in frustration, "Humph, you are impressive, you have backbone. Sooner or later you will regret this." At the entrance, after delivering his speech, Lin Yu disregarded Wang San entirely, brushing past him. Wang San's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly intend to leave? Do you take my words so lightly? After so many years in a supervisory role, you are the first to exhibit such audacity. I shall dismiss you without hesitation, if I do not demonstrate my authority." How will you comprehend my prowess? It is fortuitous that I seek to establish my dominance. You shall be my example. This has always been Wang Sen's modus operandi. Whenever a new cohort of employees joins, he invariably expels a few within the first 3 days to assert his authority and ensure compliance. It serves to illustrate that disobedience leads to dire consequences, akin to the proverbial lesson taught through the sacrifice of a chicken to frighten the monkeys. However, while this notion churned in his mind, he found himself unable to vocalize it, for one after another, figures brushed past him, departing in droves. Hey, why are you all leaving? Needless to say, it is time to clock out, replied one expressionless individual. Wang San sensed their dismissive attitude, igniting a tempest of rage within him. Can you not hear? I said the factory is busy and requires you to work overtime. Another individual retorted bluntly, the factory's workload is the boss's concern, not ours. Is your hearing merely ornamental? Must we repeat ourselves? You. Whoever dares to leave, I shall dismiss them.
Wang Sen bellowed.
Yet the exodus continued unabated, with not a single person casting a glance in his direction. 100, 200, 500. As he watched the figures vanish, Wang San was left bewildered. Never had a group of new employees departed in such a manner. Hardly anyone afforded him the courtesy of respect. He could easily expel 1 or 2 to assert his authority, but he could not afford to dismiss hundreds. The factory had recently secured numerous orders that he could not jeopardize. After a moment of contemplation, Wang San scoffed. They are merely influenced by that young man's earlier remarks. They are nothing more than a disorganized rabble. I refuse to believe they can maintain such solidarity. I possess ample means to discipline disobedient employees. Tomorrow, you shall witness how I handle you. Chapter 19. Targeted? Then do not blame me for a collective strike the following day. Lin Yu was reassigned to a new position, material handling. His task was to transport supplies from the warehouse to the corresponding workshops. This assignment was arguably the most arduous and labor-intensive in the factory, far more exhausting than the quality inspection work he had performed the day before. Yet, the hourly wage had only increased by a mere 2 yuan, now totaling 14 yuan per hour. Lin Yu understood that this was a deliberate arrangement by someone, a retribution for his actions the previous day. Supervisor Wang. If memory serves me correctly, according to regulations, I have the right to refuse this assignment, Lin Yu stated, casting a glance toward Wang Sen, who was inspecting the workshop nearby with an indifferent demeanor. Positions within the factory were graded. The nature of the work varied between light and heavy tasks with corresponding remuneration. Essentially, one's chosen role upon entering the factory dictated their duties. For instance, Lin Yu had expressed a preference for a position as a line worker, which was incompatible with material handling. While supervisors did possess the authority to temporarily reassign employees under special circumstances, such actions were contingent upon obtaining the employee's consent. Voluntary acceptance was imperative. On the other hand, Wang San regarded him with a dispassionate gaze. There are no other positions available. If you refuse, then resign. Nearby employees sighed in resignation, having witnessed this scenario countless times before. From the moment Lin Yu had confronted Wang San, they had anticipated this outcome. It was a familiar tactic employed by numerous supervisors, either resign or endure the targeting. Wang San wore a smug expression, surveying the crowd as he proclaimed loudly, "Is there anyone else dissatisfied with their position? You may resign now, but let me inform you, once you leave here, other factories will not want you." The supervisors and owners of various electronics factories were often interconnected, either through group chats or regular gatherings. In many respects, the multitude of nearby electronics factories functioned as a cohesive unit. Should Wang San wish to target an employee, a simple word to his counterparts would suffice, ensuring an effortless execution of his intent. This was the foundation of his confidence in delivering such a statement. Should you dare to be disobedient, I will ensure you are left without sustenance. Lin Yu, will you comply? If not, then resign. Wang San's words dripped with malice, clearly intended as a warning to others. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Several seasoned employees, unable to bear the situation, approached Lin Yu and urged, "I truly admire your courage, but there are times when one must yield. Brother, endure this. Otherwise, once you leave here, No other factory will accept you. They are all in collusion. As mere ordinary employees, we cannot contend with them. Brother, apologize to Supervisor Wang. If his mood improves, he may let you off the hook. Indeed, do not act impulsively. A true gentleman knows when to bend. Bowing is nothing to be ashamed of. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yu slowly shook his head. I appreciate your goodwill, but I am sorry, but Lin Yu has never feared anyone. He took a few quick steps forward, standing before Wang Sen with a calm expression and a smile. Director Wang, your lack of benevolence leaves me no choice but to act without righteousness. Brothers, let us go. It is time to strike. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Yu stepped toward the exit. Wang Sen let out a cold snort. Humph, do you think you hold any authority? Just because you call for a strike, they will heed your command? You do not earn a living. They must. Who would join you in this futile endeavor? As he spoke, however, his words faltered abruptly. He suddenly realized that one by one, the employees were leaving their posts in unison. The scene was no less dramatic than the exodus at the end of the previous day. 100, 300, 500. In a mere handful of seconds, nearly 600 employees followed suit. This spectacle left him questioning his very existence. If yesterday he had not showcased his authority, it was understandable that they would join in the uproar. Yet now he had assigned Lin Yu arduous tasks and issued threats. They ought to have been intimidated. Yet the situation mirrored that of the previous day.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
When did the people of Yang City become so united? In the past, there had been attempts at strikes, but they had only managed to rally 20 or 30 individuals at most. This time, it was a staggering 600. He stood there, utterly at a loss. The veteran employees stared at the unfolding scene, their mouths agape. No way, they are truly striking? So many together. Am I seeing things? Or is this a dream? I thought that brother was merely speaking empty words. I never imagined others would actually join him. Today's youth are truly formidable. I am in awe. For some reason, I too wish to join their strike. Me too. But I simply cannot summon the resolve. I envy them. Before long, a significant portion of the workforce had departed the workshop. Observing the sparse attendance, Wang San felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had hired 600 individuals in one breath so that the boss would feel secure enough to accept several large orders, even emphasizing the urgency of completing the tasks. Yet now, all those hires had walked out, having the pace of work. At this rate, the orders would undoubtedly remain unfulfilled. Not only would he forfeit his bonus, but his position as supervisor might also be at stake. This simply could not stand. He must find a way to keep them. With this thought, Wang San hastily waddled forward, positioning himself before the departing crowd. Adopting a facade of a polite smile, he endeavored to appear amicable. Ladies and gentlemen, please, allow me a moment. We are all here to earn a living. Securing our wages is paramount, is it not? You have been incited by this individual's words, and in the end you risk losing your jobs. Such a loss is not worth it. Think of your children at home, your elderly parents, your wives. Some of you may even have family members in the hospital. We must not act solely for ourselves. We must consider our families, right? Is it not all for the sake of survival? Surely, you do not wish to disappoint your loved ones? Wang Sen's persuasive attempts, coupled with his exaggerated gestures, can only be described as a masterclass in moral coercion. When force failed, he resorted to a softer approach, attacking from the angle of vulnerability. Lin Yu found himself laughing at his words. For the sake of family, you must willingly allow yourself to be exploited. For the sake of survival, you must acquiesce to my demands. In the pursuit of wealth, you must relinquish your dignity. This rhetoric epitomizes the most classic form of workplace manipulation, targeting others' weaknesses as a means of intimidation, all while feigning concern for their well-being. Yes, striving for financial stability for one's family is paramount. After all, everyone bears their own responsibilities. Yet, to use this sense of duty as a means of coercion is genuinely repugnant, even detestable. Such behavior is akin to that of a kidnapper. A kidnapper demands ransom for a child, insisting that for the safety of your family, you must pay promptly. These manipulators, however, require no physical force. They can ensnare an entire family merely with their words. For the sake of your family's livelihood, You must submit to my exploitation. From a certain perspective, such individuals may be even more despicable than actual kidnappers. A kidnapper might extort you once, but a person like Wang San seeks to extort you for a lifetime. Those devoid of empathy might even express gratitude for Wang San's so-called guidance. But Lin Yu was clearly not one of them. To use such words to manipulate others is a true exhibition of shamelessness. He forcefully shoved Wang San aside and continued to walk away, resolute. Wang San, with a face full of helplessness, was filled with regret. If so many people truly left, he would have no way to explain to his boss. Generally, recruiting would yield only 30 or 40 candidates in a day, and to recruit anew would take over 10 days to fill the positions. He simply could not afford the delay. Brothers, please don't go, don't leave. It was my mistake. Can we not move forward? I admit my fault. I apologize.
Wang San pleaded repeatedly.
Yet, Lin Yu did not falter in his stride. Gritting his teeth, Wang San fell to his knees, his voice trembling, imploring. Please, brothers, tell me what it takes to continue working. I will agree to anything within my power. Please do not leave. At that moment, he cast aside all notions of pride and the authority of his position, his tone utterly humble. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu paused, a light laugh escaping him. Now you see the folly of your ways?
Chapter 20. Wang San's Sheme, Subversion.
Every endeavor necessitates a result. Only with a result does it hold significance. The essence of a collective strike lies in its capacity to secure greater benefits for its participants. Status, material wealth, dignity, and so forth. As Wang San articulated these sentiments, Lin Yu discerned that their collective strike had indeed borne fruit. Do you wish for us to return? It is quite simple. Maintain the workload, yet raise the hourly wage to $30. Lin Yu possessed the skill of insight, enabling him to access Wang San's memories. As a supervisor at the Pentium Electronics factory, Wang San frequently interacted with the owner and possessed extensive knowledge of the factory's operations and various data. From his recollections, Lin Yu gleaned that the owner's net profit from each order could reach as high as 50%. It is noteworthy that the vast majority of physical enterprises yield a profit margin of merely 5 to 25%, with only a select few achieving 30%. Moreover, Lin Yu's family operates a manufacturing factory. Thus he possesses considerable familiarity with such matters. His father, Lin Hai, has diligently managed the factory for over a decade, maintaining stable operations with a total profit margin of less than 15%. In stark contrast, the Pentium Electronics factory astonishingly achieves a 50% profit margin. This implies that, within a month, processing orders worth $10 million allows the owner to pocket $5 million in profit. The remaining $5 million encompasses salaries for employees, production materials, maintenance of the premises, and various other costs. Such an elevated profit margin cannot be attained without cutting costs on materials. Undoubtedly, this is accomplished through suppressing wages. In essence, the majority of these funds are not earned from clients but rather deducted from the employees' earnings. Thus, Lin Yu is determined to reclaim the funds that rightfully belong to the workers. An hourly wage of $30, assuming an 8-hour workday, translates to a pre-tax monthly salary of merely $7,200. After taxation, the net income barely exceeds $6,000. This represents an appropriate wage standard, not the paltry $5,000 accumulated over a month of grueling 12-hour shifts. Upon hearing Lin Yu's demands, Wang San's eyes widened in disbelief. $30 an hour. That seems rather excessive, does it not? Wang San had anticipated that Lin Yu would request an apology or a concession to save face. Instead, he was demanding a wage increase. In that moment, Wang San realized this matter was beyond his authority to resolve. As a mere supervisor, he lacked the power to dictate wage rates. Gentlemen, I am just a supervisor. I truly cannot make such decisions. Perhaps you could wait a moment while I summon the owner? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Wang San promptly began to contact the owner. Half an hour later, outside the Pentium Electronics factory, a luxury car came to a halt, and from within emerged a balding man clad in a tailored suit. None other than Su Wu, the owner of the Pentium Electronics factory. Wang San had already positioned himself outside to greet him. Boss, you have finally arrived. Today. After a brief exchange between the two, Su Wu scoffed and reprimanded. You cannot even resolve such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? You might as well leave. Wang San lowered his head. A look of helplessness etched across his face. Boss, I find myself without options. I have tried every conceivable method, yet to no avail. We are unable to recruit anyone. If they leave, we may very well fail to fulfill this substantial order. Suwu pondered for a moment before impatiently responding. Go and persuade them. Identify a few individuals from within, offer them a wage of 20, and enlist their assistance in convincing others. 1 persuades 2, 2 persuade 4. As long as a portion of them wavers, the rest will inevitably follow suit, and this strike will naturally collapse. Suwu brimmed with confidence. At that moment, Wang Sen raised his thumb in admiration. Boss, it is your brilliance that shines through. This stratagem is executed with remarkable finesse. Throughout history, numerous organizations have succumbed to internal corruption. Once a single trader is bought, dissolution is imminent. This is an immutable truth. While others earn 12 an hour, I offer you 20 discreetly. Can you truly resist? Accepting my 20 means you are bound to assist me. This is a form of top-down bribery, a moral compromise. Across centuries of history, even the most organized, disciplined, and principled groups have faltered, let alone this collection of employees who have merely assembled on a whim. Boss, I shall proceed. Very well, go forth, execute it splendidly, and ensure their silence. Wang San returned to the workshop via a back route, retrieving several veteran employees. These individuals were precisely those he had once won over with a wage of 20. The time had come to utilize them once more. Listen carefully, feign mediation, then discreetly inform them about the 20 wage I offered. Gathering 7 or 8 individuals will suffice. Then have them assist in persuading the others, understood? The veteran employees exchanged cunning glances, nodding in agreement. Brother Wang, understood. Off we go. A glimmer of determination shone in Wang Sen's eyes. Humph, in the presence of absolute self-interest, there is no room for loyalty. I refuse to believe that this time you can remain so united. Chapter 21. The factory owner surrenders, the comprehensive strike commences. Brother, enough is enough. If this tumult continues, it will bring misfortune upon us all. He dares to instigate this strike because he is not short of wealth. By aligning yourself with his chaos, are you not merely a pawn in his game? While he seeks no profit, you must strive for your own, correct? The supervisor remarked that as long as you... A few veteran employees emerged from the workshop, squeezing into the crowd, whispering amongst themselves. Their intent was nothing short of sowing discord. Yet, unbeknownst to them, these individuals were all avatars of Lin Yu. He overheard their conversation with absolute clarity. They aimed to bribe a portion of the workforce with inflated wages, inciting unrest to undermine the collective from within. Indeed, you remain oblivious until faced with the grave consequences. While feigning compromise, they secretly conspire. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother, truly all it takes is for you to persuade others, and you could earn a wage of 20 per hour, 8 more than the rest. It's an incredible deal. The avatar chuckled in response. So, you too have been swayed by the allure of 20? Upon seeing the old employee's interest, he eagerly nodded. Precisely. However, in the blink of an eye, the avatar's expression shifted dramatically. You treacherous dog. Begone. The old employee was taken aback. Just moments ago, everything seemed amicable. What had prompted this sudden reversal? With others earning just 12, how could he be dissatisfied with a wage of 20? As he attempted to continue persuading, several avatars seized him, escorting him directly towards the workshop. Not only him, but several other old employees attempting to incite rebellion were also apprehended. Inside the workshop, the others were diligently engaged in their tasks. Upon hearing the avatars expose their collusion for inflated wages, chaos erupted throughout the workshop. Damn it, you traitorous scoundrels. I wondered why every time we cursed the supervisor in the dormitory, we faced fines the next day. It turns out you were the ones reporting us. Bah! No wonder you lot always urged me to remain calm and endure. You were pocketing 20 while offering hollow advice. I recalled that a few months prior, when someone organized a strike, it was these very individuals who first wavered, evidently bought off. Damn it! I can no longer tolerate this. Even if it means being detained, I will confront them. Me too. Let's take them down. The crowd, ignited with fury, rallied in unison. Countless figures surged forward, fists aimed squarely at the faces of those few. Not only did they fail to advocate for their peers' interests, but they also betrayed their own to oppress them. In times of war, these individuals would undoubtedly be regarded as traitorous collaborators. Within the workshop, pandemonium reigned. Numerous figures descended upon those few, venting their pent-up frustrations. "Damn it, I will not work any longer. I am striking." One individual, having released his anger, stormed out to join the ranks of the strikers. Others followed suit. "I shall no longer endure this. Such paltry wages are hardly worthy of my attention. A meager 12 per hour? What a farce. Let them find individuals willing to accept 20 an hour instead." The ranks of the striking workers swell increasingly, leaving the workshop nearly deserted. Those who remain are primarily burdened by unavoidable circumstances. Some are in desperate need of medical funds to save a loved one, while others strive to secure tuition for their children. They yearn to join the strike, yet their financial needs bind them, creating an inner turmoil of indecision. "I could sell my home and live in rented quarters. I have endured enough of this existence." One individual stepped forth, ultimately allowing the dignity within to triumph over all else. Soon others followed suit, joining the throng of strikers. "Boss, this." Wang San was drenched in a cold sweat. He had never anticipated that his scheming would not only fail to retain the 600 new employees, but would also drive away the veteran workers. Truly, he had shot himself in the foot. Su Wu gazed at the vast assembly of strikers, his expression numb, disbelief etched across his face. His strategy of luring with high wages and then undermining their unity had always been his winning card. Each time employees rebelled, he quelled the uprisings with ease. Yet today, his once reliable tactics bore no fruit. He could not comprehend how, despite human nature's inherent selfishness, such solidarity could emerge. This was indeed a disaster. The more Su Wu pondered, the more he felt the weight of despair. He had just secured several significant orders. What would he do if they all left? The penalties for breach of contract could soar to 30 million. No, he must retain them. Otherwise, the entire factory would be doomed. Wang Sen cautiously inquired, "Boss, do you mean?" Su Wu clenched his teeth, his visage twisted in agony. After a lengthy pause, he seemed to arrive at an immensely difficult decision. Give them what they want. Let it be 30 an hour. News of this decision spread swiftly, reaching various electronic factories in the vicinity. Is it true? The Pentium Electronics factory has gone on strike and secured 30 an hour? Indeed, it's absolutely true. My cousin works at Pentium and confirmed it to me himself. A fellow named Lin Yu spearheaded the movement and rallied the entire workforce. Lin Yu? That brother deserves admiration. Alas, it shames us. Despite having organized numerous strikes, we have yet to achieve success. Look at them directly obtaining 30 an hour. How enviable! As they discussed, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Peering out, they saw a throng of individuals gathered as if in a parade, with banners proclaiming their strike raised high. "Brothers, are you joining?" They exchanged glances, excitement surging within, and dashed outside. "Count me in." "And me." Lin Yu's influence began to resonate through various electronic factories, disseminating news and orchestrating strikes. In times past, such efforts would have drawn no response. However, with the example set by the Pentium Electronics factory, numerous employees have found a glimmer of hope and have begun to follow suit. On this day, a large-scale collective strike swept through the southern industrial district of Yangqing. Chapter 22. A shift in attitude. Lin Yu? Oh, that's settled then. Su Wu, what is the matter with you? Did we not agree on a unified wage of 12 yuan per hour? Why have you unilaterally raised the price? Inside an office, the proprietors of various electronics factories were gathered, their voices filled with indignation as they directed their ire towards Su Wu. They had previously reached a consensus that all factories would pay their employees a wage of 12 yuan per hour, a strategy designed to retain their workforce and discourage attrition, thereby extracting greater profits for the factories. However, with the wage at Bounty Electronics soaring to 30 yuan, employees from other factories began to strike en masse. Consequently, all the factory owners turned their accusatory gazes towards Su Wu. In the room, Su Wu raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "There is nothing I can do. Someone has instigated this unrest. leading all my employees to strike. One owner stepped forward. "Old Su, how can this be? After all these years in business, can you not handle such a situation? Simply fire them. Set an example. If that fails, offer higher wages as a bribe. I refuse to believe you cannot resolve this."
Su Usai.
Do you think I haven't tried? The issue is that I have exhausted all these tactics to no avail. That group is inexplicably united. When I attempted to bribe them with higher wages, it backfired, and they exposed my efforts. Eventually, even the long-standing employees joined the strike. You must understand, I just received a significant number of orders, and now, if my workforce walks out, I could end up bankrupt. A heavy silence fell over the room as they recognized the root of the problem. This particular group of employees was remarkably cohesive. In the past, strikes had involved at most a few dozen individuals, while the majority stood by as spectators. Now hundreds were participating, and anyone who refrained from joining the strike appeared out of place. Their attempts to mediate had all been fruitless. This is untenable. I am in a similar predicament. I just secured several large orders yesterday, and if I cannot commence work promptly, I too may face ruin. I apologize, but I must act swiftly to retain my staff. The others exchanged glances, all heaving a collective sigh. It was indeed peak season for orders, and each of them faced a backlog. What alternative did they have besides acquiescence? Damn it, let them bask in their triumph for now. Once these orders are fulfilled, I shall recruit new workers to replace them. If they wish to cause a ruckus, there are plenty of people in Yang City. If this batch proves unmanageable, I will simply find another set of employees who will obey. Su Wu's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, these orders will be completed in a month at most. Once done, I will hire newcomers. I refuse to believe that everyone is so unruly. Yet, as he reflected on the upcoming month, Su Wu sighed again, a look of distress upon his face. 30 yuan an hour. This is a significant financial drain. On the evening of the third day, numerous employees of the electronics factories finished work early. The streets were bustling with activity. It has been ages since I left work so early. Upon reflection, I have been working overtime for 6 consecutive months. Indeed, in the past, when I finished my shift, the streets were deserted. Yet today the sun has yet to set. An hour and 30 minutes. What a delight! The wages for an 8-hour workday now surpass what I used to earn in more than 2 days. Truly, I yearned for more overtime, but alas, I was not permitted. What a jest! Does that miserly boss truly allow for overtime at an hour and 30 minutes? Speaking of which, we owe a debt of gratitude to the brothers at the Pentium Electronics factory. Were it not for their initiative, we would not be enjoying such comfort. No, it is more accurate to say that we owe it to a certain Linyu. Had it been anyone else, the organization might not have materialized. If I ever have the chance to meet him, I must express my heartfelt thanks. Several luxury cars have come to a halt, stirring up a cloud of dust, precisely at the entrance of the Pentium Electronics factory, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. TSK, which affluent heir has emerged, flaunting such grandeur? Does wealth render one extraordinary? How many people are there? Is it truly necessary to be escorted by so many luxury vehicles? What an ostentatious display. They flaunt their riches, thinking that a modicum of wealth elevates their status. Is it merely a matter of fortunate birth? What is so remarkable about that? Countless employees gazed upon those luxury cars, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. They have always revered and admired those who have struggled and achieved success through their own efforts. Yet, they hold in utter disregard those who bask in privilege due solely to their lineage. Look, a young man raised his hand, prompting others to follow his gaze. They beheld a fresh, charming girl, exuding a blend of innocence and allure, emerging from the vehicle. Her grace, beauty, and every gesture were utterly captivating. Goodness, she is practically ethereal. No jest. Having scrolled through countless images of beautiful women on my phone, none have ever stirred my heart as she has. I would willingly trade 50 years of my life for just one day as her boyfriend. Hey, wake up. She is merely a materialistic woman, likely having latched onto some wealthy heir. Otherwise, how could she afford such luxurious transportation? The crowd continued to murmur. At the entrance of the Pentium Electronics factory, Luo Qingxue stood patiently, Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at the figures emerging from the factory. The moment she spotted Lin Yu, her eyes sparkled with joy. Here, Luo Qingxue waved her hand, her fair arm beckoning, capturing the attention of many. Lin Yu noticed Luo Qingxue and made his way toward her. For the past 3 days, she had come to fetch him after work. Typically, during the usual hours, most employees at the electronics factory were engrossed in overtime, leaving no opportunity for them to meet. Yet today, the streets were particularly lively. Lin Yu, I've missed you so much, Luo Qingxue exclaimed as she eagerly embraced his arm, and Lin Yu gently patted her head in a gesture of comfort. Upon completing an affectionate gesture, the activity level rose by 1, currently standing at 64. After another act of tenderness, it increased to 65. What? Is that brother Lin Yu? Could he possibly be the very Lin Yu who led the strike? Indeed, it is he. My cousin works at the Pengting Electronics factory and has sent me photographs of him. My younger brother, also employed at the same factory, even shared a video of Lin Yu confronting the supervisor. It is undoubtedly him. Oh my, I have finally encountered the man himself. Brother Yu, my idol, I hold you in the highest regard. This individual has single-handedly addressed the issues within the electronics factory, and my admiration for him knows no bounds. As Lin Yu listened to the praises from the crowd, he felt an immense sense of comfort. Let us go. Luo Qingxue opened the car door for him, and Lin Yu stepped inside. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding conversations erupted once more. It turns out that all these vehicles belong to that brother. This revelation deepened my respect for him. Despite having achieved financial independence and distancing himself from a life of hardship, he still strives to advocate for the interests of laborers like us. Such dedication is truly commendable. I retract my earlier statements. This brother is not merely a wealthy heir indulging in pleasure, but rather a person of genuine talent and kindness. Observing him in a luxury car, I feel no envy. He deserves such success. I also apologize for my previous remarks. He is indeed worthy of a beautiful partner. In an instant, public opinion shifted dramatically. Initially perceived as an arrogant rich heir, the sight of Lin Yu transformed the crowd's admiration. Inside the car, Lin Yu reclined in the back seat. Luo Qingxue gently massaged his slightly sore arms, remembering to offer him a bottle of water. After taking a sip, Lin Yu found it rather bland and turned to Luo Qingxue. This water lacks flavor. I prefer imported varieties. Luo Qingxue paused momentarily. Imported? I didn't prepare any. Brother Lin Yu, perhaps I could send someone to buy some first thing tomorrow? Lin Yu shook his head, lightly tracing her soft lips with a finger. Not that kind of import, but rather. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath. Her lips pursed, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks.
Import.
Moments later, Lin Yu savored the softness, swallowing the warm, smooth nectar. Instantly, all fatigue melted away. So engrossed and enchanted was he that he did not even hear the system's notification. Temporary task of working at the electronics factory for 3 days has been completed. Please collect your reward. Chapter 23, Future Opportunities. The winds of change have arrived. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 million in funds. Due to the successful completion of tasks, an additional reward of 3,000 ordinary avatars and 30 level 2 enhanced avatars has been granted. Name: Lin Yu. Funds 118,876,000. Total assets of the host and avatars. Skills: Damage Transfer, Exploration System Level, LV 2. Upgrade requires 50 million in funds. Reward: 7,000 ordinary avatars. Current avatars: 6,000 ordinary avatars, 40 level 2 enhanced avatars, special mall. LV 2. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels enhance the likelihood of premium items appearing. 3 days prior, Lin Yu possessed a mere 5.87 million in funds. However, during these 3 days, he diligently purchased 10 fortune chests daily, gambling on luck. Ultimately, he amassed 18.87 million. Coupled with the system's reward of 100 million, his total funds now amount to 118.87 million. Without hesitation, he opted for an upgrade. Witnessing the advantage of numbers, Lin Yu was eager to acquire even more avatars. Consuming 50 million in funds, system level elevated to LV 3. Reward: 7,000 ordinary avatars. Special mall level synchronously upgraded. Higher levels yield superior item refresh rates. Upon accessing the mall, Lin Yu discovered that the items had automatically refreshed. Item 1, Fortune Chest, Fund Range, 1 million to 50 million. Price, 500,000. Limited time 50 discount. Discounted price, 250,000. Daily purchase limit, 10. Item 2, LV. 2 skill selection card. Choose 1 LV. 2 skill for learning. Price, 1. 5 million. Item 3. Level 2 enhanced avatar. Avatar may select 1 LV. 2 skill for learning. Price, 300,000. Item 4. Opportunity prediction card. Predict future opportunities once. Price, 5 million. Limited time 80 discount. Discounted price, 1 million. Daily purchase limit, 3. Item 5. LV. 1 skill selection card. Choose 1 LV. 1 skill for learning. Price, 500,000. The 10 fortune chests were a must-buy. Opened a fortune chest. Received random funds. 1. 43 million. Opened a fortune chest. Received random funds. 2. 6 million. Opened a fortune chest. Received random funds. 2. 8 million in total. He netted a profit of 16 million. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu purchased 10 LV. 2 skill selection cards. After all, having an abundance of skills is never a burden. Used LV. 2 skill selection card. Successfully learned LV. 2 bed techniques. Used LV. 2 skill selection card. Successfully learned LV. 2 endurance. Used LV. 2 skill selection card. Successfully learned LV. 2 tongue muscle flexibility. Each skill selection card contained a staggering 108 skill options. 10 cards were wholly insufficient to master all the skills available. However, Lin Yu refrained from making further purchases. Firstly, he did not possess an excess of funds that could be squandered. Secondly, it was likely that in the future, the marketplace would refresh with LV. 3 skill selection cards. Once he acquired the LV. 3 skills, the LV. 2 skills would be rendered obsolete. Therefore, learning the LV. 2 skills at present would be a sheer waste. Thus, Lin Yu selectively opted for a few essential skills that were immediately applicable. After mastering these skills, Lin Yu glanced at the 2 remaining items, inadvertently overlooking the 5th item. His gaze then settled on the 4th product. A business opportunity prediction card? A remarkable find indeed. Opportunities are akin to a fleeting breeze. Those who can sense them in advance essentially stand at the forefront of fortune. Even the most unassuming can take flight. Hence, the significance of seizing opportunities is self-evident. Ding! Spending 3 million funds to purchase 3 business opportunity prediction cards. Use. Business opportunity prediction. Street vendor, 3 days hence. Yang City will implement a policy encouraging street vending, heralding the advent of the street economy. Street vending? Lin Yu's expression momentarily froze. Felt oddly familiar. On Blue Star, a policy encouraging street vending had been enacted, but unfortunately, it remained uncertain whether this world would genuinely enforce such policies. Nevertheless, the system's functionality ought not to err. Lin Yu promptly dispatched 3,000 avatars to prepare for the street vending venture. He aimed to dominate the street market of Yang City. Business opportunity prediction. Wholesale goods. Following the implementation of the street vending policy in 3 days, there will be a substantial demand for wholesale goods. Lin Yu, are you suggesting I establish a complete industrial chain? Yet it is not without merit. With the rise of the street economy, unscrupulous suppliers would undoubtedly raise their prices. By utilizing his own suppliers, he could perfectly circumvent this issue. Business opportunity prediction. Precision product manufacturing. In the future, the Kingdom of Jojo will experience a significant demand for high-end materials. Precision products. This was well within Lin Yu's expertise. His family factory specialized in manufacturing such high-end products. With existing factory facilities, there was no need for him to create them from scratch. It seemed the system was urging him to inherit the family business. The marketplace had 3 more refresh opportunities remaining. all of which he had exhausted. No high-cost performance items had appeared. Name: Linyu, funds, 116, 876, 000, total assets of the host and avatars. Skills: damage transfer, exploration system level, LV, 3, requires 200 million funds for upgrade, rewards 20,000 ordinary avatars, current avatars, ordinary avatars 13,000, level 2 enhanced avatars 40 special marketplace. LV, 3, level increases with system upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the probability of high-level items refreshing. Detected system skill enhancement, triggered temporary mission. Take over the Shanghai manufacturing plant and complete an order exceeding 10 million. Reward: factory 10-fold scale expansion card. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the system had an uncanny ability to sense his intentions. The tasks it issued were remarkably aligned with his aspirations. Indeed, it is worth a try. Setting up a street stall or engaging in wholesale trade are ultimately mere small enterprises with limited potential. To amass substantial wealth, one must aspire to be a business owner. However, becoming a proprietor is not Lin Yu's ultimate objective. His true ambition lies in accumulating capital to create a multitude of avatars. Once he possesses tens of millions or even billions of these incarnations, even if he were to do nothing, the income generated by his avatars would suffice to elevate him to the status of the world's richest individual. One cannot help but wonder how long it will take to reach such heights. Chapter 24. The arrival of the archenemy and the acquisition of the manufacturing plant. One cannot help but wonder whom Xiao Yu has entangled himself with out there. Could it truly be the underworld? Within the confines of his home, Lin Hai furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The fact that his son has achieved some success should, under normal circumstances, elicit joy. Yet, the more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. The scene he had witnessed was anything but ordinary. However, seeing that Lin Yu showed no inclination to offer an explanation, they refrained from pressing him further. No, once Xiao Yu returns, it is imperative to seek clarity. Should he indeed be involved with a criminal element, it would be wise to rectify the situation before it escalates into something grave. Lin Hai turned to He Wenjing, inquiring, "Have you asked? When will he be back?" He Wenjing nodded affirmatively. "I have inquired. Xiao Yu will return today. He should arrive shortly." "That's good." A heavy sigh escaped Lin Hai's lips. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The two hastened to the entrance. "Xiao Yu, you're back." Lin Hai's words trailed off abruptly, his expression morphing into one of cold indifference. For the visitor was not Lin Yu, but rather his bitter rival, Li Xiangqian. Li Xiangqian also operated a precision parts manufacturing plant, with a business model strikingly similar to that of Lin Hai's Shanghai manufacturing. As the adage goes, business rivals are worst enemies, and in this case, the fierce competition between two such closely aligned enterprises had persisted for years, with each vying for contracts and resources. For a long time, Lin Hai's Shanghai manufacturing had maintained an upper hand over Li Xiangqian. However, following a setback caused by Lin Xiong, Shanghai's operations had come to an abrupt halt, allowing Li Xiangqian to seize a significant portion of the market share. Consequently, Shanghai's standing had diminished considerably, now less than a third of its former strength, while Li Xiangqian's factory had seen a remarkable increase in capability, surpassing its previous performance by over 60%. Thus, Li Xiangqian's current prowess was more than fivefold that of Shanghai. Now, the former competitor stood at the door, undoubtedly reveling in Lin Hai's misfortune. Naturally, Lin Hai was not inclined to extend a warm welcome. "What? I come to pay a visit, and you leave me standing outside? You do not even offer to let me in," Li Xiangqian remarked, his slicked-back hair and emaciated frame clad in an ill-fitting suit, exuding an air of mockery. "Please, come in," He Wenjing interjected, unwilling to allow her partner to lose face before his adversary. Li Xiangqian made himself comfortable, plopping down on the sofa and extracting a stack of documents from his briefcase, slamming them onto the table. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I am here to acquire your Shanghai manufacturing today. The contract is prepared. I await your signature. Old Lin, do not let me down." Lin Hai glanced at the contract on the table, a sense of foreboding settling within him. What was meant to arrive would inevitably come. 2 factories, whose operations are strikingly similar, find themselves in fierce competition. Once one of them falls into a clearly disadvantaged position, the inevitable outcome is absorption. The larger the scale of Li Xiangqian's manufacturing and the more customers he acquires, the greater his influence in the market becomes. He merely needs to impose a choice upon those clients. Undoubtedly, most will gravitate towards Li Xiangqian, for his production capacity is fivefold that of Lin Hai's. The one with superior capability possesses the right of preference. In due course, Li Xiangqian will monopolize surrounding orders and raw material resources, leading to the eventual demise of the Shanghai factory. In such a competitive landscape, it is typically a matter of either your demise or mine. There exists no scenario where large and small enterprises coexist harmoniously. To my astonishment, within merely 2 months, you have monopolized such a multitude of clients. I am compelled to suspect that you have long harbored schemes, colluding with Lin Xiong. Lin Hai remarked, acknowledging that even capturing market share necessitates a process. It is implausible to expand so significantly within just 2 months. From negotiating partnerships to trial production, followed by assessments and the signing of long-term contracts, such a process ordinarily requires at least 6 months. Yet, Li Xiangqian accomplished all of this in just 2 months, and with multiple partners. Lin Hai could conceive of no other explanation than prior collusion with Lin Xiong. On the sofa, Li Xiangqian shook his head. No. I have no connections with your gambling brother, Lin Xiong. My ability to swiftly forge long-term collaborations with multiple clients is simply due to our acquisition of investment from the Shanghua Group. Lin Hai's expression shifted in astonishment. What? Shanghua Group, the largest real estate conglomerate in Yangcheng. Li Xiangqian continued, Shanghua Group is on the verge of constructing a new series of luxury hotels, requiring numerous precision-manufactured components. Had it not been for Lin Xiong's interference, the investment opportunity would likely have fallen to your Shanghai factory. Alas, it has ended up in my hands. Listening to Li Xiangqian's explanation, Lin Hai's heart swelled with regret. Lin Xiong, you scoundrel! Because of you, Shanghai manufacturing has missed such an exceptional opportunity. Without the involvement of Shanghua Group, I could have salvaged the situation. Even if Li Xiangqian were to gain the upper hand, it would not have escalated to the point of absorption. But now I am left with no chance at all. The Shanghua Group is a colossal entity, valued at over 30 billion. With their investment and support, Li Xiangqian possesses unparalleled financial strength and backing. How can I compete? This factory is surely beyond salvaging. Lin Hai sighed inwardly once more. So what do you say? If there are no objections, let us proceed to sign the contract. I am in urgent need of expanding production, and your dilapidated factory still holds some utility. Otherwise, once I no longer require it, you shall find no buyers. Li Xiangqian reclined back, propping his legs up on the coffee table, wearing an air of smug satisfaction. Lin Hai exchanged a glance with He Wenjing, a profound sorrow reflected in their eyes. This factory represented nearly 3 decades of his tireless dedication. Selling it felt akin to severing a piece of himself, an act he found profoundly difficult to accept. However, the circumstances left him with little choice. With no business and no supply of materials, he was unable to pay his employees' wages for the month. Soon, he would have to declare bankruptcy, burdening the Lin family with debts amounting to tens of millions. Even if Lin Yu could provide some financial assistance, it would only serve as a temporary fix rather than a fundamental solution. Furthermore, Lin Hai prided himself on his integrity. He could not bring himself to rely on his son to rectify his misfortunes. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Hai picked up the acquisition contract from the table. Just as he was about to sign, a figure entered the room. Lin Yu had returned. Accompanying him was the heiress of Shanghua Group, his personal assistant Luo Qingxue. Upon entering, Lin Yu paused. Dad, we have a guest? Chapter 25. Insolent words? A challenge. Dad, are there guests? Lin Yu casually greeted, only to be pulled aside by He Wenjing, who whispered, he is not really a guest. He is after her explanation. Lin Yu began to grasp the situation. He stepped forward, snatching the contract from the table and flinging it back to Li Xiangqian. I'm sorry, but this factory is not for sale. Turning to Lin Hai, he added, Dad, there is no need to sell it. Hand the factory over to me, and I will revitalize it. Lin Hai was taken aback by Lin Yu's confident tone. a flicker of surprise and joy crossing his mind. After all, Lin Yu had shown little interest in the factory throughout his upbringing. Lin Hai had never pressured him, allowing him to pursue his own interests. Hence, he regarded Lin Yu's business acumen as virtually non-existent. Yet now, Lin Yu was advocating for taking over the factory, which was entirely unexpected. Setting aside doubts about Lin Yu's capability to resurrect the factory, the mere display of responsibility and maturity filled Lin Hai, as a father, with immense pride. Xiao Yu. Lin Hai patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his face aglow with happiness. However, on the other side, Li Shangqian's expression darkened. With a loud clap, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. You, a mere child, have no business meddling here. Do you understand management? Do you comprehend production? You think you can just refuse to sell? And you dare to tear up my contract? In the entire Yang City, only my family operates in the precision machinery manufacturing sector. If you refuse to sell to me, you will find no other buyer. Believe me, I can let this factory rot right here. The Lin family can look forward to bankruptcy and incarceration. Li Shangqian was furious, seeing the contract that was nearly in his grasp thwarted by Lin Yu. Lin Hai, witnessing the scene, forced a smile and stepped forward, aiming to pacify Li Shangqian's emotions. After all, as he had stated, aside from Li Shangqian, no one else would consider acquiring his factory. Acquiring a factory primarily hinges on its existing production equipment and facilities, along with its workforce. A company manufacturing screws would never acquire a factory producing dolls, as the production fields differ significantly, rendering the equipment unusable. Only factories within the same manufacturing niche, such as screw making or doll making, find mutual acquisition meaningful and valuable. In Yang City, there were only these two factories engaged in precision machinery. The equipment in Lin Hai's factory was specialized, and any potential buyers would find it utterly impractical. As for competitors from outside Yang City, there was little hope for them to make a successful acquisition. The market in Yang City was monopolized by Li Shangqian. Newcomers would face inevitable failure. No one would be so foolish as to attempt it. Thus, if Li Shangqian withdrew from the acquisition, the factory would genuinely become a burden. With employee wages combined with severance compensation reaching tens of millions, failing to meet these obligations could very well lead to imprisonment. As for Lin Yu's claim of revitalizing the factory, Lin Hai did not take the matter too seriously. He merely felt that Lin Yu had matured and assumed more responsibility, yet he did not believe that Lin Yu could truly turn the tide. After all, 80% of the market and resources in Yang City were monopolized by Li Shangqian. Moreover, Li Shangqian had the backing of Shenghua Group. What could they possibly contend with? The mere presence of the colossal Shenghua Group had nearly extinguished any hope of a comeback. Calm down, calm down. He's just a child, still immature, and sometimes speaks inappropriately. Lin Hai forced a smile to placate Li Shangqian. Under normal circumstances, he would never demean himself in such a way. However, this situation was far more severe than the penalty for breach of contract from a few days prior. If Li Shangqian truly abandoned the acquisition, the Lin family would bear a debt of at least 30 million. At that point, he would face imprisonment, and the remaining debt would fall upon Lin Yu's shoulders. Lin Hai did not wish to witness such a scene unfold. For the sake of his family and Lin Yu, he was prepared to set aside his pride. Yet, Li Shangqian remained relentless. Kid, I'm quite angry right now, do you understand? Kneel and apologize and I might just forgive you. He continued, your family's fate is in my hands. You know what to do. TSK, is this your girlfriend? She looks rather young. How about I keep her company for a couple of days, and then I may consider forgiving your earlier rudeness? Li Shangqian's gaze suddenly shifted to Luo Qingxue, his expression lewd beyond measure. One could easily infer from his eyes that he was likely a man of loose morals in daily life. Lin Yu activated his probing skill, and scenes from Li Shangqian's past unfolded before him. Indeed, this man frequently sought the company of escorts and often engaged in affairs with female employees at the factory. With such a boss, it was no wonder his factory was consistently overshadowed by its own workers. Li Shangqian, do not overstep your bounds, Lin Hai began, anger simmering within him, but Lin Yu intervened. Dad, there's no need to engage him further. Lin Yu turned to face Li Shangqian, moving as swiftly as the wind. Slap! A resounding slap sent Li Shangqian reeling, crashing against the opposite side of the sofa, at least 3 meters away. The effects of his level 2 combat skills and level 2 muscle strength were fully realized at that moment. Lin Yu stated calmly, originally, it was merely a matter of acquisition, a normal aspect of business competition. I had no intention of holding grudges. However, your disrespect towards me, and towards her, complicates matters significantly. Li Xiangqian, covering his face and enduring the pain, rose from the floor, teeth gritted in fury. Very well. You dare to lay hands on me? I won't acquire this factory. Your Lin family can await bankruptcy. With that, Li Xiangqian strode towards the door. He was not foolish. Lin Yu's numbers were overwhelming, and remaining here would only lead to greater losses. It was better to leave first. However, Lin Yu blocked his path. What? Are you intending to unlawfully detain me? Li Xiangqian scoffed. Lin Yu smiled, then shifted the conversation. Aren't you feeling invincible, bolstered by the support of Shenghua Group? Qingxue, a mere investment from Shenghua Group has inflated your ego so. But do you realize that the girl you just insulted is none other than the daughter of Shenghua Group? Moreover, she holds another title, my assistant. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue immediately understood, pulling out her phone to send a few messages. Li Xiangqian looked at him with suspicion, swallowing hard, a flicker of trepidation surfacing within him. What? What are you planning to do? Call someone? Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you won't fare well either. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and He Wenjing seemed to have realized something, stepping forward to counsel Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, don't act impulsively. This is not something to be taken lightly. Bankruptcy merely means accumulating debt, but engaging in such actions could lead to dire consequences. Lin Hai, envisioning a scene filled with countless figures in black suits, involuntarily associated it with the underworld. Coupled with Lin Yu's current demeanor, which showed no regard as he slapped Li Xiangqian, he concluded that Lin Yu was likely entangled with the mafia. Once such connections are made, the issue transcends mere financial ruin. Facing the two's counsel, Lin Yu let out a resigned smile. Dad, stop overthinking. I would never engage in illegal activities. In a society ruled by law, I am not foolish enough to oppose it. You will understand shortly. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, out of trust in their son, Lin Hai and He Wenjing refrained from further questioning. Yet their hearts remained filled with confusion. What exactly was Xiao Yu planning? Chapter 26. An unapproachable figure, Lin Yu's identity. Approximately half an hour had elapsed when a knock echoed through the room. He Wenjing rose to answer the door. A figure clad in a gray suit entered. Upon seeing him, Li Xiangqian was momentarily taken aback. Manager Lu, what brings you here? The individual before him was none other than Lu Hong, the general manager of the project department dispatched by Shenghua Group to liaise with Li Xiangqian. Manager Lu, it's merely the acquisition of a factory on the brink of bankruptcy. I could handle it myself. There's no need for you to make an extra trip. Li Xiangqian's tone was exceedingly courteous, his expression one of utmost respect. After all, Lu Hong was responsible for the collaboration between Shenghua Group and himself, ensuring that they would have ample dealings in the future. He certainly could not afford to offend him in the slightest. However, to Li Xiangqian's astonishment, his warm welcome received no response, as if his enthusiasm met with indifference. Lu Hong entered, casting a brief glance around the room before his gaze settled on Luo Qingxue. With a slight bow, he addressed her with great deference. Greetings, miss. At that moment, Li Xiangqian was utterly bewildered. Miss, could it be that the person who commands such respect from the manager of Shenghua Group is the daughter of the chairman of Shenghua Group? The realization struck him like a cold gust, leaving him breathless. The person he had just casually teased was, in fact, the esteemed heiress of Shenghua Group. Li Xiangqian stood frozen, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, although he had not interacted with Lu Hong, recognized the information inscribed on his name badge, Shenghua Group, General Manager of the Project Department. Lu Hong, a figure of such stature, had unexpectedly appeared here. While a manager's salary might not surpass what he earned from his factory, it did little to diminish the awe that Lu Heng's status instilled in those present. For he wielded the authority that others did not possess. A single decision could dictate the fate of their enterprises. Lin Hai glanced at Lin Yu and then at Luo Qingxue, his eyes deep and contemplative. What could the relationship be between the heiress of Shanghua Group and Yang Yu? On the other side, upon Lu Heng's arrival, Luo Qingxue turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, seemingly awaiting his cue. Lin Yu remained seated on the sofa, silent, simply closing his eyes in contemplation. Luo Qingxue promptly understood and addressed Lu Heng with command. Terminate the cooperation. As the heiress of the group, while she could not intervene in major corporate decisions, she was indeed capable of making choices regarding smaller matters, such as partnerships with factories generating just over 10 million in revenue. Such decisions bore little consequence for the overarching growth of the group. Lu Heng nodded and retrieved the contract he had brought, presenting it to Li Xiangqian as he announced the termination of their agreement. Li Xiangqian was left utterly dumbfounded. This was a termination? Just moments ago, he had reveled in the discovery of such a formidable ally in Shanghua Group, only to find that this support had vanished in an instant. All of this transpired solely because of that girl. Or rather, due to a single utterance from Lin Yu, it was evident to him that although it was Luo Qingxue who initially spoke, she had been consistently observing Lin Yu's expression and adhering to his commands. Li Xiangqian's gaze towards Lin Yu grew increasingly incredulous. How on earth did this young man manage to command the attention of the heiress of Shanghua Group in such a manner? Lin Hai's astonishment was equally profound. He looked at Lin Yu in bewilderment, feeling as though he were caught in a surreal dream. The daughter of Shanghua Group alongside Xiao Yu. No wonder Xiao Yu could summon 1,000 people and possess over 20 million in cash. Turned out he had ties to Shanghua Group. However, what exactly was the nature of their relationship? Was he a son-in-law? No, that was implausible. If he were indeed a son-in-law, would he not be treated like a servant? Yet, Lin Yu exhibited no semblance of servitude. Rather, the heiress of Shanghua Group appeared more like his subordinate. After all, this was Shanghua Group. What could possibly be unfolding? The more Lin Hai pondered, the more confused he became. This situation had utterly transcended his comprehension. Manager Lu, wait, hadn't we already negotiated the cooperation? Why has the contract suddenly been rescinded? After a brief pause, Li Xiangqian finally grasped the gravity of the situation and attempted to salvage it. However, Lu Heng ignored him and positioned himself behind Luo Qingxue. The implication was clear. If you wish to plead, it is futile to approach me. You must turn to our young lady. Li Xiangqian directed his gaze toward Luo Qingxue, his expression growing increasingly grim. Damn it, it was entirely his fault for speaking out of turn. Offending the heiress of Shanghua Group was tantamount to digging his own grave. Miss, please do not hold this against me. My previous words were thoughtless. Slap, slap. He struck himself several times in a bid to convey his remorse. Yet, Luo Qingxue showed no sign of reaction, instead taking a few steps to stand behind Lin Yu. This mirrored Lu Heng's earlier sentiment. Pleading with me is futile. You must appeal to Lin Yu. Li Xiangqian once again recognized that Lin Yu was the one who held the power to determine the outcome. He turned his attention back to Lin Yu, now desperately seeking his intercession. At this moment, Li Xiangqian was filled with regret. He could never have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Lin Yu possessed the greatest authority among those present. But it was too late for regrets now. Lin Yu had no intention of letting him off the hook. He reclined against the sofa, wearing an expression of indifference. Enough, you may leave now. Your presence is merely a nuisance. A wave of despair washed over Li Xiangqian. This was Shanghua Group, the largest corporation in Yangqing, and indeed among the largest in several surrounding cities. He had believed that upon establishing cooperation, he would soar to new heights. Yet, due to his careless words, he had jeopardized his promising future. No, please. I will kneel and admit my mistakes. Will you spare me? Without hesitation, Li Xiangqian sank to his knees. Lin Yu, however, merely laughed. Kneeling to apologize? Your feigned display of suffering is quite adeptly executed. Lin Yu, employing his investigative skills, has delved into Li Xiangqian's past. Each time he seeks assistance from others, he resorts to this kneeling act. For many, a man's knees, bowed in submission, signify a loss of dignity, as they believe that beneath a man's stature lies gold. However, for him, it is merely a maneuver to elicit sympathy from others, a sheer tactic devoid of any genuine emotion. While others may fall prey to your deceit, I shall not. Begone. Chapter 27. Taking over the factory and reviving the business. Li Xiangqian left in a dejected manner. Lu Shu, you should head back as well. Don't let your own affairs suffer, Luo Qingxue suggested. Understood. Miss Lu Heng, the general manager of the project department, was curious about the relationship between Luo Qingxue and Lin Yu, but years of professional experience taught him to refrain from prying. After a brief acknowledgement, he took his leave. Xiao Yu, this. Lin Hai and He Wenjing turned their gazes towards Lin Yu, their eyes brimming with profound intrigue, awaiting an explanation. They pondered whether this girl truly possessed the identity they suspected and what their relationship might entail. Lin Yu, well aware of his parents' curiosity, spoke up. Dad, this is my assistant Luo Qingxue, who is also the heiress of Shenghua Group. Hello, uncle and aunt. Luo Qingxue stepped forward, greeting them with a warm smile. In that moment, Lin Hai was rendered speechless by the revelation. Although he had anticipated this, hearing Lin Yu affirm it left him momentarily overwhelmed. Xiao Yu, the heiress of Shenghua Group, a secretary. Wait, what did you just say? Assistant. Lin Hai's mind raced with numerous possibilities. Lin Yu being married into the family, classmates, friends, or perhaps a consequence of an unplanned pregnancy that necessitated responsibility. Yet, he never fathomed that Luo Qingxue was merely Lin Yu's assistant. Lin Hai awaited a more profound explanation from Lin Yu, but the latter seemed disinclined to elaborate further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. Dad, how is our factory doing? Let me take charge. I will revive it. Feeling slightly disappointed at not receiving a deeper insight, Lin Hai refrained from pressing further. After all, Lin Yu was an adult now, capable of making his own decisions, holding his own secrets and social circles. As a father, it would be inappropriate to intrude excessively. Lin Yu's silence signified his reluctance to share, and thus, Lin Hai respected that, demonstrating the fundamental respect that comes with parenthood. Lin Yu, fully aware of Lin Hai's and He Wenjing's natures, had chosen to reveal their relationship. He understood that Lin Hai would not pry further. You wish to take over the factory? That's perfectly fine, of course. Although our orders have diminished significantly and our material import channels are considerably reduced, the factory can still operate normally. However, there is one crucial point I must caution you about. Lin Hai's expression grew slightly serious, prompting Lin Yu to adopt a more earnest demeanor. Some of the older employees have worked with me for 10 years, some for 20, and some have been with me since the inception of the factory. Over time, we have become quite familiar, even friends. Initially, I believed that a better relationship with employees would lead to improved performance. However, I have since realized that the closer the relationship, the more complacent their work ethic became. Many long-serving employees, taking advantage of our rapport, have begun to slack off. Others work at least 8 hours, yet they consistently arrive late and leave early, barely accomplishing 5 hours of work each day. At times, they merely show up, sit for a few hours, and contribute nothing of substance. During busier periods, I find myself compelled to purchase fruits and snacks to encourage them to exert themselves. Alas, once you take over the factory, you must remember to occasionally bring some fruits. Otherwise, these individuals might throw a tantrum, adversely affecting production. Listening to this, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Dad, I recall from the salary list you printed that their wages are at least 8,000 yuan, with some even reaching 20,000. With such high salaries and their lackadaisical attitude, why keep them? Why not simply dismiss them? Although Lin Yu resisted overtime and even instigated a collective strike at the electronics factory, it did not imply he condoned laziness at work. Aside from the rare need for employees to work overtime, the factory generally adhered to an 8-hour workday. Such a lenient standard should be respected by employees, and their failure to do so is indeed perplexing. On the other side, Lin Hai sighed. We cannot dismiss them. Xiao Yu, you do not understand. Employees in precision machinery production require a certain level of specialized skills. In the entire Yang City, there are only a handful of individuals with such expertise. If we were to dismiss them, we would struggle to find replacements. We could hire from other cities, but those workers would demand significantly higher wages. I've calculated that after accounting for the extra salary expenses, the factory would barely retain any profit or worse, incur losses. It's simply not worth it. Moreover, my factory and Li Xiangqian's have always been in competition. If I were to fire them, They would be snapped up by Li Xiangxian the very next day. If that happens, I would be left without workers, and the factory would be doomed. Upon hearing Lin Hai's explanation, Lin Yu understood. The core issue lay in the scarcity of skilled professionals, compounded by the competitive threat posed by Li Xiangxian, compelling Lin Hai to coddle these employees and tolerate their laziness. As for fines, if he dared to impose penalties, they would resign the next day and head straight to his competitor's company. In that case, the factory would inevitably meet its demise. The arrogance and complacency of these long-standing employees stem from their monopolistic hold on Yang City's precision manufacturing sector. They believe that without their presence, no one else can be employed. However, for Lin Yu, these challenges were not insurmountable. Skilled talent? I have in abundance. With my level 2 enhanced clone, I can choose any level 2 skill to learn. The proficiency of these level 2 skills is already on par with the upper echelons of the industry, second only to a select few top researchers. Implementing them in the factory would be more than sufficient. Dad, you needn't worry about this. I will handle it. Lin Yu took a sip of water, his expression serene. In his hands, he lacked nothing but people. If each of you were to fulfill your duties and responsibilities, all would be well. However, should anyone remain in their position without taking action, do not blame me for dismissing you. Chapter 28. If you have the guts, fire me. The name of the factory, Xiong Manufacturing, is derived from the names of Lin Hai and Lin Xiong. Initially, it was intended to be named Haixiong Manufacturing, as Lin Hai is the eldest son and the character for C should logically precede. However, the name did not roll off the tongue smoothly, leading to the alteration to Xiong. At this moment, Lin Yu gazed upon the name with a profound sense of distaste. Let us replace this sign with Yuhui Manufacturing, Lin Yu commanded. The factory administrators accompanying Lin Yu during the inspection exchanged glances, their expressions languid. Certainly. However, the factory has been exceedingly busy these days. If we are to change it, it will have to wait until next month. One administrator replied nonchalantly, his tone and gaze laced with a hint of disdain and scorn. Lin Hai even requires us to speak with more decorum. Yet you, a lad barely in your 20s, issue commands without the slightest hint of politeness. Youth today lacks manners. Lin Yu sensed their indolent and apathetic tone, leading to a clearer understanding of Lin Hai's admonitions. It was merely a trivial matter of changing a sign. Yet the moment he issued the order, they began to concoct excuses for delay. It seemed the staff at the factory indeed exhibited a certain level of lethargy. Too busy, you say? What busyness? The factory has just settled a penalty for breach of contract, and most orders have been monopolized by Li Xiangqian. Currently, the factory's business volume is less than 1/5 of its peak period. Lin Hai intended to downsize, yet had not found the opportunity. Thus the employee count remained at its previous scale. 1/5 of the business volume, and they dare to claim busyness? Clearly, it was nothing more than a pretext. Let us give this factory successor a reality check. Take me to the workshop. Lin Yu's tone now bore an edge of coldness. Upon arriving at the processing workshop and surveying the surroundings, Lin Yu's immediate impression was one of chaos. There was utter disorder. 5 or 6 individuals clustered around a welding machine, laboriously working on a simple component. A task that one person could complete in 3 minutes was stretched to 10 by this group. Several employees, clad in high-end work attire, lounged bare-chested, engrossed in a game of cards, with cold dishes and beer laid beside them, intermittently indulging in sips. The supervisor was even more outrageous, having fashioned a hammock for himself, where he lay sleeping soundly. Has the factory always been like this? Lin Yu inquired softly. The administrator waved his hand dismissively. Certainly not. It's merely that there have been too few orders these days, leaving most people idle. Lin Yu activated his investigative skills discreetly, scanning the figures before him to review their past experiences. Too few orders. Thus they were idle? Yet, through his observations, even during busier times, they maintained this same lethargic demeanor. They could barely guarantee even 4 hours of work, let alone 8. Orders that should have been completed in 3 days took a grueling 7 or 8. No wonder the factory's profit margins remained stagnant. It was due to the excess of idlers. Clap, clap. Lin Yu clapped his hands. All eyes turned toward him. After the administrator introduced his identity, there was little reaction from the crowd, aside from a few mocking chuckles. Old Lin's decision to appoint a fresh graduate to oversee the factory left many bewildered. What could he possibly contribute? Did he possess knowledge of production or management? Each individual present had decades of manufacturing experience. Why would they need a mere novice to oversee them? It was utterly laughable. In the face of such disparaging remarks, Lin Yu remained silent but proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, I, Lin Yu, shall officially take charge of this factory. I do not demand overtime, nor will I impose excessively stringent regulations. I shall not dwell on your previous states of affairs. However, from now on, I expect each of you to fulfill your respective duties. Currently, there are 3 outstanding orders, and at the appropriate production pace, we should be able to complete them within 2 days, with even some leeway. Therefore, I require everyone to perform their roles diligently, and by the end of the day after tomorrow, I expect all 3 orders to be fulfilled. Is that clear?" Upon finishing his statement, there was no response. It was as if no one had heard him. The atmosphere was notably chilly, with no one offering him support. In a corner, a few veteran employees whispered among themselves. What was old Lin thinking, entrusting such an inexperienced lad with the factory? He seemed oblivious to the intricacies of human relations. If old Lin wanted me to work overtime, he should at least provide decent food and drink. This lad arrived empty-handed, utterly lacking in social finesse. While the standard working hours were 8, they had grown accustomed to arriving late and leaving early, often starting at 10 in the morning and finishing by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Thus, their typical working hours amounted to merely 3 or 4 hours daily, with anything beyond 4 considered overtime. This had been their routine for over a decade. Lin Yu's sudden demand to complete the orders within 2 days implied that they would need to work a full 8 hours each day, far exceeding their accustomed workload. As the workshop began to buzz with conversation, Lin Yu did not need to strain his ears to discern their displeasure regarding his decision. Yet he remained indifferent. 8 hours was the bare minimum. As the factory owner, Lin Hai had built his empire from the ground up and understood the toil and tribulations faced by workers, thus affording them the respect and dignity they deserved. However, many among them failed to appreciate their fortune, relying on their skills and assuming Lin Hai would not dare dismiss them, which bred an air of complacency and laziness, akin to pampered aristocrats. This trend was detrimental to the factory's future development. His purpose in coming here was to rectify this issue. The 3 small orders presented a manageable workload. Before the end of the day after tomorrow, I will return to assess the production status. I hope everyone will meet the deadline. With that, Lin Yu departed. As they watched his figure fade away, the workshop erupted once more into a cacophony of chatter. How many years have I spent here? I work a maximum of 4 hours a day, and this young fellow thinks he can make me work 8. What an absurd notion. Even old Lin wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner, yet his son has taken on an air of arrogance. So what if I only work 4 hours? If he has the capability, let him dismiss us. In the entire Yangcheng, there are only a handful of individuals who comprehend precision machining techniques. Should we be dismissed? I wonder where he would find skilled labor to replace us. It seems necessary for old Lin to impart some wisdom to his son. He clearly lacks self-awareness. Damn it, I lost track of time because of him, and now it is already 4 in the afternoon. Time for me to clock out. Who is treating today? Groups of 3 or 4 figures began to make their way outside. Before long, the factory was deserted. No one took Lin Yu's words seriously. Chapter 29. What of dismissal? Observe who regrets in the blink of an eye. 2 days have elapsed. It is 3:30 in the afternoon. Let us go, let us go. Several figures clad in sophisticated technician attire made their way out in unison. The factory employs a total of 300 workers, categorized into 3 distinct types. The first category consists of senior technicians, who possess advanced manufacturing skills and oversee the critical stages of component production. There are only 12 senior technicians in the entire plant. Yet despite their small number, they represent years of cultivation by Lin Hai, each earning over 20,000. They are the core personnel of the factory, wielding essential expertise. Without them, no order could be completed successfully. The second category includes ordinary technicians, numbering nearly 100, with salaries exceeding 10,000. Their skills may not match those of the first category, yet they are indispensable, responsible for foundational manufacturing tasks. Once the products have undergone their processing, they are considered 90% complete. The remaining portion is entrusted to the 12 senior technicians for final precision work. The remaining workers are ordinary employees, totaling around 100. These individuals handle simpler tasks, such as the transportation, packaging, and shipping of raw materials and products. Among all employees, the ordinary workers generally pose no significant issues, as anyone can perform these duties. Should anyone deliberately shirk their responsibilities, Lin Hai can dismiss them at will. Thus, the ordinary employees largely fulfill their obligations. However, the situation with the technical workers is markedly different. Relying on their possession of core technology, they have grown increasingly audacious, confident that Lin Hai would hesitate to dismiss them. As the factory owner, Lin Hai finds himself compelled to cater to their whims, while the words of Lin Yu hold even less weight in their eyes. Cousin, isn't it a bit inappropriate to leave work now? A recently hired young man with a buzz cut gently advised. The senior technician he addressed as cousin was indeed an advanced technician. The two shared a hometown and familial ties. The young man had only secured his position through this connection. He scratched his head, contemplating, isn't it unseemly to leave early? We are employees after all. At the very least, we should fulfill our 8-hour responsibility. Besides, the boss asked us to complete the order in 2 days, and we have only finished half. What if he gets angry? The senior technician cast a glance at him, muttering under his breath, lack of ambition. I'm leaving early, and you'll see if the boss dares to say anything to me. Let me tell you, in this factory, the boss isn't the ultimate authority. This is, he declared, gesturing to the prominent words senior technician emblazoned on his uniform. Skill is paramount. There are hardly any individuals in Yangqing with my level of expertise. So what if the boss is in charge? Would he dare to fire me? If he did, the factory would be doomed. He needs me far more than I need him. Do you understand? The young man with the buzz cut visibly struggled to accept this reasoning, perceiving it as a form of coercion or manipulation. The factory falters without technology, and without the investment and operation of its owner, it similarly struggles. Both sides are interdependent. To leverage one's own value as a threat is an unwise course of action. The youth yearns to offer counsel, yet refrains from voicing it, for he recognizes that his words carry little weight. Departing, over 100 skilled workers vacated their positions, bringing production to a standstill. 2 hours later, Lin Yu and Lin Hai arrived on the scene. Lin Hai gazed at the silent workshop, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, Xiao Yu, do you see the state of the factory? Even if I wished to impose order, it would be futile. The entire Yang city struggles to attract new skilled workers, leaving us at their mercy. If you wish to fully take over the factory and gain their recognition, you must lower your stance. Tomorrow, procure some fine wine and present it to them. Engage in conversation as a junior. It should help bridge the gap between you. Remember, under no circumstances should you behave as you did the day before yesterday, as that would only breed resentment. Should they, in a fit of anger, approach Li Xiangqian, the factory's operation would become even more precarious. Lin Hai's eyes dimmed, his expression one of helplessness. He appeared less like a boss and more like a wronged widow, confiding his troubles to Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu displayed no trace of disappointment. Rather, a hint of irony adorned his face. Since you choose not to heed my advice, do not blame me when I replace you. Father, you should return. I will handle this, Lin Yu asserted, withholding his true intentions.
Lin Hai,
assuming Lin Yu would follow his advice, reiterated, remember the key point. Lower your stance. As long as your attitude is amiable, they will not make things difficult for you. With that, Lin Hai departed, leaving Lin Yu alone. He opened the system panel. Name: Lin Yu Funds, 116, 876, 000, total assets of host and avatars. Skills: damage transfer. Investigation system level, LV 3, requires 200 million funds to upgrade. Rewards 20,000 ordinary avatars. Current avatars: ordinary avatars 13,000, level 2 enhanced avatars 40, special mall. LV 3, level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels yield a greater probability of high-level items. Level 2 enhanced avatar. Select 1 LV. 2 skill to learn, LV. 2. A level achievable by individuals at the forefront of their industries. Special Mall. Spend 3 million funds to purchase 100 Level 2 enhanced avatars. Summon 1 Level 2 enhanced avatar to learn LV. 2 Skill. Precision mechanical processing techniques 1 by 1. Figures materialized. Each avatar possessed advanced processing skills within the industry. Aside from the 5 bodyguards already summoned, Lin Yu called forth all of the remaining 135 Level 2 enhanced avatars in one breath. What need is there for junior technicians when all can be assigned to senior roles? After all, they are merely extensions of oneself. An additional individual simply means another voice. A meal is sufficient. The cost is negligible. As for those individuals from before, do they truly believe I cannot dismiss them? Chapter 30. Stunned. He really got fired the following day. At 7:30 in the morning, the workshop was already in full swing before the ordinary employees had arrived. Given the current limitations of equipment, despite Lin Yu having 135 skilled technicians, only a handful were engaged in advanced technical tasks, while the remainder were occupied with basic labor. At 7:50, a laborer responsible for transportation entered the workshop, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had the sun risen from the west today? Why had work commenced so early? He had been working here for 5 or 6 years, and in his recollection, the processing workshop typically began operations around 9, nearly 10 o'clock. It was a rare occurrence for work to start before 9, a sign of good fortune. Yet today they had already commenced by 8, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. The young man scanned the crowd, hoping to find a familiar face to inquire about the situation. However, after searching, he realized he did not recognize a single person. How strange. Were there so many new faces in the factory? Just as he was pondering, Lin Yu appeared. The young man immediately perked up. Boss. Lin Yu nodded and activated his investigative skills, confirming that the individual was merely an ordinary laborer who had consistently fulfilled his duties without negligence. He spoke gently. We merely hired a new batch of technicians. There's no need for surprise. You may continue with your original tasks. The reason Lin Yu retained these ordinary employees was their impeccable work ethic and dedication. Though converting them to his own avatars could yield greater profits, he was unwilling to let the issues of the technicians affect others. Every diligent and earnest employee deserved his respect. Moreover, for someone of his wealth, with assets exceeding 100 million, the loss of a fraction of profit was inconsequential. Yes, boss, replied the laborer, promptly returning to his work. As more ordinary employees engaged in production, the factory's efficiency soared back to its peak performance, even surpassing previous levels. A few transport workers, taking a moment to wipe their brows, discreetly observed the scene. 10:30-100. An astonishing count of over 100 newcomers. Our new boss is indeed impressive. He recruited over 100 technicians overnight. Truly. Moreover, it appeared that their skills surpassed those of the previous workers. Yesterday, someone completed a precision task in 8 minutes, while they managed the same in merely 3 minutes, a remarkable increase in efficiency by more than double. What do you think the boss is up to? Is he merely expanding production, or is he planning layoffs? Who knows? Let us just wait and see. 2 hours later, as the clock approached 10, several figures entered the factory together. Oldly, I've discovered a new massage parlor with exceptional skills. I'll treat you to a session after work today. Ah, how delightful. Just as I have been experiencing some discomfort in my lower back these past few days, a massage would be quite rejuvenating. By the way, it appears there is a lottery event today. We should arrive early, ideally before 4 o'clock. Not a problem. A few individuals engaged in their own discussions, disregarding the sign on the wall that urged silence, as if they were in their own home. It seems there is some commotion in the workshop. Who has arrived early? As they stepped inside, intending to greet those present, they were taken aback by the unfamiliar faces before them. Who are these people? They had never seen them before. How peculiar. Surely they had not taken a wrong turn. They exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Excuse me, what is going on here? One person anxiously pulled aside a busy employee, seeking answers. The employee, upon noticing their urgency, immediately transformed his fatigue into a welcoming smile. After all, these individuals were not ones to be trifled with. Even the boss would tread lightly around them. Brother Lee, these are the new technicians hired by the boss. They started working as soon as I arrived this morning. One person furrowed his brow. New technicians? When did Yang City acquire so many technicians? They surveyed the scene. 50, 100. Over 100 new technicians. A cursory glance revealed that each one possessed skills rivaling their own. How is this possible? To recruit so many in a single night? This sight instantly instilled a sense of crisis within them. In the past, they had been the backbone of the factory, holding the most critical skills. Without them, the factory could not survive. Yet now, what they once considered core competencies seemed to have become commonplace, suddenly inundating the landscape. Greetings, boss. Lin Yu's figure appeared, and the employee waved in acknowledgement before returning to his tasks. The others also took note of Lin Yu. One individual pointed at the scene and demanded, "What does this mean? They have completed the work. What are we supposed to do?" Lin Yu regarded him with calm composure. "It is quite simple. You are no longer needed. You are terminated." The words hung in the air, leaving the group in stunned disbelief. In their minds, the notion of being dismissed was utterly inconceivable, something that could never happen in their lifetimes. They were the very essence of the factory, the ever-changing bosses, yet the steadfast core. Even if Lin Hai went bankrupt and the factory were taken over by new ownership, they would still hold significance. The new owner would continue to cater to their needs. However, today, Lin Yu's pronouncement shattered their reality. "You are terminated. You have been dismissed. Please collect your wages and severance pay, and you are free to leave." With that, Lin Yu turned and departed, leaving them frozen in place. At that moment, several figures clad in advanced technician uniforms entered, chatting and laughing. Well, Old Lee, you've arrived quite early again today. What brings you here? Why aren't you inside? Old Wang, why does your face look so pale? Did you not sleep well? I could let you win a few hands when we play cards later. How does that sound? Old Wang glanced at the newcomers, devoid of any interest in conversation, his expression woeful. Old Lu, we've been dismissed. What did you say? Dismissed? After a few explanations, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The newcomers finally noticed the unusual atmosphere in the workshop. Where did all these skilled workers come from? Could they have been recruited from outside the city? Hiring skilled labor from other regions requires additional wage subsidies, potentially increasing labor costs by at least 30. Are they out of their minds? How could the factory sustain profit with such expenses? One person shook his head. Profitability isn't the primary concern. What matters is, they are determined to replace us. Once more, the group lapsed into silence. Our secure jobs are gone. This cannot stand. I will speak to old Lin. After all, we've shared a bond with him for over a decade. Even two. I refuse to believe old Lin would permit his son to dismiss us. Upon hearing this, the group found renewed vigor. Yes, let us approach old Lin. We are such good friends. How could they simply dismiss us? In my view, it must be that Lin Yu acting unilaterally. Humph. The young man doesn't understand the ways of the world. Once I inform old Lin, he will surely give that disrespectful lad a proper lesson. Chapter 31. Deserved. All of it is self-inflicted. In Lin Yu's home, Lin Hai and He Wenjing sat in the living room, their hearts heavy with worry. I must go to the factory and check on things. After all, Xiao Yu is still quite young. I fear he may struggle to manage the team there, Lin Hai declared, reaching for a coat as he prepared to leave. He Wenjing shot him a glance. How can you speak of Xiao Yu? You yourself have failed to control them. The employees had leveraged their technical skills against him, causing them to become increasingly audacious. And you still call yourself the boss. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Hai cleared his throat and donned his coat, ready to step out. Just then, his phone rang. A video call from Xiao Yu. Beep. The video connected and Lin Hai anxiously inquired, Xiao Yu, how are things on your end? On the other side of the video, Lin Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he pointed the camera at the workshop behind him, revealing countless workers busily engaged in their tasks. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. Good, they are working normally, indicating that at least things haven't deteriorated further. Wait, just as Lin Hai began to relax, a sudden tightness gripped his heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Yu, where are you? This isn't our factory. I don't recognize any of these people. As he spoke, confusion washed over him. The environment and equipment appeared remarkably similar to his own factory, yet he did not know a single person present. Lin Yu then spoke up, "Dad, I am indeed at our factory. Are you certain?"
Lin Hai press?
"Of course I am." Lin Yu redirected the camera to show a nearby worker, and Lin Hai, upon seeing those familiar faces, was instantly reassured that his son spoke the truth. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. Xiao Yu, these individuals. Lin Hai's expression shifted as he sensed something was amiss, leaving him momentarily speechless. "They are my new hires, 135 senior technicians," Lin Yu explained. "As for the previous employees, I have dismissed them all." Lin Hai took a deep breath, swallowing hard. Newly hired. Senior technicians? 135 of them. How could that be possible? In just a few days, he had recruited so many. Not only did Yang City lack such a number of skilled professionals, but even if he sought talent from surrounding cities, it would take at least 10 days to gather such a workforce. After all, this industry was notoriously short on talent. Yet now, Lin Yu had achieved what he thought was impossible. At that moment, Lin Hai felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. What he deemed exceedingly difficult was remarkably simple for Lin Yu. Even with decades of business and management experience, he felt dwarfed in comparison to his son. "All right, the factory is in your capable hands. I am at ease." Seeing his son surpass him in capability brought Lin Hai immense joy, and the pent-up frustration within him quietly dissipated. "Well done on the dismissals. That group of individuals, I hold them in high regard and offer them generous salaries and benefits. Yet, they remain utterly dissatisfied, increasingly overstepping their bounds simply because they possess the core technology. I wonder how brazen they will be now." Click. The video call ended. Lin Hai was elated beyond words. He had initially believed that Lin Yu lacked experience and would struggle to manage, yet the reality far exceeded his expectations. "Truly, he is my son. Remarkable." He Wenjing shot him a glare, playfully chastising, "That's due to Xiao Yu's capabilities, not your doing. You simply want to bask in reflected glory." Lin Hai cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, the same old story." Lin Hai removed his recently donned coat and hung it on the rack by the door. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the air. Lin Hai, somewhat puzzled, turned the doorknob. To his surprise, he was greeted by a series of familiar faces. "Old Lin, what on earth have you done? You allowed your son to take over the factory. Old Lin, are you aware that the moment he took charge, he dismissed us all? Such a ridiculous decision. Is this not sheer madness? Indeed, Old Lin, you must keep him in check. He cannot be allowed to act with such reckless abandon. How can the factory function under these circumstances?" As soon as they convened, they eagerly launched into their grievances, each face reflecting indignation. However, Lin Hai remained remarkably calm and composed. He raised his hands to signal for silence. All right. I am aware of the matters you have raised. I too was taken aback by Xiao Yu's decision. I empathize with your situation. Nevertheless, the factory has been entrusted entirely to Xiao Yu. His decisions are beyond my purview. So, I kindly ask you all to leave." Lin Hai's tone was rather tranquil, yet within, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Now you regret it? When you each arrogantly threatened me with your skills, did you ever contemplate this day? Was your dismissal truly absurd? Not in the slightest. Rather, your outcry is the true absurdity. You brought this upon yourselves, and you deserve it." Outside, upon hearing Lin Hai's words, the crowd wore expressions of astonishment. They could not fail to discern the underlying sentiment. Clearly, Lin Hai supported their dismissal, albeit indirectly. The last flicker of hope extinguished, they exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Some things are only cherished once they are lost. Being fired meant losing their iron rice bowl. A job that required merely 4 hours of work daily for a salary of 20,000 was gone in an instant. They were not foolish. Upon regaining their composure, they understood perfectly the reasons for their dismissal. As they realized the situation was irretrievable, a sense of regret began to seep into their hearts. The factory's workload was light, the hours reasonable, and the pay exceptionally high. Such a splendid job, why did they have to jeopardize it? Now they had lost it. Regret, indeed, profound regret. Old Lin, grant me another chance. I assure you, I shall work diligently from now on and never slacken again. Someone tentatively made this plea, yet Lin Hai gently declined. Old Wang, I am powerless in this matter. The factory is now under Xiao Yu's authority. You must approach him. It would be futile to seek me. As they emerged from Lin Yu's residence, the atmosphere among the crowd was exceedingly somber. Alas, it seems we cannot return. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out, Enough of this lamentation. With our skills, how can we worry about a lack of employment? Let us head directly to the Xiangqin manufacturing plant. The Xiangqin manufacturing plant is the establishment run by Li Xiangqin. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly perked up. Indeed, with our expertise, how could we be unwanted? Since Lin Hai is resolute in his decision to expel us, we shall seek opportunities elsewhere. I have conducted my research. The Xiangqin manufacturing plant has recently received investment from Shanghua Group, and its business volume has surged, surpassing that of Shanghai manufacturing plant by more than 5 times. With an increase in business, the demand for skilled personnel will undoubtedly rise. If we apply, we will surely succeed. With our collective talents, the Xiangqin manufacturing plant is bound to expand and strengthen. In due course, Shanghai manufacturing plant may very well face closure. I wonder if Lin Hai and his son will come to regret their decision. Chapter 32. The streets nearby are all his. In the office of the Xiangqin manufacturing plant, Li Xiangqin sat with a furrowed brow, his expression worn and haggard. Just as he had received an investment from the Shanghua Group, he found himself spiraling into despair due to his own careless words. Alas, the daughter of the Shanghua Group had taken a liking to that young man. With the backing of Shanghua Group, Lin Hai would likely rise again swiftly. At that point, Li Xiangqin would be rendered insignificant. He rested his forehead in his hand, sighing repeatedly. Boss, a young female assistant entered, her appearance not as striking as Luo Qingshue's, yet possessing a certain allure. What is it? The assistant exclaimed excitedly. Boss, great news! Technicians from the Shanghai manufacturing plant have come to apply here. Li Xiangqin raised an eyebrow. What is going on? The assistant explained. They said Lin Hai has handed over the factory to his son. And then, as Li Xiangqin listened to her explanation, his once dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Lin Hai, what a splendid opportunity you have squandered. Allowing Lin Yu to take charge of the factory. Does he even comprehend management or operations? This is sheer folly. How many have arrived? The assistant excitedly gestured several numbers with her hands. Li Xiangqian's expression turned grave. 12 senior technicians, 104 junior technicians. This is a windfall. To think, my plant only has 10 senior technicians and 80 junior ones in total. With Shanghua Group as support, I had hoped to expand my workforce. Their financial might could easily attract talent from across the city. Yet before I could act, they terminated our agreement. But now, the technicians from Shanghai manufacturing plant have come to me. If I hire them all, my production capacity would more than double. Previously, I could generate a maximum output of 800,000, but now it could reach 2 million. This could be my plant's chance at a true resurgence. Go. Assess their skills. If they meet the standards, hire them immediately. Additionally, expedite the construction of several more workshops. I need to enhance productivity without delay. For over 20 years, I have been suppressed by Lin Hai. Now that he has retired and passed the factory to Lin Yu, I cannot allow Lin Yu to dominate me as well. This time, I must surpass him. The assistant hesitated slightly. Boss, have you overlooked something? Lin Yu has the backing of Shanghua Group. The ease with which he dismissed a batch of technicians suggests he has recruited new ones, likely in numbers that rival ours. Even if we accept these applicants, we may not surpass them. Li Xiangqin scoffed at his assistant's words. No, you are only seeing the surface. What if he has the support of Shanghua Group? Taking advantage of the brief partnership with Shanghua Group, I leveraged its esteemed reputation to monopolize over 80 of the order resources in Yongqing. All the companies collaborating with me have signed long-term contracts of at least 5 years. Even if Lin Yu possesses an abundance of manpower and production capabilities, it is futile if he cannot secure orders. In contrast, I currently have both personnel and orders at my disposal. The potential for future development is undoubtedly no less than his. As long as I hold the lifeblood of order resources, Lin Yu will never thrive. At this point, Li Xiangqian could not help but feel a surge of pride in his own cleverness. He considered the most astute decision he made was to fervently attract clients and sign contracts during the days of collaboration with Shanghua Group, amassing a multitude of order resources. He had effectively seized a vital lifeline from Lin Yu. Lin Yu, let us wait and see. Yangqing Night Market. This evening's market buzzes with a liveliness threefold compared to the past. This surge is due to a newly introduced policy encouraging street vending and vigorously promoting the street economy. Lin Yu's clones had been well prepared. As soon as the policy was announced, they swiftly occupied numerous vendor spots. Each stall sprang up, expanding the night market's reach to several adjacent streets. The system did not deceive. The policy indeed exists. Lin Yu strolled through the bustling night market. The figures on the system panel indicating funds continually surged. Funds 113885000. Funds 1139111032. Funds 1140422230. Funds 1142558746. Almost every minute, the amount increased by several thousand, sometimes exceeding 10,000. By 8 or 9 o'clock, during the peak hours of the evening, the increase was as much as 50 or 60,000. Lin Yu roughly estimated that just from the snack stalls, the income for a single night, within a span of fewer than 5 hours, could reach an astounding 5 million. Adding the daytime revenue from clothing and sundry stalls, the daily net profit could approach 7 million. Distributing this among nearly 10,000 clones, each could contribute approximately 700 in pure profit per day. Street vending is indeed lucrative. One person can earn 700 in a day. Of course, a significant part of this profit is due to the novelty of the street vending policy, which is currently on the rise with minimal competition. As more participants join in the future, profits are bound to decline. However, Lin Yu has an abundance of personnel. He can ensure that all competitors are his own creations. The notion of competition becomes irrelevant. As Lin Yu passed a snack stall, he casually grabbed 2 grilled sausages and walked away without a backward glance. A kind-hearted observer witnessed this act and promptly warned the vendor. "Hey, he took your items without paying and just left." Such individuals who constantly take advantage without consequence are utterly reprehensible. Call the police. Yes, report him for severe punishment. Look, he took a bottle of cola and a handful of skewers without paying. The number of onlookers steadily increased, their murmurs growing louder. However, at that moment, the vendor raised his hand to quell their discussion. "Ahem, everyone, let us remain composed. That is my employer. Even this humble stall is provided by him. What's the cost of a little snack?" Not far away, the vendor selling beverages chimed in. "Indeed, that too is my boss. Grabbing a bottle of cola without payment is only natural." Someone patted the barbecue vendor on the shoulder, asking, "Brother, that person isn't also your boss, is he?" The vendor decisively nodded. Of course, bystanders swallowed in disbelief, turning their gazes towards Lin Yu as he walked away. Could it be? He is the proprietor of all the vendors on this street? The barbecue vendor shook his head. No, that's not the case. The onlooker exhaled. "You nearly gave me a fright. I thought he owned the entire street." Yet, before he could truly relax, the vendor's next words made him gasp in astonishment. "You are mistaken. It's south, not just this street. He is the owner of the vendors spanning 5 or 6 streets adjacent to this one." Bystander? Chapter 33. You dare not, yet I do. In the bustling bidding hall of Yang City, a multitude of individuals traverses the space, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. This hall serves as a centralized marketplace for task information, a venue where one can both post and accept various assignments. The tasks encompass a wide array of categories, including construction, production, and transportation. Typically, it is enterprises and finished product manufacturers that submit these tasks, while manufacturing plants and logistics companies are the ones to undertake them. As Lin Yu stepped inside, Luo Qingxue and several bodyguards silently trailed behind him. Following the directional signs, they entered the bidding hall dedicated to the precision manufacturing sector. The orders here differ from those outside, predominantly consisting of one-time requests. Large corporations may urgently require a batch of precision equipment or materials, prompting them to issue a task. These are generally short-term demands that do not necessitate establishing long-term partnerships with any factory. Historically, factories would accept both long-term and short-term tasks, going wherever the orders led. However, the market for long-term collaborations has been monopolized by Li Xiangqian, who controls over 80 of it. Consequently, despite Lin Yu's efforts, he is left with a mere 20. Thus, he aims to focus on the short-term task market. Establishing a reputation in this arena could yield results that rival, if not surpass, those of the long-term market. This is because the short-term market encompasses not only the orders from Yang City but also those from enterprises across the nation, offering an extensive range of business opportunities. In summary, the long-term order market presents stability through ongoing partnerships, but is limited in scope and profitability. Conversely, the short-term order market, while lacking the assurance of long-term collaborations and exhibiting fluctuating order volumes, boasts higher profit margins and substantial potential. To draw an analogy, the long-term order market resembles a state-owned enterprise employee, stable but with limited salary growth, typically hovering between 5,000 and 20,000 per month. In contrast, the short-term order market is akin to a private enterprise employee, unstable yet possessing vast upward mobility, where one's salary could range from 3,000 one month to 100,000 or even $1 million the next. Upon entering the bidding hall, Lin Yu found the space relatively uncrowded. In a room designed to accommodate 200, fewer than half were occupied. The attendees hailed from various nearby cities, all fellow competitors in the precision machinery manufacturing industry, each representing a distinct factory. Their presence in Yang City, vying for orders, stemmed from the absence of bidding institutions in their own locales. The bidding center is a national entity that governs information exchange on a broad scale. Establishing a branch of such an organization requires at least a third-tier city as a suitable location. Yang City, while not the most illustrious on the national stage, certainly qualifies as a third-tier city, exhibiting significant advantages in terms of population, economy, and industry over its neighboring cities, thus justifying the establishment of a bidding branch. In contrast, most of the cities represented by the attendees scarcely qualify as fourth-tier, lacking the requisite credentials to establish such institutions. Thus, a phenomenon arose where countless factory owners flocked to the Yangqing Tender Center in pursuit of orders. In the hall, Lin Yu casually selected a seat. Previously, such tender work was handled by Lin Xiong. However, with Lin Xiong absconding with funds and Lin Hai primarily focused on management and lacking expertise in tendering, it fell upon Lin Yu to undertake this responsibility. Waiting time, 0:45:23. The official tendering commenced at 10:00 a.m., with 45 minutes remaining until the start. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, oblivious to the fact that amidst the crowd, a gaze was fixed upon him. Li Xiangqian. In the last row, Li Xiangqian glared at Lin Yu with a simmering resentment. "Humph, I knew you would come to vie for the short-term order market. I have been waiting here for quite some time. With me present, do you think you can secure any orders? Not a chance." Li Xiangqian's factory had sufficient orders and did not require any short-term contracts to fill the gaps. His sole purpose for being here today was to thwart Lin Yu. He had already devised a plan. Regardless of which order Lin Yu eyed, he would directly underbid him. As long as he prevented Lin Yu from successfully obtaining an order, he would have achieved a significant victory. At 10:00 a.m., the tender officially began. The screen displayed the tendering process, providing a brief explanation for newcomers. Lin Yu glanced at it and quickly grasped the concept. It was akin to an auction. The first step, to present the order information, such as the type of parts needed, the quantity, and any specific requirements. The second step, each factory would submit their proposed completion time and required price. For instance, a bid of 5 million for completion in 10 days, or 3 million for 15 days, and so forth. The third step, the other party would consider the conditions provided by each factory and then make a selection. Soon, the first order information was displayed. Delivery location: number 360, Taohong District, Linjiang City. Production task: 50,000 diamond alloy folding buckles. Processing precision: IT8. Budget price: no more than 1 million. Budget time: within 10 days. The factory owners in their seats immediately commenced bidding. "I only need 900,000. and I can complete it in a week. I offer 880,000 also within a week. I can finish in 8 days, but at a lower price of 850,000. I can do it in 5 days, but my price is 1 million. The sizes of the factories varied. Some were larger and thus quicker in production, but they also charged higher prices. Others were smaller, slower in production, yet offered lower bids. Naturally, not everyone participated in the competition. For instance, Lin Yu. He dismissed this million-level small order. The system had assigned him a temporary task to secure an order exceeding 10 million. Therefore, he disregarded anything below that threshold. Minutes passed, and the large screen displayed several orders in succession. The atmosphere of competition was intense, yet none of the offers met Lin Yu's expectations.
Li Xiangqian.
Anxiously waiting in the back row, thought to himself, "Why aren't you taking the plunge? What are you hesitating for?" The next order was announced, detailing delivery location, 188 Chao Shui District, Magic City. Production task, 35,000 gears with an outer diameter of 180 millimeters and 34 teeth. Processing precision, IT3. Budget, 15 million. Budgeted time, a maximum of 30 days. The faster the better while ensuring quality. As soon as this order was revealed, discussions erupted throughout the venue. Processing precision IT3. The risk is far too great. Not to mention 30 days, I wouldn't dare guarantee it even in 50 days. Achieving such precision is beyond the capabilities of junior technicians, who can only manage up to IT8, while only senior technicians barely reach IT3. The disparity in skill is significant. It is akin to the difference between two individuals writing with the same pen. One produces a jumbled scrawl while the other writes in immaculate, printed-like handwriting. This illustrates an insurmountable chasm between different levels of skill. Completing an order of 35,000 gears within 30 days would necessitate at least 80 senior technicians. The scarcity of such skilled labor was well understood among them. Aside from a few large manufacturing plants in the country, most factories simply could not meet such requirements. Is this a joke? Who would dare take this on? Gears with IT3 precision, are we building an aircraft? I refuse to believe anyone here would be foolish enough to accept. In the gathering, not a single person dared to place a bid. They merely exchanged a few comments. However, upon seeing this order, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with opportunity. "You may not dare, but I do." He boldly declared his terms. "Give me 15 million, and I will complete it in 20 days. As soon as his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the entire room. Chapter 34. Audacity. The collaboration is established. Grant me 15 million. I shall complete it in 20 days. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Was there truly someone bold enough to accept this challenge? Madness, indeed. If my memory serves me right, there are only a handful of precision machinery manufacturing plants surrounding Yang City. Among them are the Xiong manufacturing plant, the Xiangqian manufacturing plant, and the Hongyun manufacturing plant from a neighboring city. Collectively, these establishments boast merely over 30 skilled technicians. An order that even the combined efforts of these three cannot fulfill has, astonishingly, been taken up by someone. Countless gazes converged upon Lin Yu. This young man appeared rather youthful. Was he here to bid or merely to cause chaos? Such audacity in making such a claim. While it is often said that one should not judge by appearances, I genuinely questioned whether this fellow was of sound mind. As discussions ensued, Li Xiangqian contemplated the order details with a pensive look. The IT3 level precision processing incurs significant material wastage. Even if a senior technician could achieve IT3 processing standards, it would be a formidable challenge. A slight miscalculation could render the entire component unusable. After all, human capability and proficiency are inherently variable. The greater the precision required in the components, the higher the likelihood of error, consequently increasing the wastage rate. For instance, processing 100 components at IT5 precision typically results in an average of 10 failures, leading to scrapping. In the case of IT4 precision, around 20 failures are expected, while for IT3 precision, that number escalates to 40. This phenomenon resembles shooting a basketball. Regardless of one's skill level and experience, mistakes are inevitable. Moreover, Most senior technicians are not adequately skilled. While they may claim to produce IT3 precision components, the time required is disproportionately longer, often resulting from sheer perseverance. Unless one possesses exceptionally flawless and refined skills, the reality is that producing at this level of precision generally incurs a material wastage rate nearing 40. Under such circumstances, one cannot merely consider the 15 million price. Even at 20 million, the likelihood of incurring losses remains high. Orders of this magnitude are typically reserved for large enterprises with access to top-tier technicians, whose expertise can mitigate wastage. However, such technicians are exceedingly rare, and thus far, Yang City has failed to identify even one. Li Xiangqian looked at Lin Yu and shook his head with a light chuckle.
Ah, Lin Yu.
I may have overestimated you. Indeed, you are still too young, impulsive, arrogant, and lacking in self-awareness. Setting aside whether you can fulfill the order, even if you succeed, it would still result in a financial loss. Truly foolish. In the background of the bidding hall, Lin Yu encountered the owner of the order, a middle-aged man radiating an amiable demeanor. He stood upright, exuding an extraordinary presence. Greetings, I am He Jingua, the business manager of Jojo Airlines. Here is my business card. Following a brief introduction, Lin Yu discerned his stature. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Kyushu Airlines, the largest aviation enterprise in the entirety of Kyushu, is a state-owned enterprise. He Jingua shook hands with Lin Yu, his smile slightly subdued. My young friend, are you certain you can accomplish this task? It requires skilled technicians of the highest caliber. Without at least 100 or 80 of such artisans, it is impossible to succeed. Moreover, the material wastage must be kept within 30% to avoid incurring losses. It was evident that He Jingua harbored certain doubts about Lin Yu's capabilities. After all, he appeared quite youthful, and according to the information available, there were no factories in Yangcheng or its vicinity capable of undertaking this task. His purpose in issuing this order was merely to test the waters, casting a wide net to catch more fish. He had already prepared to solicit bids from other cities. To his surprise, someone in Yangcheng had indeed taken up the challenge. Opposite him, Lin Yu understood the skepticism and chose not to elaborate further. He calmly replied, Mr. He, if you have any reservations, you are welcome to visit my factory at any time. Having accepted this order, I assure you it is not a matter of mere bravado. The so-called material wastage is simply a result of technicians lacking the requisite skills or being in suboptimal conditions, leading to product failures. However, my team faces none of these issues. Our techniques are impeccable and our skills are refined. Our operational state is stable and at its peak. Not only can we control the wastage rate to within 30%, achieving 0% is also within the realm of possibility. Lin Yu's confident explanation eased He Jingua's concerns somewhat. Very well, I shall entrust this order to you. The two swiftly completed the necessary paperwork, formalizing their collaboration. By the way, Mr. He, I have a question, Lin Yu suddenly inquired. What is it? For the production of such precision components, typically only a few large manufacturers in Kyushu are capable. Why did you not approach them but instead come here? He Jingua chuckled lightly upon hearing this. The matter is quite simple. The components we require extend far beyond these few. We have already allocated the majority of our orders to those large factories. However, our needs are so extensive that they are unable to keep up with production. Currently, those major factories are overwhelmed, with orders extending 3 months into the future and unable to take on additional work. Hence, I ventured to other cities in search of opportunities. To my astonishment, I found one right here, and I did not expect such a young talent as yourself to emerge. Truly remarkable. You possess great audacity. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, exchanged contact information, and then shook hands to part ways, pleased with their collaboration. As Lin Yu exited the bidding hall, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Xiangqian silently watched him leave, filled with a sense of pride. Lin Yu, you truly are an inexperienced newcomer, unaware of the vastness of the world. Completing this in 20 days? Such grandiose claims are bound to backfire. A nearly guaranteed loss of business, yet they dare to engage. This factory's approach will inevitably lead to a catastrophic financial downfall. How absurd. Chapter 35. You are overthinking it, Li Xiangqian. Why did you call me? Hasn't Xiaoyu already made it abundantly clear that the factory is not for sale? Are you intent on harassing me? Lin Hai answered Li Xiangqian's call, his brow furrowing slightly. On the other end of the line, Li Xiangqian spoke with a hint of melancholy. Lin Hai, I did not call you to discuss the acquisition of your factory. I have some good news. Lin Yu has secured an order. Would you like to know what it is? Lin Hai replied coldly, Li Xiangqian, I have no interest in knowing. Since the factory has been entrusted to Xiaoyu, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Moreover, after competing with you for so many years, I am well aware of your character. Your intentions are far from benign. Goodbye. Li Xiangqian, somewhat anxious, implored, wait, don't hang up. To be honest, Lin Yu has received an order for parts with an IT3 manufacturing precision. Lin Hai listened, his expression growing increasingly grave. IT3 precision parts, 35,000 pieces. In 20 days. This, Li Xiangqian continued, oblivious to Lin Hai's rising concern. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, see? You are utterly naive. You casually handed over the factory to a lad in his 20s. With this first order, you are bound to incur losses in the millions. Do you really think you can compete with me? How foolish. You! Lin Hai cut him off, hanging up the phone. After a moment of contemplation, he donned his coat and hurried outside. Although he wished to avoid meddling in Lin Yu's decisions, the news weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, he resolved to visit the factory for a first-hand look. If the situation were indeed as dire, it would be wiser to cancel the order and accept a portion of the penalty fee. Half an hour later, within the factory, Lin Yu was inspecting the workflow. Based on his observations, the overall material wastage rate was approximately 2. This was not due to any shortcomings in the technology, but rather a result of various external uncontrollable factors, such as occasional voltage fluctuations from the power supply, which led to operational errors in the equipment. Thus, for every 100 parts manufactured, about 1 or 2 would be deemed substandard. Nevertheless, even with a 2 material wastage rate, it was significantly lower than the industry standard rate of 40. This was more than sufficient. As Lin Yu exited one workshop, he prepared to inspect another, only to encounter Lin Hai rushing toward him. Xiaoyu, did you really secure an order for IT3 precision parts?
Lin Hai inquired anxiously.
Lin Yu nodded. Yes, why? Lin Hai's brow furrowed deeply as he sighed. Alas, this is not advisable. While IT3 precision parts can indeed be produced by skilled technicians, the material wastage rate is prohibitively high. When calculated, it not only fails to yield profit but incurs losses. Such orders should rightfully be undertaken only by factories equipped with top-tier artisans. As a result, Lin Hai sighed repeatedly, reflecting on Li Xiangqian's words, and at that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for entrusting the factory's operations entirely to Lin Yu. Indeed, the young Yu was still rather inexperienced. Across from him, Lin Yu wore a calm smile upon witnessing his father's expression. Dad, your concerns are somewhat unwarranted. The individuals I've hired possess exceptional skills. They are undoubtedly among the finest in the realm of advanced technicians. Their material wastage rate is merely 2. It is impossible for us to incur losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What? A 2 wastage rate? How can that be possible? He suspected that Lin Yu might have misinterpreted the order but was too proud to admit it, thus fabricating a story. You please do not jest. I have spent over 20 years in this industry and am well acquainted with material wastage rates. If there was a misorder, so be it. Just be more attentive next time. Deceiving oneself is utterly pointless. Lin Hai proceeded to impart his wisdom to Lin Yu, who appeared somewhat exasperated. It seemed that mere explanation would not suffice. Dad, if you remain skeptical, why not visit the workshop yourself? You will see for yourself. After a moment of silence, Lin Hai nodded. Sigh very well. Since the work has already commenced, let it be. If we must incur losses, so be it. Experience is gained through adversity. I shall inspect the workshop and see if I can devise a method to mitigate some of the wastage and lessen our losses. Upon arriving at the workshop, Lin Hai wore a worried expression. However, as time passed and after observing dozens of components, he found himself widening his eyes in disbelief. These individuals possess such remarkable skills? They have completed 85 pieces and only failed 1. Lin Hai gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Each employee moved with confidence and precision, prompting him to marvel repeatedly. Even those seasoned technicians with decades of experience could not match their level of proficiency. Most astonishingly, every worker appeared remarkably youthful. This was truly astounding. Lin Hai recalled Lin Yu's earlier assertion, inhaling deeply as his astonishment grew. A wastage rate of only 2. It was indeed true. He had initially thought Lin Yu was fabricating this information. It seemed that the foolish one was not Lin Yu, but rather himself. Exiting the workshop, Lin Hai let out a self-deprecating smile. After decades of managing the factory, he had struggled to resolve employee issues. Yet, Lin Yu, upon taking charge, not only recruited over 100 advanced technicians but also reduced the expected material wastage rate from around 40 to a mere 2. He had surpassed Lin Hai by leaps and bounds. Initially, he had intended to guide Lin Yu, sharing his management and operational expertise accumulated over the years. Now, it was evident that he had overestimated his own wisdom, just as Li Shangqian had. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had swiftly passed. Lin Yu cast a glance at the system panel. Name: Lin Yu, funds, 338. 683. 300, total assets of the host and avatars. Skills: damage transfer, exploration system level. LV, 3. Requires 200 million funds for upgrade. Rewards 20,000 ordinary avatars. Current avatars, 13,000 ordinary avatars. 140 level 2 enhanced avatars, special mall. LV, 3. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels yield a greater probability of rare items. During these 20 days, Lin Yu purchased 10 fortune treasure chests daily. On occasions, he would unveil sums as high as 10 million, and at the very least 5 million. The returns were virtually guaranteed. It merely varied in magnitude. Coupled with the profits generated from the wares sold by his 10,000 avatars, his funds surged from 100 million to over 300 million, averaging a daily income of 10 million. It is indeed true what they say, there is strength in numbers. Grade. Consuming 200 million funds, the system level ascends to LV. 4. Reward, 20,000 ordinary avatars. The system mall level synchronously elevates to LV. 4. Enhancing the probability of rare item refresh, e-name. Lin Yu, funds, 138. 683. 300 total assets of the host and avatars. Skills: damage transfer, exploration system level, LV. 4. Requires 1 billion funds for upgrade. Rewards 100,000 ordinary avatars. 1,000 level 2 enhanced avatars. 30 level 3 enhanced avatars. Current avatars, 33,000 ordinary avatars. 140 level 2 enhanced avatars, special mall. LV. 4. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels yield a greater probability of rare items. By utilizing funds to upgrade the system, Lin Yu was poised to acquire more avatars. In essence, it was a transaction of money for avatars. Averaging around 10,000 funds per individual, it may seem costly, yet the profit generated by a single avatar far exceeded that investment. It was undeniably a lucrative venture. System Mall, Item 1. High-level fortune treasure chest, capable of yielding random amounts of funds, ranging from 2 million to 20 million. Price, 3 million funds, limited time discount, 40, discounted price, 1. 8 million funds, daily purchase limit, 10. Item 2. Level 2 enhanced avatar, allows selection of 1 LV. 2 skill for learning, price, 300,000 funds. Item 3. Level 3 enhanced avatar, allows selection of 1 LV. 3 skill for learning, price, 1. 5 million funds, limited time discount, 70, discounted price, 450,000 funds, daily purchase limit, 10. Item 4. A 35-story ultra-luxurious office building, price, 300 million, limited time discount, 10, discounted price, 30 million funds, purchase limit, 1. Item 5. LV. 3 skill selection card, Allow selection of 1 LV. 3 skill for learning. Price, 300,000 funds. Daily purchase limit, 3, Linyu. After the enhancement of product levels, the newly refreshed items indeed exhibit superior quality. The monetary cap of the Fortune Fund chest has been elevated to 20 million. Additionally, a Level 3 enhanced clone has emerged, along with a selection card for Level 3 skills. Furthermore, a luxurious office building valued at 300 million has been unveiled. Quite impressive. Indeed. Opened a Fortune Fund chest. Advanced. Received funds. 5 million. Opened a Fortune Fund chest. Advanced. Received funds. 3 million. Opened a Fortune Fund chest. Advanced. Received funds. 2 million previously. The total from 10 chests amounted to just over 1 million. Now, the total from 10 chests has yielded an astonishing 3 million. A fourfold increase. Consumed 5 million funds. Purchased Level 3 enhanced clones 10. Consumed 9 million funds. Purchased Level 3 skill selection cards 3. Consumed 30 million funds. Purchased a luxurious office building. Notice. The system is automatically processing the transfer of the office building. Please wait patiently. Once the transfer is complete, the system will inform the host to proceed with the collection. Spending 30 million to acquire a building valued at 300 million is indeed a worthwhile investment. Name. Linyu Funds, 119, 668, 300 total assets of the host and clones. Skills. Damage transfer, exploration system level. LV. 4. Requires 1 billion funds for upgrade. Rewards include 100,000 ordinary clones, 1,000 level 2 enhanced clones, and 30 level 3 enhanced clones. Current clones. Ordinary clones 33,000, level 2 enhanced clones 140. Level 3 enhanced clones 10 current items. Level 3 skill selection cards 3, 1 office building, valued at 300 million. Special mall. LV. 4. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels yield a greater probability of rare items. This order is nearly complete. Considering the time, it should have already arrived. Let us head to the bidding center for settlement. At the bidding center, when He Jingwa laid eyes on Lin Yu, a look of admiration and respect unconsciously surfaced in his gaze. The goods have been received. I truly did not anticipate that you would complete it in just 20 days. This efficiency surpasses even that of the major corporations. The funds have been transferred to your designated account. However, due to the substantial amount, the bank may require some time for verification, with a maximum of 2 hours for the funds to be accessible. As he spoke, He Jingwa continuously scrutinized Lin Yu, his mind brimming with questions. When he remarked that Lin Yu's efficiency exceeded that of large manufacturers, it was no exaggeration. It was a genuine observation. Throughout the entire territory of Jiuzhou, the precision machinery production industry, though it emerged 3 decades ago, is still in its nascent stages. Consequently, the pool of skilled professionals in this sector remains limited. Even the foremost manufacturing firm in Jiuzhou boasts merely over 300 skilled technicians. The second-ranked company has around 220, while the third ranks just above 150. By the 5th position, there were just over 100 participants. Remarkably, Lin Yu's factory, situated in a small third-tier city like Yangcheng, managed to rank among the top 5 in the nation in terms of production efficiency. This truly affirms the saying, "Masters reside among the common folk." One must never underestimate anyone. Reflecting on this, He Jingwa could not help but feel a sense of shame for his initial disdain and skepticism. "May I be so bold as to inquire if you are open to a long-term collaboration?" He Jingwa respectfully proposed. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. A long-term partnership? Was there even a possibility of securing such projects at the bidding center? Sensing his confusion, He Jingwa took the initiative to clarify. Recently, Jiuzhou Airlines is embarking on an extensive expansion, necessitating a substantial quantity of manufactured components. This includes parts for aircraft, training equipment for pilots, and a range of precision maintenance tools, among others. Collectively, this represents a significant sum. Therefore, in the next 3 to 5 years, there will be a tremendous demand in this regard. If we could establish a long-term partnership, it would facilitate the smoother execution of our production tasks. What do you think? Although He Jinghua was already in his 40s, and Lin Yu was merely in his early 20s, an age difference of nearly 2 decades, he did not allow this disparity to diminish his respect for Lin Yu. Instead, he deliberately addressed him with the respectful you to convey his esteem. After all, in society, age does not equate to capability. It is strength that holds true value. He Jinghua harbored genuine respect and admiration for anyone of merit. Certainly, a long-term collaboration is absolutely feasible, Lin Yu replied after a moment of contemplation. He recognized that this could very well be the opportunity in the precision manufacturing sector that the business opportunity forecast card had alluded to. Chapter 37. 2 Unfavorable Tidings. Li Xiangqian's frustration. Congratulations on successfully undertaking the factory and fulfilling an order exceeding 10 million. Reward. The factory's scale has expanded tenfold, encompassing equipment, buildings, land, and more. The system is expediting construction for you, expected to be completed within 10 days. After the system's notification, approximately half an hour later, construction vehicles and transport trucks began to arrive, immediately commencing work without delay. Lin Yu surveyed the site. At least 30,000 workers were present. The efficiency was far beyond his expectations. The system's operations were indeed remarkably efficient. Originally, the factory comprised 4 processing workshops, a warehouse, and a canteen, covering an area of 1,200 square meters. Now, the scale has expanded to 10 times its original size, necessitating the construction of an additional 36 workshops, 9 warehouses, and 9 canteens, enlarging the area to 12,000 square meters. The magnitude of this construction undertaking, astonishingly, is set to be completed in just 10 days. How did so many people suddenly arrive? Is the boss planning to expand the factory? This is incredibly extravagant. There must be tens of thousands of them. What a fortune it must cost to employ so many. Our new boss's capabilities are unfathomable. Just last month, over 100 senior technicians were recruited, and now there's this grand expansion which is evidently substantial. Within the factory, aside from Lin Yu's avatar, there remained a number of ordinary employees. Witnessing this spectacle, none were left untouched by awe. In the manufacturing office of Xiangqian, Li Xiangqian lounged casually in his chair, exuding a streetwise demeanor, lacking any semblance of decorum. At the doorway, his female assistant entered. Boss, I have received 2 pieces of news. Li Xiangqian furrowed his brow. What's the rush? I know, 1 good news and 1 bad news, right? Let us hear the good one first. However, the assistant shook her head. No, there is no good news, only bad news. What? Li Xiangqian sat up straight. It is like this. Following your instructions, I visited the bidding center. The public display indicated that Lin Yu has completed that order. In the lobby of the bidding center, a screen continuously rolled through the information of completed orders. Each successfully fulfilled order was showcased, akin to a school displaying student achievements, reflecting the bidding center's accomplishments. The assistant learned this information from there. Beside her, Li Xiangqian expressed mild surprise but dismissed it. He truly completed it? That order required at least 80 senior technicians to fulfill. Indeed, with Shanghua Group as his backing, it's a luxury. I wonder where he recruited so many. However, I anticipated this outcome. It is not bad news but rather good news. The young man is utterly oblivious to the intricacies of business. I fear he may have incurred staggering losses with this deal. The female assistant sipped her water and shook her head. No, boss, I have yet to finish my thought. My cousin works at the bidding center, and he informed me that Lin Yu has secured a long-term partnership with Kyushu Airlines. Bang! Li Xiangqian's body jolted as he slammed his hand on the table. What did you just say? Kyushu Airlines. A long-term partnership. His face was a canvas of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the news. Are you certain it's Kyushu Airlines? The assistant nodded confidently. Absolutely, boss, my cousin would never deceive me. In that moment, Li Xiangqian fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the absurdity of life. Damn it! How did Lin Yu strike such ludicrous luck? First, he wins over the daughter of Shanghua Group, and now he's entangled with Kyushu Airlines. Why can't I ever catch a break? The assistant, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy but pressed on to reveal the truth. Boss, actually, The individual who facilitated the collaboration with Lin Yu is the same person who issued the order Lin Yu received 20 days ago. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangqian was further agitated. How could he not comprehend the cause and effect at play? It was simply because Lin Yu had secured that single order that he was afforded the opportunity to collaborate with Kyushu Airlines. In an instant, Li Xiangqian felt like a fool. A golden opportunity had presented itself, and he had let it slip away. Had he known, he too would have pursued the order, regardless of its outcome, if only to establish a connection. What a pity! Sighing, Li Xiangqian settled into his chair, attempting to regain his composure. There was no use in lamenting what had passed. What about the second matter? The assistant cleared her throat. Well, you mentioned previously that I should seek assistance to expand the production line. I found a construction team, but they abruptly informed me that they have an urgent task and will not be able to come for 10 days. Li Xiangqian raised an eyebrow in skepticism. An urgent task? What nonsense! What urgent task could a construction team possibly have? Do they fancy themselves undercover cops? The assistant continued, that is not the case. They mentioned. She paused. What is it? Do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly, Li Xiangqian said, growing impatient. They said. They are to work at Huilong District Number 8. The name of the location struck Li Xiangqian as oddly familiar. Wait, I senti that Lin Yu's factory? He slammed the table once more. What the hell do they mean by this? I sought them out first. Why are they running off to work for Lin Yu? The assistant poured him a cup of tea, signaling for him to calm down. Boss, I have already sent someone to investigate, and it seems they too are planning to expand the factory. The scale of the expansion appears quite significant, at least 8 or 9 times larger than before. Boss, we cannot compete with him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangqian felt almost numb. What you present as too bad news is, in fact, 1,000 misfortunes. Li Xiangqian gritted his teeth in rage. He had once possessed a wealth of long-term orders in Yangqing, hoping to leverage this advantage to overshadow Lin Yu. However, the latter had now established a long-term partnership with Jojo Airlines. With ample personnel and an abundance of orders, Lin Yu was even planning to expand his factory nearly tenfold. At this rate, what chance do I have in this competition? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unable to suppress a growl. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. So, Lin Yu, you possess such means. I must admit I underestimated you. Yet, do not think for a moment that I am without recourse. After all, I have navigated the professional realm for decades. I accepted my defeat to Lin Hai, but conceding to a lad in his 20s is utterly unacceptable. If I cannot outmatch him in hard power, then I shall employ softer tactics. Boss, are you suggesting? Li Xiangqian's gaze turned fierce. Go, no matter the cost, secure his factory personnel for me. We shall directly poach from him. I intend to snatch away all his people. Chapter 38. Counterinfiltration, playing into their hands. At the construction site, a multitude of figures flitted about. Several individuals stealthily blended into the workforce. As the end of the workday approached, countless employees emerged from the workshop. Observing this, the clandestine figures swiftly advanced. Brother, what's your salary here? My boss offers double. At this moment, Lin Yu reclined in a chair, basking in the twilight sun, while Luo Qingxue meticulously prepared fruit for him. A slice of watermelon brought him a wave of refreshment. However, his expression shifted in surprise the next instant. Someone's attempting to poach my workers? The perceptions and consciousness of his clones were intricately shared with Lin Yu, allowing him to remain acutely aware of all their experiences. Fascinating. The audacity of those offering double wages to entice my employees is truly remarkable.
Li Xiangqian.
Initially, Lin Yu had regarded this person with indifference, viewing him merely as a business rival. He had already reprimanded Li for his disrespectful remarks towards both himself and Luo Qingxue. Lin Yu assumed their paths would not cross again. Yet now, Li Xiangqian seemed entirely unconcerned with managing his factory, resorting to underhanded tactics to lure away his personnel. Such duplicitous behavior is reprehensible, akin to a mistress seducing the original partner. With such a colossal temptation in play, how many could withstand its allure? If these skilled workers were not his clones, they might very well have been swayed. Li Xiangqian, if you wish to play, then I shall not hold back. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, swiftly concocting a plan in his mind. Let us turn the tables. You seek to recruit my workers? There is no need for such elaborate schemes. I shall deliver them to you directly. I will arrange for all my people to be positioned at your factory. When the time comes, the entirety of your workforce, save for you, will be composed of my personnel. At the Shangqian manufacturing plant, Li Shangqian regarded a young applicant before him with mild astonishment. You possess advanced technical skills, yet you seek a salary of only 10,000? Given your qualifications, you should be commanding at least 15,000. The young man straightened his posture, speaking with fervor and conviction. Boss, I believe one should strive to contribute to society to the best of their abilities. To speak of money seems rather mundane. 10,000 is already a substantial sum, sufficient for my living. One must not be overly greedy. Contentment is key. I am simply a person who finds joy in being content. It was as though the young man were delivering a passionate speech, moved by his own words. Clap, clap. Li Shangqian applauded twice. Well said. One ought to make contributions to society without seeking rewards. Young man, work diligently. I have faith in you. While he encouraged the youth verbally, internally he felt a pang of nostalgia. In this era, individuals as naive as you are a rarity. There is no need for the boss to instill ideology. You have effectively brainwashed yourself. Excellent. I appreciate employees like you, capable yet demanding little in return. How considerate. Li Shangqian contemplated the other employees in the factory and couldn't help but exclaim, if only others were as considerate as he is. The young man was then taken to complete the onboarding procedures. At that moment, another job seeker entered. Li Shangqian took the application form and scrutinized the information contained within. Desired position, cleaner, desired salary, 3,000. Just from these two pieces of information, Li Shangqian had already formed a basic opinion. I want him. The factory's original cleaners earned a monthly salary of 4,500, primarily due to the particularly challenging nature of cleaning certain production waste, which made their wages comparatively higher than those outside. Yet, this applicant was asking for only 3,000 a month. It was practically a bargain. Go ahead and finalize his employment. Let him work diligently. Before long, yet another applicant arrived. Desired position, loader, desired salary, 5,000 currently. The loaders at the factory were generally earning around 7,000, yet he was willing to accept only 5,000. To be candid, Li Shangqian was quite tempted. However, the issue was that the factory was already at full capacity for loaders and had no need for additional personnel. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shangqian made a significant decision. If there are cheaper employees available, why should I retain the expensive ones? That would be sheer folly. Out with the old, in with the new. As long as there are affordable replacements, I shall replace them all. A smug smile crept onto Li Shangqian's lips as he reveled in his cunning strategy. Chapter 39. The consequences of one's actions. Apologies. But as the boss stated, you have been dismissed from your position at the Shangqian manufacturing plant. A dock worker stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the words he had just heard. I've been fired? He echoed, bewildered. He could not fathom why, after performing his duties diligently, he was suddenly cast aside. A wave of despair washed over him. At this stage of life, he relied on this job to support his family. Without warning, it was taken from him. Damn it, I've dedicated 5 or 6 years to this place without a single mistake, and now I'm simply let go. That boss is truly despicable. In the bustling city of Yangqing, securing a stable job was notoriously challenging. With this position lost, the prospect of finding another seemed insurmountable. The man exhaled heavily, his face etched with melancholy. After completing the resignation formalities, he stepped out of the factory, exuding an aura of defeat. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze vacant, unsure of how to explain this turn of events to his family. Yet, just a few paces away, a figure approached him. Brother, are you looking for work? I need a dock worker. If you come, I can offer you a monthly salary of 8,000. This individual was none other than Lin Yu's avatar. Utilizing his probing skills, he learned that the original wage was approximately 8,000, thus extending the same offer. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy momentarily illuminated the man's eyes. Just as he was lamenting his job loss, A new opportunity had presented itself, one with similar compensation. It was a godsend. Yes, I certainly want it. May I ask where the workplace is? The avatar smiled gently. Yuhui Manufacturing Plant, number 8, Huilong District. At the entrance of the Xiangqian Manufacturing Plant, Lin Yu ensured that whenever an employee was dismissed, his avatar would promptly step in to recruit them, drawing all of Li Xiangqian's staff to his own ranks. Lin Yu thought, weren't you trying to poach my workers? Allow me to return the favor, employing your own tactics against you. Boss, you seem rather cheerful today, remarked his female assistant casually. Li Xiangqian replied with pride. Naturally, it's remarkable how aware people have become. They no longer seek merely to earn money, but rather to contribute to society. The more individuals like that, the better. By the way, how is the endeavor of recruiting from Lin Yu's team progressing? The assistant nodded. Boss, it's going exceedingly well. We've received word that over 30 individuals have been recruited, and they will begin onboarding tomorrow. The remaining employees should be secured shortly. Li Xiangqian's face lit up at this news, unable to contain his delight. So many skilled technicians have joined us. How unexpectedly smooth this has been. Indeed, people are driven by financial gain. As long as sufficient incentives are provided, nothing is unattainable. The assistant expressed a hint of concern. However, my dear boss, enticing them with double wages, how can the factory possibly bear such an expense? The monthly payroll would exceed several million. Li Xiangqian shook his head with an air of profundity. No, your thinking is overly simplistic. If I recruit all his personnel, Lin Yu will be left without a workforce, and inevitably the factory will collapse. At that juncture, I will reign supreme, monopolizing all high-end manufacturing in Yangqing. If they do not work for you, they shall have no alternatives. When that time arrives, should I propose a wage reduction, who would dare to refuse? The female assistant raised her thumb in admiration. The boss is indeed sagacious. In the following week, the factory welcomed a multitude of applicants for various positions such as cleaning, loading, and transporting. Eventually, nearly every individual was replaced. Inside the office, Li Xiangqian hung up the phone, brimming with enthusiasm. He had just secured several substantial orders, totaling a staggering 30 million. After all, the factory now boasted nearly 100 skilled technicians. It would be a shame not to utilize them. He instructed them to avoid any idleness and to diligently complete this batch of orders. However, mere minutes later, the assistant rushed back in a state of panic. Boss, something is amiss. All the workers have fled. Li Xiangqian was taken aback. What did you say? Fled? What on earth happened? The female assistant, equally flustered, began to stammer. It's just that all the new hires you brought in these days have resigned. Aside from the original 22 skilled technicians, the rest have all departed. At that moment, Li Xiangqian was left dumbfounded. How could this be? He was utterly perplexed. He hadn't mistreated them in any way, so why had they collectively chosen to leave? Damn it! I just received orders worth tens of millions. With them gone, how am I to proceed? Quickly, summon back those who were previously dismissed. Otherwise, the factory will incur devastating losses. Despite his deep-seated confusion, Li Xiangqian could hardly afford to ponder the reasons at this juncture. He had to focus on the immediate orders. The female assistant retrieved the information of former employees and began dialing the numbers listed. The call connected swiftly. Li Xiangqian took a moment to compose himself and spoke in a somber tone. Xiao Lu, I've given it some thought, and it truly is a pity to have dismissed you. Please return to work. The factory cannot function without you. He deliberately lowered his stance, conveying to the other party that they were an indispensable member of the team, hoping to evoke a sense of pride and belonging that would encourage their return. Yet, on the other end of the line, the response was one of blatant disdain. Li Xiangqian, you scoundrel, you burned the bridge after crossing it. When you dismissed me, you did so without a moment's hesitation. Now you want me back? Not a chance. Li Xiangqian endured a scathing reprimand. Yet, in pursuit of fulfilling the current order, he maintained his composure and continued to plead. Ahem. What if I increase your salary by 1,000? Otherwise, without a job, how will you support your family, right? No sooner had Li Xiangqian finished speaking than a derisive laugh echoed from across the table. No job? How laughable. Do you think I can't find work without you? Let me inform you, I am currently thriving at the Yuhui manufacturing plant, not only employed but also earning a decent wage. What makes you think I would return? Li Xiangqian's eyes widened in shock. The Yuhui manufacturing plant. Wasn't he that Lin Yu's factory? In that instant, realization struck him. After a flurry of phone calls, Li Xiangqian's expression darkened. So it was you, Lin Yu. You truly have a wicked streak. He could never have anticipated that the very person he intended to poach would ultimately outmaneuver him. With a thud, Li Xiangqian collapsed into his chair. Despair etched across his face as his body slumped downwards. His mind felt blank. With the factory's workforce gone, the timely completion of his orders was utterly impossible. Even if he were to recruit anew, it would take considerable time given that he needed more than just a few hands. In summary, the fulfillment of this batch of orders was unequivocally out of the question. The accumulated penalty for all orders amounted to a staggering 30 million. For a small factory like his, that sum was sufficient to plunge him into bankruptcy, along with incurring additional debts of several million. At that moment, Li Xiangqian's face turned ashen with regret. He should never have provoked Lin Yu, nor should he have attempted to poach from him, leading to his current predicament. It was all over. In Yangcheng, in the eastern suburbs, the atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. Scarface, it has been a month and 5 days. Not a single person has come to repay the loans we extended. Moreover, all the contact information left behind is false. I suspect it is highly likely the loan shark, Scarface, slammed his hand on the table, his expression filled with fury. Damn it, has greed come knocking at my door? Having lent money for years, he had never encountered such audacity. If it were just one or two individuals occasionally defaulting, that could be deemed normal. However, when thousands of borrowers collectively refused to repay, it raised alarm bells. Undoubtedly, this was orchestrated by someone. It was clearly an attempt at blackmail. After all, ordinary people without connections would not dare to provoke them. Nonetheless, he was no easy target. Having navigated the underbelly of society, he possessed his own means. Go find them. Their identity information is still here. I refuse to believe we cannot track them down. Scarface's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of ferocity. In Yangcheng, no one had ever dared to challenge him, and this time, he was determined to uncover who had the audacity to abscond with his money. Chapter 40. United efforts transforming black loans into cash machines. 10 days later, the factory expansion was completed and ready for operation. Lin Yu accessed the system panel. Name: Lin Yu, funds, 193, 668, 300 skills. Damage transfer, exploration, system level. LV. 4 upgrade requires 1 billion funds. Rewards include 100,000 ordinary clones, 1,000 level 2 enhanced clones, and 30 level 3 enhanced clones. Current clones. Ordinary clones 33,000. Level 2 enhanced clones 140. Level 3 enhanced clones 10. Current items. LV. 3 skill selection card 3. An office building, valued at 300 million. Special mall. LV. 4. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels enhance the probability of high-value items appearing. During the 10 days, Lin Yu had accomplished nothing, yet his funds increased by 80 million. Apart from the earnings from his stall, a portion of this was due to the electronic factory paying wages. The 13,000 ordinary clones generated an average daily profit of 8 million. This rate of earning was quite astonishing. However, whether working at the electronic factory, setting up stalls, or wholesale trading, these were merely minor undertakings. The real wealth lay in entrepreneurship. Lin Yu reminisced about the 2 individuals with the surname Ma on Blue Star before his transmigration. They earned 40 million a day without lifting a finger. If they engaged in promotional activities such as the Double 13 Shopping Festival, the 816 Brand Festival, or Game Skins, their daily income could easily surpass several hundred million. In comparison, 8 million was insignificant. It seemed imperative to expedite the factory's operations. Nonetheless, despite the factory's scale expanding tenfold, the orders from Yang City were not sufficient. Lin Yu pondered. It was time to expand beyond Yang City. At the entrance of the Pentium Electronics factory, several figures lurked in a concealed corner, stealthily observing their surroundings. Are you certain that the debtor is here? The one referred to as Old 3 was a slender individual adorned with floral tattoos and metallic rings in his ears, exuding a menacing aura. He nodded emphatically. Absolutely. I spotted him on the road yesterday. He looks exactly like his ID photo. The others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malice. Humph, brothers, when we see him, let us show him what he's in for. He needs to understand the consequences of defaulting on his debts. Approximately 10 minutes later, at 6 in the evening, the factory gates opened, and the workers poured out onto the street. The group kept a keen eye on the entrance of Pentium Electronics, searching for a specific figure. Suddenly, Old 3 shouted, "That's him. I see him." The leader spat out the toothpick from his mouth and surged forward, seizing the target's collar. "Hey kid, do you remember me? Where's the money? Have you decided not to repay the money you borrowed from Scar Brother?" The few individuals surrounded him, their demeanor fierce and intimidating. Typically, such a display would terrify an ordinary person. Yet, their target's reaction was unexpectedly calm, lacking even the slightest hint of fear, to the point that they began to doubt if they had indeed approached the right person. "Hey, are you mute? I'm talking to you. You borrowed 30,000. Remember? You promised to repay it in a month. Now, a month and a half has passed, and with principal and interest it amounts to 45,000. For every day of delay, an additional 1,000 in interest will accrue. So, think carefully, will you pay now or continue to delay?" Faced with their intimidation, he remained unperturbed, raising an eyebrow. "How about this? You lend me another 100,000 and I will return you 45,000. The group exchanged glances, their anger flaring. "Are you mocking us? It seems you have no intention of repaying. Don't blame us for being rude." As they spoke, they prepared to strike, but gradually, they sensed something amiss. The onlookers around them seemed to be closing in, not merely as passive spectators, but with a palpable hostility. Layer upon layer of people encircled them. The third member of their group felt a surge of panic, realizing that despite their supposed streetwise toughness, these factory workers appeared far more menacing. "Hey, what are you doing? I warn you, this doesn't concern you. Don't seek trouble," the leader of the group shouted, attempting to intimidate them, but his words fell flat. Suddenly, the third member recognized something, swallowing hard. "Boss, these people. They seem to be those who borrowed money from us." With this revelation, the others quickly caught on. "So, you are all in cahoots." They were struck dumb, realizing that this collective act of fleeing debt was no mere coincidence but a well-orchestrated plan. "What do we do now, boss? How should I know?" As they continued to whisper among themselves, a flurry of fists rained down upon them. There was no escape. They were trapped. Meanwhile, on the periphery, the crowd of spectators grew larger, many wearing puzzled expressions. "Brother, what is happening inside?" "I'm not quite sure, but from what I've heard, it seems someone is being confronted over unpaid debts." "Unpaid debts? Humph, I despise such people, acting like a servant when borrowing, but turning into a master when it's time to repay. Indeed, those who refuse to settle their debts are the most loathsome. If it were me, I would undoubtedly give him a good beating." As the discussion continued, someone squeezed through the crowd. "You know nothing. The debt collectors you see there are from the outskirts, engaging in predatory lending. I was in dire need of money and borrowed 100,000 yuan, only to discover that after signing the contract and providing my ID, I received merely 80,000 yuan, with the remaining 20,000 cited as a processing fee. When the month was up, I was expected to repay 105,000 yuan. Unfortunately, due to issues with my bank card, I was late by a day, resulting in a demand for a 3,000 yuan penalty. At that moment, I had only 105,000 yuan, not a single cent more. They were indifferent, insisting that for each day overdue, the penalty would increase by 3,000 yuan. And if it extended to 2 days, it would amount to 6,000 yuan. Upon my refusal to comply, they resorted to threatening my child. Such despicable scoundrels. This outcry incited a sudden shift in the crowd's discourse. It turned out that they were indeed unscrupulous loan sharks. What a disgrace. I feared that yet another brother had fallen victim to their schemes. My cousin had already suffered at their hands, borrowing 50,000 yuan for a family member's medical treatment, a sum he could have repaid, but due to their demands for so-called additional service fees, The debt ballooned to 300,000 yuan. Eventually, my cousin, overwhelmed by this burden, took his own life. It was these wretched individuals who drove him to such despair. Step aside. I must confront them, I declared. Do not obstruct me. I cannot stand idly by while another brother is victimized. Kind-hearted individuals pushed forward, attempting to intervene against the loan sharks demanding payment. But their efforts were futile against the overwhelming numbers. After approximately 20 minutes, a voice rang out from within the fray. Brothers outside, it's fine now. We have resolved the situation. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, revealing several figures, bloodied and battered, their appearances barely recognizable. One man, known as Old Three, had his once decorated arm reduced to a bloody mess. They cried out in agony, my arm is broken. Call an ambulance, quickly. They pleaded for assistance, but none heeded their calls. Why would I help you? If I weren't worried about the repercussions of murder, I would have already ended your life, a passerby spat, the saliva landing squarely on Old Three's face. Enraged, Old Three retorted, you dare insult me? Prepare to face the consequences. The passerby scoffed, who are you trying to intimidate? Is it a crime to witness the spectacle? Is it a crime to spit on you? Is it an insult? Well done, you scoundrels. That evening, several news stories erupted on the Yangcity Forum, including, justice served, loan shark gang assaulted by thousands, united we stand, thousands of employees subdue loan shark leaders, role models of Yangcity. Resisting evil forces begins with unity, a new business opportunity. With solidarity, loan sharks can become cash cows. Chapter 41. Wealth is God. The feeling of being God. Exhilarating. In the southern suburbs of Yangcity, Old Scar slammed his fist onto the table. Useless, all of you, he barked. You can't even handle this minor matter. Where are they? A group of underlings sat in silence, too intimidated to speak. An older, somewhat seasoned associate finally ventured, Brother Scar. They've all been detained and are under investigation. To prevent them from implicating us, we should consider relocating our operations. Engaging in usury is a serious offense. Once caught, imprisonment is inevitable. Therefore, our priority should be self-preservation rather than seeking accountability. Old Scar grunted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it! With thousands backing us, this gang is indeed organized. Which bastard dares to turn on us? In his opinion, ordinary people would never dare to act against them. No one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Couldn't he possibly be the police either? If it were, they would have simply arrested them all. Thus, one possibility remained. A rival faction was attempting to undermine him, perhaps seeking to leverage law enforcement to eliminate him and seize control of Yangcity. Since this group was not disorganized, it indicated that someone was orchestrating these actions. Find them, locate their leader and eliminate him. If they wish to take my territory, I shall send them to meet their end. At Beitong Auto Sales, the largest car dealership in Yangcity, Lin Yu stepped inside, ready to purchase a vehicle. Although Luo Qingxue, his secretary, chauffeured him daily in luxury cars, he grew weary of being a mere passenger. He yearned for the satisfaction of driving himself. Thus, today he sought to acquire a car of his own. After all, as a billionaire, he couldn't appear too modest when conducting business. Good day, sir. Upon entry, the sales staff greeted him with great respect and courtesy, offering complimentary tea and snacks. Lin Yu scanned the offerings, noting the exquisite selection of renowned pastries. Truly, the service of a large establishment is unparalleled. Good day, sir. I am your sales consultant, and I will accompany you throughout your visit. Should you have any inquiries regarding your purchase, I am here to assist you comprehensively. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Show me your finest vehicles. Upon hearing this, the salesperson, despite striving to maintain composure, could not suppress his excitement. A significant client had arrived. He immediately heightened his alertness, eager to avoid any missteps that might displease Lin Yu. This way, please. After browsing the showroom for a while, Lin Yu did not linger on the details, decisively making his selections. After all, a car, at its most expensive, would cost him merely $1 million. He had no need to haggle over trivial amounts. He pointed out 2 vehicles from the 15 displayed in the high-end showroom. However, the salesman replied with an apologetic expression. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but one of the vehicles has already been reserved by someone else. It simply has not been taken down yet. I am truly sorry for the oversight in the showroom. The salesman lowered his head in a gesture of sincerity. Yet, Lin Yu did not acknowledge his words. Instead, he countered, what about the other cars? Aside from this one, none of the others have been pre-ordered, correct? The salesman hastily nodded. No. Lin Yu responded with a sound of relief. That's good. Apart from the 2 vehicles I just pointed out, I will take all the rest. I will take them all. At that moment, the salesman was taken aback, his body stiffening in astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? He wants all the remaining vehicles aside from those 2. He wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously confirmed. Excuse me, sir. I may have zoned out for a moment. Are you saying you want all 13 of these? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, all of them, full payment in cash. After all, he was not just going out for himself. There was also a group of bodyguards. Furthermore, he estimated that one car would soon become tiresome, so it was better to purchase a few more for variety. Having wealth was exhilarating. Buying cars felt as effortless as purchasing clothing. Upon receiving Lin Yu's confirmation, the salesman took a deep breath, overwhelmed with joy. 13 luxury vehicles. The total was approximately 30 million. With a 2.5 commission from the sale, he would earn a staggering 750,000. He had struck gold. Typically, he managed to close only 6 or 7 deals a year, earning around 200,000 annually. Yet today he had made nearly 4 years' worth of salary in one go. How could he not feel elated? However, the sudden sale of so many cars left him somewhat astonished. The money felt almost too easy to come by. The salesman steadied his emotions and looked at Lin Yu with increasing reverence and admiration. What a big shot. Truly a big shot. Perhaps I should just call you father. Otherwise, this money doesn't feel quite right. How long will it take to complete all the paperwork? Lin Yu inquired. The standard process takes about 3 days, but I can expedite it for you. A day, at most 1 day. You can come to collect the car tomorrow afternoon, and I assure you that all the paperwork will be ready, the salesman replied. Lin Yu displayed a satisfied expression. This efficiency was indeed commendable. After leaving the showroom, Lin Yu sat on a sofa in the lobby and sipped some complimentary tea. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the factory, surrounded by the noisy machinery environment, the sudden calmness and brightness of the car dealership's spacious lobby provided him with a refreshing sense of tranquility. Thus, he found himself lingering a little longer. During Lin Yu's brief respite, the salesman took the initiative to dash to the nearby upscale restaurant, where he lavishly ordered several gourmet meals. Western cuisine, pastries, and traditional Chinese imperial dishes were all presented before Lin Yu. Sir, this is but a token of my appreciation. I hope it pleases you, and I shall not intrude further. Not far away, several other salespeople furrowed their brows at this scene. What is wrong with old Wu today? He readily agreed to a package worth thousands. Who is this individual? I am unsure. Perhaps we should inquire with old Wu. 3 minutes later, they were all left in a state of astonishment. No way, he intends to purchase all 13 luxury cars at once. This fellow. No, this distinguished individual is remarkably understated. When he first entered, I assumed he was merely another wealthy heir, perhaps intending to buy a single car to flaunt before his subordinates. Yet now, it seems he must be a significant business magnate. After all, within the confines of Yang City, no wealthy heir has the casual audacity to spend tens of millions on vehicles. Alas, it is truly regrettable. Had I been the one to attend to him, it would have been splendid. The gazes directed at Lin Yu were imbued with anticipation and yearning, as though they were beholding a deity. Chapter 42. Eliminate the creditor, and no one will chase the debt. Are you certain it is him? In the dead of night, outside a foot massage establishment, 2 vans stood parked. Their exteriors were coated in black paint, and even the windows appeared darkened from the outside, concealing the interior from prying eyes. Inside one of the vehicles, a young subordinate spoke with unwavering certainty. Second brother, it's undoubtedly him. Lin Yu. A month ago, it was this brat who got Xie Sherdong into trouble. He was also the instigator of the collective strike at the electronics factory. Those debtors followed his lead in causing a ruckus. Clearly, he is the leader of this gang. Listening to his explanation, the others nodded in agreement. The man referred to as second brother clenched his fist, his voice low and somber. Keep an eye on him. Once he steps out, we strike immediately. Knock him out and take him back for Scarface to handle. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yu emerged from within, making his way toward the parking lot. Having come alone for a massage, he had not brought many people with him, opting to drive himself. The parking lot is rather far, Lin Yu remarked. In the city, driving is no issue, but finding a parking spot can be troublesome. As he traversed a plaza, Lin Yu arrived at the parking area, where the lighting was dim due to many broken fixtures. He took out his car key, preparing to unlock the door. At that precise moment, a hushed command echoed from the shadows. Move in. In an instant, several figures leapt from concealment. Wooden clubs swung through the air, aiming for the back of Lin Yu's head. Being an experienced individual, the assailant was confident in his control over the force applied, just enough to render Lin Yu unconscious without inflicting serious harm. Thud. The club connected, yet the anticipated scenario failed to unfold. Lin Yu stood upright, showing no signs of fainting. The assailant, taken aback, assumed he had miscalculated and swiftly raised his hand to deliver another blow. However, Lin Yu denied him the opportunity, spinning around in an instant to grasp the wooden club, rendering it ineffective. Seeing their comrade falter, the rest of the group sprang into action, intending to subdue Lin Yu collectively. In that moment, Lin Yu rapidly retreated, employing his investigative skill on one of them to discern their intentions. You wish to capture me? How Navi? He possessed a skill for damage transfer. Any malicious harm directed at him would be preemptively redirected and distributed among his clones. Thus, the blow he had just received felt no more severe than a pesky fly's sting, hardly painful and virtually without consequence. Enough chatter. Come with us. The adversaries quickly surrounded Lin Yu's position. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed. With a mere gesture, dozens of Level 2 enhanced clones materialized beside him, extra copies he had purchased from the system's marketplace, reserved for emergencies and not previously summoned. Today proved to be quite useful. Dozens of replicas descended, encircling the adversaries in mere moments. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? These individuals seem to have materialized from thin air. Materialized from thin air? How could that be? They must have been lying in wait. Damn it, we've been duped. This fellow anticipated our arrival and prepared in advance. Brother 2, what should we do? It appears we are trapped. Damn it. There's no choice left. Draw your weapon. No sooner had Brother 2 spoken than a man extracted a pitch-black handgun from his bag. He disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. You're forcing my hand. Ignoring the invitation to drink, you shall face the consequences. Perish. Bang! The bullet shot towards Lin Yu, striking precisely at his heart. Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. At the moment the bullet met Lin Yu's body, it seemed to come to an abrupt halt, falling straight to the ground with a crisp sound. Clang! Upon observing Lin Yu, not only was there no wound, but not even a trace of blood was present. The crowd stood agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What kind of bullet is this? Fire again. The handgun continued to spew flames. Several shots rang out, depleting the magazine. Yet still no injuries marred Lin Yu's form. He remained steadfast, his gaze cold and unyielding. Initially intending to report the incident, but now since the gun is drawn, it is a gamble for life. Boom! One of the replicas raised an arm, delivering a heavy elbow strike to the back of an opponent's head. The adversary collapsed, breathless in an instant. The others could not escape their fate either. In a mere span of seconds, all lay lifeless upon the ground. Lin Yu surveyed the corpses, clapping his hands together. You lot involved in loan sharking truly possess some skill, don't you? Chasing debts all the way to me. Lin Yu started the car, utilizing the location acquired earlier through reconnaissance, setting the navigation to a specific destination, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems that leaving loose ends is not an option. Wanting to collect debts? Simply eliminate the creditor, and there will be no one left to pursue. Chapter 43. The Black Loan ATM, seizing opportunities in Yangqing suburbs, within an abandoned factory. Old Scar led his subordinates to their newly established stronghold. Where's the second brother? He hasn't returned yet? Boss Scar, not yet. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Old Scar appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the efficiency of his men. Once I get my hands on that brat, I will make him wish he were never born. How dare he encroach upon my territory and send a few of my brothers to the grave. I will ensure he understands the consequences of provoking me. As the group awaited, a subordinate rushed in. Boss Scar, I saw second brother's car returning. Upon hearing this, Old Scar let out a low growl. Good. He led dozens of his men outside to greet the arrival. 2 black vans came to a gradual halt. Unable to contain his impatience, Old Scar hurried to pull open the door. Ha ha ha, second brother. I knew you would. Thud. At the moment the van door swung open, a lifeless body was flung out, colliding with Old Scar. As recognition dawned upon him, he froze in shock. Second brother. Dead. In an instant, the air around them seemed to chill, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Everyone instinctively took a step back, their hearts racing with dread. What happened? Who killed second brother? Who's inside the van? The van's pitch-black exterior obscured the interior from view, leaving the onlookers to speculate. In the midst of their discussions, several more bodies were discarded, those of other subordinates who had accompanied him. Finally, Lin Yu and another clone emerged from the driver's seat. A flicker of astonishment crossed Old Scar's face. It's you, Lin Yu. Old Scar instinctively became wary. After all, Lin Yu was a formidable adversary in his eyes. However, he soon relaxed, his gaze roaming over Lin Yu. You have quite the audacity, killing my men and then swaggering onto my turf with just the 2 of you. What? Are you here to negotiate? Let me tell you, there's no need for negotiations. You must die today. At that moment, Old Scar was merely 2 meters away from Lin Yu. He drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Lin Yu. Yet, Lin Yu gestured behind him. Who said it was just the 2 of us? Look a little closer. Skeptical, Old Scar turned to glance behind him. That one look shattered his confidence. To his astonishment, hundreds of armed individuals had inexplicably surrounded them, each wielding a knife, pressing the blades against the throats of his subordinates. They had effectively taken them all hostage. Old Scar was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom where these people had emerged from. He had thoroughly inspected the area. It was merely an abandoned factory, flanked on 3 sides by waste and muck. There was no conceivable way for anyone to infiltrate. Apart from those 3 directions, there was only the path Lin Yu had taken. He had witnessed Lin Yu's arrival in its entirety, without detecting any other presence. In such circumstances, a sudden surge of hundreds of individuals encircled him from behind. The scarred man racked his brain, unable to fathom how Lin Yu had managed this feat. Witnessing his subordinates being taken hostage, his eyes glinted with malice, his hand trembling slightly as he raised his gun, consumed by fury. Your leader is in my grasp. Should you dare to act, Lin Yu shall perish. At that moment, he retained a semblance of confidence, believing that with Lin Yu in his possession, the adversaries would not dare to strike. However, reality surpassed his wildest imaginings. The blade mercilessly pierced his throat, blood gushing forth amidst anguished cries. Nearly 100 of his subordinates collapsed, leaving the scarred man wide-eyed in disbelief. They truly acted. Do you not fear my wrath? I will kill him, he shouted, directing his gun at Lin Yu while glaring at the multitude before him. When silence reigned, a resolution seemed to crystallize within him. Thus, he resolved to take them all down with him. If he was to be destroyed, they would not emerge unscathed. Bang! He pulled the trigger, but the anticipated scene of Lin Yu's demise did not unfold. Damn it! He cursed, realizing that his weapon had malfunctioned at this critical moment. Bang! Bang! He fired several more shots, yet Lin Yu remained unharmed. Stupefied, the scarred man could hardly believe it. Impossible. My bullets are flawless. Why can I not kill you? A sudden suspicion flickered in his mind that perhaps one of his subordinates had betrayed him, substituting his ammunition with blanks. Tentatively, he aimed at his own palm and fired. Bang! The bullet pierced through, leaving a gaping wound on the back of his hand. The bullets were indeed fine. How could this be? His gaze turned vacuous as he sought answers from Lin Yu. Yet Lin Yu, disinterested in responding, withdrew a cleaver from the vehicle and pressed it against his neck, donning a benign expression as he calmly spoke. Scarred man, born Zhu Shi, committed patricide at 6, matricide at 9, joined a local gang at 13. By 16, he had established his authority through his scars, amassing countless followers. I hold a certain admiration for you. Would you care to join me? Lin Yu's words left the scarred man momentarily flummoxed. Few were privy to his personal history, and most of those were dead. If anyone still knew, it would likely be a few of the older brothers from his time in prison. The very fact that Lin Yu was aware suggested a potential connection to his former leaders. Thus, could it be that he was one of his own? After a brief silence, Lin Yu gestured to a doppelganger. The doppelganger stepped forward and handed him a bank card. Here lies an opportunity. Transfer all the money you possess onto this card. From here on, serve under me. Lin Yu's tone was remarkably calm, resembling that of two brothers engaged in casual conversation. The scarred man hesitated slightly. Though he suspected that Lin Yu was sent by his elder brother from years past, years of experience warned him against being gullible. You merely seek my money. Once you have it, you would surely eliminate me. I am not so foolish. Lin Yu shook his head, speaking earnestly. No, I merely wish for you to demonstrate a modicum of sincerity. Moreover, do you truly believe that I am in need of funds? Lin Yu's words struck a chord with the old scar. Yet, based on what he had observed, the barbecue stands, the electronics factory, and the hundreds present before him, Lin Yu commanded a following of at least 4,000, while he himself managed merely over 100 subordinates. It was evident that the other party would not be deterred by such a trifling sum. Thus, did Lin Yu genuinely wish to recruit him? The old scar began to entertain a measure of belief in Lin Yu's assertions. However, a lingering question remained. If you wish to recruit me, why have you slain all my men? Lin Yu scoffed with disdain. It is quite simple. They were all worthless. I do not associate with the inept. The old scar chuckled, seemingly having anticipated this response. It indeed aligned with their modus operandi, arrogant and ruthless. In that moment, he truly believed Lin Yu was there to enlist him. The old scar accepted the bank card and deftly manipulated his phone. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's system panel underwent a transformation. Funds, 367, 844, 320. An increase of 140 million. Lin Yu smiled, thoroughly satisfied. That is quite a sum. The old scar set down his phone and turned to Lin Yu. Brother Lin, I shall follow you from now on. Aye. The old scar barely managed to utter a few words when suddenly, a dagger pierced through his back, penetrating his body. Blood gushed forth from his chest, a gruesome sight. The old scar struggled to part his lips. Why? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, lamenting. I apologize, but I was deceiving you. I truly am in need of money. You guessed correctly. I only desired the funds in your possession. Now that the money has arrived, you have outlived your usefulness. The old scar's body crumpled to the side, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. Anger, remorse, bitterness, and despair. Shortly after Lin Yu's departure, a construction crew arrived at the scene, tasked with demolishing the abandoned factory to make way for reconstruction. They came to survey the site. However, before they could commence their work, they were all rendered speechless by the sight before them. What? How could so many have died? Call the police quickly. Chapter 44. What does it matter to me? Construction crew discovers 106 bodies in the suburbs. The truth remains elusive. The 106 bodies identified by citizens as the local's largest loan shark. Eradicating evil. The loan shark leader is slain. All accomplices annihilated. The mysterious truth. Is it a clash of criminal forces or a desperate counterattack by borrowers? Yangcheng police mobilized, securing the scene, investigating with utmost effort. The following day, media outlets inundated the public with reports on the incident. Lin Yu gazed at the barrage of notifications on his phone, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. It seemed as though this affair bore no connection to him whatsoever. In truth, it had nothing to do with him at all. It was all orchestrated by his doppelganger. What concern was it of his? Not a single fingerprint of his was found on those individuals. He had meticulously wiped away even the prints from the steering wheel and the blade's handle. Yangqing Police Station. Everyone was engrossed in the investigation. If the borrowers had been driven to retaliate under unbearable pressure, that would be one thing. However, if it were a violent clash between two factions of the underworld, the repercussions would be severe. Thus, for the sake of public safety in Yangqing, they needed to swiftly ascertain the true motives behind this homicide. In the surveillance room, numerous figures were present, diligently analyzing every segment of the footage for potential clues. Soon, they identified two black vans. This was the parking lot of a foot massage establishment. Rewind the footage to observe what transpired earlier, one captain commanded. However, the officer tasked with retrieving the footage shook his head. Captain, it's gone. The earlier surveillance has been obscured by something. The screen is entirely black. The officer manipulated the video, adjusting the timeline back. As he had indicated, there was a 30-minute gap where the footage was obscured. It was evident that someone had deliberately interfered. Since we cannot see that, let's proceed further back. The surveillance was rewound to an earlier timestamp. The screen revealed a figure exiting the foot massage establishment. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals followed closely, heading towards the parking area. Drawing upon his years of investigative experience, the captain discerned that this was clearly an abduction. Next, they observed one individual brandishing a wooden stick, striking at the figure ahead. Subsequently, the surveillance footage was obstructed once more. Half an hour later, when the footage resumed, the two vans had vanished without a trace. Investigate who this person is, the captain commanded. Minutes later, the facial recognition comparison was complete. Captain, this individual is named Lin Yu. Knock, knock, knock. While Lin Yu was resting, a sudden rap echoed at the door. Upon opening it, a sea of police uniforms filled his view. Lin Yu appeared to have anticipated this, gesturing invitingly. Please come in. The captain, taken aback by his composure, expressed mild surprise. Good day, are you Lin Yu? Yes. We are here today to inquire about a case. As the surveillance indicates you are significantly involved. Certainly, I shall comply. Half an hour later, the police completed their documentation, their brows furrowed in concern. According to your account, it appears they intended to kidnap and extort you. However, your quick thinking in activating the emergency alert on your phone, thereby notifying your friends, was commendable. Subsequently, your friends arrived at the scene. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, they assumed that, given the scale of my factory, I must be wealthy, hence their intention to kidnap and extort me. Yet, I have many friends. Once the message was dispatched, hundreds of them rushed to my aid. The officer cast a skeptical glance at him and inquired, Then why did you kill them? Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. To clarify, I did not kill them. It was my friends who did. They were armed. Had my friends not acted, it would have been our demise. This is known as reasonable risk avoidance, is it not? The captain scrutinized him closely, sensing something was amiss in Lin Yu's demeanor. Despite experiencing such a grave incident, he remained remarkably composed and spoke with a steady cadence, unlike the average individual. Yet, in terms of evidence of wrongdoing, the captain found himself at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lin Yu and asked, Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? What about your emergency alert message? The information received by your friends? Alternatively, could you summon your friends here? We need to interrogate them in person. A series of probing questions cast a tense atmosphere over the scene. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained unperturbed, retorting, I am under no obligation to prove anything. If you suspect me of wrongdoing, it is incumbent upon you to demonstrate the falsity of my statements. If you lack evidence to prove my guilt, why should I need to exonerate myself? His words left the officers momentarily speechless. Oftentimes, individuals find themselves ensnared in a trap of self-justification. Consider the scenario where one assists an elderly person who has fallen, only to be accused of having caused the fall. In such instances, many scramble to prove their innocence, often lacking sufficient evidence to do so, resulting in a loss of reputation and financial repercussions. In reality, the onus should lie with the accuser to present evidence of wrongdoing. If they cannot provide proof, does it not speak volumes? It is generally easier to compel the accuser to substantiate their claims than to defend oneself against them. Of course, should the accuser resort to deceitful tactics, claiming that a mouse's head is a duck neck, then one finds themselves in an inextricable situation, impervious to even divine intervention. Fortunately, this captain was not one to ignore the truth. Upon hearing Lin Yu's assertions, he recognized his earlier oversight and promptly amended his approach. I apologize for my abruptness. May I request your friend's contact information and addresses to assist in our investigation? Lin Yu smiled and replied, there's no need. They are en route to surrender, and they should be nearing the police station by now. You may proceed directly to interrogate them at the precinct. The officer on the scene was momentarily taken aback. Surrendered? Suddenly, the captain's phone rang. It was a call from the chief. Chief, what is it? After a brief pause, he hung up, astonished. They have truly surrendered. The chief has instructed us to return for questioning. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow at him, exuding pride. You see, my friends are all quite principled. When they err, they do not evade responsibility. You may interrogate them. It is of no concern to me. A thief comes to steal, you pursue him, and he ends up breaking his leg. In such a case, you would still bear the responsibility. Is this not a frequent occurrence in reality? Thus, even if the other party is an illegal loan shark, should you take their life, you too will be held accountable. Lin Yu was disinclined to complicate matters. After all, he had ample clones. He could simply send one in. It would be an effortless resolution. What the clone does is of no consequence to me. Chapter 45. The Dark Master. Do not provoke Lin Yu. We cannot afford it. In the secluded outskirts of the western side of Yang City lies a hidden location, serving as the stronghold for another faction of underworld influence, rivaling that of Old Scar. Unlike Old Scar's operations, which revolve around predatory lending, this group engages in activities akin to those of Xie Sherdong and others, who were apprehended during a barbecue incident orchestrated by Lin Yu. For instance, 3 months prior, in Hengshui community, a homeowner went on a 2-month vacation, ensuring all electrical and plumbing appliances were turned off. Upon returning, they discovered that their utility bills had remained unchanged during their absence, leading them to suspect the property management of unscrupulous practices. Determined to confront the management and potentially expose them to the media, the property management grew anxious, fully aware that any revelation would unveil their illicit operations. In a bid to suppress the situation, they enlisted the services of this faction. Receiving the assignment, the group swiftly dispatched anonymous threats to the homeowner, targeting their children and parents, ultimately succeeding in coercing the family to vacate the premises. This ensured the continued profit for the property management of Hengshui community. Beyond these covert maneuvers, their operations included a more audacious endeavor: kidnapping. However, their approach was not merely about ransom, as such actions would attract unwanted police scrutiny. Instead, they collaborated discreetly with large corporations. For example, in instances of corporate rivalry, they would abduct a company's owner and key employees, creating a temporary leadership vacuum. This allowed the rival company to gain a competitive edge. Once the opposing firm had secured a substantial advantage, they would return the captives, all while concealing their identities and refraining from demanding ransom from the families of the abducted. Thus, they reaped considerable benefits from these operations. This shrewd methodology enabled them to cultivate a vast network of influence throughout Yang City, encompassing billionaires and local property managers alike, with their reach extending to street-level law enforcement. Wherever they ventured, their eyes and ears were present, operating with audacity. However, today bore a different atmosphere. A somber expression graced the faces of all members, particularly their leader, Sure Senator, although in his late 30s and standing at a modest height of 1.
Cette métère, Shisen possède un formidable physique.
Adorned with muscles and tattoos that rendered him quite intimidating. His mere presence commanded respect, allowing no one to underestimate him. Yet, at this moment, Sure-san appeared devoid of his usual bravado, his demeanor instead reflecting deep concern. He exhaled heavily and spoke in a grave tone. Even Old Scar has fallen. It seems that Lin Yu is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Having shared a status comparable to Old Scar and frequently interacted with him, Sure-san felt a distinct sense of astonishment and a tinge of fear upon learning of Old Scar's demise, especially since the latter had recently acquired firearms, making even Sure-san wary of provoking him. Have you investigated Lin Yu? What have you discovered? Upon hearing this, the younger brothers promptly produced their findings. Sure-san's expression grew increasingly grave, even taking on a pallid hue. He summoned 1,000 men in black suits to his barbecue stall, wielding the power to stir the entire electronic market of Yang City. Within a mere week, a rival manufacturer was thrust into bankruptcy and liquidation. Now, the notorious Lao Ba and his entire crew had been eradicated. In the aftermath, some individuals even voluntarily confessed at the police station, while Lin Yu remained untouched. It was evident that someone was shielding him from blame. These events, seemingly coincidental or unintentional, upon deeper reflection, were chillingly sinister. The ability to manipulate so many individuals was a feat that even 10 of him could scarcely rival. The more Shur-san pondered, the more trepidation he felt. Despite having navigated the underworld for years, believing himself sufficiently ruthless and arrogant, the thought of Lin Yu still instilled a paralyzing fear within him. Taking a deep breath, Shur-san exhaled slowly, as if arriving at a momentous decision. Listen carefully, everyone. From this day forth, keep your wits about you. If you encounter Lin Yu, do not provoke him. He is not someone we can afford to challenge. Otherwise, the fate of Lao Ba will be our own. Do you understand? Seeing their leader as caution, the younger brothers felt a tightening in their chests and responded in unison. Understood. By the way, Brother Sin, should we consider making a visit to establish a rapport with Lin Yu? One younger brother inquired. Shur-san shook his head, his demeanor despondent. What nonsense! Would an ant seek friendship with you? In his eyes, we are mere ants. Do you not comprehend this? Our course of action is simply to avoid provoking him and to remain beneath his notice. As for fostering a relationship, let go of such delusions. Shur-san was acutely aware of his inability to confront Lin Yu. He would never court danger. His comfortable existence over the years was a result of his understanding of humility and discretion. Had he paraded around like Xie Shidong, he would have long been apprehended. Low profile, forbearant, and knowing when to yield, that was his survival strategy. Listen closely, everyone, expedite your current tasks, and we shall retreat for a time. We will reemerge once this storm has passed. Lao-san, do we have any significant tasks at hand? Lao-san pondered for a moment before responding. Brother Sen, we have 5 minor tasks that can be completed today. As for a major task, there is one. It involves Hongming Group. Just a day ago, they accepted a bribe of 5 million from Kuntai Group. The mission is to kidnap and detain the chairman of Hongming Group for 5 days, as both groups are competing for a substantial order. If we can delay them for 5 days, they will secure the order, gaining a decisive advantage in this rivalry. In the realm of conventional competitive orders, their confidence rests at a mere 30%, a probability that pales in comparison to that of the Hongming Group. Consequently, in pursuit of success, they have sought the assistance of Shur-san and others, intending to employ clandestine methods. All right, let us swiftly conclude this task. Thereafter, we shall refrain from accepting any further assignments. Understood, Brother Senator. As they prepare for a temporary withdrawal, Lin Yu's system panel emits a notification. Notification. The luxurious office building purchased by the host has been successfully transferred. Building name Hongming Tower. Host has been appointed as Chairman of Hongming Group. Please proceed to the top floor office of Hongming Tower to sign in within 3 days. Chapter 46. The Signed Building Sisters. Yesterday was Qixi Festival. How much red envelope did your boyfriend send you? In the square beside Hongming Building, 2 tall and graceful women strolled together. One of them rolled her eyes, her expression radiating impatience. Humph, he only sent me 520. Such a lack of sincerity. With a monthly salary barely over 10,000, he can't even afford the bag I have my eye on. What a useless fellow. The other woman sighed in agreement. Alas, today's men have no ambition whatsoever. With over 10,000 a month, how can he even think of having a girlfriend? I spend 7,000 or 8,000 each month on clothes and cosmetics. What can one do with just over 10,000? She slightly lifted her gaze towards the sky. If only I could find a wealthy boyfriend. The other responded in earnest, indeed, preferably one who is handsome and considerate. As the two continued their discussion, a luxurious sports car suddenly roared past them, capturing their attention. Wow, what a stunning car! They exclaimed, their eyes filled with longing. Following closely, a second and then a third car appeared. 8 luxury vehicles formed a grand procession, arriving at the entrance of Hongming Building. Noticing this, the security guards frowned. I remember parking isn't allowed at the entrance. Is it? They pondered. 2 guards approached the convoy, intending to advise them to leave. However, as they took a few steps forward, the car doors swung open simultaneously. Dozens of bodyguards clad in black suits emerged, leaving the guards momentarily stunned, unable to step closer. In the nearby square, the 2 women watched the scene unfold. At the center of the bodyguards, a car door opened, revealing a figure stepping out. It was Lin Yu. Upon seeing him, the women were captivated. Wow, he is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he is also wealthy. If only I could. They exchanged knowing glances and instinctively moved towards the entrance of the building. Simultaneously, they adjusted their hair and smoothed their collars down, revealing a glimpse of porcelain skin. Their strides became deliberate, as they endeavored to exude their allure, akin to an item in a shop window eagerly seeking attention. The square was not far from Hongming Building. In merely a few seconds, they entered Lin Yu's line of sight. Yet, Lin Yu paid them no mind, not even casting a glance in their direction. The 2 women felt a pang of confusion. They both possessed commendable figures and appearances. Why were they unable to attract Lin Yu? Let us try again. They pivoted, pretending to be passers-by, and walked past Lin Yu once more. However, midway through, another exquisite figure emerged from the passenger seat. It was Lin Yu's personal secretary, Luo Qingxue, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, her hair tied in a loose ponytail cascading behind her. Her appearance struck a perfect balance between splendor and simplicity. There exists a certain charm reminiscent of a pampered young princess and a naive maiden. Luo Qingxue quickened her pace, following closely behind Lin Yu, her every movement exuding confidence and grace, radiating a distinctive aura. The most captivating aspect was the allure emanating from her every smile and frown, which could easily overshadow all the other women present. In the presence of each other, their pride in their figures and appearances seemed utterly trivial. At that moment, they appeared to comprehend the essence of the phrase, "There are always greater beings," and the folly of overestimating oneself. In the grand hall of the building, countless figures congregated, observing the spectacle outside. The sound of discussions erupted in waves. Who is this person commanding such a grand display? It remains unclear. I wonder, does our Hongming Group have such a significant client? The primary business of Hongming Group revolves around cargo transportation. The clientele they usually engage with consists predominantly of factory and mine owners. It was indeed the first time they had encountered someone arriving with a convoy of luxury vehicles. In a corner of the hall, 3 inconspicuous figures sat on a sofa. Each one donned a black hat, pulled low to obscure half of their faces. They remained silent, indifferent to the surrounding clamor. One of them muttered a curse under their breath, expressing frustration. Damn it, when will the chairman of Hongming Group make an appearance? We've been waiting here for 3 days. Another, somewhat impatient, yet possessing a measure of leadership among the trio, replied, enough complaining. According to the information from Kuntai Group, the negotiation for the order we are vying for is set to commence tomorrow. Therefore, our target will definitely return to the company today. This is the day. Keep a close watch. Sangu has stated that after completing this deal, we will retreat for 2 years. Make this last deal exemplary. No mistakes allowed. The 3 soon fell silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yu stepped into the hall. Chapter 47. Better to shatter the signboard than to embrace death. The moment Lin Yu stepped into the grand hall, all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Such a grand entrance was hard to overlook. The lobby manager approached with a welcoming smile. May I inquire if you are here for business? Do you have an appointment? Lin Yu merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. It appeared they were still unaware of the recent change in the chairman of Hongming Group. Please summon your vice chairman, Lin Yu stated calmly. The transition of a chairman is a matter that concerns only the upper echelons of the company, and it had only recently been finalized. Those in lower positions would be oblivious to such developments. As the new chairman of this establishment, Lin Yu needed to validate his identity by seeking out senior management. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered and uncertain. Who was this individual with such audacity, demanding to see the vice chairman upon arrival? Even wealth should not warrant such arrogance. A simple please would have sufficed, yet he issued commands outright. Did he presume himself to be the chairman? Absurd. Alas, he was too young and lacked decorum. Listening to the hushed murmurs around him, the lobby manager's expression shifted between discomfort and concern. He had not revealed his identity yet audaciously demanded to summon their vice chairman, and in a commanding tone no less. Such behavior was exceedingly impolite. Nevertheless, despite feeling unsettled by Lin Yu's words, he maintained a courteous demeanor. After all, he was not a fool. 8 luxury vehicles and dozens of bodyguards were present. Any discerning observer could see that Lin Yu held a significant status. Even if his actions were reckless and impolite, it only further underscored his confidence and strength. A mere lobby manager could not afford to offend him. Very well, please hold on a moment. The lobby manager retrieved his phone and made a series of calls. Soon, a group of sharply dressed individuals emerged from the elevator. Upon seeing their formidable presence, the lobby manager found himself holding his breath. Each individual was a high-ranking executive, typically elusive within the company. Almost the entire management team had arrived. His curiosity deepened. What was Lin Yu's status that warranted such a grand reception? Within the hall, the vice chairman rushed out of the elevator, approaching Lin Yu with haste, showing no signs of complacency. May I ask, are you the new chairman of Hongming Group, Mr. Lin Yu? As the words left his lips, a collective gasp resonated throughout the room. Wait, the new chairman of the company? I see now. No wonder he spoke with such authority, directly commanding the vice chairman to meet him. I'm stunned. I thought he was just some impolite client. Instead, he is so young yet already the chairman of our company. Truly unexpected. Once again, all eyes converged upon Lin Yu, awaiting a definitive response. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, confirming, indeed. At the same time, a merger contract for Hongming Group was presented to the audience. From this day forth, Hongming Group shall be integrated into my hands, rebranded as Yuhui Group. In a corner, 3 individuals donned in black hats silently observed the scene. When the vice chairman greeted Lin Yu, the mention of the chairman's name invigorated the trio, who had been waiting for so long. Their target had finally appeared. You two, head to the elevator on the top floor and prepare to take action. I will cut the power. The 3, with clearly defined roles, were poised to commence their operation, their gaze sweeping towards Lin Yu. However, when the vice chairman uttered Lin Yu's name, their previously determined steps abruptly halted, their bodies frozen as if encased in ice. Did you hear that? He said the person's name is Lin Yu. It can't be. That would be an extraordinary coincidence. Could he possibly be the Lin Yu that Sengu mentioned? Fourth brother, haven't you seen Lin Yu's photograph? Is this truly him? The one addressed as fourth brother remained silent, subtly repositioning himself to obtain a clearer view of Lin Yu's face. As he finally discerned Lin Yu's features, he maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was in utter turmoil. Indeed, it is him. The chairman of Hongming Group they intended to capture was none other than Lin Yu. The words of Shursen echoed in his mind. Never provoke Lin Yu. Otherwise, Old Scar will be our fate. He had never anticipated that the very person Shursen had warned them against would stand before him as their intended target. What now? Fourth brother sighed heavily, his expression darkening. What can we do? Have you forgotten what happened to Old Scar? We must retreat. I have no desire to meet my end. The 2 subordinates hesitated, yet voiced their concerns. But we've already received a 5 million benefit from Kuntai Group. If we fail to complete this deal, our reputation will be shattered. Their longevity in Yangcheng stemmed from their exceptional business acumen. Whether resolving property disputes or abducting corporate leaders, they had always achieved 100% success. It was precisely this track record that had earned them the trust of numerous large groups, including Kuntai Group. Failing this assignment would ruin the reputation they had painstakingly built over the years. This concern weighed heavily on their minds. However, in response to their apprehensions, fourth brother hissed in frustration, "Are you both fools? Damaging our reputation is preferable to losing our lives. If you want to proceed, go ahead. I won't partake in this. Return that 5 million to them." The other 2 exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to this course of action, though their hearts still ached at the thought of their hard-earned credibility being tarnished. All because of Lin Yu. Chapter 48. Cancellation of the order. This business cannot proceed. Brother Sen, where do you plan to retreat for the time being? I wish to accompany you. A loyal subordinate of many years expressed his allegiance to Shursen. Shursen patted him on the shoulder. All right, I will take you along when the time comes. Thank you, Brother Sin. The other subordinates cast envious glances in his direction. Shursen chuckled, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "How is that order progressing? Speed it up." A subordinate promptly replied, "Brother Sen, it's almost done. We should be able to capture the person today and keep him for a few days, and then this matter will conclude. Considering the time, fourth brother should be returning soon." The room fell into a tranquil silence as they engaged in idle chatter. Approximately half an hour later, several figures entered. Shursen laughed heartily. "Fourth brother, good work." He had intended to bond with his subordinates, but midway through his words, he suddenly noticed that fourth brother's expression was rather unusual. "What's the matter? You look anxious. Are the authorities on your tail?" Fourth brother took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously. "Brother Sen, it's not that, it's Lin Yu." "What?" Shursen's eyes widened in fury, as if ready to devour. "How many times have I warned you not to provoke Lin Yu? What's wrong with your heads?" Seeing Shursen on the verge of exploding, fourth brother quickly began to explain. "Brother Sen, that's not what I meant. It's just..." After his lengthy explanation, silence enveloped the room. Shursen's expression grew grave. "Are you saying the newly appointed chairman of Hongming Group is Lin Yu?" Shursen swallowed hard, his heart racing. "That's an entire business conglomerate. The building alone is worth 300 million. With the entire group's business, the total assets exceed 2 billion. Just like that, he acquired it?" To Shursen, Lin Yu appeared to be a figure from the underworld, albeit one who concealed himself exceptionally well, appearing just like any ordinary person. One must wonder, how could an underworld leader suddenly become the chairman of Hongming Building? Did he truly invest 2 billion for the acquisition? With such a vast underworld background, was it necessary to do so? Of course, it must have been taken by force. Just from this perspective, Shursen held immense admiration for him. Even he, one of the top figures in Yangqing's underworld, would keep a low profile. He would never dare to overtly dominate a district. Yet Lin Yu, being of the same ilk, could stroll freely through the city, unobstructed, and effortlessly seize a property valued at 2 billion. To Shursen, that was the true mark of greatness. At this moment, he once again recognized the vast chasm between himself and Lin Yu. In terms of strength, background, and means, he was far inferior. After a moment of contemplation, Shursen commanded, "Fourth brother, return 5 million to Kuntai Group and inform them that this business deal is no longer proceeding. The sign has fallen, but life is paramount. Such a formidable figure is not to be trifled with." In the office of the chairman of the Kuntai Group, the fourth brother placed a briefcase containing 5 million on the table and pushed it forward. "Mr. Zhao Kun, I apologize, but we cannot take this deal." Zhao Kun, a middle-aged man of considerable girth, with a pronounced beer belly that seemed on the verge of tearing his shirt, furrowed his brow. "Cannot take it? Is there anything you cannot handle? This cannot be right. You have been operating in Yang City for over a decade. What is beyond your capability? Has the Hongming Group bribed you? Speak up. How much did they offer? I will give you double." The fourth brother shook his head. "Even if you offered me 100 million, we still cannot proceed. This is not a matter of money." With that, he turned to leave. Before exiting, he added, "Mr. Zhao, out of respect for our years of cooperation, I advise you against opposing the Hongming Group. You cannot prevail. If you insist on a confrontation, could cost you your life." He refrained from mentioning Lin Yu's name, fearing the consequences should anyone discover that he had leaked information about him. It would likely lead to a dire outcome. Bang! The office door slammed shut, leaving Zhao Kun alone. Clenching his fists, he struck the table with force. "If you cannot do it, just say so. There is no need for such excuses to intimidate me. If you want to do it, I will find someone else. You're not my only option." A fierce and resolute glint shone in Zhao Kun's eyes. Moments later, he retrieved a handwritten business card from beneath the table.
Xiao, Jiangsheng.
Jiangcheng, a city adjacent to Yang City on the northern side, is significantly more prosperous, qualifying as a second-tier city. Leob and Shursen are the leaders of the underworld in Yang City, while Hong Shihao commands the underworld forces in Jiangcheng. Notably, he is solely motivated by money. As long as sufficient funds are provided, he dares to undertake anything. In Zhao Kun's early business ventures, he once sought Hong Shihao's assistance to kidnap a competitor, only for the attempt to end in murder, with Hong displaying an unsettling nonchalance, as if it were routine. Being a businessman, Zhao Kuan was cautious not to entangle himself in excessive bloodshed. Should Hong Shihao be apprehended, he would inevitably face repercussions. Consequently, he refrained from approaching him again and opted to collaborate with Shirsen and others. However, after Shirsen declined his request, he had no choice but to turn to Hong Shihao. I refuse to believe that kidnapping one person can be that difficult. Chapter 49. The reluctance of a despondent spirit. The contract is to be signed tomorrow afternoon. It is imperative to finalize matters before then. Very well, 30 million. What? A firm offer, and if you disagree, so be it. Then, I concede. Zhao Kuan clenched his jaw. This order is of paramount importance. Securing it would guarantee his business for the next decade. What is 30 million in the grand scheme? Let us proceed. That evening, a black Land Rover entered Yang City from Jiang City. Brother Hao, where shall we take lodgings?
Xiao,
Clad in a black leather jacket and sporting sunglasses, bore a conspicuous scar that stretched from the corner of one eye to behind his ear. He twisted his neck, revealing tattoos that accentuated his sharp demeanor. Brother Hao, where are we staying? A subordinate casually inquired. His eyes behind the sunglasses widened slightly, as if awakening from a slumber. To the northern suburbs of Yang City, number 6 Qinghua Road. Qinghua Road number 6 is the territory of Shirsan and his associates. According to the rules of the underworld, each faction occupies its own domain, avoiding interference with one another. Should one desire to act within another's territory, it is advisable to pay a visit and extend greetings first. Lin Yu's location falls within the northern half of Yang City, which is Shirsan's domain. If he intends to take action here, he must notify Shirsan in advance. Acting without prior notice would be deemed a provocation, inevitably inciting hostility between the factions. Thus, Hong Shihao's first order of business upon arriving in Yang City is to meet with Shir Senator half an hour later, at number 6 Qinghua Road. Brother Hao, what brings you to my humble abode? Shirsan greeted him with a smile, his demeanor warm and familiar. After all, Hong Shihao's influence far surpassed his own, and he dared not show any disrespect. Hong Shihao commanded the entirety of Jiang City's forces, with a following of over 1,000, while Shirsan merely presided over half of Yang City, with fewer than 200 under his command. The disparity in strength was significant. He could not afford to offend such a powerful figure. Even if Hong Shihao were to arrive unannounced and seize business on his territory, he would be hard-pressed to voice any objections. Yet, the fact that Hong Shihao chose to visit signified a measure of respect for Shirsan, and he was determined not to be dismissive. Nothing much, just here to capture someone, a certain Lin Yu. By the way, you didn't receive this contract, did you? This is a small task you can handle, right? Hong Shihao casually inquired. However, those words rendered everyone present breathless. Lin Yu? Shirsen's expression froze, swallowing hard as his gaze flickered. At that moment, Hong Shihao noticed their unease, furrowing his brow. What's wrong? You all seem quite apprehensive. Shirsan cleared his throat, striving to maintain his composure, and responded solemnly. Brother Hao, you might not be aware, but this Lin Yu is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Hong Shihao's interest was piqued. What do you mean? What significant background does this individual possess? Ishimori shook his head. No, he does not have a grand background. He himself is a grand background. You may be unaware that Lin Yu rose to prominence in a mere month. Ishimori recounted Lin Yu's past achievements, culminating in the incident of Old Scar's demise. However, as Hong Shihao listened, he displayed no concern. Rather, his gaze towards Ishimori grew increasingly frigid. At a certain moment, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Ishimori! Hong Shihao's sudden outburst startled everyone present. He continued, Damn it, I arrived in Yang City and came straight to you, showing you respect. Yet here you are, trying to fool me. If you don't want me to take orders in your territory, just say so. Do you think I'm foolish enough to fall for this fabrication? Hong Shihao fundamentally dismissed Ishimori's claims. To him, any rise in power is traceable. How could such a mysterious and potent force suddenly emerge? According to Ishimori, Lin Yu commands at least 4,000 followers. Such a formidable force could never remain confined to the small realm of Yang City. Moreover, considering the uproar caused, how could Lin Yu remain unscathed? Even he, a veteran with over 20 years of experience, must retreat to other cities for at least a year following a killing to evade scrutiny. In modern cities, surveillance is omnipresent, and homicide is no trivial matter. The police would certainly conduct thorough investigations into every suspicious detail. No one escapes their inquiries. Yet Lin Yu orchestrated the deaths of over 100 individuals and managed to evade capture. Such a scenario is utterly fantastical. Human nature is inherently selfish. He cannot believe that over 100 subordinates would willingly confess and take the blame for him. Even if, for argument's sake, this were true, their testimonies could not possibly align perfectly. After all, police interrogation techniques are highly sophisticated, akin to those of national-level psychologists. While it may be plausible for one or two individuals to evade the interrogation tactics, how could over 100 do so? Unless they shared a singular consciousness, it would be impossible for all their testimonies to be seamlessly consistent. But that is evidently unfeasible. Thus, he firmly asserted that Ishimori was fabricating a tale to deceive him. Beside him, Ishimori, witnessing Hong Shiho's fury, wore an expression of helplessness. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he too would struggle to believe that anyone could execute such perfection. Brother Hao, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you inquire around Yang City, you will discover the truth. I am not conjuring stories. Enough! Hong Shiho cut him off sharply. I must complete this transaction before tomorrow. Tonight is our final opportunity, and I have no time to indulge in your ramblings. With that, Hong Shiho hastily departed with his 3 subordinates. Once their figures faded from view, Ishimori let out a deep sigh. Indeed, he comprehended Hong Shiho's mindset profoundly. After all, Lin Yu's sudden and enigmatic appearance was indeed perplexing. Upon closer reflection, many aspects defy rational explanation. The old Scar sent men to capture Lin Yu, yet that very night, he met his own demise. The dilapidated factory was enveloped by water on 3 sides, with only one road leading to it. How could Lin Yu have stealthily brought so many individuals there? The old Scar, a seasoned figure in the underworld, possessed ample experience. He would never have remained passive if he had sensed that he could not prevail. He would have undoubtedly fled. Yet he was ultimately slain. Furthermore, over 100 individuals perished in an orderly manner, showing scarcely a hint of resistance, as if no conflict had transpired between the 2 factions. Moreover, in the aftermath, everyone turned themselves in, and they did so in groups. This incident, upon reflection, seems exceedingly bizarre. Shur-san pondered it more than once, yet his musings always ended in futility. Logically, it simply does not add up. It is as if Lin Yu could conjure people from thin air. Nevertheless, despite the confusion, Shur-san understood that such matters were of little consequence. The preservation of life was paramount. He had a mental list of what actions were permissible and which individuals were to be avoided. In his mind, Lin Yu held the unequivocal top position on that list. Alas, it is difficult to dissuade those who court death. If one insists on seeking their own demise, then there is little that can be done. Chapter 50. A self-inflicted trial. The Hongming Building, now renamed Yuhui Building. Within the office on the top floor, Luo Qingxue was bustling in and out, meticulously summarizing the company's internal and external conditions and presenting them to Lin Yu. At this moment, her identity and capabilities as a secretary were fully evident. She displayed remarkable proficiency in compiling data and processing information. Lin Yu cast a glance at the materials, quickly grasping the essential details. The company's primary business was transportation, akin to express delivery, primarily targeting large factories and raw material suppliers. This aligned seamlessly with the factory operations under Lin Yu's purview. Previously, he had relied on hired vehicles for raw material procurement and finished product transportation. Now, possessing his own transportation company, he no longer needed to engage external services. He could handle everything in-house, from procurement to production to transportation. Brother Lin Yu, there is a contract bidding tomorrow for Zhuzhou Airlines, Luo Qingxue informed him. The mention of Zhuzhou Airlines stirred something within Lin Yu. Them again. Yet, it was hardly surprising. Zhuzhou Airlines was vigorously expanding its production operations, and naturally, transportation would be an essential component of that endeavor. Collaborating with a transportation company for such purposes was entirely reasonable. If he was not mistaken, the individual who issued the tender was likely He Jingua. Correct? Yes. Luo Qingxue nodded. Lin Yu chuckled softly. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths once more. All right, it's getting late. You should head home and rest, he instructed. Upon receiving the command, Luo Qingxue promptly departed. Lin Yu took a moment to organize the documents on his desk before preparing to descend. Arriving at the elevator, he pressed the button and patiently awaited his descent. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the fire escape, several figures lurked, biding their time. Among them was Hong Shihai, sizing up Lin Yu with a disdainful smirk. This one hardly exudes the demeanor of a leader. They say he commands 4,000 men? Absurd. Hong Shihai was filled with confidence, convinced of his judgment. Lin Yu's gaze lacked any hint of coldness. Anyone who had taken a life or mingled in the underworld would invariably possess a trace of detachment, an unmistakable aura. Yet Lin Yu exhibited none of that. Now, with a sharp command, the group surged forward, racing toward Lin Yu with remarkable speed and coordinated precision. Clearly, these individuals were seasoned operatives. As they approached their target, Hong Shihai felt a sense of ease wash over him. This will be straightforward. However, in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Several figures had appeared behind him, almost entirely upon him before he could react. Just as he registered their presence, strong arms seized him, forcefully pinning him to the ground. "Help me," he shouted, but his companions barely had time to respond before they too were subdued. As he raised his gaze, Lin Yu regarded them with a face devoid of emotion, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Through his probing abilities, Lin Yu had unraveled their entire history. Hong Shihao, Zhao Kuan, Shi Sr. This individual exhibited a certain awareness. However, Yu, on the other hand, seem rather lacking in intelligence. Taken to the outskirts, they were all to be eliminated. Lin Yu possessed the power of insight, granting him comprehensive knowledge of their pasts. A handful of criminals evading justice, having committed heinous acts. Their demise would be of little consequence. On the ground, Hong Shihao had yet to comprehend the situation, his mind a blank slate. He was utterly perplexed. Despite having confirmed the absence of others in the vicinity, a group had inexplicably materialized to subdue them. He even questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. Yet, the sensations coursing through his body felt all too real. He was on the brink of madness. What on earth was happening? Chapter 51. Did you not expect this? These are all my people. As a seasoned veteran with over 20 years of experience, Hong Shihao meticulously scrutinized his surroundings before every operation. Only after confirming the absence of any threats or variables would he proceed with confidence. He even went so far as to disable the nearby surveillance cameras. This meticulousness was the key to his evasion of capture for over 2 decades. Yet today, he found himself perplexed. Having confirmed that no other dangers lurked in the vicinity, how could so many adversaries suddenly emerge? This bewilderment gnawed at him. Moreover, Lin Yu's reaction was equally confounding. The entrance to the fire escape was less than 3 meters from Lin Yu's position, a distance he could cover in half a second. For the average person, even if they were to react in that brief moment, they would likely be unable to turn around in time. However, Lin Yu seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their presence, remaining vigilant and retreating perfectly as they launched their attack. Such reflexes could only belong to the world's elite fighters. Yet Lin Yu appeared to be merely in his early 20s. It was hard to believe he wielded the most advanced combat techniques. Thus, only one explanation remained. Lin Yu had been prepared all along, anticipating their arrival and strategically placing his ambush. A flicker of anger flashed in Hong Shihao's eyes. Who had betrayed him? Zhao Kuan? Shi Sen? These were the only two who could have known of his plans and had the opportunity to inform others. However, Zhao Kuan had no motive to harm him, as this venture benefited both of them. So, was it Shi Sen? Had he felt slighted by Hong Shihao's presence in his territory and sought to sabotage him? The underlying reasons eluded Hong Shihao, and he had no time to ascertain them further. They were all to be eliminated. When Lin Yu uttered those words, Hong Shihao cast aside all previous thoughts. His most pressing concern now was survival. Wait, name your terms. What must I do to be spared? I can offer you 50 million. How does that sound? 50 million? Lin Yu, who had originally intended to conclude the matter, suddenly found himself intrigued by this statement. Almost forgetting, it seemed Hong Shihao was quite affluent. With his investigative skills, Lin Yu was fully aware of his assets. He owned multiple luxury villas and cars, and even a plot of land where he intended to develop a golf course to attract the wealthy. Additionally, his bank account boasted a staggering 400 million in savings. More funds than I possess. Engaging in the underworld certainly proves lucrative. Very well, for 100 million. Transfer it to me, and I shall spare your life. For 100 million. Hong Shihao was momentarily taken aback. How did he know about my 400 million?
No.
He had never disclosed his savings to anyone, so Lin Yu must have merely guessed that figure. For 100 million he had, but he could not simply relinquish it. That would render his entire life of hard work meaningless. I do not possess that much, he feigned sincerity, shaking his head. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, he instantly perceived his intentions. If there were no negotiations, then death would ensue. After speaking, Lin Yu entered the elevator, seemingly unwilling to afford him even a modicum of opportunity for discussion. Hong Shihao became anxious. Why was he not adhering to the conventional approach? Could he not at least lower his demands? Wait. Panic gripped him. I have it. I will call you immediately. However, you must guarantee my safety afterwards. In this circle, few possess integrity. He had encountered numerous individuals who reneged on their promises, taking the money only to commit murder. Thus, he remained vigilant towards Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu halted, turned to him, and smiled with a hint of irony. Do I have any need to deceive you? The company beneath your feet is mine, valued at over 2 billion. Do I truly lack your 4 billion? Moreover, you currently have no alternatives. Lin Yu's words struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, he had no other choice. Either seize the opportunity with the money or face death. I have a request. Take me to a crowded place and I will transfer the funds to you. Regardless, you intend to release me afterwards. The number of people present should not matter. Agreed? Hong Shihao was no fool. Here, the surveillance had been compromised, and Lin Yu's words constituted the law. He could change his mind at will, with no one able to intervene. However, in a more crowded location, Lin Yu's dominion would be diminished. He needed to ensure his safety after the transaction. Otherwise, he would not part with the money. Death awaited him either way. Why should he facilitate another's benefit? Very well, no problem. Lin Yu acquiesced almost without thought. Moments later, they arrived at a bustling night market. Though it was nearing dawn, the place was teeming with people. Rows of vendors and countless customers created a vibrant atmosphere. Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Shihao felt a wave of relief. If Lin Yu intended to renege, a single word from him would expose Lin Yu's identity. In that case, Lin Yu would not escape. Beep. With the sound of a notification from the bank card, Lin Yu's account balance surged by 4 billion. Now can I leave? Hong Shihao narrowed his eyes, mentally noting Lin Yu's appearance, preparing for future retribution. Humph, my money is not easily acquired. I shall let you hold it temporarily. When I return, I will reclaim it personally. With his hands in his pockets, he resumed his previous composure. Opposite him, Lin Yu exchanged a glance and suddenly let out a cold laugh. I'm sorry, but I've changed my mind. Kill them all. His declaration left Hong Shihao momentarily bewildered. This was a bustling district. Did he dare commit murder in broad daylight? Are you insane? If you dare to kill me here, you won't escape either. So many witnesses are present. If you lay a hand on me, do you not fear that I will expose your identity? Lin Yu regarded him as though he were a fool. Expose? What identity do I possess? A mere ordinary citizen of Yang City, what of it? Witnessing Lin Yu's demeanor, Hong Shihao understood that he had no intention of letting him off the hook. Very well, this is your choice. Then let us perish together. He's trying to kill me. Call the police. Hong Shihao shouted desperately in the street, disregarding his own image. Yet, the subsequent scene left him utterly bewildered. The surrounding crowd appeared oblivious. Continuing with their own affairs, those grilling skewers remained at their posts, while others indulged in their meals, none casting a glance in his direction. He was at a loss. What was wrong with these people? Even when a life was at stake, they showed no reaction. Hey, he's trying to kill me. Call the police. Hong Shihao persisted in his cries, but no one paid him any heed. Moments later, Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Spare yourself the effort. Everyone here is under my command. When Hong Shihao suggested relocating, Lin Yu had already begun orchestrating his doppelgangers. They had fabricated a scene of chaos, with all the vendors and patrons merely extensions of his will. Furthermore, to prevent any unwitting passers-by from intruding, his doppelgangers had strategically erected signs at both ends of the street, warning of road maintenance ahead. To acquire your money, I have exerted considerable effort. Now, you are of no use to me. You are of no use. Hong Shihao stared blankly at the unfolding scene, succumbing to utter despair. He had lost, and lost thoroughly. Yet, he could not fathom why Lin Yu possessed such formidable capabilities. The confusion lingered. Chapter 52. Boss Zhao, it is time to depart. San Gu, it appears that Hao Gu's vehicle has yet to return. A young subordinate reported to Shi Senator the previous night. Shi Sun had tasked him with surveilling the highway, which was the sole major route leading to Jiangcheng. Given Hong Shihong's temperament and habits, it was certain that he would take this road back to Jiangcheng. However, the entire night passed without a sighting of his car. This clearly indicated one thing. He had fallen into Lin Yu's clutches. TSK, not heeding advice, he deserves this fate. I kindly warned him that Lin Yu was not to be trifled with, yet he assumed I was fabricating tales to deceive him for the sake of this order. Now, he is reaping the bitter fruits of his folly. Humph. Shi Sun snorted coldly. The very thought of Lin Yu sent a shiver through him. If even Hong Shihong could not contend with him, who else in Yangcheng would dare provoke him? Lin Yu is the true kingpin. At this moment, Shi Sun even entertained the notion of withdrawing permanently. Henceforth, Yangcheng would belong to Lin Yu. Where, then, would he find a place to exist? Lost in contemplation, Shi Sr. At the Yangcheng bidding center, yet another bidding event was unfolding. The organizer was none other than He Jingwa, who had previously collaborated with Lin Yu. Bidding task: long-term partnership with Zhozhou Airlines. Business project: transportation of raw materials and finished products between Yuhui Manufacturing and Zhozhou Airlines. Cooperation duration: starting from 10 years. Cooperation requirements: transportation company. The room was filled with the owners of various transportation companies, all vying for the opportunity to bid. Although their chances of success were slim, none were willing to let this chance slip away, each hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, even if they failed, the loss would be minimal. Yet, should they succeed, it would be a meteoric rise. In the seating area, Zhao Kuan wore a grave expression. He had dialed Hong Shihong's number repeatedly, but to no avail. Damn it, useless fool. Could he have failed to complete the task? Each one of them was so unreliable. I have invested 30 million. Zhao Kuan exhaled deeply, his demeanor disheartened. No, this order must be secured by any means necessary. The opportunity to collaborate with Zhozhou Airlines was exceedingly precious. He was unwilling to miss out on it. Although his covert actions had faltered, that did not signify the absence of further opportunity. 10 minutes later, in the backstage of the bidding center, Zhao Kuan bribed a staff member with 30,000 yuan to gain entry. Mr. He Jingwa was halted by Zhao Kuan's call, momentarily taken aback, as he seemed to struggle to recall his identity. Who are you? Zhao Kuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. I am Zhao Kuan, the chairman of Kuntai Group. I have submitted a bid for this collaboration as well. He Jingwa delved into his memories. Kuntai Group. I have some recollection. What is it you wish to discuss? Zhao Kuan glanced around to ensure their privacy, before retrieving an exquisite small box from his bag. It's nothing much. Merely a desire to make a friendly acquaintance with you, Mr. He. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching in a month, I present this box of mooncakes as a token of our meeting. He Jingwa did not engage in conversation, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Zhao Kuan, noticing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart. The absence of rejection from He suggested that there was potential. He promptly opened the small box before him and presented it to He Jingwa, eager to showcase its contents. Upon seeing what lay within, He Jingwa raised his eyebrows in surprise, for the box contained several golden mooncakes. This collection, estimated to weigh no less than 5 kilograms, was valued at nearly 2 million. Zhao Kuan beamed at him, saying, Mr. He, these are a specialty from my hometown. Mooncakes filled with lentils. I presume you have never tasted one before? Do give it a try. His intention to bribe was unmistakably conveyed. 2 million. I refuse to believe you would be unmoved by this. If Mr. He finds them delightful, I have more to offer. Should your esteemed company choose to collaborate with us, Mr. He is always welcome to visit. What do you say? At this point, even if He Jingwa was slow to react, he understood the implications. Zhao Kun was attempting to use this gold to secure his favor, hoping to reserve a partnership opportunity for himself. He Jingwa casually closed the lid of the small box and returned Zhao Kun's smile. I must admit, I have never tasted mooncakes filled with lentils. Zhao Kun's heart leaped with joy. As a businessman, he was well aware of the underlying messages. This indicated that He Jingwa had accepted his goodwill. Success. Had he known it would be this easy, he wouldn't have exerted so much effort. Zhao Kun extended his hand, offering the box to He Jingwa once more. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. He Jingwa did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he pushed it away. His smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. I apologize, but I have indeed never tasted mooncakes filled with lentils, nor do I intend to. With that, He Jingwa turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Kun in a state of bewilderment. This is a rejection? 2 million was right in front of you, and you turned it down just like that? No, it must be that the money was insufficient. I shall prepare more. Zhao Kun pulled out his phone, making a flurry of calls, ready to try once more. Meanwhile, He Jingwa was engrossed in conversation with another figure.
Zhao Kun glanced over.
His expression darkening. Lin Yu. What a surprise. I hadn't realized that Brother Lin was at the helm of such a sizable transportation company. Indeed, a young talent, discreet yet capable. Initially, he sought a transportation company to connect with Brother Lin's factory. Now, since Brother Lin has his own transportation enterprise, it simplifies matters. They could establish a comprehensive partnership, a seamless service. Lin Yu smiled and inquired, "No further assessments needed?" "None at all. I trust collaborating with Brother Lin," came the reply. Their brief exchange led to an immediate accord. Zhao Kun, witnessing this scene, felt his teeth grind in frustration. That opportunity for collaboration had ultimately slipped into Lin Yu's grasp. Damn it! Exiting the bidding center, Zhao Kun's chest rose and fell with increasing agitation, his mind spiraling into madness. If I cannot obtain it, neither shall you. A bolder plan began to take shape within him. Hire someone to kill him. Zhao Kun retrieved his car keys, preparing to return to the office. However, unbeknownst to him, several figures had infiltrated the vehicle. It was only then that he realized the rear window was shattered, presumably broken while he was away. "Boss Zhao." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Kun turned to glance back, and indeed, it was an old acquaintance, one of Shi Sen's subordinates, the ever-reliable Fourth. "What brings you here?" he inquired, though the timing was fortuitous, as he had been seeking them. "Help me eliminate Lin Yu from Hongming Group. Name your price. I shall pay whatever you demand." Zhao Kun's tone was icy, and his gaze resolute, as if he had already made his decision. Yet, the individuals in the back remained silent. "Hey, are you listening? Assist me in killing him." A moment of silence enveloped the vehicle. Suddenly, a glinting blade emerged from behind, pressed against Zhao Kun's throat, while a hand covered his mouth. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through flesh, and blood gushed forth. Zhao Kun's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with questions. In the back, Fourth's voice was grave as he spoke. "I regret to inform you, Boss Zhao, that our partnership ends here. It is your time to perish." Zhao Kun struggled desperately, but several hands held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Within mere moments, he found himself devoid of strength, clinging to life by a thread. "Why?" Fourth shrugged nonchalantly. "Because we do not wish to offend Lin Yu. If he discovers our prior collaboration to abduct him, we would be doomed. Thus, for our safety, you must be silenced." Zhao Kun listened, his heart brimming with shock. What manner of being is Lin Yu? Why do even Shi Sen and his associates regard him with such trepidation? Have I overstepped my bounds? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, Yet he would find no opportunity to seek answers. Chapter 53. The Emergence of Lin Xiong. Brother Xiong, here are today's profits, totaling 34 million. In the bustling metropolis of the capital of the Jojo Kingdom, a grand comprehensive entertainment plaza stands proudly amidst the vibrant commercial district. The plaza is teeming with people, exuding an atmosphere of exuberance. Yet, beneath this seemingly ordinary faade lies a clandestine operation, a hidden underground casino. The publicly accessible floors of the plaza extend from the 3rd basement to the 9th floor. Both the elevators and fire escapes can only descend to the 3rd basement. However, beneath the 3rd basement, there exists another concealed level, the very heart of the underground casino. Bet locked in. Opening, 223 points. Small. Customer number 3 with a royal flush, the highest in the room. Customer number 4 reveals a pair of 6s. Customer number 5 unveils an 8 and 2. A complete annihilation. Inside the casino, the sound of countless chips clattering fills the air. Each round of betting is accompanied by the ebb and flow of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of currency. In an office, a portly middle-aged man lounges in a chair, exuding a languid demeanor. If Lin Yu were present, he would instantly recognize this individual as Lin Xiong, the man who had betrayed the factory and absconded with the funds. Before Lin Xiong are several boxes of exquisite cigars and numerous stacks of chips, scattered across the table and even on the floor, which others regard as treasures, he perceives as mere refuse, indifferent to their value. Brother Xiong, today's turnover was remarkably good, with a net profit reaching 34 million. It is expected to surpass 40 million within a month, a young lackey reports. The middle-aged man merely nods, displaying little reaction, for to him, money has become nothing more than a mere figure. What about the task I assigned you? Lin Xiong's voice is low, imbued with an air of detachment. I found the right people. They are expected to arrive in Yang City tomorrow afternoon, the lackey replies. Lin Xiong dismisses him with a wave of his hand. All right, understood. Once the lackey departs, a glimmer of coldness flashes across Lin Xiong's eyes.
Lin Hai, Lin Iu.
You never expected that I have risen to prosperity now. If you cooperate, all will be well. If not, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. Approximately 3 months prior, Lin Xiong had fled with the stolen funds and arrived at this casino, intent on wagering the few million he had left, hoping to turn his fortunes around. Yet, to his dismay, in his very first hand, he lost all his money. At that moment, he found himself at a dead end. Lin Hai had reported him to the police, and a manhunt was underway. Should he appear in public, there was a high likelihood of capture. With no funds to find a place to hide, he succumbed to despair, choosing to remain within the casino, waiting for fate to take its course. However, unexpectedly, a violent conflict erupted within the casino, with both sides brandishing firearms, plunging the scene into chaos. Lin Xiong had initially intended to throw himself into the fray, seeking a swift end to his misery. By a stroke of serendipity, he inadvertently shielded a prominent figure from a bullet, thereby saving the individual's life. Quick to respond, he adeptly manipulated the conversation, leading the person to believe that his act was intentional. Consequently, he was taken under the wing of this illustrious individual, who entrusted him with the management of a casino. Thus, through a fortunate twist of fate, Lin Xiong ascended to the rank of an underground leader. Overnight, wealth and beauty came knocking at his door, and it seemed he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. However, one matter plagued him profoundly. He had become a prime target for the police. Lin Hai had reported all his activities to the authorities, accusing him of large-scale contract fraud, breach of contract, and various gambling-related offenses, which drew considerable attention from law enforcement. In such an oppressive environment, he found himself unable to venture anywhere freely. He dared not frequent clubs or entertainment venues, and all legitimate recreational activities were beyond his reach. Each day, he navigated the shadows of underground establishments with trepidation. This was not the life he desired. Now that he had acquired wealth, he yearned to indulge in its pleasures. Therefore, he dispatched several subordinates to Yang City, intending to convey a message to Lin Hai, urging him to withdraw the charges against him. If successful, he could finally breathe easy. Yet, he was acutely aware that his previous actions had cornered Lin Hai and his associates into a dire situation. they would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. The likelihood of persuading Lin Hai to rescind the charges seemed slim. Thus, with a steely resolve, he made a second, more sinister decision. If Lin Hai refused to retract the accusations, he would eliminate him. Not just Lin Hai, but Lin Yu and others as well. Logically, if Lin Hai were to perish, Lin Yu could still oversee the case, allowing the investigation to persist. However, should Lin Yu be silenced as well, there would be no one left to pursue the matter. The case would languish indefinitely, ultimately fading into obscurity. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, he mused. In this life, nothing is more crucial than the pursuit of one's own pleasures. As we are all part of the same family, surely you will assist me in this endeavor? Ha ha ha. In Yang City, within the confines of a factory, Lin Yu meticulously strategized the future development. Product 3, Level 3 Enhanced Clone, allowing the selection of 1 LV. 3 skill for learning priced at 1.5 million funds, limited time discount, 20, discounted price, 300,000 funds. Daily purchase limit, 10. Expend 3 million funds to acquire 10 Level 3 Enhanced Clones. Summon 1 Level 3 Enhanced Clone to learn skill. LV. 3 Company Management. Summon 1 Level 3 Enhanced Clone to learn skill. LV. 3 Financial Operations. Summon 1 Level 3 Enhanced Clone to learn skill. LV. 3 Production Planning. Lin Yu procured 10 Level 3 Enhanced Clones, bringing his total to 20, which he strategically deployed across various critical positions within the factory and the Yuhui building. With LV, 3 skills being the pinnacle of industry expertise, the factory and the building would henceforth operate autonomously, alleviating him of any further burdens. Name: Lin Yu, Capital, 996, 699, 600 skills. Damage transfer, exploration system level, LV. 4 upgrade requires 1 billion capital, rewards 100,000 ordinary avatars, 1,000 level 2 enhanced avatars, 30 level 3 enhanced avatars, current avatars, ordinary avatars 33,000, level 2 enhanced avatars 210, level 3 enhanced avatars 20 current items, LV. 3 skill selection card 3, an office building valued at 300 million, special mall, LV. 4. Level increases with system upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the probability of high-tier items appearing. Since the collaboration with Zhuzhou Airlines, orders have been incessantly pouring in. Coupled with a 10-fold expansion of the factory, production capacity has soared dramatically. Consequently, Lin Yu's capital has been accumulating rapidly. Within less than a week, it has already surpassed 990 million. Naturally, a significant portion of the success is attributed to the contributions of Lao Ba and Hong Shihao. Gazing at the capital displayed on the panel, along with the immensely enticing rewards for system upgrades, Lin Yu is filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, he will be able to increase his avatars by 100,000. How exhilarating. Chapter 54. A wise decision. In the northern suburbs of Yang City, San paced back and forth, unable to make a definitive choice. He was torn between retreating for 2 years before returning or seeking an alternative path. Given Lin Yu's rapid rise in power, it seemed likely that in 2 years, there would be no place for him in Yang City. However, finding another way forward was not an easy endeavor. Every other city had its own local tyrants, and should he insert himself into their turf, conflict would surely ensue. The question then would be whether he could survive unscathed. San let out a deep sigh. If it were just him, it would be manageable. After all, his savings exceeded 100 million, sufficient for his later years. Yet, he had many brothers under his wing. If he abandoned them, they would certainly not be pleased. They had pledged allegiance to him, expecting a life of wealth and prosperity, only for him to run away. In such a scenario, San would undoubtedly earn their resentment. It was not beyond reason that in their fury, they might turn against him, even seeking his life. In the underworld, there existed a code of conduct. One could harbor ulterior motives and act selfishly, but breaking the rules was unacceptable. A junior could not usurp power, and a leader must not flee. These were unwritten laws and ironclad principles. Those who transgressed them ultimately faced dire consequences. What should I do?
Shisen pondered deeply.
Just then, a subordinate rushed in. "Boss, there are people outside who wish to see you." San, with a look of annoyance, waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not meeting anyone. Tell them I'm not accepting business right now." "Understood, boss," replied the subordinate, preparing to relay the message. However, in the next moment several figures charged in from outside. The subordinate became anxious. "Hey, didn't we say not to let you in? How come?" His words were abruptly cut off as he was met with the dark muzzles of guns pointed directly at him, rendering him breathless. Upon witnessing their firearms, San instantly grasped that these individuals were not to be trifled with. After all, guns were not something just anyone could procure. In the entirety of Yang City, aside from the police, only the notorious Lao Ba had access to firearms, thanks to connections with his former elder brother. Otherwise, local ruffians like himself would never come into contact with such weapons. Thus, faced with these armed figures, San had no choice but to lower his head. "Gentlemen, let us speak amicably. What is it that you wish for me to do? I will certainly cooperate." Having seen the world, San understood that if they intended to kill him, they would have done so already without waiting until now. Since they had not acted, it was clear they had something to request. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, the armed men lowered their weapons and presented him with 2 photographs. "You possess a degree of influence in Yang City. Help us locate these 2 individuals. One is named Lin Yu and the other Lin Hai. They are father and son." The 3 men were sent by Lin Xiong. However, according to the address provided by Lin Xiong, they did not locate their target. This was because Lin Yu had purchased a new villa for his family a month prior. The original residence had been temporarily abandoned and remained uninhabited. Consequently, their search yielded no results. In the face of an invalid address, finding 2 individuals in a city proved to be a formidable challenge. The seasoned individuals decided to enlist the help of the local underground organization in Yangqing to assist them in their search. Meanwhile, San received the photograph and, upon hearing the name Lin Yu, felt a shiver run down his spine. "Damn, what an unfortunate coincidence. Why did it have to be him? I have no desire to become entangled with Lin Yu." San pondered silently, intrigued by the intentions of these individuals. Was it revenge or assassination? Nevertheless, such matters were inconsequential. The critical issue was, 3 of you armed with guns think you can eliminate Lin Yu? How Navi? Yet another group seeking their demise. If you wish to meet your end, so be it, but do not involve me. Initially, they believed that by eliminating Zhao Kuan, they would sever ties with Lin Yu. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves in yet another predicament. It was truly exasperating. San longed to refuse their request. However, with 3 guns aimed at him, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "If I find him, I will inform you promptly, rest assured. I will locate him within 3 days at the latest." Satisfied with San's assurance, the 3 departed contentedly. With a thud, San collapsed into his chair, his expression grave. The subordinate beside him was equally alarmed. "Brother San, what should we do? We cannot offend either side." One side was the unfathomably powerful Lin Yu, while the other comprised armed assassins. Possessing firearms indicated that their adversaries were backed by formidable forces, far beyond what their local gang could contend with. They found themselves in a precarious situation. After a moment of silence, San's countenance darkened further. Yet, in an instant, a rare determination and resolve ignited in his eyes. If we cannot challenge either side, then there is only one path forward." The subordinate scratched his head, perplexed. "Brother San, what path?" "2 choices," San declared solemnly. "Go, gather all the brothers. We shall directly align ourselves with Lin Yu." San had come to a realization. Rather than struggling to survive in the crevices, it was better to seek a strong ally. Aligning with Lin Yu and serving as a subordinate would be far preferable to inadvertently offending him and facing annihilation. As for the matter concerning the 3 individuals, of course, he would report it directly to Lin Yu. With such crucial intelligence offered, it was likely that his sincerity would be deemed sufficient. Chapter 55. Preparing to invade the real estate industry and purify the market. Consuming 1 billion funds, system level upgraded to LV. 5 rewards, 100,000 ordinary clones, 1. 000 Level 2 Enhanced Clones, 30 Level 3 Enhanced Clones, shop level simultaneously upgraded to LV. 5. Increasing the probability of high-grade merchandise, e-name. Linyu, funds, 52, 101, 314 skills. Damage transfer, exploration system level, LV. 5. Upgrade requires 10 billion funds. Rewards include 300, 000 ordinary clones, 5, 000 level 2 enhanced clones, 200 level 3 enhanced clones. Current clones. Ordinary clones 133, 000, level 2 enhanced clones 1, 210, level 3 enhanced clones 50 current items. LV. 3 skill selection card 3. An office building, valued at 300 million. Special shop. LV. 5. Level upgrades in sync with system upgrades. Higher levels increase the probability of refreshing high-quality items. System upgrade detected. Triggering a temporary task. Short-term task. Within 3 months, the total output value of the factory must exceed 10 billion. Reward. 10 level 4 enhanced clones. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. Level 4 enhanced clones. According to the system's description, level 4 enhanced clones can learn any LV. For skill, LV. For skills are already beyond the pinnacle of what is achievable in the current world, representing a level that humanity would not reach until a century into the future. To call it future technology would not be an exaggeration. Lin Yu did not anticipate encountering such advanced technology so soon. He felt a surge of excitement. While Lin Yu was deep in thought, the system generated a second task. Long-term task. Real estate. Infiltrate the real estate industry and purify the market. Rewards. As the host achieves certain milestones, the system will synchronize rewards, including but not limited to funds, items, skills, etc. This task left Lin Yu even more astonished than the prospect of future technology. To infiltrate the real estate industry. This parallel world is essentially consistent with Blue Star's situation, characterized by astonishingly high property prices. In a place like Yang City, which scarcely qualifies as a third-tier city, a cashier earns a mere 3,500 a month, while a cleaner makes only about 4,000. Yet, property prices have skyrocketed to an astonishing 11,000 per square meter. The infrastructure and economic development barely meet the standards of a third-tier city, yet housing prices rival those of ordinary second-tier cities. It is as if a child wielded a Gatling gun, lacking strength yet harboring considerable audacity. If Yang City, a relatively small locale, has reached such heights, one can only imagine the prices in more developed areas. Ordinary residences can fetch prices between 60,000 and 80,000 per square meter. In slightly better locations, prices soar beyond 100,000. As for some premier constructions, the prices are even more staggering, often ranging from 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter. Not to mention first-tier cities. Even in Yang City, the purchase price for an ordinary 2-bedroom residence has surpassed 1 million. How can the average person possibly bear such financial burdens? Consider the age of an individual who graduates from university at the tender age of 22 or 23. Even with a monthly income exceeding 10,000, after accounting for the myriad living expenses such as food, housing, and other necessities, amassing a savings of 80,000 annually is quite commendable. To purchase a modest 2-bedroom apartment outright would require a grueling 12.5 years of diligent work. This calculation excludes additional expenditures such as acquiring a vehicle, medical emergencies, hobbies, and the nuances of romantic relationships. For a man especially, the aspiration to marry and procure a home often necessitates the burden of loans. What? Is it true that one cannot marry without owning a home? On the day of the wedding, once you have fetched the bride from her family home, where will you take her? To a hotel? That seems rather inappropriate. Renting a place? How many individuals are fortunate enough to find a partner willing to endure hardship alongside them? Residing in the family home with parents? Setting aside the question of whether the space is adequate, the generational gap in understanding is already a formidable challenge. Mortgages are typically structured over 20 or 30 years, leaving one encumbered by debt well into their 50s or 60s. Should a family member fall ill or an unforeseen circumstance arise that demands financial resources, the moment the loan is interrupted, the house is reclaimed, leaving you with nothing. A single property can ensnare an individual's entire existence. Some may argue that this is a matter of insufficient effort, suggesting that earning $1 million annually is the solution. Such assertions merely shift the focus of the issue. It is akin to a child being bullied, with some parents advising that if the child were more astute and avoided the bully, they would not be victimized. Those who espouse such sentiments are either foolish or malicious. The true dilemma lies not in the lack of effort, but in the excessively harsh realities of life. Individuals earning over $10,000 a month are already considered part of the elite in society, surpassing 90% of the population. Yet, even those at this elevated level often find that purchasing a home and marrying through sheer effort is a goal postponed until after the age of 35. Is this reasonable? In a past life, Lin Yu harbored a profound disdain for this phenomenon. Now, faced with a systemic challenge, a surge of indignation erupted within him. The real estate sector is indeed in dire need of purification. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cunning evident within his gaze. Plan, one potent enough to reverberate throughout the entire realm, was quietly taking shape in his mind. Chapter 56. Lin Yu's counterattack, inviting you into the trap. Is there something you need? Well, I wish to have an audience with your esteemed leader. Leader? Oh no, the chairman, Lin Yu, brother Lin. Outside Yuhui building, at the factory entrance, Shursen stood face to face with a robust security guard. Upon hearing the guard's inquiry, he quickly corrected himself. Curses. I almost slipped up. Since Lin Yu brazenly established a factory and company in the city, it was evident that he wished to conceal his true identity and power. Addressing him as Big Brother would only expose him further. It was more appropriate to refer to him as chairman. Having seen much of the world, Shursen understood that many gang leaders often run legitimate businesses to create a facade, facilitating their operations within the city. For instance, they might pose as the heads of security firms, insurance companies, or sales enterprises. He recalled that years ago, when he was still a mere underling, his former leader had held the position of a city management officer, even recruiting them into that role. How unrestrained it was. Now, Lin Yu's methods mirrored those of his past leader. If you have something to say, just tell me. The security guard appraised him before stating expressionlessly. At this moment, the guard was, in fact, under Lin Yu's control. Hesitating for a moment, Shursen glanced at the guard's imposing physique and swiftly grasped the reality. This was no ordinary security guard. He was evidently Lin Yu's enforcer, merely donning the guise of security to obscure his identity while remaining vigilant. Impressive. Actually, I am here to report crucial intelligence to Brother Lin. There are 3 individuals. Without needing Shursen to elaborate, Lin Yu tapped into his doppelganger's vision, activating his investigative skills to uncover Shursen's past experiences in detail. 3 individuals armed, searching for me. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. What could be the identities of these 3, and what were their intentions? Could they be hired by a rival? The first thought that crossed his mind was someone akin to Hong Shihao, or perhaps it was an act of vengeance from Old Scar. Or could it be the owner of the electronics factory harboring a grudge against him? In a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu found himself perplexed, for he had offended many. Shursen had been entrenched in Yang City for many years, navigating the gray areas of the law, with over 100 loyal subordinates and 500 affiliated underlings. You seem to be thriving in Yang City. What brings you to share this information with us? From Shursen's past, Lin Yu had gleaned a general understanding of his motives. He sought to align himself with Lin Yu for employment. Lin Yu did not find this unwelcome. In this society, establishing a foothold necessitated all manner of means. One must converse with people in a manner befitting their nature and engage with the shadows on their own terms. Indeed, he required someone discreet to assist him in his endeavors. However, the procedure must still be followed. Outside the factory, Ishimori, upon encountering the security guard, immediately divulged his information, drawing in a sharp breath. It is important to note that the two had never interacted or met before. While he remained completely unaware of Lin Yu was already thoroughly acquainted with his details. Indeed, it was a case of having eyes and ears everywhere. Ishimori felt relieved that he had no intention of opposing Lin Yu. Otherwise, he might have found himself cornered before he could even act, as Lin Yu would have already come knocking at his door. To be frank, I came here precisely to seek refuge with Brother Lin. This intelligence serves as my token of allegiance. Ishimori boldly expressed his intentions. The security guard nodded, acknowledging, I understand. I will report this promptly. Please leave your contact information, and you may go. Upon seeing this, Ishimori thought to himself, this is promising. Very well. No problem. After leaving his contact information, Ishimori departed with his companions. Just a few minutes into their journey, an unfamiliar number called. Ishimori felt a pang of anxiety. It must be the big boss. Beep. Pressing the answer button, he dared not breathe too loudly and stammered, Lin. Brother Lin. There was no response on the other end, only silence for a moment, before a deep voice instructed, bring those 3 to your location by 8 o'clock tonight. I will send someone to handle it. Ishimori hurriedly replied, understood. I will ensure it is done. Beep. The call ended decisively. Lin Yu's words were succinct and devoid of pleasantries, his tone somewhat detached. Yet Ishimori felt an immense sense of joy. The fact that Lin Yu was giving them orders signified his recognition of them. This endeavor to ally was a success. Let us hurry back and carry out the boss's instructions diligently. If anyone makes a mistake, I won't let it slide. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Lin Yu's eyes glinted with a cold light. I am curious to see who dares to attempt my life. Chapter 57. What a magnificent Lin Xiong. Uninvited guests.
Sin Yi.
It's already 7 o'clock, and Lin Yu's people have yet to appear. Could it be that he intends to use us as scapegoats? Indeed, especially since those individuals are armed. It seems Lin Yu is reluctant to confront them directly, preferring that we face the brunt of it first. Sengu, I believe we ought to prepare for both possibilities, ensuring we have arrangements with both sides, thus safeguarding ourselves no matter the outcome. Disagreements are inevitable among individuals. A few of the younger members approached Shursen, voicing their concerns. However, they were met with Shursen's slightly irate gaze. Enough said. If you wish to navigate this world, your stance must be unequivocal. Those who waver will meet with dire consequences. Shursen continued, do you think you are the only one with cleverness? Those who succeed are all shrewd in their own right. Your line of thinking is perilous. If you wish to follow me, do not question my decisions. After being chastised, the younger members displayed no signs of remorse, exchanging glances that hinted at their frustration. Sengu, I do not wish to take risks. If we truly become scapegoats, it will be us who bear the brunt of the conflict. It will be our lives on the line. You, as our leader, will naturally remain sheltered, free from worry. Therefore, we wish to withdraw. Upon hearing these words, Shursen's expression shifted, recognizing their unease. He then turned to his over 100 loyal subordinates and calmly stated, if anyone else wishes to leave, now is the time to step forward. I will provide each of you with 3 million as severance. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a prolonged silence, no one stood up. Sengu, we have followed you for so many years. We trust your judgment implicitly. If it weren't for your astute decision-making, we would have faltered long ago. At no time should it be our place to make decisions for you. A longtime follower stepped forward, expressing unwavering loyalty. Soon, others echoed his sentiments. Shursen surveyed the group with satisfaction. He then turned away, his expression inscrutable, and said, the money is in that stack of boxes. Go and count your 3 million. Now leave. The younger members promptly made their way to the adjacent room. However, at that moment, a longtime subordinate blocked their path. Sengu, we cannot allow them to leave. They are fully aware of our information. If they depart and that information leaks, we will be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, the others paused in shock. Indeed, Sengu, they must not be allowed to leave. Their knowledge of our affairs would be detrimental to us. Shursen, still facing away from them, raised an eyebrow. Then what do you propose we do? After a brief silence in the room, one voice broke through. Eliminate them. This time, Shursen said nothing, merely gestured subtly. Subsequently, a throng surged forward, daggers glinting as blood splattered. Shursen smiled subtly. Humph. Do you wish to escape? Let us see if my brothers agree. As the leader, he understood a crucial truth. Once one embarks on this path, There is no turning back. These few individuals possessed information about many of them, including himself. If released, they could easily be exploited, posing a threat to their safety. However, he could not openly declare his intent to eliminate them. Such a proclamation would chill the hearts of his other brothers. As the elder brother, commanding his subordinates to kill would deter anyone from following him. Thus, he deliberately maneuvered the situation, prompting his underlings to voice the necessity of this action. It was not he who desired their demise, but rather a matter of safeguarding his brothers, hence the necessity to eliminate them. This approach not only heightened the awareness of others but also showcased his stature and fortitude as a leader. Mastery of such interpersonal dynamics is essential for any leader. Simultaneously, he recognized that having chosen to ally with Lin Yu, he was now the subordinate, with Lin Yu as the chief. He too had no path of retreat and would not choose to turn back. Having made his choice, he would walk this path with unwavering dedication to serve Lin Yu. To falter now would be exceedingly foolish. A mere 10 minutes later, the bloodstains within the room were thoroughly cleaned, and tranquility returned. At 7:20, 3 figures arrived punctually, just as they had the previous night, cloaked in masks and hats. Where are the people? Shursan informed them that he had conveniently captured Lin Yu and Lin Hai, thus luring them here. However, it appeared they had arrived a bit too early. Lin Yu's men seemed yet to arrive. What should be done? Just as Shursan was consumed by worry, an unexpected scene unfolded. Outside, 2 gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck the heads of 2 individuals with remarkable precision, causing them to collapse instantaneously. The remaining individual had no time to inquire. He turned to face the shadowy figure behind him, preparing to retaliate. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, another bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. All 3 fell, their weapons slipping from their grasp. The entire confrontation transpired in less than a second. Shursan stood in stunned silence. 3 individuals, 3 bullets, each one striking the center of the skull with chilling accuracy. While the first 2 were understandable as they were stationary targets, the third was hit while in rapid motion. Nevertheless, the bullet still found its mark with terrifying precision. A marksman of such caliber could undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, seasoned mercenaries on an international scale. Shursan could not help but marvel once more at Lin Yu's identity and background. His subordinates included such extraordinary talent. They certainly did not resemble the capabilities typical of a local tyrant from a small city. Rather, they appeared more akin to a discreet yet formidable international force lurking within Yang City. Otherwise, how could such a pursuit arise? The more Shursan contemplated, the more he felt he had unraveled the truth. His reverence for Lin Yu surged once again. In the shadows, 2 figures entered, swiftly confiscating the firearms and ammunition from the 3 individuals. With these 3, combined with the 2 previously seized from the old scarred man, Lin Yu now possessed a total of 5 handguns and 180 rounds of ammunition. Shursan quietly observed the actions of the 2, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This was remarkably efficient, not a single word exchanged. Is this the style of a formidable leader? Ahem, may I inquire, do you not require interrogation? Will you simply execute them? The doppelganger replied nonchalantly. No need, I already know who they are. Even at the moment the adversaries revealed themselves, Lin Yu had utilized the doppelganger's perspective to conduct an investigation. Thus, interrogation was entirely unnecessary. However, Shursan remained unaware of this. He could only silently lament. The very fact that interrogation was deemed unnecessary indicated that the adversaries were aware of the identities of these individuals. It seemed they had formidable enemies. Ordinary individuals would never warrant such targeted attention from such a powerful force. Indeed, the identity of this leader is truly extraordinary. Chapter 58. The City of Demons. A storm is approaching. In the dimly lit room, Lin Yu's countenance darkened ominously upon learning the identities of the 3 visitors. Lin Xiong, I had yet to seek you out, yet you have come knocking at my door. In recent days, the affairs of the factory had consumed much of his attention, compounded by the frequent tasks issued by the system, leaving him little room for other concerns. Moreover, he had just upgraded the system today, acquiring a staggering 100,000 avatars, whereas previously he had only possessed 30,000. The vast expanse of the Zhuzhou nation spans an impressive 9,601 million square kilometers, with a population exceeding 141 billion. In the absence of any information regarding Lin Xiong, attempting to locate him with merely 30,000 avatars would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Lin Yu had initially planned to wait until he had more avatars before embarking on the search, as it would undoubtedly be far more manageable. However, fate had other plans, presenting Lin Xiong to him unbidden. Therefore, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. To the City of Demons. The following day, in the bustling commercial district of the City of Demons, Lin Yu alighted from a taxi. His original intention had been to dispatch his avatars directly, thus sparing himself the need to venture out personally. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. The avatars were incapable of carrying firearms. Lacking spatial backpacks, they could only bear arms on their persons. Furthermore, modes of transport such as high-speed trains, planes, and long-distance buses necessitated security checks, rendering passage impossible. As for driving himself, in other cities, as long as one avoided highways, it was relatively easy to blend in. However, this was the City of Demons. The security alert level was exceedingly high. Every vehicle entering the city was subject to thorough inspections, and firearms could not be brought in. Consequently, Lin Yu had no choice but to make the journey to the City of Demons himself. Opening his system backpack, he realized that the avatars granted by the system upgrade had yet to be summoned, and now was the perfect opportunity. Summon 200 ordinary avatars. They will select suitable locations nearby to materialize. Summon 5 level 3 enhanced avatars. They will acquire level 3 firearm skills. Minutes later, all avatars arrived at the designated location Lin Yu had outlined. He retrieved a handgun from his spatial backpack and distributed it among the 5 enhanced avatars. His gaze then shifted to the nearby entertainment plaza. The spectacle was about to commence. In the underground casino, Lin Xiong ended a call and inquired of his subordinate, "How much cash do we have on hand?" After a moment of contemplation, the subordinate replied, "Brother Xiong, we possess 5 billion with 5 billion in cash and 2 billion in bank accounts." Lin Xiong nodded. "Prepare all the cash. Brother Hong will require it shortly. He should arrive within the hour. We must act swiftly." Brother Hong, known as Hong Xing, had long been entrenched in the City of Demons, and this casino was one of his enterprises. Lin Xiong had once taken a bullet for him, which had paved the way for his current success. Thus, Hong Xing was regarded as Lin Xiong's elder brother. Given that the latter requested a substantial sum, Lin Xiong could not afford to be lax and promptly instructed his men to prepare the funds. The purpose of this cash transaction remained a mystery, yet Lin Xiong, despite his brief acquaintance with Hong Xing, was well aware of his formidable capabilities. As far as he knows, the metropolis is home to a total of 8 underground casinos, 4 of which belong to him. In addition, Hong Xing manages numerous businesses, including arms trafficking and illegal tobacco trade, all of which are incredibly lucrative ventures within the shadows of society. Moreover, Hong Xing's dealings extend beyond the borders of Zhuzhou, reaching numerous neighboring countries and even the far-off West, notorious for being the world's foremost power. Countless nations suffer under his influence and are relentlessly pursuing him. He has indeed become an internationally wanted fugitive. With his strength, Hong Xing ranks among the top 5 in the realm of organized crime within the nation, and could even place within the top 30 globally. This underscores the immense value of his life. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Xiong, having taken a bullet for the cause, ascended to the role of manager at this casino, basking in unparalleled wealth and prosperity. Brother Xiong. At that moment, as Lin Xiong was lost in thought, a subordinate abruptly burst into the room, slamming the door with a loud crash. Lin Xiong's displeasure was palpable. What happened to the rules? Is it customary to enter my room without knocking? Upon encountering Lin Xiong's icy glare, the subordinate felt a surge of panic and quickly waved his hands.
No.
Brother Xiong, there's trouble at the casino. You must come quickly. They've overturned our tables. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiong slammed his hand on the table, erupting in fury. What? How dare they cause a ruckus on my turf? They must be seeking death. He commanded, "Gather the brothers and arm yourselves. We are going." Lin Xiong showed no fear. Here, those with firearms hold the power. Regardless of who stirs trouble, those who refuse to listen will be met with a bullet. Under the muzzle of a gun, all lives are equal. There are no exceptions. Chapter 59. Time to settle the scores. Did you not hear my words? Stand still. In the casino hall, a dozen anxious subordinates cast worried glances at the group confronting them. These intruders stormed into the casino without a word, overturning tables with a fierce demeanor. They brazenly charged towards the chip exchange counter, seizing all the cash from the vault. The guard at the counter was caught completely off guard, meeting a swift demise at their hands. Their audacity surpassed even that of bandits. While the casino operators were at least playing the part of businesspeople, these assailants showed no pretense, opting for outright robbery. By time, wait for Brother Xiong to arrive. Both sides stood armed and poised for confrontation. On one side were the dozen henchmen, while the other boasted a multitude of over 100 individuals. Although most of the latter were unarmed, the henchmen were skeptical that such a large assembly would lack firearms. They assumed it was merely unnecessary to reveal them. Even if their opponents had only 5 guns, they dared not engage in a shootout. Under the threat of gunfire, all lives are equal. Often, a single bullet can prove fatal. What difference does it make if they possess more firearms? Even 5 handguns could potentially take down several individuals. Who could guarantee they wouldn't be the unfortunate target? Thus, unless absolutely necessary, no one dared to fire. They had come to serve as subordinates to navigate the underworld, seeking wealth and luxury, not to gamble with their lives. Reality is far from cinematic. Recklessly charging forward is the folly of fools. What on earth is going on with this group? They attacked without provocation. Who knows, perhaps they are enemies of Xingu. Damn it, the way they are behaving. It seems they are serious. Given Hongxing's formidable reputation in the underworld, few would dare to challenge them. Typically, if a conflict arose, they merely brandished their firearms, and matters would settle immediately. After all, they had the numbers and the firepower, an overwhelming advantage. However, this time they were taken completely by surprise. Their opponents displayed only 5 visible handguns, yet exuded the aura of hundreds. The assailants closed in swiftly, cornering the henchmen with no escape. The faces of the latter were filled with anxiety. Just then, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed through the hall. Their expressions brightened instantly. Brother Xiong has arrived. Lin Xiong stepped into the hall, flanked by nearly 30 subordinates, each armed with a firearm. He surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on the lifeless body sprawled at the chip exchange counter, his eyes cold and indifferent. "My friend, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired, hands shoved into his pockets, head tilted, eyebrows slightly furrowed, embodying a rogue demeanor. His confidence and arrogance were palpable in his gaze. They numbered over 40, armed with 40 guns. Although the opposition was larger, they bore only 5 firearms. The disparity in strength was stark and evident. In such a scenario, any rational individual would surely hesitate to act recklessly. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" Lin Xiong raised his voice, attempting to assert the authority befitting the leader of this casino. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his doppelganger remained silent and suddenly drew a gun. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets pierced the air, striking Lin Xiong's knees. He let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. This shocking scene left all his underlings in a state of disbelief. Were they truly engaging in a real shootout? With 4 or 5 dozen firearms at their disposal, how could they dare confront them with merely 5? It was akin to playing with their lives. Bang! 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 Those 2 shots served as a clarion call for battle. Instantly, the venue erupted with gunfire, relentless and deafening. With the first shots fired, both sides had crossed the point of no return. It was war, yet the situation took another bewildering turn. Were they not afraid of death? 200 doppelgangers seemed to form an impenetrable wall, shielding the 5 armed ones behind them. The 5 fired from the gaps in the crowd, their aim astonishingly precise. With each bullet discharged, a life was extinguished. The atmosphere was charged with ferocity. Patrons cowering in corners observed the chaos, trembling in fear, too terrified to even breathe. After 2 rounds of firing, more than half of Lin Xiong's men lay dead. Many doppelgangers had fallen as well, yet they still maintained an overwhelming numerical advantage. Had this group lost their sanity? Utilizing their bodies as shields against bullets? How could they fight in such a reckless manner? Brother Xiong, I'm sorry, but I must retreat. I refuse to die here. Spare me. I surrender. In an instant, the dead lay dead, the fleeing fled, and the surrendering surrendered. Regardless of their choices, the doppelgangers showed no mercy, executing them all. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who value nothing. The doppelgangers' fearless approach left them utterly stunned, stripping away their courage to fight back. The consequence was death. Before long, over 40 of Lin Xiong's subordinates had been gunned down. The 205 doppelgangers were reduced to fewer than 100. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed. With over 100,000 doppelgangers, losing a mere 100 was inconsequential. On one side of the hall, Lin Xiong knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his bullet-ridden knees, the wounds a gruesome sight. As he surveyed the scene, his mind went blank. My men, they're all dead. Despite having been the casino's head for 2 months, he had never witnessed such violence or experienced a genuine firefight. This was his first encounter with death on such a scale, and he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Lin Xiong pleaded desperately from the floor. He had just begun to thrive and had yet to savor his success. He did not wish to die. At that moment, a doppelganger approached him, coldly stating, "Do you know why we sought you?" Lin Xiong's expression froze. You sought me? Was this entire group specifically here for him? No wonder. The opponents exhibited such precision in their marksmanship. Yet they refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, they chose to shatter his legs. However, a question arises. What do they seek from him? Are they after intelligence regarding Hongxing, or do they harbor ulterior motives? Lin Xiong pondered, as he spent his days ensconced in the casino without having offended anyone. It seemed the adversaries were merely rivals of Hongxing. What could they possibly want from him? I will cooperate. I shall comply. Whatever information you seek about Hongxing, I shall divulge everything I know. Lin Xiong grimaced through the pain, mustering a semblance of a smile, hoping they might spare him. Yet his doppelganger shook his head. Something was amiss. Lin Xiong found himself utterly bewildered. Not a rival of Hongxing? Then what could they possibly want from him? Observing Lin Xiong's dazed expression, the doppelganger let out a cold chuckle and intoned gravely, "Isn't it time we settled the accounts regarding your embezzlement and subsequent disappearance?" Chapter 60. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Isn't it time to settle the accounts regarding your disappearance with the money? At the utterance of these words, Lin Xiong appeared momentarily frozen, his gaze vacant. No matter how much he pondered, he could not have anticipated such a response. Memories surged uncontrollably within his mind. Running off with the money. The factory. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is it Lin Hai who sent you?" The figure shook their head. "No, it is Lin Yu." Lin Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. He found it inconceivable that the person he had dispatched had failed to eliminate the target. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Lin Yu, a mere recent university graduate, could possess such formidable power. He had evidently hired over 200 individuals to orchestrate his assassination, and these individuals appeared utterly fearless. Lin Xiong was consumed with curiosity about how Lin Yu had accomplished this feat, yet there were no answers forthcoming. Please convey a message to Lin Yu. My second uncle was truly at his wits' end back then. He took a wrong turn and got entangled with gambling. Now, he understands his mistakes. Could you grant him a chance for redemption? By the way, I am now wealthy. This entire casino belongs to me. I can repay you 10-fold, no, 100-fold for what I owed you back then. Consider it my atonement. What do you say? A profound sense of regret washed over Lin Xiong, tears streaming down his face. However, from the perspective of Lin Yu, who stood behind the figure, not a single word spoken by Lin Xiong was deemed trustworthy. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. What was the difference between this shameless act of seeking forgiveness with mere words after having caused harm and the crocodile tears of one who feigned remorse? Moreover, the insincerity was palpable. It was simply a ploy to elicit sympathy and ensure his own survival. Enough of the charade. If you had the slightest inkling of remorse, You would not have sent assassins to Yang City. Scoundrel, you've been granted 3 months of extended life, which is more than you deserved. Now, it's time for you to perish. The cold, dark muzzle of a gun pressed against Lin Xiong's temple. The barrel was warm, still carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder from the recent discharge. In the past, Lin Xiong had reveled in that scent, even feeling exhilarated by it, as it represented power, strength, and opulence. Yet at this moment, the aroma of gunpowder no longer ignited excitement within him. This was the scent of his own judgment, not the scent of authority. Please, no. Grant me one more chance. I truly understand my errors now. Where is Lin Yu? He must be present, right? Xiao Yu, for the sake of our familial bond, spare me. After all, I am still your second uncle. Then, with a sudden crack, a gunshot resonated unexpectedly, echoing throughout the casino hall. The bullet pierced through Lin Xiong's head, and he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness, his body collapsing to the ground. Lin Yu was aware that his bank account still held 20 billion. However, he did not extract money from Lin Xiong as he had previously done. This was due to the fact that the other party's account was an offshore one, making a swift transfer impossible. Moreover, the origins of that money were dubious. It was employed for engaging in illicit transactions. Once acquired by others, it could not be utilized legitimately. Thus, there was no need for any deceitful schemes. In the casino hall, a profound silence enveloped the space, with only the faint echoes of gunshots reverberating in the air. Countless patrons who had been gambling cowered against the walls, trembling as they surveyed the chaos before them. Lin Yu showed no mercy and commanded decisively, "Eliminate them all. Gamblers are eternally gamblers. Those who dabble in gambling inevitably face ruin. If it were merely a small private game with stakes of 100 or 2, these individuals might not be too deeply ensnared. With a gentle nudge, there might be hope for redemption. However, those who grace this casino wager millions at a time. They are irrevocably trapped, unable to extricate themselves from their predicament. Allowing them to live would be a greater misfortune. At least in death, they could no longer harm their families or betray their friends." Bang! Bang! As rounds of gunfire erupted, the casino gradually fell into a hushed stillness, culminating in an eerie silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, at a secret entrance of the casino, several figures made their entrance. "Xing Gu, I have notified them. They should be prepared now." Hong Xing, with a face marked by ferocity, spoke with intensity. "This transaction is of utmost importance. It absolutely cannot go awry. The money." Suddenly, Hong Xing's words trailed off, as he and his companions stood frozen, expressions rigid. "Xing Gu, this." The group gazed at the bodies strewn across the floor and the chaos that engulfed the hall, their minds a whirlpool of confusion. What happened? Who did this? Fury surged within Hong Xing. Could it be that Lao Gui's men had returned? Lao Gui, a rival gang leader like himself, had long been embroiled in a bitter contest of business interests. 2 months prior, Lao Gui, enraged by Hong Xing's appropriation of a deal, had stormed the casino with intent to retaliate. Fortunately, Lin Xiong had intervened, saving him from peril. Meanwhile, Lao Gui had been severely wounded, escaping with 3 gunshot wounds, barely clinging to life. Hong Xing had assumed he would refrain from causing further trouble in the near future. Yet, this incident had unfolded. This scene caused Hong Xing to clench his fists in rage, his cheeks twitching with indignation. However, one of his subordinates shook his head. "No, Xing Gu, it may not be Lao Gui. Look at them." He pointed to the fallen bodies. "They bear no tattoos indicative of Lao Gui's gang, suggesting they are not his men." Upon hearing this, Hong Xing furrowed his brow. Not his? Having dealt with Lao Gui for many years, he understood the importance the rival placed on symbolism. Every member bore the distinctive tattoos of their faction. Yet, these individuals were devoid of any such markings. Strange, if not Lao Gui, then who could it be? Several individuals fell into silence, gradually succumbing to contemplation. However, just as they were deeply engrossed in thought, a voice suddenly resonated from nearby. "No need to search any longer. I am the one who committed the act. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." A few asides. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader for their unwavering support. Every nudge for updates, every comment, and each small token of appreciation serves as a tremendous source of motivation and encouragement for the author. Secondly, it is worth noting that writing novels does not yield substantial financial returns, at least not enough to sustain myself at this moment. Thus, I currently pursue it as a part-time endeavor. During the day, I attend to my job, and after hours, I carve out time to weave my narratives. Due to my limited prowess, I dedicate 6 to 7 hours each night, from around 6 or 7 p.m. until midnight, along with daytime moments of inspiration, to barely produce 2 chapters. Therefore, I hesitate to make grand promises. Should I proclaim intentions that remain unfulfilled, it would be tantamount to empty words. I can only assure you of my utmost efforts to maintain daily updates and strive for a coherent plot. My writing skills currently hover around a modest 55, still shy of the passing mark of 60. I acknowledge that I cannot satisfy every reader, but I find contentment in garnering support from even a fraction of my audience. Nonetheless, I will endeavor to enhance my craft. Today's work may be rated 55, tomorrow 56, and the day after 57. I aspire to witness a gradual ascent in my abilities. This, for now, is the utmost assurance I can provide. Once again, I express my deepest appreciation for everyone's support. Heartfelt regards. Chapter 61. The Materialistic World, Unyielding to Deception. I have awaited your arrival for a considerable time. This voice, echoing like a haunting specter, instantaneously roused several individuals from their stupor. They could scarcely fathom that their adversaries had not departed. Hong Xing pivoted, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, dozens of doppelgangers materialized before them, an array of gun barrels meticulously aligned in their direction. The air was thick with the mingling scents of blood and gunpowder, a constant reminder that death loomed ominously nearby. In that moment, even the seasoned and formidable Hong Xing, who had navigated the treacherous seas of power for many years, could not suppress the beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. "Who do you serve?" Hong Xing inquired with a chilling tone. Yet the doppelgangers remained silent. Or rather, it was Lin Yu. He was probing into their past, seeking any useful information. After a lengthy wait, he had not even received cash. Upon investigation, it became evident that most of the funds in Hong Xing's possession were earmarked for overseas transactions, tainted money. They could not be readily withdrawn or utilized, requiring convoluted processes to access. These funds were currently inaccessible to Lin Yu and utterly futile. A waste of time. Bang! Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, the doppelgangers decisively squeezed the triggers. Lin Yu had slain Lin Xiong, and Hong Xing would undoubtedly pursue an investigation. Given that they were all enemies, it was better to resolve matters now than to wait for confrontation. Ugh! Hong Xing felt a bullet pierce his chest. His face contorted in terror and disbelief as torrents of blood gushed forth. He could neither believe nor accept the reality unfolding before him. As a weapon smuggler of some repute on the international stage, he had lived his life with unparalleled flair and bravado. Surrounded by wealth and beauty, with an army of thousands at his command, many would greet him with the utmost respect, addressing him as Brother Xing engaged in the arms trade. With a vast arsenal at his disposal, even those whose enterprises dwarfed his own refrained from provoking him. He had orchestrated gunfights with thousands involved and endured months of harrowing escapes. No matter how dire the circumstances, he had always persevered. Yet today, he found himself unexpectedly ensnared in a trap. His movements had been shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few. How then had he been cornered? Lin Xiong? Hong Xing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lin Xiong's lifeless body on the ground nearby, igniting a surge of rage within him. It must be him. He must have betrayed me. Scoundrel! I should never have placed my trust in you. Hong Xing's visage twisted in fury, as if he longed to dismember Lin Xiong. However, the relentless flow of blood from his wound rapidly drained his vitality. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, his body succumbing to weakness. One of the 5 prominent underworld leaders of the Juzhou, Hong Xing, had now vanished entirely. Hey, what transpired here? Why are there so many police officers? I don't know. It seems someone reported a strong smell of blood emanating from the underground fire escape, and now the entire square has been cordoned off. Underground? I was just in the mall's 3rd basement level. How did I not notice anything? It is not merely 3 layers. It descends even deeper. I have heard whispers of What seems to be the discovery of an underground casino. Is that truly the case? Where did you hear such news? Is it credible? Outside the square, an array of police officers is urgently sealing off the scene, erecting barriers of caution. The individuals within the shopping mall are also compelled to undergo identity verification, only permitted to leave upon confirmation of their credentials. Inside a police command vehicle, the captain receives the results of the scene's assessment. A total of 362 lives have been lost. Preliminary speculation suggests that two factions of organized crime clashed, inadvertently affecting other patrons within the casino. The captain's brow furrows in concern. A clash of organized crime. These individuals are utterly reckless. Not only have they established a casino in the metropolis, but they also dare to cause a ruckus here. What is the timeline? A team member glances at the records. The incident occurred approximately 2.5 hours ago. The captain clenches his fist. What of the surveillance footage? Have we reviewed it? The captain, the power to the monitoring system was cut off in advance. We can only observe the footage prior to the incident, but not what followed. Through analyzing the pre-incident footage, we have already identified several suspects, yet it is peculiar. What do you mean by peculiar? The team member gazes at him in confusion. The oddity lies in the inability to trace where these individuals emerged from. What? How can that be? The captain expresses disbelief. The team member, at a loss, presents several surveillance clips for his review. This one emerged from the public restroom. However, due to a block drain, the stench was overwhelming, and no one had entered for quite some time. This one appeared from an abandoned factory. Yet, there is no record of when he might have entered the premises. And this one came from a public changing room. I reviewed the footage from the past 3 days, but there is no indication of when he entered. These individuals seem to have emerged from thin air, leaving no traceable clues. The captain, upon hearing this, grows increasingly troubled. The notion of appearing from nowhere is simply implausible. There must have been premeditation and planning involved. Tunnels, illusions, secret passages. Numerous possibilities could create such an illusion. Continue your investigation. I refuse to believe that in this world, there exists such an enigma. Chapter 62. Perish you all. In the opulent realm of a bar in the magical city, what appears to be a mere establishment is, in fact, a clandestine gathering point for the underworld. Here, various leaders convene intermittently, exchanging vital information, such as police operations, business opportunities, and potential collaborations. Despite the inherent conflicts of interest and mutual animosity that could incite them to wish each other's demise, they often find themselves able to sit together in calmness. The reason is singular: profit. As long as the promise of sufficient gain exists, even the most profound grievances can be set aside with a smile. Profit encompasses various facets: security, wealth, and reputation, among others. At this moment, their assembly in the bar is driven by the need for safety, for the police have launched an extensive crackdown across the magical city. To counter the police's relentless pursuit and ensure their own protection, they must temporarily unite. Where is that bastard from Hongqing? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Grumbled a tattooed bald man, his demeanor suggesting he belonged to the darker side of society. Known as Black Ghost, he, like Hongqing, specializes in arms smuggling. Since the bloody confrontation 2 months prior, his animosity towards Hongqing has intensified. Before this meeting, he had vowed to spit in Hongqing's face upon their encounter to alleviate his frustrations. At that moment, another individual sighed and uttered, "No need to wait. Hongqing won't be coming." The crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. What does this mean? Has that old fool been captured? Yes, just moments ago. A brief stillness enveloped the room. Suddenly, Black Ghost slammed his hand on the table and erupted into laughter. Good riddance. Good riddance. Let us see who dares to compete with me for business now. In a fit of elation, he seized an exquisite bottle of red wine and smashed it to the ground, celebrating the demise of his rival. Nothing brings more joy than the death of an opponent. However, his jubilation was short-lived as silence reclaimed the space. He exchanged glances with others, noting the gravity reflected in their eyes. The death of Hongqing was not the crux of the matter. After all, they were all adversaries, and no one truly cared for the fate of their rivals. The crucial question was, Who was the perpetrator? These individuals, among the most formidable in the underworld throughout the land, are not easily trifled with. No ordinary faction would dare provoke them. Furthermore, even if someone harbored intentions to kill, the chances of success were slim. Having navigated the treacherous waters of their domain for years, they were all astute and cunning. Their movements were shrouded in secrecy, evading the grasp of not just the local police but also countless foreign nations that have pursued them relentlessly for years without success. Moreover, Hongxing was a formidable force in the arms trade, with nearly every one of his subordinates armed. Under such circumstances, who could possibly have the audacity to take his life? The ability to track Hongxing's movements, strike swiftly to eliminate him and his associates, and then retreat unscathed speaks volumes about the formidable nature of his assailant. A formidable and enigmatic force of terror emerges, heralded as a rising star within the underworld. If they can eliminate the Hongxing today, they can surely do so to others tomorrow. This very notion instills a profound sense of trepidation among them. What are your thoughts? The assembly fell into deep contemplation. The dark-skinned man also subdued his smile, donning a cautious expression, as he sensed an impending crisis. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. The individuals present were familiar with one another, each having established a modicum of cooperation. As long as mutual interests persisted, they remained temporarily secure. However, the sudden emergence of such a force, whose scale, strength, and motives were shrouded in mystery, engendered unease among all. This individual's unclear intentions posed a significant threat. Mobilize all our brothers. I demand a thorough investigation. Many nodded in agreement, understanding that none wished to face a sudden demise akin to that of Hongxing. In the bustling metropolis, a taxi glided smoothly along the highway. Upon reaching an intersection, it was halted by the police. Good day, we are conducting a comprehensive inspection. Please present your identification. Lin Yu, seated in the rear, maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of distress. He promptly retrieved his identification and presented it. All clear. You may proceed. The vehicle resumed its journey. The driver, a loquacious individual, lamented, Today's events have indeed caused quite a stir. In just this hour, I've been stopped 4 times. I wonder which underworld faction dares to be so brazen in the metropolis. Young man, you ought to exercise caution when venturing out. Don't let yourself get caught in the crossfire, or it could turn dire. Despite Lin Yu's lack of engagement, the garrulous driver continued his monologue. After responding to him a couple of times, Lin Yu ceased to reply and instead focused on examining the system. Item 1. Fortune Treasure Chest, Advanced. Capable of yielding a random amount of funds, ranging from 2 million to 20 million. Price, 3 million funds. Limited time discount, 40. Discounted price, 1. 8 million funds. Daily purchase limit, 10. Item 2. Level 2 Reinforcement Clone. Allows the selection of 1 Level 2 skill for learning. Price, 300,000 funds. Item 3. Skill. Shared backpack. All clones share the system backpack, allowing for unrestricted exchange of items. Price, 100 million funds. Limited time discount, 50. Discounted price, 50 million funds. Item 4. Level 2 skill selection card. Allows the selection of 1 Level 2 skill for learning. Price, 500,000 funds. Item 5. Skill. Instant house construction. Automatically searches for suitable land, purchases it, and manages all costs and processes associated with construction. Born by the system. Price, 500 million funds. Limited time discount, 20. Discounted price, 100 million funds. Upon opening the system marketplace, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. New skills. Moreover, 2 had refreshed simultaneously. Shared backpack, a concept easily grasped. Clones could utilize a single system backpack, facilitating seamless item exchange. Why hadn't this appeared sooner? Had it been available earlier, he would not have needed to come in person. Having expended 50 million in capital, the acquisition of the skill backpack has been successfully completed and is now automatically learned. As for the second skill, instant construction, the system covers all building expenses, eliminating the need to purchase land. This is rather exhilarating. Effectively, Possessing this skill means he can own countless skyscrapers without spending a dime. He would transform into the world's South's largest real estate tycoon. It perfectly aligns with his mission to purify the real estate market. Let the competition ensue. I will push forward relentlessly. After all, I've built without incurring any costs, zero expenditure. While others refuse to lower their prices, I shall. If you sell at 300,000 per square meter, I will sell at 3,000. I shall outlast you real estate developers. No price reductions? Then prepare for the reality of unsold properties. What? You claim this is malicious competition? Not only illegal but also punishable by imprisonment? Indifferent. I have plenty of alternatives. As I always say, what my duplicates accomplish is none of my concern. Let us see who sells faster and who apprehends quicker. I'm not even concerned about your prison capacity. Even villains need to be tested by other villains. Let us see who is more ruthless. Chapter 63. The first step of the plan, construction. A system interface akin to filling out a delivery address appeared, allowing for the selection of a designated area. Lin Yu promptly chose Yang City. Area of Yang City, 625 square kilometers. Development zone area, 36 square kilometers. Currently suitable area for construction, 51 square kilometers. The municipal area refers to the entirety of land categorized within Yang City, encompassing wastelands, barren mountains, lakes, and other undeveloped territories. In contrast, the development zone represents regions where human habitation has persisted over time, covering an area of 36 square kilometers. The system identified a suitable 51 square kilometers of land for construction. Typically, a high-rise residential community occupies approximately 25 square kilometers, which corresponds to a square parcel measuring around 5 kilometers on each side. Thus, the identified 51 square kilometers of land could accommodate a total of 204 such communities. Assuming each community comprises 20 buildings, with each building rising 30 stories and containing 4 apartments per floor, this translates to a staggering total of 489,600 housing units, sufficient to house at least 480,000 families. Given that the entire population of Yang City is merely 5 million, and accounting for children, the elderly, and middle-aged couples who already own homes, the number of individuals poised to enter the housing market in the coming years is projected to be less than 1 million. Among this population, comprising both men and women forming new families, the estimated demand for housing would be around 150,000 units. Therefore, the initial plan is to construct 150,000 homes, equating to roughly 63 standard high-rise communities. Construction parameters confirmed. The host must provide 63,000 ordinary avatars and 630 level 2 enhanced avatars. Note: the system will control the avatars to execute a series of construction tasks, including land acquisition, architectural design, material procurement, and actual construction. Current avatar count is adequate. Please authorize usage. Lin Yu remarked. I assumed you could liaise with external construction teams independently. I did not realize it would require my avatars. You could have mentioned that sooner. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The estimated market cost for constructing 63 high-rise residential communities could reach an astounding 60 billion. Now, with the system providing this 60 billion, it effectively saves him that amount of capital, requiring only the deployment of his avatars. This is undeniably advantageous. Authorization successful. Estimated completion time for construction: 3 months. 3 months? Lin Yu expressed mild astonishment. The speed of construction was surprisingly swift. Under normal circumstances, erecting such a community would take at least a year. However, with the system's involvement and the workforce comprised entirely of his avatars, the efficiency is significantly enhanced, devoid of any negligence or delay. On another note, the average number of workers per community would be 10 individuals, 1000 ordinary avatars and 10 level 2 enhanced avatars. This workforce resembles multiple construction teams operating concurrently. Nature cannot be rivaled by the speed of a mere construction team. Thus, completing the task within 3 months is not an impossibility. Truly commendable. Long-term mission: real estate. Infiltrate the real estate sector and purify the market. Rewards: Upon achieving certain milestones, the system will simultaneously distribute rewards, including but not limited to funds, items, skills, etc. Detected completion of construction planning, rewarded with 500 million in funds, 20,000 ordinary avatars, and 500 level 2 enhanced avatars. Lin Yu. Name: Lin Yu. Funds: 4, 812, 308, 095 skills. Damage transfer, reconnaissance, shared inventory, one-click construction system level, LV. 5. Upgrade requires 10 billion in funds, rewarding 300,000 ordinary avatars, 5,000 level 2 enhanced avatars, and 200 level 3 enhanced avatars. Current avatars: ordinary avatars 153,000, level 2 enhanced avatars 1,710, level 3 enhanced avatars 50 current items. An office building, valued at 300 million. Special mall, LV. 5. Level increases with system upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the probability of refreshing high-tier items. Gazing at the daunting requirement of 10 billion for an upgrade, Lin Yu felt a twinge of headache. Presently, the daily profits from his avatar's working and street vending barely reached a few million. Moreover, since the implementation of the street vending policy, an increasing number of individuals had joined the ranks of vendors. Consequently, his avatar's earnings from street vending had significantly diminished, averaging only 300 yuan per person each day. Thus, the total income from work and street vending amounted to less than 4 million daily. At this rate of financial growth, accumulating 10 billion would likely take another 4 years, far too slow. It was essential to develop his own industry. Without hesitation, Lin Yu dialed He Jinggua's number, eager to inquire about the commencement of their collaborative production. However, upon connection, before he could speak, He Jingua preemptively addressed him. "Ah, Lin Yu, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you." Taken aback, Lin Yu held back his initial question and responded with curiosity. "You were going to call me? What's the matter?" He Jingua paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. "Well, the company has finalized all partnerships with manufacturers, and we are about to officially commence collaborative production. However, given the multifaceted nature of this cooperation, it is necessary to holistically allocate production tasks. Therefore, the company will hold a meeting next Monday, inviting all partners to discuss matters collectively. Based on each entity's production capacity, product types, and production speed, we will allocate different production tasks. I wonder if you have time, Lin Yu?" The allocation of tasks. Having studied the LV3 production management skill, Lin Yu was no stranger to such affairs. This pre-production discussion was indeed both necessary and significant. He would certainly not decline. "Certainly, no problem." He Jingua hung up the phone, and a balding middle-aged man leaned in closer. "Old He, whom did you just speak with on the phone? You seemed unusually courteous. Typically, you do not converse with me in such a manner." The person on the other end was Li Tianlin, the proprietor of Tianlin Manufacturing. Tianlin Manufacturing specializes in the production of precision machinery, and among known manufacturers of such devices, it ranks first in production capacity. The factory employs 15 top-tier technicians, 220 skilled artisans, over 1,000 ordinary workers, and countless laborers. It has maintained a collaborative relationship with Jojo Airlines for many years and shares a commendable rapport with He Jingua, being both business partners and personal friends. Upon hearing this, He Jingua responded, "Old Li, I forgot to mention. Do you recall the batch of orders I discussed with you last month? You mentioned that production was simply unfeasible, so I had to seek tenders from elsewhere. Remarkably, I succeeded. We completed 35,000 bearings in just 20 days. As soon as He Jingua finished speaking, Li Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 days? Are you jesting? In all of Juzhou, aside from the top few factories, who could possibly achieve such efficiency? Li Tianlin clearly doubted the claim, while He Jingua appeared to have anticipated this skepticism. Well, I won't waste my breath, as you are clearly unconvinced. Once he arrives and fulfills the trial order, you will see the extent of his capabilities. I was too occupied to visit his factory myself, but I estimate he has no less than 80 skilled artisans, possibly even top-notch technicians. His strength is formidable." Li Tianlin furrowed his brow. "Over 80 skilled artisans. The old adage holds true. Masters often emerge from the common folk. However, if he possesses such a workforce yet remains relatively unknown, it seems his management skills may be lacking. Li Tianlin pondered this. When we meet, I should offer some guidance to this young man. He has potential. If he knows how to navigate the complexities of business, I might even consider taking him on as an apprentice. Chapter 64. Impeding my business. In Yang City, dusk has fallen, and the night market begins to buzz with activity. Vendors rush to set up their stalls, filling the streets with the cacophony of enthusiastic calls akin to the vibrant atmosphere of the 1980s and 1990s. Secret mini burgers. Dad's secret mini burgers. 9-turn intestines. An endless delight. Braised turtle, eat the head to invigorate the mind, eat the tail to rejuvenate the body. Ancestral miracle elixir, confidential formula. Just give me $1, and I'll grant you a night of passion. On a particular street, several individuals clad in uniforms disembark from a vehicle. The leading officer casts a cursory glance around before guiding his team into a convenience store. The store owner, engrossed in his phone, prepares to greet what he assumes to be customers upon hearing footsteps. However, upon noticing the uniforms, a chill runs down his spine. He realizes trouble has arrived. As expected, the first words from the officer leave him dumbfounded. The sign at your entrance is non-compliant. You have 24 hours to replace it. It must adhere to the prescribed black background with white lettering, following the specified dimensions and materials. For now, we shall close your store until you meet the standards. As they produce the sealing tape, the owner is left in a daze. When was this regulation enacted? Why was I not informed? He stammers, bewildered. The officer, with a languid demeanor, replies it was just issued. You are not alone. All non-compliant signs must be rectified. Do you have any objections? The owner exhales, his expression tinged with resignation. I would like to inquire, what is the purpose of mandating uniform black and white signage? Without a moment's hesitation, the officer responds, for the sake of aesthetics. The owner falls silent, rendered speechless. For the sake of aesthetics. Truly an all-encompassing answer. Hey, the uniformed personnel have arrived. We should leave quickly. A well-meaning citizen warns the street vendors. A bewildered youth, newly inducted into the ranks of street vendors, questions, aren't they encouraging street vending? They even designated specific areas for it. We operate within the designated zones and times. What is there to fear? Nearby, a seasoned vendor, while tidying up, jests. You may not have violated any rules, but your looks are a detriment to aesthetics. Laughter erupts among the experienced vendors, echoing through the street. Today's uniformed officers possess a remarkably high level of education. Even the brightest graduates from prestigious institutions pale in comparison. The phrase a detriment to aesthetics has spawned countless interpretations. Being unattractive, poorly dressed, or disheveled can all be deemed factors that compromise the visual appeal of the surroundings. One might even hit the mark with any of those criteria. Not running away. Then just wait and see. The youth remains perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Approximately a minute later, nearly a third of the vendors have vacated the street. Among those remaining, most are mere replicas of Lin Yu. You selling snacks at a stall. Why do you not don an apron? Your attire is marred with grease, displaying a complete disregard for hygiene, thereby detracting from the city's appearance. A fine of 200 awaits you. The youth glanced at them, then at himself, opening his mouth but uttering nothing. And you, the captain pointed towards the adjacent stall. Yet before he could articulate further, the vendor brandished a cleaver and struck down with force. Clang! The cleaver struck against a pig's leg bone, emitting a dull thud that reverberated as if the counter might shatter. Then, with an exceedingly sharp gaze, he fixed his stare upon them. What is it? Do you have an issue? The other individuals behind the captain closed in. 7 or 8 people swiftly surrounded the vendor's cart, exuding an intimidating presence. Simultaneously, vendors from surrounding stalls approached, some wielding knives, others brandishing clubs, and a few clutching bottles of liquor. They stood in silence, voicing no words. The captain, now bewildered, retreated nervously while shouting, "What do you intend to do? I warn you. Assaulting public officials is a grave offense." He relied on his position for a sense of security. However, one vendor spoke up. We don't intend any harm. Am I committing an offense by standing here? Is it illegal for me to hold a bottle of liquor while I stand here? The group was rendered speechless. Captain, this. Observing the increasing number of vendors gathering, the captain felt a surge of trepidation. The vendor at the forefront coldly inquired, I am asking you a question. What is my concern to you? The captain glanced around, his confidence waning. It's nothing at all. Clang. The cleaver was brought down once more, but this time it did not strike bone. Rather it fell at the captain's feet. If it's nothing, then be gone. You are obstructing my business. As he watched the group retreat in disarray, the youth seemed to grasp the situation. He spat on the ground. Bah! Chapter 65. The youth, quite uninformed. At the headquarters of Jojo Airlines, a multitude of collaborators gathered within the conference hall, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Hello, I represent the Nanjing manufacturing plant. Here is my business card. Pleasure to meet you. I am from the Huashua manufacturing plant. Two proprietors exchanged cards and contact information, recognizing the rarity of this occasion to connect with industry peers, broaden their horizons, and expand their business networks. In times of urgency, they could provide mutual assistance, whether it be a malfunctioning machine, a shortage of manpower, or a leaky warehouse. Such small enterprises often possess limited resilience against risks. A single setback could lead to insolvency. Thus, for these modest factories, banding together for mutual support is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Furthermore, in addition to fostering solidarity among small businesses, they might also consider aligning themselves with a larger enterprise, akin to a big brother-little brother dynamic. I will allocate a portion of my profits to you, and in return you ensure my survival. Hello, is this Mr. Li Tianlin? I am from the Tuyuan manufacturing plant, and I hope to rely on your support in the future. I am from the Shanghong manufacturing plant. Mr. Li, would you kindly take a look at my business card and add my contact? Mr. Li, don't forget me. Li Tianlin found himself surrounded by a throng of small factory owners, all eager to establish acquaintance with him. After all, his Tianlin manufacturing plant is recognized as the largest manufacturing facility in all of Jojo. It stands as the vanguard of the industry, and everyone yearns to forge a connection, hoping for guidance and collaboration in the future. Li Tianlin welcomed them warmly, as he could derive additional profits from these smaller factories, an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. Beyond Tianlin manufacturing, the second to fifth largest factories included Hongming, Yushuan, Ninghua, and Tianqi manufacturing plants. The proprietors of these establishments were similarly encircled by small factory owners, engrossed in discussions of potential partnerships. Amidst the lively exchanges, one figure appeared distinctly out of place. He did not engage with anyone, instead standing by the window, admiring the potted plants with a sense of serene enjoyment, as if he were on a leisurely holiday. This individual was Lin Yu. Brother, how has your day been? Perhaps we could exchange insights? Suddenly, a youthful entrepreneur greeted Lin Yu. The insights referred to merely the number of business contacts one had made or contact information obtained. With so many people present and time being limited, it was impractical for everyone to converse with each individual. Thus, a method of exchanging information emerged. You share the contacts you've gathered with me, and I will share mine with you. There is always something new to gain. However, Lin Yu had not communicated with anyone, nor was he interested in acquiring others' information. In response to the invitation, he simply smiled and shook his head. Perhaps it is unnecessary. I find myself rather disinterested in this. Upon Lin Yu's refusal, the other party paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback. How peculiar that you would not cherish such a rare opportunity. The young boss remarked with a hint of resignation before turning away to seek out another individual. Amidst the crowd, Li Tianlin engaged warmly with others, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. It struck him as odd that he had not encountered the Lin Yu mentioned by old He. Analyzing the information gleaned from He Jingua, it was evident that Li Tianlin held Lin Yu in high regard, particularly given the multitude of skilled technicians under his command. With just a touch of guidance in management and operations, Lin Yu could undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Thus, he was most eager to meet Lin Yu today. Where could he be? Li Tianlin mused as he maneuvered through the throng, scanning his surroundings. At a certain moment, his gaze landed upon Lin Yu. That must be him. Old He had described Lin Yu as remarkably youthful, barely in his 20s, and among those present, he was the only individual fitting that description. Li Tianlin approached Lin Yu with purpose. "Young man, you must be Lin Yu, correct?" Upon hearing yet another greeting, Lin Yu exhibited a hint of impatience. He had merely come to fulfill a formality, uninterested in making acquaintances. He felt neither the inclination nor the necessity to engage. "Yes," Lin Yu replied succinctly. Li Tianlin, undeterred by the small factory owners behind him clamoring for contact information, extended an invitation to Lin Yu. "I've heard old he speak of you. Your capabilities are commendable, and you possess great potential. How about we exchange insights when time permits?" Li Tianlin's initiative captured the attention of many, for as a prominent figure in the industry, few were unfamiliar with him. Typically, it was others who sought out Li Tianlin for the exchange of experience. He had never been one to extend an invitation. Yet here he was, reaching out to Lin Yu, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Curiosity piqued. The gathered crowd turned their gaze toward Lin Yu. "Hey, does anyone know him? How could he prompt Boss Li to invite him? I'm not sure. He seems too young to be a businessman. Perhaps he has influential connections. I too wish to converse with Boss Li, but alas, I lack the opportunity." In truth, the so-called exchange of insights was merely a superficial pretext, devoid of any genuine dialogue. It symbolized an attitude, one of desire to cultivate a friendly rapport or pursue deeper collaboration. Li Tianlin's action was akin to a top student inviting a struggling peer, proclaiming, "I shall share my secrets to success with you, guiding you to excel at Tsinghua." Such an invitation was beyond the reach of others in the same predicament. However, Lin Yu's response caught everyone by surprise. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am not particularly interested in this sphere. I apologize." The crowd was left in astonishment. He declined. Is this fellow in his right mind? Such a splendid opportunity lies before him, yet he chooses to forsake it. Countless individuals would yearn for such a chance, and he dismisses it so casually? Truly, he is blind to the value of what he has. Does he even wish to continue in this industry, audaciously disregarding the invitation of Boss Li? A leader in the field wields an abundance of resources, along with the most advanced information and technology. Even a mere hint of such advantages could propel any small firm present into the stratosphere. Thus, in the eyes of many, Li Tianlin's overture signifies an extraordinary opportunity for ascension. Any other individual would have accepted without hesitation. Yet Lin Yu declined with such decisiveness and ease. This action left everyone puzzled, particularly Li Tianlin, who stood there momentarily stunned, his thoughts momentarily dulled. He had never anticipated Lin Yu would refuse. With his status and position, who would not be eager to collaborate? Yet Lin Yu's choice was utterly unexpected. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Li Tianlin. While no law forbids Lin Yu from declining, it left him feeling discomfort. His gaze toward Lin Yu shifted from admiration to disdain. With a frustrated grunt, he felt an unsettling discontent. "I extended my invitation as a sign of respect, and you dared to reject me. Do you believe yourself to be exceptionally unique and proud? No wonder, despite having over 80 skilled technicians under your command, your factory remains virtually unknown. With such an attitude, it is indeed surprising if you achieve any success." The youth of today are utterly lacking in understanding. Li Tianlin unconsciously recalled his own rebellious 18-year-old son at home. He had exerted considerable effort to teach his son the various social niceties, imparting years of business acumen. The rules of toasting at banquets, the etiquette of conversation, the protocols for soliciting assistance, and so forth. Yet his son absorbed none of it. Sigh, Li Tianlin lamented. In his own youth, he had thrived in society through his charm and shrewdness. Now, observing the younger generation, particularly those born in the 90s and aughts, he found them woefully inept, utterly ignorant of the complexities of human interaction. Chapter 66. A lion does not concern itself with the barking of hyenas. The affair involving Lin Yu was merely a minor interlude. After the event, the atmosphere returned to its lively state, though whispers of speculation regarding Lin Yu lingered among the crowd. A few minutes later, all attendees were present, and the meeting commenced officially. Jingua, as the chief responsible person for the project, provided a comprehensive explanation of the entire initiative. Lin Yu reflected internally, gathering that the Jojo Airlines was poised to engage in competition with a formidable foreign airline. This endeavor necessitated a substantial expansion of their operational scope. The competition could span as briefly as 3 to 5 years, or extend over several decades. In any case, it was a significant undertaking, requiring a vast array of components. Now that you are all acquainted with the project, I would like each of you to report your number of skilled workers and warehouse capacities for classification, He Jingwa concluded. Li Tianlin was the first to speak. Tianlin Manufacturing has 15 top-tier technicians, 220 senior technicians, and 226 ordinary technicians, with a warehouse capacity of 12,000 cubic meters. The audience gasped in admiration at his declaration. Such a workforce undoubtedly positioned them as the frontrunner in the entire Juzhou nation, especially considering that this industry was still in its nascent stages, and talent cultivation proved exceedingly challenging. Typically, a factory could commence operations and generate profit with merely one senior technician alongside a few ordinary workers. To possess 3 senior technicians was already quite commendable, let alone such a considerable number. Furthermore, a warehouse must accommodate both raw materials and finished products, thus its capacity significantly constrains production capabilities. A volume of 12,000 cubic meters was indeed impressive for this industry. The crowd cast respectful glances towards Li Tianlin. As he finished, another individual presented their figures, the owner of the well-regarded Hongming Manufacturing, followed by Yushuan Manufacturing and Ninghua Manufacturing. We have 18 top-tier technicians, 160 senior technicians, and 994 ordinary technicians, with a storage capacity of 9,600 cubic meters. Hongming Manufacturing was also an established player, boasting 3 more top-tier technicians than Tianlin Manufacturing. However, the total number of other technicians fell short, relegating them to second place. Yushuan Manufacturing reported 9 top-tier technicians, 133 senior technicians, and ordinary technicians. One by one, others shared their factory data. Soon it was Lin Yu's turn. The crowd, recalling the earlier incident, regarded him with curiosity. This individual had just rebuffed Li Tianlin's overture, and they were eager to discern his capabilities, wondering how one so proud could hold such confidence. Rumors suggested that He Jingwa himself had personally contacted him, so it was presumed he must have at least 30 senior technicians. However, some harbored a less favorable impression, perceiving him as a brash young upstart, lacking in social grace. Managing a factory at such a young age suggested he had likely inherited it midway, with much left to learn. Now that one understands the esteemed position of Mr. Li within this industry, one must surely regret having declined his earlier proposition. Alas, regret serves no purpose. Having suffered a setback, the idea of collaboration seems utterly implausible. It is often said that the youth are prone to failure, and such impulsive arrogance guarantees their downfall. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, the assembly was already abuzz with chatter. He Jingwa, sensing an unsettling atmosphere, swiftly gestured for silence, mindful of his duty to uphold Lin Yu's dignity, as he was the one who had brought him to this gathering. Yet, upon observing Lin Yu's demeanor, he noted that the latter appeared unaffected by the commotion. Yuhui Manufacturing boasts a workforce of 180 elite technicians alongside 4,000 skilled artisans, with no ordinary technicians in sight, and a storage capacity of 40,000 cubic meters. As Lin Yu's proclamation echoed through the room, the previously subdued conference erupted into cacophony. 180 elite technicians and 4,000 skilled artisans? Are you here to boast? The incredulity was palpable. Such grandiose claims seemed devoid of self-awareness. Today's youth, it appears, are not only oblivious to the realities of the world, but have also mastered the art of deception. There should be a limit to boasting. Li Tianlin shot Lin Yu a disdainful glance, a smirk forming within. Fortuitously, you turned down the partnership earlier. Otherwise, collaborating with you would have led to an embarrassing demise. Such a propensity for exaggeration reveals a complete lack of earnestness. No wonder your factory struggles to thrive. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. He Jingwa furrowed his brow, perplexed. What was Lin Yu attempting? He appeared to be a reliable and composed individual, yet his sudden departure from reason was bewildering. With a combined workforce from all factories across the region likely falling short of his claims, He Jingwa began to perceive Lin Yu as rather juvenile. Context matters when it comes to boasting. All right, everyone, please settle down. Let us proceed, he urged, endeavoring to regain control of the situation, planning to address Lin Yu's remarks privately later. All data has been compiled. We shall now commence formal production testing, assessing the manufacturing capabilities of each factory to facilitate subsequent task allocation. The testing will be divided into 3 tiers. S tier. Factories with over 50 skilled technicians may participate, tasked with producing 5000 components. A tier. Factories with over 30 skilled technicians may participate, tasked with producing 3000 components. B tier. Factories with over 10 skilled technicians may participate, tasked with producing 1000 components. Competitors within the same tier will vie against one another, with efficiency measured by time. The shorter the duration, the higher the productivity and capability of the factory. Greater production capacity translates to higher profit margins. For B-tier contracts, the base profit margin is set at 10, with the top 3 performers receiving additional bonuses of 5, 3, and 2 respectively. The A-level contract features a fundamental profit margin of 15, with the top 3 performers receiving additional commissions of 8, 6, and 4 respectively. The S-level contract, on the other hand, boasts a foundational profit margin of 25, with the leading trio entitled to extra commissions of 15, 8, and 5. It is essential to understand that this profit margin does not pertain to the conventional profit from selling goods, but rather represents a unique collaboration model presented by Kyushu Airlines. For instance, if Lin Yu possesses an S-level contract and ranks first in production capacity, he would be entitled to a 40 profit share. This implies that should he produce a batch of components with a total cost, including materials and labor, amounting to 1 billion, all expenses would be covered by Kyushu Airlines. Consequently, Lin Yu would receive 40 of the cost as profit, equating to 400 million. However, Lin Yu's situation is somewhat exceptional, as the majority of his factory comprises his avatars, allowing their wages to be counted as part of his income. Labor costs alone can account for at least 30 of the 1 billion total, which amounts to 300 million. Thus, when all is accounted for, upon completing an order with a cost of 1 billion, Lin Yu would secure a profit of 700 million, resulting in an astonishing profit margin of 70. With all matters discussed, the next phase involves trial production to assess the production capabilities of each entity, with rankings determined by the submission time of the finished products. Of course, to ensure fairness, transportation time will be deducted. The meeting concluded. As Jingwa gathered his materials, he intended to speak with Lin Yu, only to discover that Lin Yu had already departed. He sighed, pondering the rapidity of Lin Yu's exit, perhaps feeling that he had overshared and was unable to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained indifferent to the day's events. A lion, after all, would not concern itself with the howling of hyenas. Facts speak louder than words, and results ultimately vindicate all. It is only those lacking capability who engage in futile disputes, akin to frogs in a well, limited in their view of the sky. How can one expect them to believe in the vastness of the galaxy or the boundless nature of the stars? The strong never indulge in pointless verbal altercations. Rather, they observe the folly of the world with a gaze of compassion, and then, through action, shatter all doubts. Chapter 67, Voluntary Abandonment? How is that possible? Summoning 3. 865 Level 2 Avatars. Learning Skill. LV. 2. Precision Manufacturing. Summoning 180 Level 3 Avatars. Learning Skill. LV. 3. Precision Manufacturing. Upon the arrival of the materials and blueprints, Lin Yu immediately commenced production. Thousands of avatars surged into the factory, creating an impressive spectacle. This batch of components boasted IT4 precision, a challenge that was not particularly daunting. However, the size of the parts and the numerous areas requiring processing presented significant demands. Typically, a skilled technician would require 4 to 5 hours to complete such processing, while even the most exceptional craftsmen, regardless of their expertise, would still need 2 to 3 hours. Based on the staffing configuration at the Tianlin manufacturing plant, forging 5,000 components would take at least 6 days. Yet, under Lin Yu's command, a mere day sufficed. More precisely, half a day, with 180 top-tier technicians and 4 000 skilled workers. Even if each were to produce just one item, that would amount to 180 pieces. The efficiency was astounding. Loading commenced and the vehicles set off. Lin Yu had an entire transportation company at his disposal for immediate coordination. Thus, he had long since instructed his team to prepare the vehicles. As soon as the finished products emerged, they were dispatched promptly to their destination. At the Tianlin manufacturing plant, Li Tianlin and the senior management team were engaged in discussions regarding manufacturing matters, striving to achieve completion at the swiftest pace possible. Despite the factory's formidable capabilities ensuring a high likelihood of securing first place, as a businessman, he prioritized profit. If a task could be completed today, it would not be postponed until tomorrow. The quicker the earnings, the better. They encouraged overtime, aiming for completion within 5 days. Understood, boss. By the way, boss, we still have several small orders pending production. How shall we handle those? Li Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. Cancel them. In the future, let's refrain from accepting such small orders worth hundreds of thousands. They are no longer necessary. I'm stepping out for a while. Keep a close watch on the factory for the next few days. Understood? Understood, boss. Li Tianlin sped away from the factory in his car, appearing quite anxious. However, his urgency was not related to business matters, but rather to seek out He Jingua. Having collaborated with the Zhuzhou Aviation Company for many years, he had developed a close friendship with He Jingua. During leisurely times, they often indulged in fishing and card games, relishing the joys of life. Recently, due to production collaboration, he had not enjoyed leisure for over a month. Today, with a rare moment of free time, Li Tianlin could hardly contain his eagerness to engage He Jingua in a friendly fishing competition. Hello, outside vehicles are not permitted to park here. Please move along. Thank you. Outside the warehouse of the Zhuzhou Aviation Company, a security guard waved his arms, attempting to direct several large trucks parked at the entrance. Lin Yu opened the car door and jumped down, presenting his S-level partner identification. The guard's demeanor immediately shifted to one of warmth. It's Boss Lin. May I ask, what brings you here? I come to deliver goods, Lin Yu replied calmly. The guard scratched his head. Delivery? But the holiday has already commenced. Manager, he personally arranged for a 5-day holiday. Consequently, during these days the warehouse remains unattended, making it impossible to manage stock entries. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few days before returning. Lin Yu did not engage with his words. After all, the individual was merely a security guard, tasked with overseeing the entrance. There was little point in explaining further. In that case, kindly contact Manager He to request his presence for the inspection. Very well. Please hold on while I reach out to the captain. Noticing Lin Yu's resolute tone and considering his identity, the security guard felt compelled to comply. Hello, Captain, this is... Oh, Lao He, let us go fishing, Li Tianlin urged. He Jingua emerged from the inner room, equipped with fishing gear and brimming with anticipation. I've just mastered a new casting technique. Watch me hook a fish in 10 minutes today. With the demands of company affairs usually consuming his time, he seldom indulged in leisure. However, due to the testing production schedule, he naturally earned this 5-day respite. After all, even at the esteemed Tianlin manufacturing plant, it would take a minimum of 5 days to complete the task. During this period, he was free from additional responsibilities. I'm ready. Let us go. The two men proceeded towards the door with their equipment, but before they could exit, He Jingwa's phone rang. This is my work number. How strange. Who could be calling me during the holiday? Once the call connected, the caller revealed his identity. Manager He, this is Manager Wang from the security team. A person has arrived outside the warehouse. As he listened, He Jingwa's brow furrowed slightly. A delivery? What is being delivered? There hasn't been any business during these days. His name is Lin Yu. The mention of this name caught both of them off guard. The only connection to a delivery was the ongoing production testing. Yet, it had barely been 2 days since then. Excluding the time for transporting raw materials and paperwork, the actual production time amounted to merely half a day. It was implausible to believe that Lin Yu could have completed the order within such a short span. The only conceivable scenario was that Lin Yu had abandoned the endeavor, returning the raw materials. See, Lao He, this lad is indeed unreliable. You must admit you misjudged him, Li Tianlin lamented. On the day of the meeting, he boasted excessively, to the point where even he felt ashamed to continue. Now he has chosen to withdraw voluntarily. He Jingwa's expression also grew somewhat awkward. The disparity in Lin Yu's performance was striking. Initially, during their encounter at the Yangqing bidding center, Lin Yu had left an impression of being youthful yet accomplished, mature and composed, modest yet capable. However, after these 2 days of interaction, He Jingwa's perception of Lin Yu had begun to crumble. While it was understandable to decline Li Tianlin's offer of collaboration, everyone has their own style and choices. His later claims in the meeting of possessing 180 top-tier technicians and 4,000 skilled workers seemed rather exaggerated. Now, Lin Yu was once again poised to abandon the production testing. This series of actions left He Jingwa somewhat bewildered. Could it be that he had truly misjudged the situation? Old Lin, I shall forego fishing today and return to the company to address some matters. One must see tasks through to completion. He Jingwa believed that since he had brought Lin Yu on board, he must take responsibility until the very end, even if the latter wished to withdraw. I shall accompany you, Li Tianlin said. The mere recollection of Lin Yu's earlier rejection of his invitation stirred a sense of resentment within him. Now, witnessing Lin Yu's desire to relinquish his position only intensified his satisfaction. He was eager to witness Lin Yu's misfortune. Very well, let us go together. Chapter 68. I suspect there is a hidden agenda. Lin Yu, my brother, one must always remain grounded in their endeavors. The habit of speaking recklessly is utterly unacceptable. After all, we have yet to commence formal production, so let us, as an exception, terminate this collaboration. I shall not even demand a penalty for breach of contract. Upon disembarking, He Jingwa earnestly advised Lin Yu, his expression one of heartfelt concern. What penalty? Lin Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Come now, don't feign ignorance. Are you not intending to abandon the partnership?
Li Tianlin interjecta.
You've even returned the raw materials. What more is there to discuss? At that moment, as Lin Yu absorbed their words, he began to grasp their implication. Abandon? Absolutely not. Mr. Li, I urge you to scrutinize this carefully. What is loaded onto this vehicle is not raw materials, but finished products. To prevent dust accumulation during transport, the goods had been intentionally covered with dust-free cloth. Without a thorough inspection, one would fail to discern the items contained within. Open it, Lin Yu commanded, and several drivers hastily lifted the dust-free cloth from the cargo, revealing its contents. He Jingwa and Li Tianlin's pupils dilated in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. This is indeed finished product. How is that possible? Li Tianlin personally oversaw the inspection, meticulously examining the cargo, though he did not undertake a precise count. The overall estimation suggested around 5,000 units. Both men found it hard to believe their own eyes. How could Lin Yu have accomplished this in such a brief span of time? This was entirely unexpected. Wait, precision machining is a meticulous task. How could you possibly have completed it so swiftly? Can you genuinely achieve IT4 level dimensional accuracy? Surely you are not passing off inferior goods? Li Tianlin expressed his skepticism. Precision machining inherently demands patience and attention to detail, whether in setting up processing programs or in subsequent operations. Haste is unwelcome. However, if it were merely rough processing, one could simply establish the processing program and let the assembly line take over, requiring significantly less time. Merely half a day would suffice. With this deduction, Li Tianlin concluded that Lin Yu's products were nothing but shoddy, hastily produced items. TSK, to present rough products as substitutes, one must at least design them better. Even if you returned a week later, with Mr. He's trust and appreciation for you, you might have managed to pass unnoticed. But to come here now, you are clearly exposing yourself. You truly lack wisdom, Li Tianlin remarked ruefully. Lin Yu cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes cooling. Mr. Li, one must not utter baseless claims. You assert that these items are poorly manufactured and deceptive. How can you substantiate that? Li Tianlin was equally defiant. Substantiate? Very well. Today I shall put your mind at ease. Li Tianlin immediately dialed the factory. Master Lu, please come over and bring the precision measuring equipment. We shall ascertain whether the accuracy is indeed sufficient. Li Tianlin cast a disdainful and contemptuous glance at Lin Yu. Youngster, You 1T shed tears until you see the coffin. Today, I shall make your demise unequivocally clear. Shortly thereafter, the quality inspectors arrived. To avert any potential errors in measurement or instrument malfunction, Li Tianlin deliberately summoned 3 individuals to conduct the tests. How is it? What is the precision? Master Lu, having put away his testing device, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is very standard at IT4 level, with some components even faintly reaching IT3 standards. Upon hearing this result, Li Tianlin felt incredulous. Humph, it's merely a FA for inspection, having mixed in a few precision products. Let us test the others. The 3 inspectors, armed with their instruments, proceeded to assess the remaining components. Yet, without exception, all results indicated they were qualified products. Could it be that the instruments were faulty? Li Tianlin remained unconvinced. Boss, there is absolutely no mistake. These instruments have functioned perfectly in the factory. They cannot simply malfunction here. Besides, while one could be defective, it is improbable that all 3 would fail. Moreover, based on my years of quality inspection experience, a mere touch of the component's surface allows one to gauge the precision range by the smoothness of the material. In short, there is no issue. After receiving the affirmations from the 3 inspectors, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene. In truth, Li Tianlin was aware that it was unlikely for 3 machines to fail simultaneously. He simply refused to believe that Lin Yu had truly succeeded. Excluding the time taken for material transportation, it took less than half a day to produce all 5,000 components. Such efficiency was terrifying. At that moment, not only Li Tianlin, but even He Jingguo was profoundly shaken. Initially, they presumed Lin Yu would voluntarily relinquish this opportunity. To their astonishment, he had completed the task and was ready to deliver. After much speculation, they realized that they had underestimated his capabilities. He Jingguo was now completely convinced by Lin Yu's abilities. With 180 top-tier technicians and 4,000 skilled workers. It must indeed be true. Otherwise, how could such extraordinary efficiency be possible? Reflecting on Lin Yu's previous demeanor during the meeting, he had endured countless doubts without engaging in verbal dispute like an ordinary person. Instead, he responded calmly, shattering all skepticism through his actions. Truly, a display of formidable strength. In contrast, He Jingguo couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. One should never underestimate anyone, nor hastily draw conclusions. He Jingguo silently admonished himself. Brother Lin Yu, I am genuinely ashamed. I had indeed harbored doubts during the meeting. He Jingguo, being a person of introspection, directly apologized to Lin Yu with utmost sincerity. Meanwhile, Li Tianlin observed the two with growing suspicion. As a leading figure in this industry, he found it hard to believe that Lin Yu truly had such a vast number of skilled workers. He was acutely aware of how scarce talent was in this field. 180 elite craftsmen and 4,000 skilled technicians. He would never believe it, even under duress. I said, old you two couldn't possibly have colluded, could you? Surely you must have leaked information to this fellow beforehand. These items. He must have produced them in advance. Suddenly, Li Tianlin turned his accusatory gaze towards He Jingguo. He Jingguo, feeling somewhat displeased, was accustomed to conducting himself with utmost integrity, and could not tolerate such doubts. Old Lin, after all these years, your suspicious nature remains unchanged. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Li Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. Do not speak to me of such matters. If you have the courage, let us drive to Lin Yu's factory now and verify on site. Let us see if his subordinates truly number as he claims. If not, then you two are undoubtedly in cahoots. Do you dare? He Jingguo wished to offer further persuasion, but Lin Yu interjected, of course, feel free to verify. Let us go. Wait, just as Lin Yu was about to set off, Li Tianlin called out to him. If I go alone, and you deny everything later, I will have no recourse. Therefore, I must bring along a few more witnesses. Is that agreeable? Li Tianlin's tone was sharp, as if he had already concluded that the two were indeed conspiring together. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled softly. It was fortuitous, for he too sought to enhance the reputation of his factory. Having more witnesses would only bolster his renown. Li Tianlin's suggestion inadvertently alleviated his burden. Do as you wish. Indeed, bring more. Chapter 69. Baseless Slander. reaping the fruits of one's own misdeeds. After all, they are business people with profit reigning supreme. In the face of financial gain, friendship holds little value. Li Tianlin was resolute, convinced that there was a hidden agenda at play. Thus, disregarding his long-standing relationship with He Jingwa, he confronted him directly. Following this, he made a series of phone calls, summoning the owners of several major factories from neighboring cities. Initially, those proprietors were engrossed in their production. Yet upon hearing of a potential conspiracy, they abandoned their tasks and rushed over. Old Lin, what is going on? Is the alleged conspiracy true? You claim someone has completed 5,000 components. How is that even possible? Each arriving factory owner was incredulous at Lin Yu's production efficiency. Manager He, Boss Lin, you must provide us with an explanation, they demanded. Excluding the time for raw materials and finished product transportation, the maximum production time is merely half a day. We wish to understand how Lin Yu managed to complete the production in such a short span. What is there to explain? This is clearly a conspiracy. The two of them must have colluded to produce in advance. The first place in the S-class competition comes with an additional 15 profit share. Either Lin Yu bribed someone, or He Jingwa conspired with Lin Yu for profit sharing. So it was this fellow all along. No wonder old Lin attempted to befriend him that day, only to be rebuffed. He was undoubtedly emboldened. I remember now. He boasted of having 180 top-tier craftsmen and 4,000 skilled workers in his factory. What an amateur! It nearly made me laugh out loud. In an instant, the crowd turned their ire toward the two men, Li Tianlin and He Jingwa. They chose to side with Li Tianlin. On one hand, Li Tianlin could be regarded as a leader in the industry, his words carrying a degree of credibility. On the other, for these factory owners, sharing a common interest with Li Tianlin meant they were on the same side. Moreover, they found it hard to believe that Lin Yu could complete the processing of 5,000 components in such a brief time frame. A conspiracy was the only plausible explanation. Meanwhile, facing the suspicions of the crowd, He Jingwa sighed. He knew better than anyone whether there was a hidden agenda. The type of components for the test production had been chosen on the spur of the moment that very day, and he had personally supervised the dispatch of raw materials. Not only himself, but even others in the company could not possibly have leaked any information in advance. Thus, he was certain that there was absolutely no behind-the-scenes manipulation. After years of service at Jojo Airlines, he prided himself on being fair and just acting in accordance with his conscience. Lin Yu indeed possessed the capability. All right, everyone, he said coldly, his tone betraying his irritation. Before the results are out, there is no need to rush to conclusions. If you wish to uncover the truth, let us simply visit the factory and see for ourselves. He was not angry because he had been drawn into this situation, but rather because of their tendency to echo each other's sentiments, to revel in chaos, and to exacerbate turmoil. Especially Li Tianlin. He had hoped that their years of friendship would foster a deeper understanding and trust between them. Now he finally comprehended that Li Tianlin never truly believed in him. He had never garnered the trust of the other party. With merely a baseless conjecture, and without any confirmed results, the FAAD was hastily torn apart. In retrospect, the proximity the other party maintained with him was solely due to his position as the project manager of Jojo Airlines. He Jingwa not only did not feel that Lin Yu implicated him, rather, he silently expressed gratitude towards Lin Yu. It was he who afforded him the opportunity to discern the true character of these individuals. Very well, you say. Let us go to the factory, and let us go now. Yangqing is not far from Jojo Airlines, separated only by 3 cities. The total distance is 400 kilometers, with 350 kilometers being expressway. In less than 5 hours, they arrived in Yangqing. At the moment all entered the factory gates, exclamations of astonishment escaped from their lips. This, such a grand scale, their technology is so adept, surpassing even the seasoned employees at my place who have worked for a decade. This, IT2 precision, top-tier craftsmen. Who would have thought that such a small city could harbor so many talents in precision machining? How did he manage to gather such an impressive array of talent? Following a series of tours and inspections, Lin Yu's assertions were confirmed one by one. The presence of 180 top-tier craftsmen and 4,000 skilled technicians was indeed not mere exaggeration, With such a multitude of technicians at their disposal, it was entirely feasible to complete a testing order in just half a day's time. At this juncture, the truth of the matter became abundantly clear. There was no hidden agenda. Li Tianlin fell silent. Prior to their visit, he was nearly 100% certain that there was something amiss. Yet now, the facts proved that his suspicions were unfounded. The other business owners were now filled with regret. They lamented their foolishness in siding with Li Tianlin's outcry. How irrational it had been. Boss Lin, manager He, I was impulsive earlier, and I apologize for my previous remarks. Ahem, so do I. I was completely incited by Li Tianlin's provocations, which is why. Boss Lin, manager He, our previous doubts were merely reasonable suspicions. You wouldn't hold it against us, would you? The group began to express their apologies for their earlier actions and words. However, He Jingwa had no intention of forgiving them. Spreading rumors with a mere tongue while denying them requires one to run for miles. How many have been ruined by the baseless slanders of others? If there are doubts, one may inquire or investigate, but to assert unequivocally that there is a hidden agenda without evidence is simply slander. If they were to be let off the hook so easily, the cost of rumor-mongering would be far too low. It is akin to a girl accusing me of assault, leading to a wave of online harassment against me. I scoured for materials, enduring over 6 months of labor and expense, only to finally prove my innocence. Is an apology all that is required? If that were the case, the cost of slander and defamation would be excessively minimal. We are all adults. We must take responsibility for our words. In matters of uncertainty, one ought not to speak recklessly. My apologies. According to the stipulations outlined in the contract, should either party cause significant reputational harm to the other, the aggrieved party may unilaterally declare the termination of the agreement. Thus, our collaboration has come to an end. The contract is reciprocal. It is not solely the prerogative of He Jingwa. Should Kyushu Airlines inflict reputational damage upon their factory, they too reserve the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. Please, manager He, it is our fault. We should not have jumped to conclusions. Grant us a chance. I implore you. You see, Kyushu Airlines is currently in dire need of personnel. Your actions hinder the company's development. Some individuals still seek to plead their case, even resorting to emotional appeals regarding the future of Kyushu Airlines. Yet, He Jingwa remains indifferent to such attempts. His decision is not a fleeting impulse, nor merely an outlet for his emotions, but rather a measure taken to provide Linyu with an explanation. It is essential to acknowledge that Linyu oversees 180 elite technicians and 4,000 senior technicians, a workforce that surpasses the entire pool of precision machining talent in Kyushu. His singular influence is comparable to that of the entire industry. Should the disposition of these individuals dampen Lin Yu's enthusiasm for collaboration, resulting in the dissolution of their partnership, the company would incur substantial losses. Consequently, the choice to sever ties with them is largely motivated by a profound regard for Linyu. Furthermore, He Jingwa harbors a tinge of remorse for his earlier distrust expressed during the meeting. My dear Linyu, I sincerely apologize. On behalf of Kyushu Airlines and myself, I extend my deepest regrets and hope this will not jeopardize our future collaboration. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall petition to secure an additional 5 profit margin. This is the utmost authority I can wield. I hope for your understanding. Dear Linyu. Chapter 70. Restructuring the real estate sector. It takes a villain to confront a villain. It has been duly evidenced that He Jingwa is not merely a man of words. Days later, through his diligent efforts, the cooperative profits were augmented by an additional 10, culminating in a staggering total profit of 50. This implies that if a batch of orders, encompassing materials, labor, machinery wear and tear, amounts to 1 billion, Lin Yu could secure an extra 500 million in pure profit. Furthermore, accounting for the labor costs mitigated by the avatars, Lin Yu stands to gain 800 million in profit. According to He Jingwa, this particular project is exceedingly vast, with the total revenue from precision component production potentially reaching several trillion. Consequently, Lin Yu's overall profit would amount to at least 100 billion, a remarkably high figure. Ultimately, the terms of cooperation were finalized, and Lin Yu commenced full-scale production. With 180 top-tier artisans and 4,000 skilled technicians, the manufacturing pace was unparalleled, propelling the original project plan of Jojo Airlines to triple its developmental speed. A production task originally slated for 4 months was completed in just 1 month, thanks to Lin Yu's assistance. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's accounts were continuously filled with profits. 3 months later. Name: Lin Yu. Funds: 10. 436 billion. Skills: damage transfer, exploration, shared inventory, one-click construction, system level, LV. 5. Requires 10 billion funds for upgrade. Rewards include 300,000 ordinary avatars, 5,000 second-level enhanced avatars, and 200 third-level enhanced avatars. Current avatars: ordinary avatars 153,000, second-level enhanced avatars 4,710, third-level enhanced avatars 230. Current assets: an office building, valued at 300 million, special store, LV. 5. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels enhance the probability of high-level items appearing. All earnings from the avatar's labor, street vending, combined with Lin US factory income, and the daily income from 10 financial blind boxes, culminated in an average daily revenue of 50 million. To an ordinary individual, this figure is astronomical, unattainable, and beyond imagination. Consuming 10 billion funds, system level upgraded to LV. 6. Rewards: 300,000 ordinary avatars, 5,000 second-level enhanced avatars, 300 third-level enhanced avatars, store level synchronized to LV. 6. Increasing the probability of high-level items appearing. Lin Yu cast a glance at the store, where one particular item caught his attention. Item 3. Skill: malicious perception. This skill allows for the anticipation of impending malice, applicable to both the host and all avatars. Note: malice refers to factors detrimental to the host or avatars. Price: 100 million funds. The prospect of foreseeing imminent malice. The skill description was somewhat perplexing. However, Lin Yu was not lacking in funds and proceeded with the purchase. Consumed 100 million funds, successfully acquired the skill malicious perception, now automatically learned. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu summoned an avatar, preparing to deliver a punch. In the next moment, a piece of information materialized within the depths of Lin Yu's mind. Malicious reminder: the main body intends to strike you with a fist, expected to be executed in 3 seconds. Lin Yu, how astute! He maneuvered his clone to strike himself, and a similar notification appeared in his mind. He sensed all his clones, and numerous consciousnesses within them displayed alerts. Malicious reminder: a large yellow dog by the roadside aims to snatch the sausage from your hand, expected to occur in 15 seconds. Malicious reminder: the local enforcement officer will arrive in 3 minutes, intending to impose a fine upon you. Malicious reminder: the owner of the Pentium Electronics factory will initiate a large-scale recruitment in 3 days, seeking to replace you.
Malicio reminder: 1-3.
Envious of your small stall business, has purchased rat poison online, intending to frame you by contaminating your food stall. Expected to take place in 10 days. Lin Yu contemplated for a considerable time. The longest prediction spanned 10 days, indicating that this skill could at least perceive malevolence within a 10-day horizon. 15 seconds later, at a food stall in Yang City, a large yellow dog dashed by and snatched the sausage from the vendor's hand. 3 minutes later, a newly appointed group of enforcement officers appeared, immediately attempting to levy a fine upon the stall, only to be encircled by a throng of vendors wielding cleavers, ultimately retreating in disgrace. The predictions were extraordinarily precise, almost to the second. This skill was remarkably powerful. As Lin Yu marveled at this, a series of notifications emanated from the system. Notification: your property construction has been completed. Total: 63 standard 30-story residential complexes, 1260 buildings, 151, 200 housing units, each with an actual area of 120 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. All documentation is complete. Electricity and water facilities have been fully established. Fire safety systems have been perfected and passed inspection. Landscaping and recreational facilities have been fully developed. Now meeting sales standards, immediate sales can commence. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. The system's efficiency was indeed reassuring. Not only were the houses constructed, but all relevant processes and facilities were adequately completed. It was comprehensive. Long-term mission, real estate. Infiltrate the real estate industry to purify the market. Rewards. Upon achieving a certain level of success, the system will simultaneously dispense rewards, including but not limited to funds, items, skills, etc. Detected that the host has completed the construction task, rewarding 1 billion in funds, 30,000 ordinary clones, 2,000 level 2 enhanced clones. Please continue to strive. Host. A barrage of notifications flooded Lin Yu's vision, causing him to feel overwhelmed. After reviewing each one, he furrowed his brow upon reading the last. Malicious reminder. Due to the host's intent to sell residential properties at an extremely low price, significant harm to the interests of peers will result in multiple reports against you. The Price Control Bureau will intervene in 7 days and 3 hours. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu chuckled softly. Let them report freely. Let them intervene. It is of no consequence. Since I dare to act, it is naturally with a plan in mind. In short, evil must be tempered by evil. Chapter 71. I dare to sell. Do you dare to buy? A new development is grandly opening its doors, offering a limited time discount of 30, bringing the price down to 14,000 per square meter. For an 80 square meter 2-bedroom apartment, the price plunges to a mere 1 million yuan. In a certain area of Yangcheng, a real estate company named Shenghui is conducting a promotional event. However, the public seems unimpressed. What kind of 30 discount is this? It merely inflates the price to 20,000, only to sell it under the guise of a discount. Indeed, the housing prices in Yangcheng are already hovering around 14,000. Who do they think they are fooling with this so-called discount? It's all a ruse, treating people like fools. Hey, have you seen that one? 1 million yuan apartment? What do you think? I've seen it and it's all a scam. They claim it's 80 square meters, but in reality it's barely 60. They probably counted the shared areas too. What a deceitful trick. One by one, people passed by, each expressing their frustrations. Damn it, I earn over 10,000 a month. Have worked for 10 years, and now at 35, I still can't afford even the cheapest apartment. Cousin, if you earn over 10,000 and have worked for 10 years, you must have saved around 2 million. How can you still not afford it? Kid, you're still in school. You wouldn't understand. Not eating, not drinking, not renting. Don't you spend money on girlfriends? The bride price and the 3 golds can easily cost hundreds of thousands. Saving 2 million? Dream on. Having even 500,000 would be fortunate, especially if I remain in good health. What if I fall seriously ill? I'd end up owing the hospital tens of thousands. Upon hearing his cousin's lament, the younger cousin, still in high school, couldn't help but worry about his own future. His academic performance was average, and he lacked any particular talents or hobbies. His family circumstances were quite ordinary. During family gatherings at festivals, his cousin had always been portrayed as the epitome of success. The younger cousin looked up to him immensely. The older cousin, a few years his senior, earning a stable income of over 10,000 monthly, was someone he admired greatly. He believed he lacked his cousin's capabilities and strength. Yet, despite this, even this cousin, who appeared to have a successful life in the eyes of others, was still tormented by the relentless rise in housing prices. Even earning over 10,000 isn't enough? What will I do in the future? The younger cousin gazed at his older cousin. Anxiety etched across his face. The older cousin shrugged. What else can we do? Take out a loan. Pay a down payment of several tens of thousands or more, then repay the mortgage for 30 years. Isn't that the only option for those without money? It's a lifetime of labor. If you stop, you're finished. I once thought that earning over 10,000 and saving for a few years would allow me to buy a place outright, but I now realize how naive that was. Sigh. I'll go back and discuss it with your aunt. I'm also planning to take out a loan to buy a house. Suddenly, the younger cousin had a thought, and his eyes brightened. Cousin, don't you have a house back in your hometown? Why not build one there? It would undoubtedly be more economical than purchasing. Upon hearing this, the cousin let out a wry smile. Build a house himself? That would require permission. Nowadays, rural areas prohibit private construction. Why? The younger cousin was perplexed. The elder cousin playfully tapped him on the back of the head, questioning why he was so curious. Let's hurry along. Some things are best left unsaid. At the real estate office, a young couple entered hand in hand. They had met in high school, and on a certain evening after their college entrance examinations, they confessed their feelings for one another, thus becoming a couple. Throughout their 4 years at university, they endured a challenging long-distance relationship, ultimately stepping into the workforce together. They often spoke of their future, as if they had already committed to being each other's forever. They even envisioned the banner for their wedding. From school uniforms to wedding gowns, from campus to the altar, from you and me to us. This would surely evoke envy from their parents, teachers, and classmates who once doubted them. Welcome. Are you here to view properties? Guided by a salesperson, the couple began selecting homes. Initially, they were filled with joy and sweetness, imagining the appearance of their future abode, deliberating on decor and furniture choices. However, after surveying one exorbitant price after another, their enthusiasm waned, and silence enveloped them. The young man lowered his head, a sense of inadequacy washing over him. The young woman, too, inexplicably began to harbor concerns about her future. The intimacy they once shared now bore an invisible crack. Honey, I want to buy this one. Nearby, a slender and youthful woman pointed to a property priced at $4.99 million. The man beside her was evidently much older, clearly not from the same generation. If she hadn't called him husband, one might have mistaken him for her father. All right, sweetheart, if you want it, let us buy it. The wealthy man agreed without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing this, the young man felt even more inadequate, while the young woman seemed to waver in her resolve. The harsh realities of life drove apart many who were once destined to walk hand in hand towards the future. Even the most genuine love could eventually be severed by the cruel blade of reality. Here's a small advertisement. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. At 2,000 yuan per square meter. 2 passersby picked up a small flyer. 1 casually tossed it aside. Do you really believe this? It's obviously a scam. 2,000 yuan per square meter? If that were true, I would livestream eating feces. TCH. The other shook his head in agreement. Damn it. My brain must be rusty to even consider this. They walked away without a second thought. However, shortly thereafter, a young figure approached and retrieved the advertisement from the trash. He was an outdoor streamer, specializing in exposing various scams, and had garnered a following of 3 million fans through his authenticity. Dear family, do you see this small advertisement in my hand? A 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom apartment, spanning 120 square meters, is astonishingly priced at merely 2,000 yuan per square meter. Although the city I reside in is not a major metropolis, it remains relatively prosperous, with average housing prices soaring to around 13,000 to 14,000 yuan. Clearly, such a price of 2,000 yuan indicates a fraudulent scheme. So, the question arises, how exactly do they deceive people and what are their tactics? Would you like to know? Double tap the screen to reach 20 million likes. Subsequently, the host will take you on an on-site investigation to unveil the low-cost housing scam. Let us go. Chapter 72. 2,000 yuan per square meter? A deception. Friends, we have arrived. This is the address advertised. As the host gazes upward, he directs his mobile camera toward the residential complex. Upon witnessing the entirety of the community, the barrage of comments erupted. Wow, the architecture of this complex is stunning. Who designed it? Although these buildings appear rather ordinary at first glance, there exists a unique charm that is difficult to articulate. I am an architecture student. The design quality here is surely among the finest in the industry. Such exquisite design. Priced at merely 2,000 yuan per square meter? Unbelievable. I told you the advertisement must be misleading. I wonder what their latest trick is. Hurry. Host. I am eager to uncover how they are deceiving us. Patience, my friends. The sales office is just ahead. The host peers into the distance. The sales office is adorned with numerous banners, proclaiming, all properties at 2,000 yuan square meter. No tricks, just 240 000 yuan for a complete purchase. Full payment, full payment, full payment at 240, 000 yuan. No deception. Can you get a bit closer, host? The banner is too far away to read clearly. I bet there are smaller print details above. The 2000 yuan square meter is likely actually 2000 yuan per 1 square meter with the 1 intentionally minimized to escape notice. I suspect the phrase only 240, 000 yuan is followed by a fine print indicating down payment, a common ruse. When they say full payment at 240, 000 yuan, they must mean the down payment, right? This is just wordplay, only mentioning the total price of 240, 000 yuan without specifying the area. It could very well be enough to purchase merely a restroom. Haha. The host chuckles at the comments, realizing they are quite accurate. Real estate advertisements often employ such tactics, and many have grown accustomed to them. He strides toward the banner, intent on verifying the claims made in the comments. However, the subsequent events left him rather disheartened. Friends, it seems there are no smaller print details on this banner. There genuinely aren't. Don't believe me? Just take a look. He raises his phone, capturing the banner in its entirety for the viewers to inspect. There really is nothing. Impossible, there must be a trick. Could it be red text on a red background? Haha, that's entirely plausible. Red text on a red background. Failing to uncover any deception, both the host and the viewers appeared somewhat disillusioned. After all, the essence of this live stream was to expose fraudulent practices. Yet, without identifying a trick, their mission of deception exposure remained unfulfilled. Do not fret. There is certainly something amiss, merely concealed more cleverly. Allow me to enter the sales office. Upon entering the sales office, he found it thronged with people, a steady stream of individuals coming and going. Humph! All of them are shills. Even a fool can see through this ruse. Indeed, they are all shills. Pretending that the properties are in high demand creates an illusion that if one does not purchase soon, it will be too late. Alas, in today's society, the only genuine aspect is the chicken. Everything else is but a fade. Since ancient times, true feelings have been fleeting, and only schemes win hearts. In business, quality is often disregarded, relying instead on marketing tactics. The host encountered a salesperson. Excuse me, is it true that the price here is 2,000 yuan per square meter? Indeed, the salesperson affirmed, nodding, and began to elaborate. All the properties have a genuine living area of 120 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, all priced at 2,000 yuan per square meter. Listening intently, the host furrowed his brow. What about additional fees? There exists a market ploy where the base price is low, yet supplementary charges are exorbitantly high. For instance, some sell oranges at no cost, but one must purchase their bags at 30 yuan each. He suspected this was a similar tactic at play. There are no other hidden fees upon purchase. As for the costs after moving in, the electricity is 2 yuan per kilowatt hour, water is 5 yuan per ton, and the property management fee is 150 yuan per household each month. Besides these, from the moment of purchase to moving in and beyond, there will never be any additional fees, the salesperson assured confidently, leaving the viewers in the livestream perplexed. However, skepticism lingered. He's just a salesperson, not the owner. Can his words be trusted? He merely sweet-talking to persuade you to buy, blatantly lying. Such salespeople should be apprehended. How audaciously they deceive. It seemed the scheme was indeed intricate, leaving the host frustrated. His popularity stemmed from cultivating an image of authenticity and truthfulness. If he failed to unveil the trickery today, his reputation would falter, significantly impacting his live-streaming career. After a moment of reflection, he made a resolute decision. My friends, I have always stated that I only engage in authenticity. No deception shall evade my scrutiny. For you, for society, I shall personally invest in a unit today. Let us delve into this matter. Over the years, his commitment to genuine content had garnered him a substantial following and considerable income, with monthly earnings exceeding 100,000 yuan. At 2,000 yuan per square meter for 120 square meters, purchasing a unit would amount to 240,000 yuan, roughly equivalent to 2 months of his live streaming revenue. For him, spending 240,000 yuan to reinforce his persona was a worthy investment. The host is remarkable. We support him. Where else can one find such an outstanding host willing to spend his own money to expose fraud? Although the host's earnings are derived from our gifts, he has saved us from many pitfalls. Gifting him is well worth it. Indeed, it is worthwhile. Spending money on such streamers is certainly more worthwhile than on those who merely peddle goods. I can hardly contain my excitement to witness how the streamer will be ensnared shortly. I suspect there may be some dubious elements in the contract. Haha, a contract, you say? How fortuitous, for I recall that prior to her streaming career, the host was an attorney. If there were indeed any issues with the contract, she would undoubtedly discern them. Haha, it seems she's ventured into a perilous territory, one where the streamer excels. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream has surged beyond 50,000, with the barrage of comments skyrocketing to double the usual engagement, and it continues to ascend. Observing this, the streamer laughed heartily and assured her audience, "Fear not, dear friends. I am a graduate in law, having worked for several years in a law firm, and I am exceedingly adept in my field. Should there truly be a flaw in the contract, I will certainly hold them accountable. Without further ado, I shall proceed to make a purchase. Let us await the outcome." Chapter 73. Hello. Where is the promised routine? I have chosen this one, Building 3, Unit 101. The layouts are all quite similar. The host did not deliberate and directly selected a unit. The house is over here. Sir, please follow me for the inspection. Guided by the salesperson, he entered the community, occasionally pointing his phone camera at the scenery within. The greenery is impressive. It must have been transplanted, which must have cost a fortune. Is there an indoor park? I envy that. Our community has merely an open square, unbearably hot in summer and freezing cold in winter, devoid of any activity. The environment inside is quite pleasant. If only it were truly 2,000 yuan per square meter, how wonderful that would be. Just thinking about it is futile. Even a fool knows that is impossible. No matter how splendid the community's scenery may be, it remains limited, as it is merely landscaping, not a park. Feeling somewhat bored along the way, the host glanced around. "Excuse me, do you know what this place is for?" he inquired, pointing curiously at a distant high-rise building. The salesperson smiled. "Sir, that does not belong to the community. It is an old exclusive shopping mall." Exclusive shopping mall? What do they sell? In the past, they sold gold and silver. Now, only silver remains as the gold merchants have moved on. Selling silver? Where is it? Send me the address. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Where is it? I want to go to Zhongbei Hongyang No. 1 High School, Senior Year. Wang asking for real. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you all so excited? They're talking about selling silver. Ha ha ha. Your true nature is exposed. One by one. Let us catch them all. Building 3 is located deeper within. Took the two of them 5 minutes to arrive. Upon opening the door, the audience became quite agitated as the live stream progressed. Wow, look at this area. It must truly be 120 square meters, and they haven't even counted the shared space. The windows are quite large, allowing ample light. This is simply my dream home. If only I could purchase a unit. Host, check the quality. It could be a shoddy construction, the kind where the plaster falls off with a touch. By the way, don't forget to check the flooring and the plumbing. Prompted by the fans, the host meticulously examined every detail. Having once been a lawyer, he had dealt with numerous cases concerning substandard constructions, giving him a solid understanding of housing quality inspections. He stomped on the floor. If the sound was deep yet slightly crisp, it indicated excellent cement quality, devoid of air bubbles and solid. If it sounded too dull, it suggested low material density and poor load-bearing capacity. Bam! He lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the floor, a look of surprise on his face. Brothers, this quality is quite commendable. Next, he inspected the walls, wiring, and plumbing, and the results were consistently high in quality. As a professional in architecture, I can attest to the commendable quality of this property. As someone engaged in renovations, I can confirm that it is indeed of superior grade for the market. Given that the house is sound, the issues must surely lie within the contract itself. Indeed, there must be discrepancies in the contract. After the inspection, We arrived at the much-anticipated process of property transfer. Returning to the sales office, the host received a stack of documents and materials from a courier. The transfer of property necessitates an array of documents, such as household registration, identification cards, and proof of marital status. Thus, he had communicated in advance with his family, who arranged for a courier to bring these essential documents. Greetings. Here is our transfer contract for your review. The purchase contract essentially functions as a transfer agreement, succinctly described as the developer's transfer of ownership to the client. Upon receiving the contract, the host promptly utilized his legal expertise to meticulously examine potential pitfalls. In reality, contractual traps are omnipresent. One prevalent form involves linguistic manipulation. For instance, when individuals seek employment, they may see job descriptions stating that meals and accommodation are provided, leading them to mistakenly assume that these are included in their compensation. In truth, it merely indicates that the company has a cafeteria and dormitory. However, any meals or lodging would require personal expenditure. A mere difference in wording can convey vastly different meanings. Another instance arises in rental agreements. If a landlord states that the lease term begins at 6 months minimum, it implies a mandatory stay of at least 6 months, with no upper limit. Even if one resides for 2 or 3 years and later vacates, the deposit will still be returned. Conversely, if the contract stipulates a lease term of 6 months, it indicates a rigid 6-month occupancy with no leeway. Upon expiration, the landlord may not provide a reminder, and once the tenant exceeds the duration, they may then demand the deposit deduction along with penalties for breach of contract. There are even more egregious examples. A certain electric bike company, while having no affiliation with any delivery platform, adorns itself with the logos of such services, presenting itself as a legitimate delivery entity. Upon entry, they feign recruitment inquiries while actually promoting their electric bicycles. If one lacks funds, they conveniently offer installment plans with 0 down payment, allowing customers to take the bike immediately and pay in installments thereafter. However, the reality is that they are merely directing you to a loan application disguised as their proprietary software, which facilitates borrowing money that must be repaid through the app. When the host first graduated, lacking social experience, he inadvertently encountered numerous pitfalls, resulting in considerable financial losses amounting to tens of thousands. Upon careful inspection, there are surely hidden issues. Contracts must be approached with utmost diligence. Fortunately, the host possesses a legal background. The average person would struggle to navigate this. What is the outcome? Observing the comments from his viewers, the host furrowed his brow, pondering the urgency in their messages. How perplexing. There appears to be no discernible issue with this contract. He reassured his audience, "Please allow me a moment to meticulously review it once more. Do not rush me." With renewed patience, the host scrutinized the contract in its entirety. Yet, as he concluded his examination, he remained at a loss for any discrepancies. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Could it truly be legitimate? He navigated to a web page, utilizing the information within the contract to investigate the real estate company. Yuheng Real Estate Development Company, Limited, established, June 29, 2023. Business scope: real estate development. Registered capital. Location of registration. Alongside various certificates, including the state-owned land use certificate and the construction land planning permit, the developer's credentials appeared to be impeccable. Delving deeper, he reviewed the project development data. Project number 001, Development City, Yang City, Northern Jiangbei Province, Zhezhou, and continued through the entries project number 002, and so forth up to project number 015. Each detail confirmed the company's legitimacy, with no indications of fraudulent sales or shell companies. Thus, it seemed that the developer was indeed genuine, with all requisite documentation in order. Yet, he found himself perplexed. With no issues apparent from the developer, the contract, or the property itself, where then lay the problem? In that moment, both the host and his multitude of viewers were enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 74. Madness. A frenzy of sales. Amount: 240,000. Transfer successful. With a sense of bewilderment, the host promptly paid the full amount. He had to succeed in debunking the myth today. Otherwise, this live stream would be deemed a failure, leaving his tens of thousands of followers disheartened. Please hold on, sir. I will process the transfer paperwork for you. The transfer procedures, broadly speaking, encompass two main tasks. The first involves registering information online, entering the client's details into a database, thereby binding the property to the individual in question. The second task requires the seller to pay the deed tax, which is approximately 1/5 of the total purchase price. These procedures are straightforward and can be completed on-site. After patiently waiting for several hours, the paperwork was finally completed. The host gazed at the property purchase certificate and related documents in his hands, his expression one of disbelief. Is this really happening? This property is mine now. Indeed, sir. The sales representative affirmed with a nod. We have already processed your property certificate on your behalf. However, it will take some time for you to receive it. The property certificate is issued only after the transfer is finalized. The approval and processing do require a certain amount of time. It cannot be obtained on the same day. The host was fully aware of this and had no concerns. Let me confirm once more. Building 3, apartment 101, that property is mine, correct? Yes, sir. The host stood frozen in place, while the barrage of comments exploded on the screen. According to regulations, once the transfer is complete, the property ownership is established. The property certificate is merely a procedural formality. I can hardly believe the host has successfully purchased it. Wow, I'm stunned. It can actually be bought, and at $2,000 per square meter. No way. Is there really no catch? Am I dreaming? In this era, such conscientious real estate developers still exist. Damn it. I must be hallucinating. Someone wake me up. Excuse me, I just entered the live stream. Could someone explain what has happened? Hurry. Tell me the address. I need to buy one quickly. Host, quickly. The address, please. Sends 3 arrows of fortune. I've sent you arrows of fortune. Please share the address. Brother, I beg you, hurry. If I'm late, it'll be gone. The comments flew by in a frenzy, too rapid for the host to even glance at. In truth, he had little desire to read them anymore. Today's event was simply beyond his comprehension, shattering his previous understanding. The address is. In his astonishment, the host clumsily revealed his location. Immediately following this, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted. 80, 000, 50, 000, 30, 000, 8, 000. Ah, this is a scam. I'm too far away from there. These folks are incredibly swift. I got into a car accident the day before yesterday, and my car is still in the repair shop. I can't get there. What a pity. I just made a down payment of 300,000 and took out a 25-year loan for one. Why didn't I debunk the myth sooner? Fathers, could you kindly reserve a set for me? The live stream attracted 80,000 viewers from all corners of the nation, including many from Yang City. Upon witnessing the broadcast, they promptly gathered their documents and drove to the venue, with some even managing to meet the host in person. Sales. Quickly. I want a set just like the one he purchased earlier. I too would like a set, the 120 square meters one, for a total price of 240,000. Where are the documents? Alas, I rushed out and forgot my household registration book. Father, please hurry and bring me my household registration book. What? You're at the club? Hurry and get over here. I need that book. Swiftly. Ahem. Dad, that was a slip of the tongue. Just hurry up. We can explain later. Hello, cousin. Could I borrow some money? I only need an additional 20,000. I'll repay you 30,000 by the end of the year. I promise. In just a few hours, the sales office was overwhelmed with people. No way, is it really happening? A house for 240,000? Incredible. I want another one. I apologize, sir, but each household is limited to one purchase, the sales representative reminded him. Limited to one per household. What's going on? Never mind. I'll have my cousin come and purchase it in his name. Half an hour later. I'm sorry, sir, but each household is limited to one purchase, and you do not qualify. What? This is my first purchase. The sales representative simply waved him off, indicating refusal. Cousin, I didn't let anything slip. How did they figure it out? This is truly bizarre. Could they be monitoring me at all times? It's as if they can read my thoughts. What's happening here with all these people? Who knows, this community just opened. Perhaps they're having a promotion. Passers-by observed the scene with puzzled expressions. Promotion? My foot. They must have hired actors to create a faude of popularity. You're absolutely right. Real estate sales are notorious for such deceptive tactics. Hey, second brother. What brings you here? This Monday. Shouldn't you be at work instead of here playing a role? What little money is there to be made? Oh, it's you. Who told you I was playing a role? Let me tell you, the houses here, is it true? Second brother, are you pulling my leg? Believe it or not, I don't have time to chat. I need to head home for my household registration book. Witnessing his urgent demeanor, passers-by grew increasingly curious. Let us go see what's happening. The crowd waiting in line nearly blocked the entire road. Taxi drivers honked frantically, yet the throng remained unmoved. Are you all out of your minds? Is it a line for a chicken egg that stretches onto the road? Never seen a chicken egg before? The traffic congestion worsened, with vehicles unable to enter or exit. Drivers, looking utterly defeated, exited their cars, some even contemplating calling the traffic police to restore order. However, it was not long before they were captivated by the banner hanging nearby. After observing for a while, many succumbed to the allure. Do not congregate, do not congregate. Your actions have severely disrupted traffic. The traffic police arrived, prepared to maintain order. Yet, upon learning of the situation, their resolve began to waver. After a moment's hesitation, several individuals decisively abandoned their official duties and joined the throng of homebuyers. What a joke! A mere fine for neglecting work? With the purchase of a home here, I could forego a decade of labor. Even a fool knows how to make the right choice. Why are there so few people looking at houses today? I have no idea, boss. At a real estate sales office, the lobby was eerily quiet. Typically, at least 200 individuals would visit daily, with an average of 5 to 6 transactions completed each day. Yet today, only a scant few showed up, and not a single sale had transpired. Where is the sales team? Everyone, come here. Contact clients, make some calls. One top salesperson opened their contact list and found a longtime customer. The call connected, but before they could speak, a cacophony erupted from the other end. Mr. Wong, this is Xiao Lu. How did you find the property you viewed last time? The salesperson inquired, but the noise was so overwhelming that they could not discern whether the response was audible. Mr. Wong, can you hear me? Beep, beep, beep. The call abruptly ended. The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Let someone else try. Hello, Brother Lee, it's me. You. I'm busy, goodbye. The response was swift, and the call was terminated. The entire conversation lasted less than 3 seconds. Try again. Hello, you. Don't call me again. It's annoying. Get lost. This time, before they could utter a word, a barrage of insults met them, and the call was cut off. Again, the boss, undeterred, commanded the sales department to make over 100 calls in succession. The outcome was invariably the same. Either the call was ended abruptly or met with indignation before being severed. Even customers who had previously committed to purchasing and were preparing loan or transfer documents suddenly reconsidered. What on earth is happening today? Silence fell over the group, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound stillness. Chapter 75. Apologies. No work during holidays. Shocking. A certain third-tier city's real estate market unexpectedly reveals an astonishing price of 2,000 yuan per square meter. Have we traversed time? Housing prices revert to 2,000 yuan. A particular anti-fraud streamer spends 240,000 yuan on a house with the intent to expose a scam, but the outcome is unexpected. This anti-fraud streamer claims, if there truly exists a house priced at 2,000 yuan per square meter, I shall perform a handstand and urinate live on air. Is the price of 2,000 yuan per square meter mere hype, or is there veracity to it? Suspicions arise that a certain real estate company is engaging in marketing tactics, drawing thousands to queue for gifts. Traffic in a certain area of Yangqing comes to a standstill, and several traffic police dispatched to maintain order mysteriously go missing. As night falls, everyone concludes a day of labor and returns home. Some, upon unlocking their phones, intend to unwind by browsing short videos. Yet, a barrage of trending notifications erupts on their screens. On the Yangqing forum, the top 10 hot searches are dominated by a single topic: Aside from one post concerning a celebrity's private life, the comments section is rife with diverse opinions. 2,000 yuan per square meter? Pray tell, what pose must one adopt to dream such a dream? How amusing. Some actually believe this is genuine, but it is merely a marketing ploy. Are you certain it is not 2,000 yuan for 1 square meters? The 0 is intentionally written small, obscuring the truth. Those above, refrain from spreading falsehoods. I have witnessed a streamer conduct an on-site investigation and indeed purchased a property. To those above, cease your unfounded claims. Is there any authenticity in live broadcasts? Undoubtedly, it is a staged act, a mere performance. Ha ha ha, while you debate the truthfulness of the matter, the astute have already begun to take action. Hey, can you all keep it down? Are you thrilled to attract everyone here? Ahem, do not mislead. There is absolutely no such occurrence. You must not come. It would be a waste of time if you did. In the midst of the frenzied discourse online, clever individuals and opportunists who prefer to believe in possibilities abound. The following morning, the security shutter of the sales office is forcefully pushed open. Give it to me. I have cash in hand, ready to pay immediately. Is it possible to reserve? Please reserve a spot for me. Damn it, I just invested in a store. I am short on funds now. Hey, Lao Ma, haven't you had your eye on my apartment? I'll sell it to you for half price at 2 million. Transfer the money now. Stop talking nonsense. I urgently need money. 2 million right now, hurry. We've been friends for years. Would I ever deceive you? Then how about lowering it a bit more to 800,000? What do you say? I'll have my wife bring the property deed for the transfer. On the other side, Lao Ma gazes at the house originally priced at 4 million, now acquired for just 800,000, and is instantly ecstatic. However, upon receiving a phone call, his composure shatters. What? 2,000 yuan per square meter for 120 square meters? I cannot believe it is true. Alas, it is no wonder that Lao, who hastily disposed of his property for a mere 800,000. The situation is indeed lamentable. How could you betray us, old friend? I am inclined to believe nothing you say. Apologies, but each household is restricted to a single purchase, and you have already acquired one. Kindly allow others the opportunity. Sir, I regret to inform you that you already possess real estate and do not qualify as a first-time buyer, thus conflicting with our regulations and precluding further acquisitions. The sales representative politely conveyed to several clients. Prior to the sale, Lin Yu contemplated numerous possibilities, including individuals who already owned homes wishing to stockpile additional properties, or those aspiring to purchase in bulk at a reduced price only to resell at a profit. Consequently, Lin Yu employed his avatars to utilize their investigative skills on every prospective buyer to ensure none were merely engaging in speculative ventures. His sales target was exclusively the young demographic unable to afford homes due to exorbitant prices, limiting each to a single unit. As the news spread, a multitude of individuals from outside regions flocked to Yang City, eager to partake in the opportunity. Within a mere 3 days, a staggering 30,000 units were sold, with thousands of sales avatars tirelessly attending to clients. The competition was so fierce that some prospective buyers neglected to view properties and proceeded directly to payment and contract signing, with the transaction speed continually escalating. Simultaneously, within a certain real estate sales department, a disgruntled manager lamented the lack of clientele, realizing that malicious price reductions were the cause of their misfortune. Is this not a serious disruption to market order? The boss, infuriated, struck his fist against the wall. Curse it. Quickly, contact the Price Bureau to report this. Just the charge of malicious price competition would suffice for them to face severe consequences. Following the boss's orders, the sales department manager dialed the Price Bureau's number, only to be met with a mechanical response. Dear customer, greetings. Our office is currently observing a weekend and statutory holiday, expected to conclude on October 6th. For inquiries, please contact us during business hours from 9 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. on weekdays. The automated message repeated thrice before the boss snatched the phone from the manager's hand and hurled it to the ground in frustration. Damn it! It is only the 2nd. How can they be on holiday until the 6th? What is going on? The manager flipped through the calendar, noting the confluence of weekends, the Mid-Autumn Festival, and National Day. Boss, they actually began their holiday on the 26th of last month. The 26th and 27th were weekends, followed by the 28th, 29th, and 30th for the Mid-Autumn Festival. From the 1st to the 7th, it is National Day. Due to adjustments, they will return to work on the 7th. Hence, they are not on a 5-day holiday but an 11-day break. The boss erupted in a tirade. Surely someone must be on duty. Yet, there is not a single soul present. You lazy good-for-nothings. While your work ethic is lackluster, you certainly excel at taking time off. During such holidays, the average individual typically manages to take only 5 or 6 days off. Some employees from certain companies may find themselves with a mere 3 days of respite. Yet, these others have managed to secure a full 11 days. If this continues, the clientele in Yangqing will be entirely depleted. The primary demographic suited for purchasing homes comprises young individuals at the stage of starting families. This group constitutes their most significant customer base. Should all the young people flock there to acquire properties, the houses in their possession will struggle to find buyers. The losses incurred will be far from trivial. Initially, there was hope that the Pricing Bureau would address the situation promptly. However, it turns out they are on holiday as well. Each additional day of delay allows the opposing side to sell a little more, thereby diminishing their customer resources. Every individual lost equates to a reduction of tens, if not hundreds of thousands in profit. Damn it, who is the fool responsible for this? At 2,000 yuan per square meter, they can't even recoup their costs. Is this not a case of inflicting self-harm while attempting to undermine the enemy? Foolishness. Engaging in a price war will lead to your demise. Chapter 76. Returning the favor in kind. As the events gradually escalated, news swiftly spread across the nation, leaving countless individuals in a state of shock. Initially, upon encountering the news, I suspected it was a fabrication. Little did I anticipate its authenticity. This holiday truly evokes memories of the year 2000. I still recall the first snowfall of 2002, which arrived slightly later than usual. The price of 2,000 yuan per square meter is hardly sustainable. How can the developers not face ruin? I am at a loss to understand which real estate magnate has lost their senses to sell at such a paltry rate. Does the Price Bureau not intervene? This constitutes malicious price competition, severely disrupting the market order. The person above, it is evident you work in a private enterprise. The Price Bureau has long since gone on holiday, enjoying a break that extends over several days due to the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. Any oversight will have to wait until they resume work. Ha ha ha, you are absolutely correct. The banks are no different. When I went to conduct business, they informed me they were closed for the holiday, advising me to return once they were back. Perhaps it is for the best to seize this opportunity to acquire a property quickly. Otherwise, one risks missing out due to potential confiscation. You speak wisely. I shall join in. The person above, what are you thinking? Do you believe it is that easy to snatch one up? I am currently in Yang City, standing in line with tens of thousands ahead of me. I question whether my turn will ever arrive, and you still wish to come? I too am waiting in line, fully equipped with bread and bedding, prepared to camp here. I shall see who dares to cut in line. As time passed day by day, Lin Yu glanced at the panel. Name: Lin Yu, funds, 16. 435 billion skills. Damage transfer, exploration, shared inventory, one-click construction, malicious reminder, system level, LV. 6. 500 billion funds required for upgrade. Rewards include 1 million ordinary avatars, 50,000 level 2 enhanced avatars, and 3,000 level 3 enhanced avatars. Current avatars. Ordinary avatars 453,000, level 2 enhanced avatars 9,710, level 3 enhanced avatars 430. Current assets. An office building, valued at 300 million, special mall, LV. 6. Level increases with system upgrades. Higher levels enhance the probability of refreshing high-tier items. In just 7 days, nearly 80,000 housing units had been sold. The primary hindrance lay in the time-consuming processing of paperwork. Many individuals lacked complete documentation and required their family members to make additional trips. This led to considerable delays. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the current pace. Malicious reminder. Due to 98 of individuals surrounding the electronics factory being avatars of the host, the factory owner's attempts to recruit new workers have failed. They intend to lure employees from other cities at low prices, thereby replacing existing workers. Implementation is expected in 5 days. The avatars surrounding the electronics factory were temporarily dispatched by Lin Yu solely to impede the factory owner's efforts. Once the mission concluded, the avatars would be withdrawn. Those who sought to set up stalls would do so, while others would pursue different employment opportunities. The aim was to leave genuine job prospects for the true passersby. After all, Lin Yu's current earnings do not primarily depend on avatars laboring. Yielding a portion of employment opportunities is inconsequential. A malicious reminder. Due to the host's decision to sell residential properties at an exceedingly low price, which severely undermines the interests of competitors, multiple reports are expected. The Price Control Bureau will intervene in 2 hours. 2 hours? Lin Yu murmured. Is it finally here? I've been waiting for you. As the Price Control Bureau opened its back-end system, the complaint hotline erupted with calls. The director was perplexed. He had merely taken a brief vacation abroad, yet upon his return, he found himself inundated with issues. Hello, what seems to be the problem? He answered the first call, only to discover it was a complaint against their own service. Even during holidays, there should be staff on duty. I've been trying to reach you for 5 or 6 days, and not a single operator answered. What's going on? In service-oriented work, there is typically a duty roster even during holidays. However, the director had been preoccupied with preparations for his trip, resulting in this significant oversight. Despite this blunder, the director remained unflustered. He recited a well-rehearsed spiel. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the unsatisfactory experience you've encountered. We have investigated the matter, and it was due to an error by a temporary employee. That individual has since been terminated. We assure you that management will be reinforced, and we hope for your understanding. After delivering his scripted response, he ended the call. Temporary worker. I wonder who concocted this convenient scapegoat. It's quite effective. Suddenly, the phone rang again. The director answered, but his expression changed dramatically. What? Is this true? Selling at only 2,000 yuan per square meter? This is blatant malicious competition. He hung up the phone and waved his hand decisively. Brothers, let us go. We have work to do. A group of them boarded the vehicle and set off toward their destination. Inside the car, 2 employees whispered to each other. Did you manage to buy it? I did. I waited in line for 3 days and nights to secure it. Me too. I almost starved in the process. There was no choice. If we didn't buy quickly, we'd be dealt with. Speaking of which, thank goodness our bureau had a break for over 10 days. Otherwise, I would have missed this golden opportunity. Don't let the director hear you, or we'll be fired. Meanwhile, en route to the Price Control Bureau, events unfolded at the sales office. Everyone found themselves blocked outside, with signs declaring a business error and a temporary halt to sales hanging everywhere. Simultaneously, a massive announcement board was prominently displayed. Regarding the sale of residential properties at the low price of 2,000 yuan per square meter, the setting of this price does not reflect our intentions. It is the result of a temporary worker's actions, which maliciously altered the pricing, leading to significant financial losses for our company. Upon learning of this matter, the chairman collapsed and is currently receiving emergency medical attention. The specific reasons are under investigation. An hour later, officials from the Price Bureau arrived. Gazing at the announcement, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The actions of a temporary worker. The chairman's critical condition. They now struggled to find a responsible party to hold accountable. Director, this group is quite cunning. They anticipated our arrival and immediately began deflecting blame. The tactic of blaming a temporary worker is so old that it is hard to believe anyone would accept it. Hearing the remarks from his subordinate, the director furrowed his brow, feeling as though the word cunning might also describe himself. You little rascal, are you implying something here? He scolded, lightly tapping the young employee on the back of the head. As a seasoned expert in deflecting blame, he was well aware this was merely an external excuse. However, the crux of the matter lies in. Enforcement must be substantiated by evidence. Without proof to validate the claims of deceit, It is challenging to hold the temporary worker fully accountable. While the temporary worker cannot absolve the company of all responsibility, this narrative significantly aids in preserving the company's image in the public eye. It is akin to an individual whose reputation is already tarnished. When they face justice, the public reacts with satisfaction and applause. Conversely, if someone with a relatively good reputation meets the same fate, the public's response is tinged with compassion. The rationale of the temporary worker has transformed this real estate company from the former to the latter. I was merely victimized by the temporary worker. This was never our intention. Consequently, the enforcement of the law requires careful consideration, complicating the legal process significantly. The director clenched his jaw, his expression grim. The temporary worker. I wonder whose idea it was to concoct this excuse. That term is truly infuriating. Chapter 77. The Will of the People. Announcement. The 2,000 yuan low-priced housing is the result of temporary workers. Latest update. The Price Bureau has now sealed the low-priced housing sales company. Breaking news. The owner of the low-priced housing has collapsed from anger and is hospitalized temporary workers? This excuse has become all too familiar, yet I find myself pondering the true intention behind the price reduction. Why concern oneself with the purpose? As long as one acquires a home, that is all that matters. Regardless, I remain profoundly grateful. Indeed, securing a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room home for merely 240,000 yuan is a remarkable blessing. Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've felt such joy upon seeing an announcement regarding temporary workers. However, I can't help but worry. Will they reclaim the property? After all, this price is exceedingly low compared to the market rate, which likely constitutes illegal sales. Seems that way. Good heavens, they must not reclaim it. I've sold off my old property solely to purchase this one. If it were to be taken back, I would suffer a tremendous loss. What you say does hold some truth. A few years ago, I recall a news story about properties being reclaimed after a price drop. I know, that company was notorious, selling at low prices to gain fame, only to ensnare buyers with contractual traps, ultimately reclaiming the properties through loopholes. It was merely a marketing tactic. The properties weren't a loss, but they effectively advertised themselves. Indeed, I fear this situation may mirror that one. Surely not. That would be excessively unscrupulous. Hey! Stop worrying unnecessarily and check the latest announcement. What? A new announcement? Where? Provide a link. Here it is. Click the link. Company statement. Due to a pricing error set by temporary workers, our company has suffered significant losses and severely disrupted social order. We sincerely apologize for this matter. However, it is too late for regrets. I, Chun Yuheng, chairman of Yuheng Real Estate Development Company, hereby commit, in the spirit of integrity, that there are no hidden clauses in the contract, and no properties will be reclaimed. Please rest assured. Du Fu once said, "How can one attain vast houses to shelter all the cold scholars? Since the situation has reached this point, I shall regard it as an act of kindness." Upon reading the announcement, countless individuals were instantly filled with excitement. Not reclaiming. This is truly wonderful. I am moved. Deeply moved. How can one attain vast houses? How admirable. It is a rare fortune for the world to have such bold entrepreneurs. Yangcheng is fortunate indeed. This is the first real estate company I have ever respected. Indeed, they have acted with true benevolence. Chun Yuheng, I shall remember this name, and when you emerge, I must treat you to a meal. A few days later, after a series of procedural resolutions, the matter gradually subsided. Other real estate developers in Yangcheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the sale of low-priced housing continued, their own properties would struggle to find buyers. Chun Yuheng? That scoundrel has directly depleted half of Yangcheng's client resources. Originally challenging to sell, the situation has become even more dire. Let's initiate a promotion as per usual. First, we will raise the prices, then offer discounts. Upon hearing the boss's instructions, an employee gave an affirmative gesture. However, it wasn't long before he rushed back. "Boss, I just heard some news. It seems another real estate company is selling at a low price." The boss was taken aback. "What? Didn't we already deal with that one? How? Didn't they apprehend him?" The employee waved his hand dismissively. "Not that company. It's a different one. The boss's expression darkened instantly. What on earth is going on? One leaves, another appears. The Price Bureau. What? Another real estate company is selling at a low price. Who has gone mad this time? Let's go take a look. The group drove off, preparing to reach the scene. Yet midway the vehicle was forced to halt. Why have we stopped? Director, there's a traffic jam ahead, and it seems to be quite extensive. The director frowned. Strange. I've traveled this road countless times without a hitch. Why is it congested today? Ahead, a traffic officer was directing the flow. Comrade, why aren't you moving? A driver stepped out of the vehicle, his expression one of resignation. My car broke down. I'm waiting for a tow truck. But the tow truck said it can't get through, so here I am, stuck. The officer queried another individual. And you? Why aren't you moving? Because my car is also broken down. I'm waiting for a tow truck, but it can't reach me either. The officer continued to question numerous people, all offering the same explanation. Meanwhile, by the roadside, one individual was secretly making a phone call. Wife, I'm stuck here. Hurry and make a purchase. Don't worry. With so many cars, we'll be stuck for at least 3 days. No one from the bureau will get through. Not far from him, another was also discreetly contacting someone. Son, hurry by quickly. I'm here, so rest assured. This time, I've called your 3 uncles and 2 aunts. Remember to bring some gifts to thank them later. Thousands of cars were jammed together, making resolution exceedingly difficult. You caused this traffic jam by changing lanes illegally, didn't you? Yes, the other party readily admitted. Points deduction and a fine. All right, how much? I'll give you double. Ha ha ha. He had just received news that his son had successfully secured a property. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of joy. A fine? What does that matter? Here you go. Rare. Severe traffic accident on Yangcheng Road. Expected to take at least 3 days to clear. 2,000 yuan low-priced homes reappear, frantically snatched by the youth. Premeditated or mere oversight? A chilling thought. A sudden shift. The real estate industry in Yangcheng is virtually non-existent. While hearings are underway, awaiting sentencing, on the other side, sales have suddenly commenced. Desiring to intervene, yet hindered by traffic, one finds oneself unable to arrive promptly. Seizing the opportunity during these days of congestion, people engage in a frenzied spree of purchases. After a fortnight of intricate maneuvering, Lin Yu, at the cost of several avatars, successfully liquidated all his real estate holdings. The funds amassed 456 billion. From that moment forth, the entire city of Yangcheng underwent a transformation. Damn it, why won't these people just vanish? He lamented, as the inability to sell any properties became painfully evident. The youth of Yangcheng were limited in number, and Lin Yu had fulfilled the housing aspirations of the vast majority, resulting in an oversaturation of properties. Unable to be sold, these assets were destined to languish in their owners' hands. It was all capital, a tremendous loss. Thud. The real estate mogul gazed despondently at the vacant sales hall and sank to the floor, his expression one of utter despair. It was over, completely over. Chapter 78. A spark of hope. The news from Yang City swiftly spread across the nation. Countless media outlets vied to report on the matter. After all, such an event is profoundly shocking throughout the entire realm of Zhozhou and indeed the world at large. A staggering 150,000 housing units, each configured as 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms covering 120 square meters. Based on the current average housing prices, the total value amounts to at least 200 billion. The astonishing fact that the developers simply discarded this 200 billion is almost beyond belief. This represents a significant impact on the entire Zhozhou real estate sector. How enviable it is. Why am I not a resident of Yang City? Such a pity. You envy your own situation? This is market destruction, do you understand? If housing prices drop, how will Zhozhou's economy fare? The GDP will plummet. There is a complete lack of a broader perspective. To the commenter above, I curse you. Are you perhaps a real estate mogul? My God, a broader perspective? I am on the brink of starvation, and you lecture me on a broader vision? Ridiculous. A broader perspective means I should toil endlessly to fill your bank account? Spare me your manipulation. Damn, even beggars live better than I do. A beggar may be without a penny, but I owe over 1 million. Now I risk my life to pay off a mortgage, and when I fall ill from exhaustion, I must sell my house to pay for medical expenses. In the end, I am left with nothing both in wealth and health. Alas, Juzhou is populous, yet resources are finite. Inevitably, some must serve as cannon fodder. Since they are cannon fodder, who cares about their survival? TSK. Brothers, let us be subtle. Beware of being reported for reactionary remarks and having the internet authorities knock on our doors. Subtlety, my foot. What constitutes reactionary remarks? This is reality. Anyone who reports me is simply feeling guilty. I am truly baffled. Why are my comments constantly being auto-filtered? The online disputes continue unabated. The events in Yang City seem to act as a spark, igniting the discontent simmering within the populace. It is akin to glimpsing a glimmer of light in the darkness, yet feeling distanced from it and unable to reach it, resulting in despair and disappointment. Where are the comments? I clearly saw thousands beneath the post just moments ago, yet now they are all filtered out. Reminder. Please adhere to community standards. Adhere to what? Reminder. Please adhere to community standards. Reminder. You have been subjected to a 7-day ban for inappropriate comments and will be unable to post any further. Reminder. This post has been deleted for promoting unhealthy discourse, and the poster's account has been permanently banned within a rental room. A young man sets down his phone with a cold laugh. So, you think that by silencing voices, there will be no issues? With bans and deletions, you truly have your way. Detected that the host has completed the sales task. Earning an additional sales reward. 35. 5 billion in funds. The greater the influence, the higher the reward. Please continue, host Lin Yu. This task reward is indeed substantial. Given this, expanding the scale could be considered. One must consume food bite by bite and approach task step by step. Yang City serves merely as a starting point. However, to expand business on a grand scale, the necessity of clones becomes apparent. Investing 50 billion in funds elevates system level to LV. 7. Acquiring 1 million ordinary clones, 50,000 level 2 enhanced clones, and 3,000 level 3 enhanced clones. System mall level concurrently rises to LV. 7. Increasing the probability of refreshing high-tier items. Name. Lin Yu. Funds. 21. 956 billion skills. Damage transfer. Reconnaissance. Shared inventory. One-click construction. System level. LV. 7. Upgrade requires 300 billion funds. Rewards include 10 million ordinary clones, 500,000 level 2 enhanced clones, 100,000 level 3 enhanced clones, and 100 level 4 enhanced clones. Current clones. Ordinary clones 1, 453,000, level 2 enhanced clones 59, 710, level 3 enhanced clones 3, 430 current assets. An office building, valued at 300 million. Special mall. LV. 7. Level upgrades in tandem with system upgrades. Higher levels increase the probability of refreshing high-tier items. Area of Linjiang City District. 4. 100 square kilometers. Development zone area. 1. 230 square kilometers. Identified suitable construction area. 76 square kilometers. Clone authorization successful. Estimated construction time. 3 months. Area of Chisong City District. 7. 600 square kilometers. Development zone area. 2. 250 square kilometers. Identified suitable construction area. 128 square kilometers. Clone authorization successful. Estimated construction time. 3 months. Hangming City. Yuqian City. Lin Yu swiftly assigned construction tasks across more than a dozen surrounding cities, targeting over 1 million housing units. A rough estimate suggests that in the nation of Juzhou, with a population of 1.2 billion, approximately 300 million individuals have a demand for housing. This demographic is further divided by gender, indicating a total housing demand of around 150 million units. Lin Yu cannot possibly construct all 150 million units in a short time. Naturally, he does not intend to build them all. His objective is simply to instill a sense of threat among current real estate developers. I have properties available at 2,000 yuan per square meter. If you refuse to lower your prices, I shall seize your customer base, resulting in greater losses for you. Once, a group of pirates hijacked all individuals aboard a merchant vessel. The pirates established a rule. The first to voluntarily pay would only need to contribute 100. The second, 200. The third, 400. The fourth, 800. Ultimately, people scrambled to pay, forgetting to resist. Lin Yu employs this very tactic of the pirates. Currently, Yang City alone does not warrant the attention of national real estate developers. However, as he scales his operations and these stakeholders begin to sense a looming crisis, he will be poised to execute his plans with the utmost transparency. The first city to take the initiative in reducing prices needs merely a 50 cut. I shall not encroach upon your clientele, allowing you to mitigate your losses. In the second city, an additional 5 decrease is required. The third city mandates a further reduction of 10. This pattern continues until the lowest price reaches 2,000 yuan. The sooner one reduces their prices, the lesser their losses will be. Should anyone remain obstinate, I shall establish my presence in their city, thereby seizing their entire customer base. They must choose between incurring minimal losses or facing complete ruin. I pose this question to you. How will you decide? To confront an adversary, total annihilation is not necessary. A mere grain of sand in their shoe can cause immense discomfort. Lin Yu operates in the shadows while they remain in the light. Should you refuse to yield, I shall persistently wear you down. As for any potential obstacles that may arise, Lin Yu can only declare I possess a doppelganger. Do you? Chapter 79. Black eats black. Current clones, ordinary clones 1, 453, 000, level 2 enhanced clones 59, 710, level 3 enhanced clones 3, 430. Lin Yu possesses an astonishing 1.45 million ordinary clones. The number required for construction is merely in the tens of thousands. Excluding those engaged in factory work and stalls, Lin Yu has an additional 600,000 individuals awaiting summons. He calculated that these ordinary clones possess average capabilities, if merely dispatched for labor, yielding a net profit of 5,000 yuan per person per month. The total for 600,000 would amount to 3 billion yuan monthly. Although this sum is considerable, it is but a drop in the bucket for Lin Yu, who requires a staggering 300 billion for system upgrades. Relying on labor alone could take an eternity. As for selling properties, that endeavor will not bear fruit for another 3 months. During this interim, he intends to make no waste of time. Where might he procure some funds? In contemplation, a name suddenly emerged in his mind. Hong Xing, one of the gang leaders from Zhuzhou whom he had eliminated in the Magic City. At the time, his focus was on dispatching Lin Xiong, and he had paid little heed to Hong Xing. In retrospect, it was a significant oversight. From Hong Xing's memories, he gleaned that the man commanded a vast commercial empire. He owned no fewer than 20 underground casinos scattered across the nation, with a cumulative worth approaching 1 trillion. However, this merely constituted a fraction of his business. The bulk of his profits stemmed from arms trafficking. Moreover, his dealings were not limited to mere smuggling. He had established his own weapons production base. Continuously engaging in external sales, his primary markets included the Yakuza in Sakura Country, the Golden Triangle, Myanmar, and the Eagle Nation. Each transaction ranged from hundreds of millions to billions, with the largest trade amounting to an astonishing 400 billion. The scale of this industry is nothing short of terrifying. Nevertheless, this sector was not monopolized by him alone. He had formidable rivals, notably his arch-nemesis, He Gui. He Gui operated within nearly identical realms of business but had emerged later than Hong Xing, thus remaining perpetually subdued. In the spirit of competition, the two had engaged in numerous covert skirmishes. During Lin Yu's assassination of Lin Xiong, Hong Xing was clandestinely strategizing, intending to expend great resources to eliminate He Gui entirely. The casino venture was merely a segment of this grand design, feigning a transaction to lure out He Gui and execute his plan. Regrettably, Lin Yu's unexpected arrival shattered his scheme. With Hong Xing now deceased, it was inevitable that He Gui, as his rival, would seize control of his empire, thereby becoming the largest arms dealer in Zhuzhou. The resources under his command undoubtedly represented a monumental sum. Should he absorb the entirety of the operation, several trillion would surely be within reach. Lin Yu had set his sights upon this lucrative prize. However, the strategy to digest this bounty required careful planning. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the contributors of the exquisite flowers. Hao Miao, the second-hand enoki mushroom, Yun Feng, and Qing Ling Yisheng. Additionally, I am deeply thankful for the generous gifts from Guangzhou's Su Feinyang, Jiu, the culinary enthusiast Ouyang Ying, and others. Chapter 80. The Grand Scheme. Magic City. Shiyun Square. The already bustling square became even more crowded due to Lin Yu's doppelgangers. According to Hongxing's recollections, his power ranks third among the major criminal forces in Jiuzhou. The first is Brother Kuan, a man who straddles both the legal and the illicit worlds. On the surface, he appears to be the proprietor of a top-tier real estate firm in Jiuzhou. Beneath this faade, however, he is the largest human trafficker in all of Jiuzhou, and indeed in the entire country, often operating in the Golden Triangle and the regions of Myanmar. Due to his public persona, he refrains from exposing himself freely, rarely making personal appearances. Even during gatherings of several bosses, he merely sends his subordinates in his stead. The second in command is a foreigner, whose real name remains unknown. His underlings refer to him as Brother Zai, while the other bosses call him Old Turtle. His operations are conducted with extreme discretion and caution, akin to that of a millennia-old tortoise, retreating at the slightest hint of disturbance. He meticulously observes any signs of trouble, leaving no detail unexamined. His primary business, drug trafficking. Hongxing holds the third position, not due to a lack of strength but merely as a reflection of his current ranking. He is the youngest among the five, having expanded his enterprise to such a scale in just over a decade. This success can be attributed to the industry he operates in, firearms. With sufficient firepower at his disposal, he can overpower any rival. The first two can only maintain their dominance over him because they started their ventures a few years prior. Should Hongxing survive, ascending to the top position would merely be a matter of time. Fourth is Old Ghost, who shares the same business as Hongxing but began his endeavors later and has always found himself overshadowed by Hongxing. The fifth, known as Old Guang, specializes in fraud and money laundering. His standing among the five is notably low. In many respects, he is akin to a petty thief or con artist, operating clandestinely and with great caution. In contrast, figures like Black Ghost are comparable to bandits or robbers, brazenly engaging in their malevolent activities. His strength pales in comparison to the other four, rendering him exceedingly low-key during gatherings, wary of provoking anyone. These five individuals effectively monopolize all of Jiuzhou's illicit industries, burdened with immense profits. Such profits inevitably attract calamity and even the specter of death. Consequently, each one strives to conceal their whereabouts diligently. Even someone of Hongxing's caliber would find it nearly impossible to locate the others without specific leads. Now, Lin Yu's sole avenue to find them lies in their gatherings, which typically occur in the wake of significant events. For instance, after a crackdown in Jiuzhou or any international developments that might impact their interests, they convene to discuss strategies in response to emerging threats. An example of such an event is Hongxing's demise, which has left a power vacuum, severely disrupting the existing industry landscape. Subsequently, they gather to exchange information while deliberating on the division of Hongxing's territory. Thus, in order for Lin Yu to locate them, he must first orchestrate an event of considerable magnitude, one that would compel them to reveal themselves. Robbing an underground casino undoubtedly presents itself as an optimal choice. At that moment, a passerby, distracted and oblivious, accidentally spilled bubble tea onto the avatar, promptly offering an apology. However, the avatar did not deign to acknowledge him, brushing past without a glance. The passerby shook his head, musing, "This individual possesses quite the temperament. It is rare to encounter such a patient soul in today's society." Continuing on his way, the passerby remained unaware that the avatar he had just commended for his composure had already entered a subterranean passage within the shopping mall, gripping dual firearms, fully prepared for the impending carnage. Chapter 81. A Band of Madmen. The leopard, the leopard, the leopard. The game begins 3-2's a leopard. How exhilarating. A gambler, with only a few thousand left, placed his last bet on the leopard, determined to take a final risk. Miraculously, he succeeded. 5,000 turned into hundreds of thousands in an instant, landing him a fortune exceeding $1 million. In celebration, he tossed a handful of chips into the air, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. A shrewd onlooker, after snatching up the chips, promptly produced a cigarette and lit it for the gambler. Following the lighting of the cigarette, he effortlessly secured an additional reward of 10,000 chips. The gambler, now perceiving himself as a deity of fortune, reveled in the adulation of those around him, seemingly oblivious to his earlier predicament of having only 5,000 remaining. "Continue, continue," he exclaimed, grasping his chips, eager to place another bet. However, just then, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Instantly, irritation washed over him. "Damn it! Who dares to disturb my excitement?" He turned, ready to confront the intruder, only to find a dark gun barrel aimed squarely at his head. The cigarette fell from his mouth, and the chips in his hand began to tremble. "We seem unacquainted. Why bang?" He barely finished his sentence before the gun discharged, a plume of smoke rising as blood erupted forth, and he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the entire casino fell silent. Then, the ominous sounds of safety catches being disengaged echoed throughout. The patrons realized, to their horror, that the casino had been surrounded.
Bang, bang.
Bang! There was no time for them to react. Bullets rained down, enveloping the scene in a cloud of crimson mist. Some attempted to flee, but all exits were barricaded, leaving them with no escape. "Who are you? I have nothing to do with you." Bang! One individual attempted to plead, but was cut short as he was shot dead. Deeper within the casino, the floor manager froze in shock. "Is there trouble?" he inquired. "Brothers, let us go." He waved his hand towards the back room, intending to lead his men to safety. Armed, he felt invincible, yet reality shattered his expectations. As he swung open the door, countless gun barrels were already trained on them. There was no chance for evasion. They fell one by one. Under the relentless barrage of gunfire, every soul in the casino was extinguished within mere seconds, save for the manager. "Return and inform your boss to relinquish control of the business in Juzhou, and I shall spare his life. Now leave." The sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the floor was horrifying, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. In such a dire environment, the manager was paralyzed with fear, lacking the courage to voice any dissent or resistance. He could only nod frantically. "Understood, understood, I will comply." The assailants departed. He struggled to rise, his face ashen. Watching them leave, he swallowed hard, trembling. He had never encountered individuals so ruthlessly decisive. Even during previous conflicts with the Hongxing faction, both sides resorted to violence only after negotiations had collapsed. After all, those who tread the path of chaos do not seek mere thrills. Their motivations are rooted in personal gain. Whether it is the leaders or the subordinates, the pursuit of benefit prevails. No matter how adversarial two factions may be, such reckless abandon is unfathomable. Engaging in a fierce battle, resulting in significant casualties on both sides, serves no purpose. Yet, this group acts without a semblance of reason, launching themselves into the fray like crazed warriors, each more fervent than the last. The scene left him momentarily bewildered. After swallowing hard, he gradually regained his composure, breathing heavily, grateful to have preserved his life. Nonetheless, the haunting image of the earlier chaos lingered in his mind, casting a long shadow.
Mel.
Lunatics. A multitude of lunatics. Chapter 82. Fishing. Capturing turtles in a jar in the city of Amok. At the periphery of a bar, the atmosphere was tense. The city was under strict lockdown, with normal residents rarely seen on the streets, which had grown desolate. Yet, the bar's business thrived as usual. Outside, a few passers-by wandered, seemingly ordinary but actually observing their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Such a concealed perimeter extended 10 kilometers around the bar. Number 3, all clear. Number 8, all clear. Number 16, all clear. Every 5 minutes, everyone reported their status via long-range walkie-talkies to ensure no incidents occurred. These walkie-talkies were specially designed, equipped with a kinetic sensing system that required them to be shaken at specific intervals. Failure to do so would trigger an alarm. This was currently the most effective and meticulous method of reconnaissance and vigilance internationally. The reason for such caution was the gathering of several notorious crime lords. Inside the bar, three figures sat together. A Kai, the deputy of Kuan Gu, who specialized in human trafficking. Zai Gu, a foreigner known for drug trafficking, nicknamed Old Turtle. And a gaunt middle-aged man, Lao Guang, who was involved in fraud. In a somewhat halting Chinese, Old Turtle inquired, "What's going on? Where has the Black Devil gone? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Akai, seemingly unfazed, smirked disdainfully. "Don't hold your breath. He's consolidated nearly half of the Hung Sing's operations. He's on top now and doesn't regard us at all. With control over several major arms production bases, none of us can touch him." On the day Hung Sing fell, the group had deliberated on how to divide its assets, initially intending for each of the four to take a share. However, the Black Devil abruptly overturned the table, declaring he would take it all. The outcome was a discontented dispersal, with each scrambling to seize whatever they could. Ultimately, the three of them managed to obtain half, primarily from the casinos, while the Black Devil retained the other half, predominantly the arms trade. This significantly expanded his operations and manpower by nearly 70%, far surpassing the others present, establishing him as the undisputed crime lord of the region. Even Kuan Gu, usually the most enigmatic in his movements and identity, dared not confront him directly. Thus, the current predicament was entirely anticipated by Akai. Previously, with Hung Sing around, there was a balance in the arms market. Now that Hung Sing was gone, no one could restrain him any longer. What a bastard! Why did he have to die so soon? Damn! The foreigner cursed. The other two remained silent. While the American was prone to emotional outbursts, the people of Jojo maintained a demeanor of restraint, never revealing their emotions. "Zai Gu, have you discovered who that audacious person is? The destruction of our numerous casinos has been wrought." Lao Guang primarily engaged in fraudulent activities, yielding modest profits. It was only upon assuming control of several casinos under the Hongxing banner that he truly savored the fruits of his labor. However, his elation was short-lived. As calamity soon befell them, the assailants struck without warning, revealing no valuable intelligence, leaving no avenue for investigation. The casinos have been cordoned off by the police, rendering any inquiry virtually impossible. Akai sighed heavily. In truth, Brother Kuan had an informant within the police department, one who had meticulously established their cover over many years for a significant future purpose. Revealing their identity at this juncture would be ill-advised. Hence the informant remained unused. Nevertheless, he surmised the situation. It was likely the same group that had previously targeted Hongxing. Kai spoke in a low voice. The other two nodded in silent agreement. Ordinarily, lesser factions would not dare to confront them, especially not in a simultaneous assault on multiple fronts. It was evident that their adversaries possessed not only formidable strength but also considerable ambition. The demise of Hongxing served as a harbinger of this burgeoning power. "What shall we do now?" Lao Guang asked, a hint of panic evident in his tone. For among those present, his influence was the most tenuous, his firepower the weakest. Should this situation spiral out of control, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. However, the other two seemed equally bereft of solutions. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. A few kilometers away outside a bar. "Hey, sister, why are you still out so late?" A man with a tattoo visible on his neck approached a woman heading towards the bar. Clad in a heavy coat, she attempted to conceal her alluring figure, but her curves still captivated the man's attention, causing him to salivate. What do you want?" The woman's face reflected a flicker of alarm, reminiscent of a virtuous maiden encountering a rogue. This fear only fueled the man's illicit desires. "Sister, it's unsafe to be out here alone at night. How about a chat with your brother?" The woman's terror prompted her to retreat. The man, seizing the moment, grasped her wrist, intent on indulging his whims. Yet at that instant, his earpiece crackled to life. "Unit 29, all clear." The man's enthusiasm waned slightly as he pulled out his walkie-talkie, entering a communication code. "Unit 30, all clear." The sounds that followed were the result of the man manipulating the device with a unique frequency. 2 vertical shakes followed by a circular motion. Once finished, he exhaled, returning the walkie-talkie to his pocket. "Beautiful, you." In a moment of astonishment, a dagger plunged directly into his throat. His artery severed, blood gushed forth, filling his throat, rendering him voiceless. With another swift strike, he succumbed instantly. You underlings have become unbearably arrogant. Maintain your vigilance. Yet, upon seeing a woman, you become utterly incapacitated, futile creatures. Beneath the tranquil veil of night, Lin Yu's doppelganger stealthily approached the bar, moving slowly, ever so slowly. One must not startle the serpent in the grass.
Chapter 83, à surprise.
Unexpected, isn't it? What does Brother Kuan think about this matter?
Lao Guang inquit.
Kai shook his head. I have no idea. Brother Kuan is currently abroad, on vacation with a group of ladies, and he is unlikely to return anytime soon. Here's the plan. He remains in the shadows while we are in the light, which puts us at a disadvantage. Since that person has taken over the casino, we shall let him be for now. As for his demands, we shall not respond. Sooner or later, he will reveal himself. Once we bring him into the open, he will no longer be a threat. Akai's words garnered agreement from both of his companions. For now, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Facing him openly is far easier than dealing with hidden threats. By the way, Brother Kai, should we consider changing our meeting place? I am concerned about this location. No need. Akai waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. What is there to fear? Are you worried that he might track us here? This city is Brother Kuan's territory. Why should we be afraid of him? The vicinity of this bar, within a few kilometers, is filled with my men. Even if he were to come, so what? If he truly does arrive, it would actually be a relief, saving me the trouble of searching for him elsewhere. All right, let us disperse, Akai declared, rising first and pushing open the door to step outside. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, a cold, hard gun was pressed against his temple. The chill of the barrel felt as sharp as a sword, causing Akai's body to tremble involuntarily. This sensation was both foreign and eerily familiar. The last time he had a gun pointed at his head was a decade ago. He never anticipated that such an unexpected turn would arrive so suddenly. Friend, what do you mean by pointing a gun at me? He questioned, deliberately raising his voice in an attempt to alert his subordinates in the adjacent room. Yet, there was no response from next door. The bar's main hall seemed unnaturally silent. In that moment, he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his expression visibly paling. If the bar had been infiltrated, what about the individuals outside? He was baffled. Despite having so many people stationed around, how had the enemy managed to breach their defenses? These useless fools. Akai remained silent, but his eyes betrayed his anger. Inside the room, Lao Guang and Lao Bi also took note of the situation at the door. Damn it! Didn't we agree it was safe? How did they get in? A group of inept individuals. The foreigner frowned, baring his teeth in frustration. He had always prided himself on being the most cautious. Alongside Akai's arrangements, he had set up his own defenses. Yet, even with such double vigilance, they had failed to detect an approaching threat. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected turn of events, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he skillfully retrieved a cylindrical switch from his pocket and, while ducking behind the sofa, pressed it. Boom! The outer wall of the bar exploded violently, creating a gaping hole several men wide. The foreigner with blonde hair leaped from behind the sofa, swiftly extracting a small smoke bomb from his sleeve and detonating it within the room. Dense smoke billowed forth, and within merely 2 seconds, the entire space was engulfed, obscuring everyone's vision. See you. Goodbye. I'll treat you all to drinks later, he exclaimed triumphantly as he dashed towards the exit, not forgetting to taunt them. His reputation as a cunning trickster was not unfounded. Wherever he went, he always prepared an escape route for unforeseen circumstances. This bomb had been meticulously planted in anticipation of this very moment. Moreover, the wall of this room corresponded to the rear of the bar, adjacent to a sewage discharge point, a location seldom frequented by anyone. It served as an ideal escape route he had reserved for himself. You wish to harm me? You bunch of provincial fools. The foreigner vaulted over the wall, ready to mount the motorcycle he had prepared in advance. However, the moment he leapt outside, he was taken aback. A multitude of gun barrels were aimed at him, resembling a colossal beehive. No, no, no. Don't shoot. Please. In moments of sheer terror, individuals instinctively revert to their mother tongue, and he was no exception. Oh well, I had intended to treat you all to drinks. But since it's come to this, shall we do it now? Is there any alcohol? The doppelganger paid him no heed. The foreigner shrugged. All right, no drinks is fine, just don't shoot me. As both captives found themselves ensnared, the local man abandoned any thoughts of escape, discarding his handgun onto the ground, raising his hands in surrender as he stepped forward. His singular desire was to survive. In another part of the city, several police cars converged, executing a state of emergency. As the officers meticulously inspected passers-by, a sudden explosion echoed from a distance.
Bang!
Half a minute later, the captain's radio crackled with instructions. An explosion has occurred on Sonley River Road. Immediately seal off all surrounding areas and conduct thorough inspections of all entrance and exits. Repeat. An explosion has occurred on Sonley River Road. Immediately seal off all surrounding areas and conduct thorough inspections of all entrance and exits. The 5th squad has already departed and is expected to arrive at the night banquet bar within 4 minutes. All personnel, cooperate fully and follow the directives of the 5th squad. In an instant, a multitude of police forces gathered, and the situation in the city became increasingly tense. Chapter 84. The Trail. How is the investigation progressing? What is the situation? A police officer entered. Captain, approximately 736 individuals have perished in the vicinity of Sonley River Road. The cause of death is attributed to knife wounds, and there are scarcely any signs of resistance from the victims. This suggests they were likely ambushed or struck down instantly, leaving them no time to react. The method employed appears to be highly proficient. Many of the deceased were wanted fugitives. Thus, it is initially determined that several factions of organized crime have engaged in conflict. Due to the brevity of time, we have only been able to gather this much information. Upon hearing the report, the captain's expression grew increasingly grave. To silently slay 700 people is indicative of a formidable force. Engaging in such actions in the metropolis reveals their audacity. Notify the 2nd Squadron too. Before the captain could finish his sentence, another officer entered. Captain, a group claiming to be the perpetrators of the Sonley River incident has come to the police station to confess. The captain was momentarily taken aback. In all his years of service, he had never encountered organized crime surrendering, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Surrender? Where are they? They are just outside the police station. Let them in. Captain, you should step outside. There are too many to enter. Too many? How many? Approximately.
2,000 individuals.
Name. Linyu, funds, 298. 956. 000. 000 skills. Damage transfer, investigation, shared backpack, one-click construction system level. LV. 7. Requires 300 billion funds for upgrade. Rewards include 10 million ordinary avatars, 500, 000 second level enhanced avatars, 100, 000 third level enhanced avatars, 100 fourth level enhanced avatars. Current avatars, ordinary avatars 1, 453, 000, second level enhanced avatars 59, 710, third level enhanced avatars 3, 430 current items. An office building, special mall, LV. 7, levels up with system upgrades. Higher levels increase the probability of high-level items appearing through a series of guiding measures. Lin Yu extracted all the funds he could from them. As the capital of the 9 provinces, the safety of the metropolis is of paramount importance, and thus, the allocation of police forces is substantial. Lin Yu did not expect his avatars to make a secure escape. Therefore, after extracting their funds, he instructed the avatars to surrender. Otherwise, the police would trace the clues back to him. Lin Yu sought to avoid complications, directly dispatching 2,000 avatars to resolve the matter. A trivial endeavor, he thought, merely contributing to the construction of the homeland. After all, imprisonment is not without its burdens. One must endure the labor of a sewing machine. Regrettably, 2 are still unaccounted for, necessitating another trip. Initially, Lin Yu had intended to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, the 2 most substantial figures, Brother Kuan and Black Ghost, were absent. Thus, he could only continue with his plans, heading toward Nanshur. They certainly know how to conceal themselves. Lin Yu was taken aback to discover that, among those he had slain, There were indeed undercover agents dispatched by the Black Ghosts, whose purpose was to surveil and eavesdrop on their conversations. However, the Black Ghosts could never have anticipated that Lin Yu possessed the extraordinary ability to access the memories of others. He effortlessly traced the memories back to the lair of the Black Ghosts. This time you were fortunate not to be present. Nevertheless, I have no intention of letting you off the hook. Chapter 85. Capture. In the southern city of Chaonan, located on the remote border of the southern region of the Jiuzhou Kingdom, the area remains economically underdeveloped due to the high salinity of the land, rendering it largely uninhabitable. Much of the territory is characterized by desolate wasteland and abandoned structures, resulting in a near-deserted environment in recent years. However, amidst this desolation lies the largest private arms manufacturing base in the Jiuzhou Kingdom. At this moment, within a dilapidated factory, Brother Gue confirmed that all those individuals had perished. The city of Modu had also begun to enforce martial law, and it was unlikely that this situation would resolve in the coming months. Smoking a cigar with a raised brow, Brother Gue appeared exceedingly pleased. I anticipated this long ago. The killing of Hongxing a few months back undoubtedly had someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Yet they still dare to proceed. A bunch of fools. Although Brother Gue spoke with bravado, a sense of anxiety lurked within him. His claim of foresight was mere pretense. The truth was he had refrained from acting primarily due to a recent colossal order exceeding 1 trillion, which had occupied his time with production. Enough of Modu's affairs. No matter the chaos, it cannot touch us. This order is crucial, so everyone must stay alert. One of his subordinates expressed vague concerns. Brother Gue, transporting such a large quantity of goods at once creates too much noise. I fear we might be detected. Brother Gue, unfazed, replied dismissively. Detected? As long as we don't encounter a large-scale regular army from Jiuzhou, I fear no one. His confidence was unwavering. He had absorbed half of Hongxing's enterprises, and his current strength ranked among the top in Jiuzhou. With an army of 30,000 men and countless firearms at his disposal, he felt secure as long as no regular troops were involved. Moreover, he thought arrogantly that even if regular troops did appear, as long as their numbers were not overwhelming, he might still possess the strength to fight back. All right, load the goods and set off. He intended to transport these items to the dock under the cover of night. Outside, a group of subordinates busily worked, akin to factory supervisors, continuously directing their actions. Move the grenades to that vehicle. These are shells. Be careful not to detonate them. Over there, the lookout was urged to stay alert and not to slack off. Brother Gue's forces numbered 30,000, spread across various private arms manufacturing bases in Jiuzhou. This particular location was the largest, with 1,000 personnel on site. Under the flickering lights of searchlights, countless weapons were being loaded onto vehicles, creating a truly spectacular scene. However, just as everything seemed to be operating smoothly, a sudden gunshot rang out, and the station sentry stiffened before collapsing. Something's happening! Something's happening! The lookout shouted, causing everyone to tense up immediately. What's going on? The supervisor inquired anxiously. The sentry stood frozen in shock, struggling to articulate. There are people coming this way. His voice trembled, nearly rendered speechless by fear. Behold your insignificance. Truly, is it necessary to be so intimidated by mere arrivals? The overseer remarked about the road. No, that is not the case. It is teeming with people. Teeming with people? How many could there possibly be? At the very least. At least. An uncountable multitude. The overseer furrowed his brow and ascended the watchtower. The moment he gazed into the distance, he was utterly stunned. This is at least 100,000. What on earth is happening? Here, 20,000 words have been omitted. The ghost brother has been slain. Having no other recourse, I must forego this portion of the narrative and summarize it. The next chapter will delve into other matters. I beg your understanding. Chapter 86. Interview, name. Lin Yu, capital, 236. 8 billion skills. Damage transfer, reconnaissance, shared inventory, one-click construction system level, LV. 8 upgrade requires 80 billion capital. Rewards include 50 million ordinary avatars, 3 million level 2 enhanced avatars, 500,000 level 3 enhanced avatars, 30 000 Level 4 Enhanced Avatars. Current Avatars. Ordinary Avatars 11, 453, 000. Level 2 Enhanced Avatars 559, 710. Level 3 Enhanced Avatars 10, 343. Level 4 Enhanced Avatars 100 Current Item. An office building, special mall. LV. 8. Level upgrades with the system. Higher levels increase the probability of high-grade items appearing. A total of 200 billion was extracted from the black market, roughly equivalent to the combined sum of the other three individuals. This illustrates the substantial scale of the black market's operations. With over 10 million avatars, it appears the surrounding cities have reached their capacity. It is time to expand nationwide. Lin Yu summoned with a wave of his hand, as millions of avatars descended from various corners of the nation. Some emerged from public restrooms, others from remote and desolate wilderness, and some from inconspicuous alleys devoid of surveillance. Countless avatars began to seek their own avenues for profit. The Level 2 and Level 3 enhanced avatars possessed unique skills in sales, commerce, management, and specialized techniques, ensuring no worries in the realm of career development. However, the ordinary avatars only bore the most fundamental skills and capabilities, lacking the ability to venture into entrepreneurship independently. In the future, once those enhanced avatars flourish, they could collaborate together. But before that, securing employment would be the most prudent choice. In Wuyun City, within a large customer service company, a long line of applicants formed. Manager Liu, your recruitment notice from yesterday seems to have been highly effective. Nearly 100 people have shown up today. Manager Liu, a woman named Lu Yen, dressed in a sharp black professional suit, complemented by sheer black high heels, epitomized the attire of a modern career woman. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yen was momentarily taken aback. So many people. The company specialized in outsourcing customer service for major enterprises. Customer service is a challenging role, often neglected from both ends. Internally, the company fails to address flaws in its operational policies, which can lead to customer complaints and even verbal abuse directed at the representatives, who must endure it. In reality, these issues stem from the company's operations and are unrelated to the customer service personnel. Yet, the company disregards this and uses the representatives as scapegoats, hence the internal negligence. Externally, when customers feel deceived by the enterprise and seek to voice their grievances, they find only the customer service representatives to approach, as they cannot reach the management. Consequently, their frustrations are unleashed upon the representatives. This illustrates the disconnect. The conflict lies between the enterprise and the customer, yet the burden of responsibility ultimately falls upon the customer service staff. This situation is akin to that of a delivery person. When a customer places an order on a platform, the platform promises the customer, "I will ensure your meal is delivered within 40 minutes. The platform promptly distributed the order to an outsourcing company, which in turn dispatched delivery personnel to fulfill the meal orders. Numerous potential issues may arise within this process. For instance, during peak order times, an overwhelming surge in orders may occur, yet the number of delivery personnel remains insufficient, resulting in unassigned orders. A customer may find that, half an hour after placing an order, it has only just reached the delivery person's hands. Additionally, if a merchant receives an excessive number of orders, they may struggle to keep up, causing the delivery personnel to wait for an extended period before collecting the meals, ultimately leading to delays. These complications fall under external responsibilities. However, the platform does not engage directly with the customers, nor do the merchants. Consequently, when problems arise, the delivery personnel become the scapegoats for both the platform and the merchants. After all, the only point of contact for the customers is the delivery personnel, as other responsible parties remain elusive. Despite the fact that the delivery personnel are not employed by the platform, they are still held accountable for the platform's failures, a situation fraught with injustice. The platform boasts to customers of delivering within 40 minutes, yet fails to meet this promise. The burden of responsibility does not rest on the platform but rather on the employees of the outsourcing company, who have no direct connection to the platform. It is akin to a debtor seeking repayment from one party while insisting that the creditor must pursue another for their own debts, thereby absolving themselves of responsibility and creating a convoluted relationship of obligation between the two parties. This embodies a troubling logic of shirking responsibility. Customer service and delivery roles are emblematic of such dynamics, leading to high turnover rates in these sectors. Many individuals find the indignity unbearable after only a few days and choose to leave, resulting in the company's perpetual recruitment efforts. Lu Yan is particularly troubled by this situation, so the sudden arrival of 100 applicants brings her a sense of relief. If she can successfully hire several dozen, at least for a time, she need not worry about recruitment. Hurry, let them come in for interviews. Inside the interview room, the first candidate entered, a spirited young man in his 20s. Lu Yan scrutinized him and felt quite satisfied, prompting her to begin her usual script. Young man, this job requires resilience and a strong work ethic. Is that all right? Before he could respond, she continued, if so, let me outline the salary. A base pay of 1,500. Then, suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her. Without hesitation, she rose and exited the room. Anyone who begins by demanding resilience translates to, the company may not regard you as a person. The phrase merely serves as a euphemism to soften the blow. Hence, he would not tolerate such indignity. Bang! The door to the interview room slammed shut. Lu Yan was left bewildered. Has the interview really ended before it even began? What is going on with today's youth? Is it truly so simple that he could not endure a mere mention of hard work? Next, she called out, Manager Lu, there's no one left. They've all left. What? Over 100 applicants have walked out? Lu Yan stood there in a daze, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, at other recruitment venues, our company mandates overtime work. I wonder if you... I'm sorry, I cannot accept overtime. Goodbye. Should you wish to join our company, you are required to hold a doctorate, possess dual degrees, commit to a 10-year labor contract, accept a single day off per month, and occasionally work overtime. Wait, what is the salary? Approximately 6,000. With effort, earning over 10,000 a month is not an issue. S8 company, farewell. Young man, I am quite satisfied with your resume. There is no need for an interview. You can start immediately. Hold on, you have no questions. But I have many. How long are the working hours? What are the holiday allowances? Is overtime mandatory? And what is the salary? The interviewer appeared somewhat displeased. You have already been accepted. Why do you still inquire about these matters? Why do I ask? I am interviewing your company. Just because you accept me does not mean I will join. You must consider whether I wish to come as well. Please respond promptly. Do not waste my time. The interviewer was left speechless, bewildered. In this day and age, many are struggling to find employment. Being accepted by a company is the greatest favor bestowed upon you. Yet you still dare to be choosy. After a few seconds, the young man stood up and began to walk out.
I am sorry.
But I have decided to pass on your company.
Bang!
May I ask why you chose our company? I am job hunting, you are recruiting, hence I arrived. Several interviewers glanced at the young man simultaneously, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Young man, your emotional intelligence needs improvement. With this attitude, you will find it difficult to secure a job anywhere. Upon hearing this, the young man wore an equally disdainful expression. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. What is this talk of emotional intelligence? What should I flatter you to demonstrate high emotional intelligence? Why do you ask such mindless questions? Day after day, it is the same useless inquiries. If Einstein were to come, would you expect him to offer you a cigarette? His face brimming with excitement and gratitude, expressing his anticipation for the company's nurturing before he is accepted? The young man turned and walked away, leaving the three interviewers exchanging awkward glances. What has become of the youth of the 2000s? They seemed devoid of any emotional intelligence. In my own time, when I interviewed, I was deft and articulate, leaving a commendable impression on the leaders, which facilitated my smooth entry into the workforce. The quality of this generation truly seems to be declining, lacking any understanding of the world. On this day, across various cities in the vast realm of Juzhou, a unique cohort of interviewees emerged. They are devoid of car loans, housing debts, marital obligations, or the pressures of life. They are individuals who do not need to pander to others in exchange for meager resources for survival. Chapter 87. The electric scooter come. Stop. The doppelganger rode his electric scooter towards the office, only to be halted midway by a traffic officer. Electric scooters are prohibited on Hongan Street. A fine of 20. The doppelganger expressed mild astonishment. Electric scooters are not allowed on Hongan Street? I didn't see any no-entry signs. The officer skillfully removed the key from the scooter and calmly replied, "Everyone in Bayshore knows this. How is it that you do not?" "I am not from Bayshore. I am an outsider, having just arrived in this city for work yesterday." The officer waved his hand dismissively. "No need for explanations. You have broken the law, and that is that." The doppelganger felt a sense of helplessness. Throughout his life, he had been taught to stop at red lights and proceed on green, yet no one had informed him of which roads prohibited electric scooters. He acknowledged that, coming from a small town, he was indeed rather uninformed. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he could only accept the situation and resolve to avoid such routes in the future. He took out his phone, prepared to pay the fine. However, at that moment, another electric scooter rider sped past him. The officer attempted to intercept, but the rider accelerated, skillfully maneuvering around. The officer did not pursue but merely watched. Witnessing this scene, the doppelganger furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of injustice. If you are to enforce the law impartially, then it should apply to all violators uniformly. If you lack the ability to manage all infractions, then perhaps you should not be out here at all. What does it mean to penalize some while letting others go unpunished? It seems that the honest must bear the fines, while those who disregard the rules can evade consequences. With a sigh, the doppelganger quietly noted this incident in his mind, as did others scattered across the nation. "Hello, stop for an inspection." At another intersection, the doppelganger was flagged down by a traffic officer. Having learned from the experience of another doppelganger, he initially intended to accelerate past. However, a swarm of 7 or 8 officers suddenly emerged, blocking the entire intersection. One might think they were capturing an international fugitive. Faced with this scene, the doppelganger had no choice but to stop. However, he was not particularly anxious, for he was well equipped, wearing a helmet and riding a scooter that met the new national standards. Yet, he underestimated the rigor of the officers' enforcement. They inspected the pedals for authenticity, ensured the helmet met 3C standards, checked the maximum speed, measured the scooter's length, and verified that the vehicle's weight was within limits. Surrounded by 7 or 8 officers, he underwent a series of inspections in a serious atmosphere, akin to an interrogation of a criminal suspect, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "All right, no issues. You may go." After a lengthy inspection, they found no violations. From their expressions, the officers seemed somewhat disappointed. Of course, this was merely the doppelganger's subjective impression. Perhaps they were simply fatigued. After all, enduring the blazing sun while hiding behind trees for so long was certainly taxing. Reflecting on this, the doppelganger mused that perhaps next time he should intentionally commit a minor infraction. After all, it would be rather unfortunate for them to toil for so long without any results. Upon arriving at the company building, my counterpart was in the process of parking when a security guard called out, prohibiting the action. "Where can I park then?" he inquired. The guard, a lean gentleman in his 50s or 60s, spoke with a distinctly authentic Beijing accent, unmistakably a local. My counterpart circled the company several times in search of a suitable parking spot, but discovered that there were no designated areas for electric bike parking. There were spaces for cars and docking points for shared bicycles, yet none for electric bikes. What a predicament! With time ticking away and the threat of tardiness looming, he reluctantly settled for a curbside spot that seemed inconspicuous. An hour later, an enforcement vehicle, the purpose of which was unclear, pulled up to the roadside. Several uniformed individuals disembarked and pointed at the electric bike parked nearby. "Illegally parked. Tow it away," they declared. With ease, they lifted the bike onto the truck bed. A newly appointed team member, his brow furrowed with concern, worried about his own bike, which he had parked at the entrance of the office. "Captain, where should I place my electric bike to avoid being penalized?" he asked. The captain paused, contemplating, then shook his head. "I don't ride electric bikes. How would I know?" The team member turned to another colleague, who also shrugged. "I used to park on the roadside, but it was taken away for illegal parking. Then I tried the community, and it was seized again, this time for exceeding regulations. They claimed it was necessary to prevent further infractions and ensure I wouldn't ride it again. The irony is, I never intended to ride it. I merely left it there to sell for scrap when convenient, only to have it taken away. Ultimately, I parked it at the company entrance, and no one bothered it. After all, we are all on the same team. Upon hearing this, the concerned team member felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appears that parking at the office entrance is indeed secure. Indeed, we are all colleagues. Chapter 88. Future Technology. Level 4 Enhanced Clone Component Size Level. 60 mm Manufacturing Tolerance. 0. 2 microns. Inside the factory, a Level 4 enhanced clone diligently operated the machinery, employing a series of programming techniques and specialized cooling processes to produce an exceptionally precise bearing component. This precision surpassed even the highest level achievable by humanity, classified as IT-01. Level 4 Enhanced Clone. Possessing the pinnacle of technological advancement attainable by humanity in the next century, Lin Yu gazed at the ultra-high precision component, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The fabrication of high-precision parts is of paramount importance in contemporary technology, with applications spanning a wide array of fields. For instance, in chip manufacturing, vacuum devices, hydraulic equipment, injection molding machinery, and precision transmission systems, the critical factor remains the accuracy of the components. The higher the precision, the better the performance that can be attained. Take, for example, the collaboration with Zhuzhou Airlines. As the precision of bearings or gears increases, the compatibility between components also improves, resulting in a reduced wear rate. This is particularly evident in miniature hydraulic systems, where heightened precision reveals significant advantages, greatly enhancing both machine performance and longevity. Conversely, higher precision leads to more compact components. The more compact they are, the less likely they are to disassemble. In the event of a collision between two aircraft, with identical material hardness and functional configurations, components with greater precision sustain less internal damage. This is because all parts function as a cohesive unit, collectively sharing the impact pressure. The force distributed to each individual component is thus minimized. In a catastrophic scenario where one might sustain extensive damage, the other components remain largely intact, allowing for continued operation. In summary, the manufacturing of high-precision components is vitally significant across civil aviation operations, chip production, and military applications. It represents a formidable challenge that the world is striving to overcome and advance. The entity that first conquers this technology will undoubtedly dominate the global manufacturing industry, its importance rivaling that of the impending fourth technological revolution. Indeed, this may very well mark the inception of the forthcoming fourth technological revolution. Setting down the component, Lin Yu promptly dialed He Jinggua's number. "Hello, Lin, it's been a while. What brings you to call? Actually, it's nothing urgent. I've developed a new technology and wanted to inquire if your company might be interested." Zhuzhou Airlines, as a state-owned enterprise, symbolizes the nation. Lin Yu believed that collaborating with the government on this technology would be the most prudent choice, convenient and secure. Otherwise, retaining it for himself could lead to complications. "Oh, a new technology? What remarkable innovation have you developed?" He Jingua inquired with a chuckle. "Just a component 60 mm in size with a tolerance of 0.2 microns. Ah, congratulations. You. Wait, what did you say?" He Jingua, accustomed to exchanging pleasantries, suddenly realized the gravity of Lin Yu's statement, his voice momentarily betraying his composure. As the project manager at Zhuzhou Airlines, he was no ordinary individual. In the realm of precision machining technology and corporate management, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of excellence. A component measuring 60 mm exhibits a tolerance of merely 0.2 microns. He fully comprehends the implications of such precision. As far as he knows, the utmost precision attainable by humanity for a 60 mm component is a minimum tolerance of 0.8 microns. Yet, Lin Yu claims he can achieve a level of control at 0.2 microns. This revelation leaves him momentarily incredulous. "Lin, are you certain your data is accurate? Could there have been a measurement error, or perhaps a misplaced decimal point? A dimensional tolerance of 0.2 microns is simply unattainable at present," he mused. He regarded Lin Yu as exceptionally adept at recruiting talent, yet he doubted his technical understanding, considering he was just in his early 20s and hardly appeared to be a technical expert. However, based on their previous interactions, Lin Yu did not strike him as someone prone to exaggeration. Thus, he suspected that a technician had either misreported the data or boasted misleadingly to Lin Yu. "No, It is indeed this level of precision. I have already dispatched someone to deliver the components to you. They should arrive within a day at most. You can verify for yourself, Lin Yu assured him. After a brief exchange, He Jingwa ended the call. As evening approached, He Jingwa received the item sent by Lin Yu, a complete set of drive gears. They really sent it? Seriously? Skeptical yet intrigued, He Jingwa made his way to the company's machining workshop to conduct a personal inspection. Minutes later, upon examining the components before him, his eyes widened in disbelief.
Impossible.
Could the measuring tool be faulty? Xiao Lu, bring more sets of measuring tools. He re-engaged the measuring instruments, repeatedly confirming the results. No, it can't be. The data remains unchanged. Could this tool be defective as well? How can it yield the same result consistently? This is perplexing. As he scrutinized the repeated measurements, He Jingwa gasped in astonishment. Ultimately, he had to accept the astonishing reality that such precise components had indeed been produced. Nearby, a data analyst observed He Jingwa's shocked expression and raised an eyebrow, subsequently conducting their own measurements. They too were rendered speechless. Manager, this. After a prolonged silence, He Jingwa regained his composure and immediately reached for his phone to dial a number. Wang Lei, the director of the technical department, the most authoritative and skilled individual within the entire Jiuzhou Aviation Company. Wang, are you at the company? In the R&D room? Good, wait for me. I'll be there shortly to show you something. A few minutes later, He Jingwa arrived at Wang Lei's research and development room. Observing He Jingwa's agitated demeanor, Wang Lei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lao He, what is going on? You're typically so composed. Why the sudden urgency? He Jingwa waved him off. No time for idle chatter. Come and see for yourself. These components possess a dimensional tolerance of merely 0.2 microns, a precision that exceeds our current maximum capability by several folds. He presented the components to Wang Lei and remarked, what? More precise than IT-01 level by several times? Are you jesting? Wang Lei chuckled, dismissing the seriousness of his words. I am not joking. If you do not believe me, measure it yourself. He Jingwa's expression grew solemn, his eyes filled with weighty seriousness. Observing his demeanor, Wang Lei realized that he was indeed sincere, and thus, he subdued his laughter. He proceeded to conduct a thorough and meticulous measurement of the components. This is truly. Wang Lei's expression mirrored that of He Jingwa's moments prior, albeit with even greater astonishment. As one of the foremost talents in this field, he prided himself on his unparalleled understanding of the technology. To claim he was the pinnacle of the industry would not be an exaggeration. Yet, these components before him instantly humbled his proud heart, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond oneself, realms beyond the heavens. What am I but a mere speck beneath the true apex? They have breached the stratosphere. He cradled the components delicately, exceedingly cautious, fearful of any damage befalling them. Nervously swallowing, he excitedly inquired, Old He, who manufactured these? Chapter 89. Patent authorization? Billions at stake. Just a gesture will suffice. Lin Yu? He is indeed the owner of the Yuhui manufacturing plant, with whom we are collaborating. I hold great admiration for his ability to develop such technology. However, a mere few components do not definitively prove anything. It is conceivable that they were serendipitously created. It is akin to tossing a coin and it fortuitously landing on its edge, a matter of probability. Thus, I must observe in person to ascertain that they genuinely possess this technology capable of true production. Wang Lei was thoroughly exhilarated. Should there indeed be individuals who have discovered a stable manufacturing technique, it would herald a revolutionary wave of advancement within the precision manufacturing industry, a truly epoch-making achievement. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. After a brief conversation, He Jingwa confirmed the situation. Lin Yu indicated that we could proceed at any time. Wang Lei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hurriedly made his way outside. Let us go, we depart at once. Ignoring the fatigue of a long day and the dense nightfall, the two drove directly towards Yangqing. The following morning, they arrived in Yangqing and smoothly made their way to Lin Yu's factory. He Jingwa had visited once before, yet it was Wang Lei's inaugural visit. Gazing at the factory's immense scale and the luxurious staffing of the production workshop, he was utterly astounded. With such a multitude of technicians, including numerous top-tier craftsmen, it was no wonder they could develop such advanced technology. This environment was truly conducive to scientific research, starkly contrasting with the corporate settings where social niceties often took precedence. Impressive, truly impressive. Upon meeting Lin Yu, the group exchanged greetings. They then proceeded to a processing workshop, where they observed the manufacturing of a Level 4 enhanced clone up close. I had no idea this part could be constructed in such a manner. It is quite enlightening. Wait, I am somewhat lost here. What is this for? Has it already been completed? I haven't even grasped it yet. Mastery of technology cannot be attained with a mere glance. The crux lies in the programming of the machining paths. Therefore, Lin Yu did not shy away from Wang Lei's scrutiny, allowing him to observe freely. Moreover, he had already dispatched a clone to apply for the patent, which would soon be finalized. Even if Wang Lei were to learn from it, it mattered not. The patent resided in Lin Yu's hands, and any intention to utilize it would necessitate Lin Yu's consent. Before long, a component was completed. Wang Lei eagerly examined the data. The dimensions of the part were nearly identical to those he had seen previously, with precision reaching an astounding 0.2 microns. It was not mere coincidence. They had indeed achieved this technological standard. Lin, brother, this technology is truly remarkable. It will not only greatly benefit Jojo Airlines, but also lead the development of the entire industry. I am confident that the company's higher-ups will place significant importance on this. Upon my return, I shall promptly draft a cooperation proposal to submit, and I expect a response within a day. Let us hope for a closer partnership. However, Brother Lin, may I ask, what licensing fee do you intend to charge for this technology? I need to clarify this for my superiors. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. A mere several billion should suffice as a token gesture. After all, to some extent, I and the Jojo Aviation Company are mutually beneficial, so I do not demand too much. The patent licensing fee for such a significant technology, especially considering the extensive scale and duration of its usage, several billion is truly not excessive. Brother Lin is quite open-minded. Both Wang Lei and He Jingwa gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. The following day, in the conference room of Jojo Aviation Company, a middle-aged man in a gray suit was meticulously organizing documents. His name was Chen Duo, the company's conference director, responsible for overseeing all meetings, including the venue, scheduling, and discussion documents. Before him lay a dozen application files from various departments. Without needing to glance at them, he knew that the vast majority were requests for funding. As a state-owned enterprise, the overarching development policies were determined by high-ranking officials, rendering the opinions of lower-level employees largely irrelevant. No one would be foolish enough to intervene in national decision-making. Thus, regular meetings predominantly revolved around processing funding applications, with few exceptions. What? The project and technical departments are seeking more funds? Haven't they had enough? Chen Duo's expression darkened upon seeing the files from the project and technical departments. Ever since the company decided to undergo extensive expansion months ago, a significant portion of the funds had been diverted to these departments, greatly diminishing the available budget for others, including his own conference department. This displeased him greatly. Damn it, that scoundrel He Jingwa has already taken more than enough. How much more does he want? He should leave something for me. Previously, the conference department received nearly $1 million every month. After accounting for normal meeting expenses and personnel costs, he could pocket approximately 300,000 as surplus. However, with the recent drastic reduction in funding, he found himself with virtually no excess to indulge in each month. A monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 was completely inadequate for his appetites. This fostered a growing resentment towards He Jingwa and Wang Lei. In his view, He Jingwa was insatiably greedy, squeezing out what should rightfully belong to him. Get lost. Is several hundred billion not enough for your greed? How much more do you wish to apply for? Chen Duo unceremoniously tossed the application files from the project and technical departments into the trash. Humph, an application? I won't even submit it to the meeting. What good is it? Such approval documents, if passed, would see funds allocated the very next day. If not approved, there would be no further action. Thus, discarding them was akin to a rejection, much like a job seeker's resume disappearing into the void. Qian Duo was acutely aware of this, which emboldened him to discard them without hesitation. The meeting soon commenced, with the company's directors and senior executives taking their seats. Each individual present is a person of significant stature. The man seated at the head of the table exudes a calm and formidable presence. His name is Tang Hongqiang, the head of the entire Zhuzhou Aviation Company. After meticulously reviewing a series of funding application documents, he spoke. Yesterday, I gathered some intelligence from the patent department, revealing that someone has developed a technology that surpasses the current highest manufacturing precision. For components sized at 60 millimeters, the dimensional tolerance can be reduced to an astonishing 0.2 micrometers. For components smaller than 3 millimeters, the tolerance can even shrink to a remarkable 0.1 micrometers. This technological breakthrough could provide immense assistance to our projects at Zhuzhou Aviation. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to allocate a portion of our funds to secure the authorization for this technology. Typically, the emergence of such a significant new technology is accompanied by a press conference. The purpose of the conference, besides showcasing and promoting the technology to the outside world, is also to facilitate authorization, granting permission for others or enterprises to utilize it. However, the authorization fee is seldom a trivial sum. The more advanced, rare, and widely applicable the technology is, the higher the cost of authorization tends to be. Given the caliber of this technology, coupled with the extensive utilization by Zhuzhou Aviation and the anticipated usage duration of at least 10 years, the authorization fee is likely to commence in the hundreds of billions. Ordinarily, private enterprises engage in a model of semi-authorization with profit sharing, distributing patent royalties based on product sales. For instance, if your product generates 30 billion this year, a predetermined percentage is paid to the patent holder based on that agreement, utilizing the technology first and distributing profits thereafter. However, such a model is more suited for private companies. State-owned enterprises differ significantly. Their product profits are exceptionally high, and using the profit-sharing model could lead to substantial losses. Hence, state-owned enterprises typically opt to purchase complete usage rights directly. They decide whether to acquire rights for 5 or 10 years, and determine the scope of usage. All factors are settled in one go. However, the crucial issue lies in the company's funding, which is not particularly abundant. While the company, being state-owned, does benefit from governmental financial support, there are still limits to the approved budget. It is not a matter of utilizing funds as one pleases. Currently, the available funding stands at less than 280 billion, the majority of which is earmarked for the company's substantial expansion expenses in the latter half of the year, conservatively estimated to require 190 billion. Thus, the amount they can temporarily allocate is now less than 90 billion.
Tang Hongqiang sighed.
He pondered whether this sum would be sufficient to purchase the authorization. Chapter 90. To obtain authorization for billions? A fool's dream. My dear Lin, I regret to inform you that I have submitted the application to the higher authorities, but it has yet to be approved. Perhaps they are preoccupied with other pressing matters and have not yet attended to it. Please bear with me a little longer. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. After hanging up the phone, He Jinghua and Wang Lei exchanged glances filled with helplessness. What on earth is happening at the top? With such formidable technology available for collaboration, why is there such a delay in the approval process? Lin's conditions for collaboration are already exceedingly lenient, requiring merely a few billion in authorization fees. It is utterly perplexing why there is still hesitation. If this indecision continues, should Lin Yu change his mind, the only option left would be to purchase it at the patent release conference, which could potentially cost hundreds of billions. Perhaps I should directly visit the main conference room to urge them. After a brief discussion, the two resolved to personally submit their request. Although it is against protocol to apply across tiers, the significance of the matter outweighed such considerations. They drove to the headquarters and ascended in the elevator of the conference building, pressing the button for the top floor. The building consists of 9 stories, with the lower 8 designated for routine affairs. The top floor is reserved for significant decision-making, where their application was to be discussed and approved. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they successfully arrived at the pinnacle of the conference building. However, before they could enter the meeting room, they were halted by the staff at the entrance. Have you two perhaps taken a wrong turn? There are no meetings scheduled for today. He Jinghua was taken aback. No meetings scheduled? That is inconceivable. In such a large corporation, the volume of critical matters to be addressed daily is nearly incalculable. Hence, the activities in the conference building are typically filled to the brim. The meetings on the top floor are of utmost importance. How could there be any vacancies? Are you quite certain? Hijingwa inquired. The staff member assured him confidently, indeed, not only today, but there are also no meetings scheduled for the next 2 days. The leadership has indicated that an exceptionally important matter requires attention. Thus all meetings for these 3 days have been postponed. An exceptionally important matter? Hijingwa rolled his eyes in disbelief. What could possibly hold greater importance than the authorization of this technology? It is utterly baffling. He let out a disgruntled huff, clearly dissatisfied, but ultimately resigned to the situation. In Kyoto, within a lavishly decorated building, a patent release conference was in full swing. The schedule for the conference was scrolling across the large display screen in the hall. Artificial insemination technology for sows, level 4. Time, 9 a.m. to 9:40 a.m. Six-legged, four-winged meat chicken embryo cultivation technology, level V. Time, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Grafting technology for mouse heads and duck necks, level 3. Time, 11 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. Ultra-precision manufacturing technology, level 1. Time, 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. Patent technologies are categorized by levels. Based on the practical utility, scope, advancement, and potential commercial value of technology, a grading system is established. The lower the grade, the more advanced the technology and the higher its potential commercial value. Level 1 represents the pinnacle of this hierarchy, a distinction achieved by only a select few. Each of these technologies is a groundbreaking innovation capable of causing a global sensation. Level 1 technology. It has been ages since I last encountered such a marvel. Which esteemed technologist has unveiled this? Precision manufacturing. I wonder what level of accuracy can be attained. My company has recently been developing a new miniature product, yet current manufacturing technologies fall short, suffering from excessive wear. If we could achieve an accuracy of 0.28 micrometers, my product would operate flawlessly. An afternoon press conference? I must first procure some funds. Hello, Secretary Wong. I need you to sell off those idle office buildings of mine within the next 2 hours. I urgently require cash, so please expedite the process. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the patent conference commenced seamlessly, with a plethora of business magnates in attendance, each with fortunes starting in the hundreds of billions. Naturally, Tang Hongqiang, the chief executive of Zhuzhou Airlines, was among them. A staff member from the patent office took to the stage to begin the technical presentation. According to our specialist tests, the accuracy achievable by this technology far surpasses existing standards, reducing the smallest dimensional tolerance from 0.3 micrometers directly to 0.1 micrometers, a truly unprecedented advancement. Next, relevant personnel will manufacture and demonstrate the process live. We kindly ask everyone to remain quiet. Despite the staff's request for silence, murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. An accuracy of 0.1 micrometers. It is simply extraordinary. I had anticipated a reduction to a maximum of 0.25 micrometers, yet we have taken a significant leap forward. I wonder who is behind this research. Impressive indeed. On stage, a level 4 avatar demonstrated the production process live. Programming, machine operation, grinding, and polishing. Ultimately, a component was produced. After an application process, some technically savvy individuals from the audience ascended the stage to conduct dimensional testing on the component. Before long, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the bidding conference. It is indeed true. Remarkable. It seems this industry is on the brink of transformation. After a considerable duration, the atmosphere gradually quieted, leading to the much-anticipated authorization segment. There are 2 methods of authorization. One is a semi-authorization with revenue sharing, allowing for initial usage followed by profit distribution, with the profit-sharing ratio to be negotiated by both parties. The other option is a complete buyout of the authorization, encompassing the purchase of usage rights for a specified number of years. Naturally, numerous factors influence the pricing, such as the scope of use and the learning curve of personnel. Linyu commands a multitude of enhanced avatars, each representing a talent from various industries, including experts in patent knowledge. Regarding authorization fees, A reasonable calculation ratio has long been established. Individuals need only present their usage data to obtain the corresponding pricing. Tang Hongqiang submitted his desired authorization duration and usage scope among other details. Ultimately, a licensing fee of 93 billion yuan was determined. A sharp intake of breath escaped Tang Hongqiang. The funds he could allocate for this purpose amounted to a mere 90 billion yuan, leaving him short by 3 billion. It was truly vexing. This was not a mere marketplace transaction where one could haggle over small change. A price of 93 billion was simply unacceptable. He had contemplated the option of purchasing for 1 year less and renewing later, but the company's production could not afford any interruption. Should the authorization expire, the associated manufacturing would have to cease, and the time lost alongside other consequential costs would far exceed that 3 billion yuan. Thus, it was imperative to secure the deal at present. A shortfall of 3 billion. The budget for the company this year had already been meticulously planned, rendering any further deductions impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hongqiang opened the company board group chat. All members, we are short 3 billion for the licensing fee. Let us devise a way to gather the funds. Once next year's budget is approved, I will reimburse you all. In the ensuing moments, a wave of complaints flooded the group. Although their financial standing was relatively robust, most of their assets were in shares, which could not be liquidated immediately. For a dozen individuals to amass 3 billion swiftly was no trivial task. It felt akin to cutting into their own flesh. However, they understood the significance of this expense, and after expressing their grievances, they rallied together to raise the necessary funds. Ultimately, against the odds, they succeeded in gathering the amount. After navigating through a series of procedures, Tang Hongqiang let out a sigh of relief. 93 billion yuan, it was finally secured. How exorbitant! If only it could have been settled for 3 billion.
Tang Hongqiang mu xét.
Yet, he was acutely aware that such was merely a fanciful dream. To expect to acquire authorization for a mere few billion was nothing short of wishful thinking. Chapter 91. Is a few billion enough? You must be joking. The press conference concluded, and most attendees departed. Yet, a distinguished middle-aged man with silver hair and an upright posture remained seated. Although his demeanor was affable, his eyes exuded an unmistakable sharpness and intensity, starkly contrasting with the corpulent businessmen around him. Beside him stood a young man, equally erect in stature. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man spoke, his voice steady and authoritative. This technology significantly enhances the combat capabilities of the military aircraft. You must return immediately and apply to have this technology included in the National Control Technology Directory. Control technologies are those that the state oversees, imposing strict regulations on critical advancements, such as prohibiting leaks and unauthorized dissemination. Typically, only technologies with profound implications for national military and political strategies qualify for this classification. Understood. Commander, is there anything else you require? Additionally, arrange for transportation. I intend to personally discuss the integration of this technology into our military aircraft manufacturing facility. Military authorizations and civilian ones are distinct. They belong to entirely different systems. Although Zhozhou Aviation Company is a state enterprise, it primarily serves civilian and commercial purposes and does not qualify as confidential. Authorization can be secured through the Patent Office. However, military matters fall under state jurisdiction, and the Patent Office lacks the authority to grant such permissions. It requires personnel dispatched at the national level to obtain authorization. Commander, will you need military escort? Yes. The escort is not for my protection, but rather for the technical personnel. Technology exists only as theoretical knowledge. It requires a carrier for realization, and that carrier is the individual. Thus, safeguarding technology essentially means protecting the individuals who understand it. Understood, the young guard nodded, promptly beginning to coordinate with various parties. Zhuzhou Aviation Company. On the top floor of the conference building, the previously quiet meeting room buzzed with activity once more. This was the largest assembly the company had held in recent years. From board members to department heads, nearly 500 individuals were present. He Jinghua and Wang Lei were among them. What is the reason for such a grand meeting? Do you have any insider information? Not at all. This meeting was quite sudden, and it's been a long time since we've witnessed such a significant event. Could there be major changes in the company? Speculation filled the air as murmurs continued. Minutes later, the meeting commenced officially, and the crowd fell silent. The chief officer, Tang Hongqiang, occupied the central position, his expression grave. The purpose of today's meeting is to announce two critical matters. The first is that the directives from above indicate a need to expedite the company's expansion plans by all possible means. After our deliberations, we have decided to allocate an additional 50 billion yuan in funding to the project and technical departments. We must expedite production at all costs. However, this increase in funding for the project and technical departments necessitates a relative reduction in the budgets of other departments. Consequently, the research and development department's funding will be decreased from 20 billion to 15 billion. The marketing department's budget will be reduced from 6 billion to 5 billion. The conference department's allocation will drop from 12 million per year to 6 million. The health department's funding will be cut from 10 million per year to 5 million. As he listened to Tang Hongqiang's speech, the audience was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. In the corner, Chen Duo, the head of the conference department, wore a grim expression, his anger surging within him. Another reduction. How absurd. He barely had any profits left. Previously, he could embezzle nearly 300,000 yuan each month. But a few months ago, the budget was slashed, leaving him with less than 50,000. This already left him deeply dissatisfied, and now another cut was intolerable. He needed to find a way to siphon funds from elsewhere. He had entered the state-owned enterprise with the intention of embezzlement. If he couldn't do that, he might as well open a small convenience store for better profits. This brings us to our first matter, and there is a second. Tang Hongqiang continued, and the audience perked up, for it is common knowledge that the most significant matters are often addressed last. The second point is that the company has just expended 93 billion yuan to acquire a patent for an advanced technology. This technology has the potential to significantly enhance the performance, safety, and lifespan of our products. For components ranging from 50 to 80 millimeters, we can maintain a dimensional tolerance of 0.2 microns. For parts smaller than 3 millimeters, we can even achieve a precision of 0.1 microns. After discussions, the company has decided to apply this technology to. As Tang Hongqiang elaborated, He Jinghua and Wang Lei exchanged shocked glances. Isn't this Lin's technology? A 93 billion yuan authorization purchase. Haven't we already submitted an application? We only needed a few billion to gain access. Why would we buy it outright? This doesn't make sense. Both were perplexed. No, I need to clarify this matter. 10 minutes later, I hope the relevant departments will fully cooperate and expedite the project progress. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Dismissed. As the meeting adjourned, people filed out one by one. Tang Hongqiang began to gather his documents, preparing to leave. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he was suddenly intercepted by He Jinghua and Wang Lei. Tang Hongqiang was taken aback. Manager, is there something you need? The company's expansion plan is of utmost importance, and He Jinghua, as one of the key individuals responsible for this initiative, has naturally interacted with Tang Hongqiang on numerous occasions. Therefore, the two have already been acquainted. Mr. Tang, I would like to inquire why, despite being able to acquire the authorization for several billion, you insist on purchasing it directly from the patent office? He Jinghua boldly expressed his perplexity. Upon hearing this, Tang Hongqiang furrowed his brow in confusion. Several billion? Authorization? What are you talking about? Manager, I do not quite comprehend what you are saying. At this moment, Wang Lei appeared somewhat impatient and interjected. It pertains to the patent authorization for that precision manufacturing technology. That technology was invented by one of our partners, and he stated that if we wished to use it, we could simply pay a few billion in patent fees. We submitted our application to you 5 days ago. Did you not see it? Wang Lei's remarks left Tang Hongqiang even more bewildered. Partner, several billion authorization, submitted application. I am unaware. Wait, you mentioned submitting the application 5 days ago. Indeed, Wang Lei affirmed. Then why have I not seen it? For the past 3 days, they had been occupied with the authorization application, which had temporarily suspended their meeting activities. Logically, if it had been submitted within the last 3 days, it would not have been visible. However, An application submitted 5 days prior should have been seen. Hey, Lao, did you see the application? Tang Hongqiang casually pulled over another company executive for an inquiry. Yet, the response mirrored his own confusion. He proceeded to ask several others, yet the results remained fruitless. Turning back to He Jinghua and his companion, he regarded them with a hint of skepticism. Are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you? Tang Hongqiang confirmed that he had indeed not seen the application documents they spoke of, leading him to doubt the veracity of their claims. However, observing their earnest expressions, he sensed they were not jesting. How peculiar. Could something have been overlooked during the document collation? Tang Hongqiang scanned the crowd and happened to spot Chen Duo, who was about to depart. Minister Chen, wait a moment. I have a few questions for you. Chapter 92. The Truth. The furious Tang Hongqiang. When Tang Hongqiang inquired about the application from the project department, Chen Duo's heart sank. Why would he suddenly raise this issue? In the past, if the funding approval was denied, that was the end of it. No one would pursue further. It was akin to a job seeker submitting a sum to a company. If there was no response, the company would not go out of its way to inquire about the reasons. Thus, he had carelessly discarded those 2 application documents, confident that he would not face any repercussions. However, this time, he did not anticipate that Tang Hongqiang would take the initiative to ask. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Duo, causing him to lose his usual composure. Director Tang, may I inquire what happened to that document? Tang Hongqiang sensed the shift in his tone and pondered thoughtfully. That is not for you to question. Have you even seen it? The meeting department was responsible for organizing meeting materials but had no authority to interrogate or participate in approvals. Upon recognizing Tang Hongqiang's grave concern, Chen Duo's heart tightened, and he took a deep breath. This was serious. It seemed he was in trouble. Director Tang, I didn't. He instinctively wanted to deny it, but then he recalled the surveillance cameras in the office. If he lied, a quick check of the footage would reveal the truth, making his denial futile. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Duo gritted his teeth and confessed directly. Director Tang, I later discovered that I had overlooked 2 documents while organizing the files. However, when I realized this, it was just 3 days before the meeting was canceled, so I did not notify you. The meeting room's trash bin had not even been emptied due to the sudden cancellation. He believed that retrieving the documents now was not too late and could potentially mitigate the situation. After all, a mere oversight was fundamentally different from deliberate negligence. The former could be somewhat excused. A minor lapse in work was quite common. Yet, he underestimated Tang Hongqiang's fury. Tang Hongqiang shot him a glance, the fury in his eyes unmistakably escalating. A work oversight, and you overlooked 2 documents. Chen Duo, I appointed you as the head of the meeting department, and this is how you fulfill your duties. Do you have any idea how much the company lost because of your negligence? 900 billion. Nearly 900 billion. I even had to personally cover 30 billion. All because of your oversight. Even someone as composed as him could not help but let a curse slip. Chen Duo was instantly bewildered. How? How much? 900 billion. How could it be that much? Those 2 documents caused the company a loss of 900 billion. His mouth agape, he found himself at a loss for words. It was only now that he realized the extent of the disaster he had caused. Director Tang, Enough. Come back to the company with me now. I will have the inspection department conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. With a dismissive wave, Tang Hongqiang stormed off, leaving Chen Duo feeling utterly disoriented. He couldn't fathom how merely an internal mishap involving 2 documents could lead to such monumental trouble. Upon returning to the company half a day later, Tang Hongqiang was thoroughly enraged upon viewing the surveillance footage provided by the inspection department. He realized that the situation was far more complex than simply a matter of financial mismanagement. Was it negligence? It was evident that he himself had been the one to cast aside responsibility. Further investigation into past surveillance revealed that Chen Duo had colluded with several departments. The Human Resources and Public Relations departments were vying for a portion of funding approvals. Chen Duo accepted bribes from the Human Resources Department and subsequently discarded the applications from the Public Relations Department. Such incidents had occurred countless times over the past few years. Tang Hongqiang clenched his fists in frustration, contemplating the multitude of parasites that had infiltrated the company. Conduct a thorough investigation of every individual in the company. Anyone found culpable shall face prosecution. I demand that they all bear legal responsibility. Furthermore, he instructed all senior executives to accompany him on a trip to Yangcheng. Lin Yu was one of the company's key partners, holding significant status and weight, rendering him indispensable to the organization. He had generously offered the company privileges and discounts regarding patent licensing. Yet, the company had turned around and purchased authorization from the patent office. If this matter was not clarified, it could severely impact the collaboration and trust between the two parties. Thus, he deemed it necessary to personally visit and provide an explanation. Chapter 93. When turbidness becomes the norm. At the Yuhui manufacturing plant, the workers are exceedingly busy. Since establishing a partnership with Zhozhou Airlines, daily orders have scarcely ceased, resulting in a schedule brimming with tasks. Furthermore, with the management of the secondary and tertiary reinforced factories, Lin Yu hardly needs to concern himself with any affairs. However, this does come with a downside. He finds himself rather idle. Thus, during moments of ennui, Lin Yu often strolls around the factory, surveying his domain. At the entrance, he observes truck after truck departing with goods, stifling a yawn as he prepares to return home for rest. Yet, not far off, an unmarked vehicle suddenly captures his attention. An Environmental Protection Agency vehicle? The words Environmental Enforcement are emblazoned on its side, though Lin Yu is uncertain if it truly belongs to the agency. The vehicle heads straight towards the factory, and 3 uniformed officials disembark, striding with an air of arrogance reminiscent of the creditors who once came to demand repayment. Were it not for their attire, one might mistake them for bandits descending from a mountain. "Hey, where's your boss? Call him out," one of them barks, glancing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu is taken aback. Are they mistaking him for security? "I am," he replies coolly. "What is it? You are the owner of this factory?" The official, having procured Lin Yu's photograph from an unknown source, compares it with the man before him and nods in affirmation. He then produces a document, waving it before Lin Yu. Though he cannot discern the specifics, the prominent title at the top catches his eye. Environmental Violation Fine Notice. Your factory has severely impacted environmental standards. Pay the fine, the official demands. Lin Yu raises an eyebrow, a bemused expression crossing his face as if he has heard the most ludicrous of jokes. "I run a processing plant, merely fabricating parts. How could I possibly impact the environment? May I inquire as to which specific areas have been affected?" His tone remains composed and unflustered. However, the official suddenly becomes agitated. "You don't know where the impact lies? Stop feigning ignorance. If you do not cooperate with the enforcement, I will shut down your factory tomorrow." His tone is confrontational and aggressive. Following his words, a younger individual steps forward, pulling Lin Yu aside. "Listen, brother, it's just a trivial matter and we all understand. If you resist, you'll be the one to suffer. In these times, sometimes spending a little can avert disaster. Just comply, after all, it's only several 100,000. With a factory of this size, you can afford it. Just pay up and be done with it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu internally scoffs. "Ah, so you two are putting on a show? One playing the white face and the other the red face. Cooperation, you say? Isn't this merely an excuse to extort money? It seems you are acutely aware of your own shamelessness. I'm sorry, but I will not cooperate." "And then what? What do you intend to do?" The young man, realizing that Lin Yu was not swayed by his tactics, turned back with a stern expression. The leader, witnessing this, let out a cold snicker. "Humph, this generation is indeed tough. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Young man, I grant you 3 days to ponder this matter. Should you continue to resist the enforcement after 3 days, your factory may very well cease to exist." After their remarks, they awaited Lin Yu's response. However, a few vehicles appeared in the distance, speeding towards the factory. The leader, possessing keen eyesight, quickly recognized the make of the cars. Goodness, who is this? Truly affluent. Each vehicle is worth at least 2 million. The combined value of the 3 cars surpasses 5 million. One can only wonder which high-ranking official is passing by. It would be splendid to establish a connection. In his view, those who drive such high-end luxury cars are likely to be officials or have connections to someone in power. Vehicles worth millions are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The cars gradually came to a halt, and several figures emerged. It was none other than Tang Hongqiang and other senior executives from the company. He Jingguo was also present, and he immediately recognized Lin Yu standing at the entrance. Under his guidance, Tang Hongqiang took the initiative to greet Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, you are indeed a promising young man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am." Tang Hongqiang explained the purpose of their visit. Lin Yu then understood why the patent authorization had not been approved. It was due to an abundance of funds at play. No matter, Lin Yu waved his hand, signaling that he was unconcerned. Following a cordial exchange between both parties, the atmosphere became exceedingly harmonious. However, the trio clad in enforcement uniforms, left to the side, felt somewhat disgruntled. Do they regard us as invisible? Through their conversation, they grasped the general situation. The individuals before them were not officials but merely engaged in some business collaboration with Lin Yu. This group is already so wealthy, yet they dawdle over a fine of several tens of thousands. How infuriating! Hey, if you have nothing to do, you might as well leave and not disrupt my enforcement duties, the leader shouted rudely. Upon noticing the uniforms, Tang Hongqiang instantly understood the situation. After all, he had experienced similar circumstances in his youth. Such situations, even in state-owned enterprises, are unavoidable. There is no choice but to cooperate. Zhuzhou Airlines receives nearly 500 billion in funding each year, with hundreds of billions allocated for fines. After all, if fines are not paid, someone will inevitably seek out trouble. He has a friend in the payment processing industry who, due to poor relationship management, was recently fined 18.2 billion. With such a large enterprise supporting numerous professional legal teams, how could they possibly mishandle such legal matters? It is merely that someone wishes to target them. After all, some fines can be imposed with just a word. For instance, non-compliance with environmental regulations or disturbances to the city's appearance. A restaurant selling cucumber dishes may incur a fine of 5,000, while a farmer earning 14 yuan from selling vegetables faces a penalty of 100,000. To impose a charge, one need only find a pretext. Tang Hongqiang was exceedingly familiar with this situation. In the realm of Zhuzhou, such an atmosphere was hardly surprising. Any enterprise aspiring for expansion must endure this particular phase. Faced with the shouts of 3 law enforcement officers, Tang Hongqiang had no intention of intervening, nor could he. In a small place like Yangcheng, penalties typically amounted to mere hundreds of thousands, a trifling loss for a company as substantial as Lin Yu's. Since the matter had been clarified, he decided to take his leave. "Mr. Lin, please attend to your affairs," he said in a brief farewell. Yet, before he could reach his vehicle, Lin Yu's voice echoed from behind. "Do not even think about the fine. I shall not pay a single cent. If you claim my environmental standards are lacking, then produce your evidence. If you cannot, beware my wrath." Upon hearing these words, Tang Hongqiang halted, his brow furrowing in concern. This Lin Yu. Something felt amiss. How could a factory of such magnitude still make such a fundamental error? Offending these enforcement officers was hardly a prudent choice. In that moment, Tang Hongqiang contemplated that if he were in Lin Yu's position, he would certainly opt for financial loss to appease and avoid conflict. Confronting the authorities head-on was undeniably foolish. However, he entirely overlooked the fact that this was indeed his rightful claim. When murkiness becomes the norm, the innocent are perceived as fools in the eyes of the masses. Chapter 94. The arrival of the big shot. On one side stood Lin Yu, while on the other were the so-called law enforcement officers, along with Tang Hongqiang and others. The 3 factions appeared to have reached an impasse at the scene. The law enforcement personnel were adamant in their confrontation with Lin Yu, unwilling to allow an inexperienced youth to disrupt their established order, and thus they relentlessly applied pressure. Meanwhile, Tang Hongqiang was keen to observe how Lin Yu would navigate this situation. As the top executive of Zhuzhou Airlines, he prided himself on having witnessed a myriad of human experiences and having weathered numerous storms. The individuals he had encountered were countless. The resolute youth, with his strong arms and sharp angles, the seasoned fox, adept in the art of diplomacy, and the pitiful souls who survived by lowering their stances to appease others. Yet, he had never encountered someone as steadfast as Lin Yu. especially given the latter's ownership of such a substantial factory. In Tang Hongxiang's understanding, if one lacked the ability to navigate the complexities of social interactions and to compromise, they could hardly manage even a convenience store, let alone a factory with a valuation in the hundreds of millions. Street vendors, striving to earn a living, often had to engage with local authorities. Yet, Lin Yu was the exception. His factory had expanded to such a scale that he refused to yield even in the face of a situation that could be resolved with a mere fine of several $100,000. Tang Hongxiang was uncertain whether he truly considered Lin Yu foolish, or if his own inability to embody such fortitude led to feelings of frustration and jealousy. He admitted to harboring a tinge of envy. Why was Lin Yu able to stand tall while he felt compelled to compromise to maintain his status? So you are stubborn. We shall see. When your factory is shut down, I hope you still possess such backbone. The three law enforcement officers huffed disdainfully and prepared to depart. Just then, a new array of lights appeared in the distance. Police vehicle emerged into view. Police? No wonder this young man was so unyielding. He had secretly called for help. However, it seemed he might be overestimating the situation. Our department's affairs were not subject to police jurisdiction. In name, their department and the police department were of equal standing, but they managed different matters. If they claimed environmental noncompliance, the police had no authority to intervene. The trio watched confidently as police cars continued to arrive. Yet moments later, they discerned something amiss. It was not just one vehicle, but rather a multitude. 7 or 8 police cars rolled in, creating an imposing presence. What was happening? Even with a call for help, it was unlikely that such a significant police response was warranted. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene until a military-grade armored vehicle made its appearance. It was then that the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. An influential figure of military rank was making an entrance, likely at the division level or higher. At that moment, the onlookers finally relaxed. The safety of every high-ranking military officer is of paramount importance during their travels. Any potential danger posed to them would be a tremendous loss for the entire military. Thus, such an elaborate display was hardly surprising. However, the crowd had scarcely relaxed when their eyes widened once more. It appeared they were indeed approaching this place. A convoy of police cars, numerous in number, was heading directly towards the Lin Yu factory. Tang Hongqiang and others held their breath, not daring to show any sign of carelessness, fearful that their actions might arouse suspicion. Moments later, the convoy came to a gradual halt. A robust, middle-aged figure, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word, descended from an armored military vehicle. He simultaneously whispered to his accompanying aides, instructing them that next time, they should refrain from such a large entourage, as it was unnecessary for what was not a mission of urgency. However, his companions could only manage a wry smile. "Chief, I had no choice. Your movements are reported to the military. Upon learning of your visit, the local police dispatched numerous vehicles for your escort. I advised against it, but they would not listen." Upon hearing this, the chief merely sighed, refraining from further comment. He understood that the Yongqing police were merely concerned about any potential mishaps occurring during his visit. Should an incident arise, it would reflect poorly on the local law enforcement, who would bear the responsibility. Thus, for the sake of caution, they had sent such a large escort. "May I inquire, who is Lin Yu?" A guard stepped forward to ask. At this, Tang Hongqiang and the 3 law enforcement officers were taken aback. Another individual seeking Lin Yu? How could this young man be involved in so many affairs? Moreover, he had dealings with the military. "I am..." Lin Yu stepped forward, his demeanor composed. Through a recollection of memories, he was already aware of the purpose of their visit. Hence, there was no trace of panic. The chief, upon seeing Lin Yu, approached with purposeful strides, his military bearing unmistakable. "Greetings." The chief rendered a precise military salute. "I am. Yesterday, I witnessed your technology at the patent office, which holds significant potential in military applications. Therefore, today, I am here to extend an invitation on behalf of the military district to discuss potential collaboration with Mr. Lin." The chief spoke with clarity and propriety, demonstrating his profound respect for Lin Yu. The crowd remained silent, attentively listening to their exchange. The police did not disperse the gathering, for it was merely a matter of technological collaboration and not classified military information. Thus, there was no need for discretion. After a few exchanges, everyone grasped the general idea. It was simply a desire to engage in technological cooperation with Lin Yu. Tang Hongqiang was astounded. Collaboration with the military. Such a monumental opportunity. Entering the ranks as a technical talent would mean he would be considered a soldier, enjoying the full benefits accorded to military personnel. Moreover, not only would he benefit, but his immediate family would also receive privileges. The future was indeed promising. Alas, why was I not afforded such an opportunity?
Tang Hongqiang lamented internally.
His gaze filled with admiration for Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts? The chief inquired. Yet, Lin Yu did not respond immediately, instead opting for silence. Tang Hongqiang felt anxious for him. What was there to hesitate about? Just agree. Such a remarkable opportunity. And yet you hesitate? Countless individuals, including the vigilant armed police, are awaiting Lin Yu's response. However, Lin Yu remains silent. After a few moments, the superior seems to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing in concern. What is it? Is there a problem? At this juncture, Lin Yu finally speaks, his tone tinged with regret. I apologize. It is not that I am unwilling to comply. Rather, I find myself unable to do so. After all, my factory is slated for closure tomorrow. The superior looks astonished. Closure? Why? Lin Yu raises his hand, gesturing towards the trio of environmental enforcement officers. That is a question for them to answer. Chapter 95. Only after suffering a blow does one realize the need to retreat. It is too late. In response to Lin Yu's words, the commander furrowed his brow. He turned to the three law enforcement officers and inquired in a deep voice, "What is the matter?" The captain of the enforcement team swallowed hard, feeling somewhat at a loss. Encountering someone of such high rank was an unprecedented experience for him. The highest-ranking individual he had previously met was merely the deputy mayor. This sudden turn of events left him trembling with fear. Commander, there is nothing to worry about." The captain forced a smile. However, at that moment, Tang Hongqiang suddenly questioned. Nothing? Did you not just state that this factory failed the environmental inspection? Why the sudden change of heart? A sense of relief washed over Tang Hongqiang's face. He could not quite understand why, but witnessing this scene felt like a release of the pent-up negative emotions he had accumulated over the years in the business world, akin to a breath of fresh air. Failed the environmental inspection? The commander's expression was one of confusion. What relevance does an engineering workshop have to environmental issues? Having come from a technical background in the military, he possessed a fair understanding of precision manufacturing. The only aspect that could potentially relate to environmental regulations would be the discharge of wastewater used for cooling during processing. Since this wastewater contained minuscule metal shavings, could not be directly released into rivers. However, that was the extent of the regulations. Discharging it onto land posed no issue, as the soil would naturally filter out the particles. Upon a cursory observation, he noted that there were no rivers in the vicinity of the factory. Where, then, was the environmental violation? As for noise, in this remote wilderness it was unlikely to disturb anyone. Having analyzed the situation, the commander seemed to grasp the underlying issue and addressed the three officers. Please remain here. He exchanged a few words with his bodyguard, who returned to the vehicle and used a military-exclusive phone to dial a number. In the Jojo Nation, military and political affairs were intertwined, with the highest-ranking leaders collaborating closely, thus maintaining a certain level of communication. A few minutes later, the bodyguard emerged. Commander, Minister Liu has stated that you may enforce the law in this matter. Upon receiving the political department's response, the commander nodded. Now, tell me, where exactly has the environmental regulation been violated? The expressions of the three law enforcement officers turned awkward, leaving them momentarily speechless. This was our mistake. There has been no violation at all. The commander, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a muffled grunt. No violation? Then why did you seal off the factory? Humph. Abuse of power and corruption. Take them back for thorough investigation. The accompanying police officers, acting on orders, promptly detained the three individuals. The captain's face turned a deep shade of despair. He had amassed no less than 5 million in benefits from various enterprises over the years. This investigation would likely expose his transgressions. This is no trivial matter that can be resolved in a year or two, especially considering his position as a public servant. His transgressions are all the more egregious. It's over. Had I known, I would not have pursued this path. Please, Chief, I acknowledge my mistakes. Grant me a chance to redeem myself, to atone through my contributions. I assure you, I shall never err again and will uphold the law impartially. Truly. He fervently implored for another opportunity. Yet the chief remained unresponsive. People often do not turn back until they have collided with a wall. However, turning back is not always a sign of genuine remorse. It is often prompted by the pain of that collision. Chapter 96. Lawless? Lin Yu. I am the law. As time progressed, Lin Yu's avatars gradually spread across various cities in the 9 provinces. Almost every industry bore the presence of these avatars. Among them were numerous Tier 2 and Tier 3 enhanced avatars, all of which Lin Yu dispatched. These enhanced avatars possessed advanced, even top-tier capabilities within their respective fields. Coupled with Lin Yu's abundant financial backing, they wreaked havoc upon their emergence, dominating various sectors with ruthless efficiency. Within a mere 6 months, some avatars had ascended to the positions of regional managers in banks, while others infiltrated publicly listed companies, rising to executive roles. The most formidable of them even took over the once nefarious enterprises, becoming the largest arms smuggler in the 9 provinces. A surprising turn of events for Lin Yu, who had not intentionally controlled the consciousness of his avatars, allowing them to develop freely. With such a proliferation of avatars, a diverse array of activities emerged. Indeed, these avatars, if left unchecked, could very well form a complete microcosm of society. In a certain city, a flurry of banners suddenly appeared overnight, proclaiming the grand opening of a new development, celebrating with steep discounts. Housing prices at a mere 2,000 yuan per square meter, limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. The populace, recalling the previous events in Yang City, surged forward, fearing they might miss out on a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, the original real estate developers in that city were driven to fury. Soon after, various online platforms were inundated with comments. Regardless of the video or post, the first comment consistently read, "This world is in disrepair, yet there are always those who mend it." The second comment, surprisingly uniform, warned, "Low-priced housing is spreading. We urge all real estate developers to hastily lower their prices or risk missing out entirely." Initially, people were skeptical, suspecting it was merely a ploy to generate hype. However, upon witnessing the emergence of numerous low-priced properties, real estate developers began to panic. How outrageous! Was malicious price-cutting not in blatant defiance of the laws governing the 9 provinces? What of the Price Control Bureau? Boss, they intervened, but the opposing party is willing to pay fines and continue selling at a loss, leaving the Bureau powerless. How could such a scoundrel emerge in the 9 provinces? Who goes into business without the intention of making a profit? Yet this rogue is selling at a loss. Truly a freak of nature. If this continues, we must seek assistance from the underworld. If allowed to persist, these real estate developments could all fall into their hands. As one of the foremost real estate moguls in the 9 provinces, he maintained connections in both legitimate and illicit circles. He promptly retrieved several contact numbers and made calls. "Hello, 5 million. Assist me in eliminating someone." "What? You refuse? Why? 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. The line went dead. He stared in disbelief. I offered a sum of 100 million, and they still refused. Immediately afterward, he made several phone calls. However, the outcome was invariably rejection. What could be the reason? These individuals are typically quite audacious, unafraid even to confront the mayor, yet they shy away from a mere real estate mogul. In a suburban area, the man referred to as Big Brother, while savoring a cigar and toying with a firearm, grinned. "Are you jesting? Am I to take my own life? Bring me the one who called just now." He seemed oblivious to the principle of discretion in wealth. "Since he has presented himself at my doorstep, I shall seize the opportunity. 100 million is trifling. I desire all that he possesses." Upon hearing this, the underlings were both astonished and elated. Our Big Brother is truly sagacious. Chapter 97, Final Chapter. the ambitious plan to unify the world with billions of clones, with a staggering sum of 826.75534 billion, followed by 831.98,356 billion, and then 836.22244 billion. Over 10 million clones are dispatched. The ordinary clones engage in labor, while the enhanced clones venture into entrepreneurship. Lin Yu's funds experience an average daily increase of 5 billion, accumulating to a remarkable 150 billion within a month. Moreover, as the entrepreneurial endeavors of the enhanced clones flourish, the rate of financial growth continues to escalate. If the current daily increase remains at 5 billion this month, it is likely to reach 10 billion the following month. In this moment, Lin Yu truly comprehends the adage that many hands make light work. With over 10 million clones, even if each individual earns merely 100, the total would amount to an astounding 1 billion. Expenditure of 300 billion funds elevates system level to LV 9, simultaneously upgrading the mall level to LV 9. Rewards: ordinary clones x 50 million, level 2 enhanced clones x 3 million, level 3 enhanced clones x 500,000, level 4 enhanced clones x 3,000. Name: Lin Yu. Funds: 36. 22,244 billion. Skills: damage transfer, exploration, shared backpack, one-click construction. System level LV 9. Upgrade requires 1.5 trillion funds. Rewards include 300 million ordinary clones, 10 million level 2 enhanced clones, 3 million level 3 enhanced clones, 500,000 level 4 enhanced clones, and 3,000 level 5 enhanced clones. Current clones: ordinary clones x 61, 453 million, level 2 enhanced clones x 3, 559 million, level 3 enhanced clones x 600,000, level 4 enhanced clones x 3,100. Special mall LV 9. Level upgrades in tandem with system upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the probability of high-tier items refreshing. An additional 50 million clones have been generated. A sense of unease washes over Lin Yu. Having too many clones presents its own set of challenges. The population in the Jojo region is already substantial,